Gao Tianhao also took the opportunity to express his apologies to Guanshan, claiming he hadn't meant it that way. The disturbance temporarily subsided, though Wang Yongqi, hiding in the background, felt quite disappointed. During the break, Gao Qianmiao and Wang Yongqi stayed in a corner, far away from Guanshan, and the two huddled together again. "Aren't you afraid that Guanshan will take action against you, acting like this?" Gao Tianmiao whispered. He didn't understand why Wang Qi had been so bold just now. Wang Yongqi chuckled and said confidently, "We are a group now. As long as Guanshan wants this group to remain stable, he won't lay a hand on me. Otherwise, you'd all feel that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If he can attack me today, he can attack anyone. You all understand that logic, right?" "You mean we are your insurance policy?" Gao Qianmiao narrowed his eyes, seemingly grasping the reason for Wang Yongqi's recklessness. "Exactly. You are my insurance policy." Wang Yongqi smiled. He loved that look on Guanshan's face, displeased with him, yet unable to get rid of him for various reasons. "Besides, I'm an ability user, so I'm still useful to him. As long as I have value, he won't kill me." Wang Yongqi spoke with complete confidence. He felt he had fully grasped Guanshan's psychology. From the moment he had Lu Chuan supervise him, Wang Yongqi had already formed a rough understanding of Guanshan. He was a man who valued stability above all else. As long as Wang Yongqi still had value, Guanshan would continue to exploit him, treating the safe zone as everything. He had also observed that throughout the entire safe zone, there was a sense of order unlike the chaos of the outside world, and this was something maintained by Guanshan himself. If Guanshan took action, it would shatter the very order he had established with his own hands. Therefore, even though he disliked Wang Yongqi, he could only let someone like Lu Chuan annoy him. Just as Wang Yongqi was confidently holding forth, Guanshan had already brought Wen Yading to a corner. The two hid in the shadows, making it impossible for others to see what they were doing. Wait for an opportunity later and slap Wang Yongqi to death. Don't let anyone see. Wen Yading frowned upon hearing this. "You're leaving this kind of dirty work to me? Do you have any idea how many virus gels I've given you? You said you'd work for me, does that not count anymore?" Wen Yading was instantly incensed. She rolled her eyes and said, "Who said it doesn't count? It's just some dirty work." "Fine, I'll do it." With that, she strode back, her long, snow-white legs flashing as she walked. In the distance, Gao Qianmiao saw this scene and gritted his teeth in hatred, glaring viciously at Guanshan. If looks could kill, Guanshan would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces by now. "All right, let's get back on the road," Guanshan said as he stood up. After resting here for 30 minutes and eating something, the group set off again. On the way, Tanhua said to Guanshan with some concern, "By the time we arrive at the gymnasium, it will be close to nightfall. Why don't we rest for the night and make plans then? What do you think?" At night, the zombies' mobility becomes stronger and they are very aggressive. Although this group of ordinary zombies poses no threat to them, the risk is still too high. There are no streetlights or other lighting now, and visibility is low in an environment without light, which means risks cannot be detected in time. Therefore, Tanhua thought it would be better to sleep for the night before going to gymnasium, as it would be safer in the daytime environment. It is indeed unsafe at night. "Do you have a suitable place to rest?" Guanshan felt that what Tanhua said made sense. Being cautious had its benefits. Besides, their trip wasn't necessarily to destroy the giant zombie at the gymnasium. It was just to go and take a look, to get an understanding, so time wasn't that tight. "There is a hotel not far away. There should be some rooms inside where we can rest." Wen Yading also spoke, her tone cold, as if someone had just annoyed her, revealing a mood of, "I am very unhappy." "Fine, let's do as you suggested. After considering everything, Guanshan nodded in agreement. On the way, the zombies they encountered became more numerous and stronger, and some had already begun to show the initial characteristics of a mutant zombie. It seems that the closer we get to the gymnasium, the stronger the zombies are, as if they are acting as protection for whatever is inside the gymnasium. Tenhua and the others were shocked. This situation could already be called eerie. They could still handle the situation here, but after advancing 200 or 300 meters, the figures of mutant zombies had already appeared. However, these mutant zombies seemed to lack intelligence. They just possessed a body, as if they were controlled by something. Everyone be careful. The situation here is very wrong, Tanhua said. Relying on his bullet-time superpower, Tanhua was fine. But the swarms of zombies here were a trouble for Xiongyan. What's the situation in the distance? Gao Qianhao asked, looking at Xiongyan, who had now grown to over 10 meters tall. Xiongyan's tone carried some panic. There are even more mutant zombies in the distance. Many. And some zombies with strange body shapes, just like an abnormal. An abnormal zombie is a special kind of zombie. They seem to have gone astray on the path of zombie evolution, leading to strange changes in their bodies. It's like if everyone were a snake but you grew 2 heads. Such a thing would generally be regarded as a miracle in the old society, believed a manifestation of the gods, but in fact it's just that its genes have changed. And an abnormal is exactly this kind of creature. They have gained a great boost in strength, but are somewhat inferior in terms of intelligence. A regular abnormal zombie is enough to compare to a mutant zombie. What do you think? Should we continue moving forward? Gao Qianhao looked at Guanshan with a heavy gaze. In this situation, one would generally give up. It's foreseeable that the closer they get to the thing in the gymnasium, the stronger the zombies will be. Continue forward. Guanshan's tone carried an unquestionable will, as if he were determined. The gymnasium is not far from their location. If they can't even get close enough to take a look, then they might as well move house early. The zombies in the distance seemed to have discovered Guanshan's group and came swarming towards them in groups. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the large number of zombies were covered in a red veil under the setting sun, blending with the blood on their faces. Tisk! Annoying. Wen Yating clicked her tongue impatiently. Behind her, the invisible hand swept out, killing the group of zombies almost instantly, and even the ground had slightly caved in. Seeing this scene, Tanhua, slightly surprised. In his feeling, Wen Yating's strength seemed to have become stronger. In the distance, more zombies rushed toward them, among which many mutant zombies were mixed in, and there was no lack of subnormals. Should we still fight? Maybe we should hide for a while. Tanhua frowned. With so many zombies like a sea wave, continuous and endless, it would be better to retreat now. Thousands of zombies cannot be killed by them alone. If they intend to take a look at the thing in the gymnasium, it is better to hide carefully and adopt a stealthy approach. Just as they were at a loss, Guanshan, who had been standing at the back, finally stepped forward, holding an iron sword in his hand that flashed with a dazzling cold light. Under the reflection of the setting sun, it seemed as if blood was flowing within it. I'll do it. I'll clear them all out, Guanshan said, pointing to the hotel in the distance. It's about 500 meters away. I'll act as the vanguard, you follow me. Tanhua, follow behind me. And Xiongyan and Gao Qianhao, you are responsible for the flanks. Tanhua didn't expect Guanshan to be so crazy, daring to meet the difficulty head-on in such a situation. However, looking at Shan's cold face and feeling his unyielding determination, Tanhua, who was always cautious and calculated, also became a bit crazy. They were originally ability users, and there was a touch of madness in their bones. Now that Guanshan was leading the charge himself, what reason was there to refuse? Fine, let's go all out, Tanhua also replied. Gao Qianhua wanted to dissuade him, but seeing that Tanhua had nodded, he naturally had no objections. It was nothing more than going all out. If something really happened, it would just mean everyone was finished together. Wen Yating naturally had no objections. She didn't believe in anything else, only in Guanshan's strength. If he said it could be done, then it definitely could. Wouldn't that be too risky? Gao Qianmiao's face turned pale. He was different from this group. He didn't have any solid superpower, just controlling a few zombies. Even Wang Yongqi, who was standing beside him, was stronger than him. At least he had the ability to harden his skin. That was a defense. But he relied entirely on his physical body. Just as he was hesitating, Guanshan had already rushed out, and Tanhua and the others followed closely behind. When he looked up, he saw Wen Yating cast a look of disdain at him. Let's charge, brother. Staying here is even less of a way to survive. Wang Yongqi saw it clearly. The two of them couldn't survive here, so it was better to follow Guanshan, the strongest one, and maybe they could really fight their way out. The few of them were like an arrow charging into the swarm of zombies. Guanshan at the very front was like a demon god descending, his iron sword sweeping in all directions. Under the blessing of Sweeping Edge, no zombie could get close to him. They were all cut in half at the waist. With Sweeping Edge in his left hand and a smite in his right, he swung the two swords with great force, forming an airtight barrier around him, so to speak. Not even a needle could get in, nor could water splash through. Under the blessing of dual wielding, Guanshan seemed to have learned the starburst stream, and amidst the flashing blades, he tore a large breakthrough directly into the zombie swarm. If someone were looking down from high above, see an incredibly shocking scene. In the dense horde of zombies, a tiny gap appeared and then continuously expanded. At the very front of the gap was a figure holding iron swords, acting like a meat grinder. Countless severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere, and the blood almost dyed his face red. Killing like this is just too satisfying. I truly admire you today, brother Guanshan, Xiong Yan roared to the sky. Ever since the coast fell, they had been cautious and careful to reach this place. A scene of such wanton slaughter was something he dared not even dream of. Yet Guanshan had truly made it a reality. His palm suddenly grew larger, and with a single slap, he crushed 50 or 60 zombies. His entire palm turned blood red, with bits of flesh oozing between his fingers. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were now only 100 meters away from the hotel. Just then, amidst the zombie horde, Guanshan noticed a figure in the distance standing in front of the hotel entrance. It seemed somewhat familiar yet strange, and that zombie was staring at him with a gaze full of hatred. After swinging his sword again to clear a small area of zombies in front of him, Guanshan finally saw clearly the zombie standing on the hotel steps. Viscous blood and filth gathered on its face, and its body was covered in thick scabs of blood, emitting a foul, fishy stench while countless flies buzzed around it. Nearly 5 meters tall, its massive body was supported by 4 legs. On its chest were 3 twisted human faces, all looking at Guanshan with hateful gazes, as if they knew him. This naked monster looked as if it were randomly composed of flesh and blood, with long black hair scattered on the ground behind its head, staring at him with wide, furious eyes. Just as Guanshan was feeling puzzled, he heard the monster let out a sharp cry, the sound filled with infinite hatred. Guanshan! Every word was filled with blood and tears, as if Guanshan had committed some heinous act that enraged both heaven and man. At this moment, Guanshan finally recognized this guy. Wasn't it this Wang Li? And he also remembered the faces on its chest. Weren't these Xu and his group? He remembered that at that time, he couldn't bear to kill the 4 of them and only cut their hamstrings. At that time, they were filled with resentment, believing that having their hamstrings cut and losing the ability to move was nothing more than a slow death. Now it seemed they were right. So it's you. How did you become zombies after just a few days? You still have the nerve to say that. This is all you're doing. Upon seeing Guanshan, Wang Li trembled with rage, digging its long nails into its own body and tearing out bloody gashes. Listening to Wang Li's words, Guanshan felt no guilt. He only felt that he should have killed them back then, but he didn't have the mindset he had now. At that time, he was just a passerby who had only just encountered the zombie outbreak a few hours. Don't say it was all thanks to me. Your current state is all of your own making, Guanshan said coldly, wiping the thick bloodstains off his iron sword. This time I will truly kill you. Remember not to do evil in your next life. Wang Li was almost driven mad with rage, and the 3 faces on its chest also looked at Guanshan with venomous eyes, spewing foul language. Its voice was deafening, filled with deep-seated hatred. As the sound spread, the surroundings seemed to take on a blood-red hue, and Wen Yating and the others felt a sense of discomfort. Guanshan's footsteps, as he was about to make a move, faltered slightly because of this sound. The 3 faces on its chest suddenly opened their mouths in unison, chanting incantations that were impossible to understand, much like reciting scriptures. The ghost infant from before, and now Wang Li, don't have very good defensive measures against this kind of attack. The sound Wang Li emitted contained hatred, and amidst this sound, bloodshot veins peered in the eyes of everyone. In its sharp screeching, the hatred began to burn without reservation, and anyone could clearly feel that deep-seated, bone-chilling hatred. It was as if it had seeped into the bone marrow. If Guanshan hadn't cut their hamstrings, how would they have been caught? If Guanshan hadn't cut their hamstrings, how would they have been fused together by zombies? How would they have become this monster of flesh and blood? In the hearts of the 4 of them, there was only one thought: to make Guanshan die. Right now, more and more zombies had surrounded them, and none of them could strike back. Fortunately, the invisible hand surrounded them, so that the zombies could not get in for the time being. However, Wen Yating's state was not very good either. She was gradually losing control of herself. When she looked up, one could see the hatred in her eyes. We must leave here immediately. Tan Hua managed to open his mouth, signaling for Guanshan to retreat first. As Wang Li's voice grew louder, countless zombies were surging toward them, dense and packed. The world in the eyes of Guanshan's group began to hallucinate. Their vision stretched long, and then instantly shortened, repeating like this. They even felt the ground tilting, and if they weren't careful, they would fall to the ground. Guanshan just covered his ears and opened his status bar, wanting to try something. If he added E-protection egg to his helmet, could he be immune to this kind of mental attack? This attack seemed to only affect him after he heard it. And the helmet's purpose was to protect the head, which naturally included the ears. The meaning of E-protection was quite broad, and coupled with the fact that he had just gone on a rampage and harvested a huge wave of zombies, Guanshan now had enough experience to splurge. Current experience points. Level Cent 72. He didn't know how many zombies he had killed just now, including some unconscious mutant zombies. It was just that the virus gel inside their brains had been chopped into mush before he could retrieve it. But all the experience points had been collected. Based on the experience points, he estimated he had chopped down 300 or 400 zombies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have jumped from level 96 to level 172 all at once. Enchant helmet with protection 50 experience points. Yes, current experience points. Level 122. He saw that in the status bar, a layer of protection had been added to the iron helmet. In her daze, Wen Yating saw a flash of purple light on Guan Shan's head. When she looked again, it was gone, and she just thought she had seen it wrong. Much better. It really is effective. Guan Shan nodded. As expected of the game mechanics, they were awesome. If it said protection, it meant protection. His body bent slightly, his thighs coiled with power like a taut longbow. In the next instant, he charged out. Everyone only saw an afterimage arrive in front of Wang Li, followed by a flash of cold light. One of Wang Li's arms flew off, trailing a line of blood. On its face was deep horror, as if it had not expected this change. It was indeed my fault that I couldn't kill you back then, but this time, I will make up for my mistake. Everything happened too fast. After slaughtering the zombies inside the semi-automatic zombie, a large amount of experience points brought him a qualitative improvement, and his entire physical fitness increased significantly once again, and now he estimated that his strength had surpassed 500 kilograms, reaching 2,000 or even 3,000 kilograms. With such strength, his burst speed was naturally unimaginably fast. So much so that even though Wang Li was now an advanced zombie, his reaction speed was still not enough to prevent his arm from being chopped off. Single sword strike. Damn it! Wang Li's voice stopped abruptly. He clutched his arm, which had been severed at the root, and retreated step by step, looking at Guan Shan with eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He had clearly turned into a zombie and had even undergone 2 evolutions. So why was he still so vulnerable in front of him? Intense resentment made his eyes turn red. He had thought he could take revenge this time, but nothing had changed. Can you dodge the next strike? After leisurely wiping the blood off his iron sword, Guan Shan spoke again. The air was filled with an extremely dangerous scent. Wang Li already knew that Guan Shan's next is coming, but he could only defend passively. Xu Kun. Following Wang Li's loud shout, the face of Xu Kun on his chest suddenly opened its mouth wide. Guan Shan rushed over, his iron sword swinging once again, and a flash of cold light with extreme sharpness hacked directly toward Wang Li's neck. Watch this. Xu Kun on his chest let out a loud shout, and a dazzling light burst from his eyes. It was colorful and radiant. Guan Shan only felt as he had fallen into a fantasy dream. His body felt weightless, his head was dizzy, and he wanted to find a place to lie down and sleep. Debuff. Hallucination tense, looking at the prompt in the status bar. Guan Shan understood his situation. What he hadn't expected, however, was that the several faces on Li's chest all seemed to pose a significant threat. However, only his vision was impaired. His hearing was still intact. His helmet covered his ears but not his eyes. Was that why he had fallen for the trick? By his ears, the roars of zombies rose and fell, and they were getting closer. Behind him came the anxious voices of Wen Yating and the others. Wang Yongqi was already persuading everyone to just turn and run, not to waste their lives here. And before his eyes, there was the sound of Wang Li approaching rapidly. The heavy footsteps and the whistling of the wind in his ears both heralded the arrival of the next attack. After lowering his head to dodge a strike, he switched his sword again. This time, he used a sweeping edge. In his blinded state, Guan Shan chose an AoE attack with a large range. Wang Li had just approached when he was slashed in the stomach by the sword. Blood immediately gushed out, and a bloody scent permeated the air, carrying a heavy, foul stench like the smell of fermented dead fish. Seeing that he still couldn't do anything to Guan Shan, Wang Li let out a shrill scream. and at the location of the wound on his stomach. The injury he had just received had already healed. What's going on? Why hasn't my arm grown back, but the wound on my stomach has recovered as if nothing happened? Wang Li looked at this scene, completely baffled. Before he could figure it out, Guanshan's next attack had already arrived. Another flash of sword light shone, forcing him back again. I still can't get close to him. Damn it. Wang Li was so angry that his eyes turned red and he shouted loudly, Jiang Wanbo, as if calling a roll. Following Wang Li's order, the face of Xuhun on his chest closed its eyes, and the face Jiang Wanbo seemed to replace Shukun. When Jiang Wanbo saw Guanshan, he was also gnashing his teeth in anger, revealing an enraged expression. Without waiting for Wang Li's command, he had already taken action. He opened his eyes, but there were no whites, only pitch voids. Endless black smoke poured out from them, and wherever it went, even the zombies' movements became sluggish. Guanshan, who had just shaken off the hallucination saw Wanbo's black smoke. This attack seemed to target the nose, and he was similarly unable to defend against it. As before, the helmet couldn't cover his nose, and protection had no effect. In a word, sorry, it couldn't be done. This is getting a bit tricky. Guanshan narrowed his eyes slightly. If he charged in now, he feared Wang Li would switch again, replacing Jiang Wanbo with Xukun to trap him in a hallucination And when he backed away, he would switch back to Jiang Wanbo to release. Black smoke playing a kite game. Going back and forth like this, he really didn't have a good way to deal with him. If he only had a bow and arrow, that would be great. A trident would also work. It was just a pity that he couldn't find any drowned here, so he could only consider a bow and arrow. He looked back and saw Tan Hua and his group fighting against a horde of zombies. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, and when Yating was entangled with a giant abnormal zombie, locked in a fierce battle. It seems I have to use that method, but it's a pity for the experience points I worked so hard to earn. Guanshan sighed and turned his gaze to his iron chest plate. The enchant chest plate with Thorn's 50 experience points? Yes, current experience points. Level 72. A flash of purple light crossed his chest. Seeing the chest plate with the Thorn's enchantment, Guanshan felt he finally had some confidence. Watching the billowing black smoke, Guanshan smiled slightly and walked straight into it. Behind him, Wang Yongqi, who saw this scene, had his eyes almost popping out. Although he hoped Guanshan would die immediately, he couldn't die right now. If you die, who will lead us to escape? How could their group break out of the encirclement on their own? Although Wang Yongqi was bad, he wasn't stupid. He knew deeply that to escape now, they had to rely on Guanshan. That cloud of black smoke was obviously not a good thing, and he just walked right into it. He was so angry that his vision went black, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Courting death, Gao Qianmiao chuckled. In his view, Guanshan was facing death without even realizing it. It was good that he died. It would be best if he died quickly. Wang Yongqi, who was on the side, heard this and only thought that Gao Tianmiao was a complete idiot, having been protected too well by his brother. Shut your mouths, when Yating heard Gao Tianmiao's words, and was almost angered to death by him. At a time like this, couldn't they unite? Were they still thinking about infighting? Even Wang Yongqi, who had always been at odds with Guanshan, knew what to choose. Yet this Gao Tianmiao didn't, lacking any sense of the big picture. If he dies, we won't be able to escape. Everyone help me. Invisible hands struck out again, leaving several wounds directly on the giant abnormal zombie in front of her. 3 of its 4 legs had already been twisted off, yet it was still charging madly toward Wen Yating. Its height of nearly 10 meters bringing a huge sense of oppression. Gao Tianmiao remained silent, his face turning red from Wen Yating's reprimand. He felt that all of this was Guanshan's fault. Otherwise, why would Wen Yating have become like this? Just at this moment, a painful sound came from the black. Wen Yating looked towards the sound, only to see the black mist had dissipated. The face on Wang Li's body suddenly displayed a look of pain. It hurts. It hurts. Wang Li, in so much pain. Jiang Wanbo had been countered by thorns, and the pain caused his face to twist. Wang Li didn't even know what had happened. Guanshan charging at him again with his iron sword. What the hell is going on? Tell me, Jiang Wanbo, what's wrong with you? Jiang Wanbo's abnormality made him panic. After asking multiple times without success, he could only grit his teeth and withdraw Jiang Wanbo. The face on his chest wriggled again, and Xukun opened his eyes once more. Jiang Wanbo, you really are trash. Hey. Better let me handle it. Wang Li puffed out his chest, radiating brilliant light. Thousands of rays shot out, and within them, worlds seemed to appear, grasslands, oceans, forests, and more. Illusions appeared before Guanshan, attempting to plunge him back into hallucinations and sensory disorder. Guanshan's footsteps, which had been charging towards Wang Li, halted once again. See, I'm more useful, aren't I? Hey. Seeing Guanshan's state, Jiang Wanbo couldn't help but let out a smug laugh. Stopping him doesn't help. He's still unkillable. Wang Li looked at Guanshan. Right now, only his vision was blocked, but his hearing still functioned. If he got too close, he would be cut down. Letting Jiang Wanbo take the stage was just a temporary expedient. Then let Jin Daong come out. No, Wang Li shook his head. Jin Daong's personality hadn't been fully controlled by him yet, and was still an independent existence. If he were to let him out rashly, it would likely trigger a battle for control of the body, which was too risky. Just as they were mentally debating, they saw Guanshan's feet move again, and he was charging straight towards them. Something's wrong. He seems to know where we are. Wang Li yelled in horror, looking down angrily at Jiang Wanbo. What did you do? Didn't you block his vision? I don't know. Someone must have told him. Jiang Wanbo cried out in grievance. He didn't understand what was happening either. Behind Guanshan, an invisible hand had appeared. It turned out that after Wen Yating saw Guanshan's vision being affected, she had split off an invisible hand and placed it behind him to point him in the right direction. Wang Li retreated in terror, hiding amongst the zombie horde. Guanshan seemed to know his location, and facing the swarms of zombies, he swung his iron sword tirelessly, like a lawnmower. Current XP, level 73 current XP, level 75 current XP, current XP. Wang Li pushed zombies aside as he ran, hiding himself completely. Just as he wanted to turn back to check Guan's position, he found Guanshan had already arrived right in front of him. He could even see the fine hairs and pores on Guanshan's face in detail. How is he so fast? Wang Li was drenched in cold sweat and gritted his teeth. Screw it. I'm going all out. Jin Daong, attack. Jiang Wanbo's face uncontrollably closed. On his chest, Jin Daong's eyes slowly opened. His face was a size larger than both Jiang Wanbo's and Xukun's faces combined. The two of them together couldn't even compare to the size of his face. Jin Daong slowly opened his eyes, rays of hateful fury erupting from them. We'll talk about other things later. Today, he must die. Right, threads of blood flowed from Jin Daong's black eye sockets, looking extremely terrifying. That pair of pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Guanshan, seemingly filled with monstrous resentment. That's it. Wang Li cried out in pleasant surprise, but a second later, his expression changed drastically. No! What are you doing? Idiot. The enemy is right here. Why aren't you working together to fight him? Wang Lai's face shifted, as if there was a struggle for control over the body. A large amount of blood flowed from Jin Daeyong's eye sockets, flowing upwards and covering Wang Lai's head. I know you never looked up to me from the beginning, and now you still want to use me. Jin Daeyong spoke words of resentment, and the blood in his eyes flowed towards the other two faces. Simultaneously, all three of their consciousnesses were being consumed by Jin Daeyong. Do you know, I was the first one to be consumed. Why weren't you willing to save me? Jin Daeyong muttered to himself. He couldn't forget the scene where they had abandoned him. He had clearly sacrificed everything to please them, abandoning his face and dignity just to fit into their group, making himself infinitely humble. Yet how did they treat him? Like cargo, discarded at will. When he couldn't run anymore, they directly reached out and pushed him down. Blood covered his entire body, as if he had crawled out of a pool of blood. Guan Shan saw this scene, frowned, and stepped forward with his sword. In just a few strikes, he sliced Wang Lai's body completely apart, scattering it in all directions. No, why is it so calm, and why didn't I get in any XP? When he sliced their bodies, he had used the Ismaite sword, which could prevent zombies from healing. But Wang Lai's performance was very strange. He just stood there blankly without any movement. It was as calm as if he were dreaming. Now Wang Lai's body, no. It should be said Jin Daeyong's body was scattered around. Just as Guan Shan was wondering, he saw all this flesh and blood merging into the ground. Meat chunks rolled within the bloody ground, and from it, Jin Daeyong's face emerged. After a sinister smile at Guan Shan, the surrounding flesh and blood rapidly gathered together, forming a giant flesh swamp. As it moved, zombies also sank into it, their entire bodies dissolving as if by stomach acid, directly turning into nutrients for the flesh swamp. After devouring 20 or 30 zombies, the area of the flesh swamp became larger and larger. At first, it was only a 1 square meter range, but now it had reached the size of a bus, and it was still growing. You can't escape, Guan Shan. The surrounding zombies are all my nutrients. As the flesh swamp churned, a thick, fishy stench gushed out, and within it, a human face emerged. Jin Daeyong looked at Guan Shan, laughing heartily. I never thought there would be a day where you'd be chased by me. What now? When Yating and the others all looked at Guan Shan, they couldn't think of any way to solve Jin Daeyong's current move. But perhaps Guan Shan had a way. Wait a moment, let me think. Guan Shan pondered for a moment, first using blocks to elevate the ground by 10 meters, building a platform, and letting everyone get onto the platform. At least this way, they would have a safe place. You can run for a while, but not forever. Hurry up and come down to fight me to the death. Jin Daeyong roared, and the flesh swamp erupted in violent churning. The goo arrived on the platform, and before they even had time to be surprised, Jin Daeyong slammed into it violently. Unfortunately, he could not budge the platform. Only Guan Shan could destroy it. Even if, for the sake of argument, it could be destroyed, it was certainly not at a level that Jin Daeyong could manage. He could only let out frantic roars. Do any of you have any ideas? Guan Shan asked, looking at the others. Tan Hua and Xiong Yan both shook their heads. Their methods of attack involved direct physical contact. It went without saying what the consequences would be if they went head-to-head with this flesh swamp that devoured everything. As for the pair, Wang Yongqi and Gao Tianmiao, they weren't even worth considering. Strength was too weak, and there was simply no point in asking them. Watching Guan Shan skip over him without even asking, Gao Tianmiao's hatred for him deepened even further. What about you two? Do you have any good ideas? Wen Yating and Gao Tianhao pondered for a moment. Shortly after, the invisible hand punched down towards the flesh swamp below, and suddenly the scene below seemed to explode, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. It was as if a firecracker had been thrown in and detonated, sending bits flying everywhere. Useless, useless, useless. Jin Daeyoung's face appeared once again, looking up and laughing loudly. You have no food. Come down and fight me to the death. There's no way. Wen Yating shook her head. Her invisible hand could indeed touch him, but it couldn't inflict effective damage, making it impossible to kill Jin Daeyoung. At this, everyone's gaze turned to Gao Tianhao. Facing their stares, Gao Tianhao felt he could no longer hide his abilities. My ability is manipulating earth and stone, Gao Tianhao said, looking at Guan Shan. As he slightly raised his palm, the surrounding earth and stone instantly compressed toward the flesh swamp that Jin Daeyoung had turned into. The earth and stone rumbled, and cracks appeared on the ground, but the flesh swamp only lost a small area, which was quickly replenished by the surrounding zombies. The zombies below were simply too numerous, seemingly endless. For every batch killed, another would come. Even though the earth and stone could inflict damage, it couldn't keep up with the speed of his regeneration, as the endless zombies provided an unceasing supply of nutrients for him. Guan Shan made up his mind that if he could get out, he would definitely build several automatic zombie experience farms here. Maybe we should just go back first. Wang Yongqi started to retreat. This guy was just too bizarre, turning into a puddle of blood like a black hole. He couldn't think of any way to win. No, we can't go back. In Guan Shan's plan, the safe zone would definitely need to expand in the future. At that time, with the forestry farm as the center, he would raise the mountain, release water, and artificially construct a large river, then build river channels and develop the safe zone along those channels. And this gymnasium was just too close to their safe zone. He wouldn't be at ease without getting rid of it. These zombies, having been modified by the thing inside the gymnasium, would actively hunt humans and bring them back, as if providing nutrients. This gave Guan Shan the feeling that the thing inside seemed to be charging up a major attack. But the wind-up was just too long. We must go inside today to see what that thing in the gymnasium is. Guan Shan looked at Xiong Yan. This flesh swamp was like a black hole. If it couldn't be broken from the outside, then they would have to try breaking it from the inside. Xiong Yan, can you jump down and destroy it from the inside? Destroy it from the inside? Xiong Yan blinked. Did Guan Shan mean for him to jump straight in and then make his body grow larger, thereby bursting it from within? That was too daring. His throat bobbed, and a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as he looked at Guan Shan. That's a bit not very good, is it? If he jumped in, he didn't know if he would succeed, but he knew for sure that if he failed, he would die. Guan Shan grabbed Xiong Yan by the head, and they locked eyes. Looking at Guan Shan before him, Xiong Yan felt a bit of fear. Think about it, isn't my method very useful? Don't worry either. If something happens to you, I will definitely go down and save you. I keep my word. Listening to Guan Shan's words, Xiong Yan actually believed him. After all, he had never lied to anyone before, and his credibility was guaranteed. I'm mainly afraid I don't have the ability. Only then did Xiong Yan voice concerns. The flesh swamp below was still continuously expanding, and its area was still growing. You don't need to worry about that. Guan Shan took out the 20 mutant zombie virus gels from his pocket and handed them all to Xiong Yan at once. Eat them all, then jump down. If you fail, I'll go down and join you, Guan Shan said, pointing to the virus gels. This is so many. Xiong Yan's eyes were almost blinded. It wasn't that he hadn't eaten mutant zombie virus gels before, but he had never eaten so many, 20 plus. Were they jelly beans? Nearby, Gao Tianmiao and Wang Yongqi were both incredibly envious, wishing they could replace Xiong Yan and eat them. Gao Tianmiao hadn't eaten many himself, and Wang Yongqi had only ever smelled them. Suddenly seeing over 20 mutant zombie virus gels before them, it would be a lie to say they weren't tempted. But their agitated hearts were immediately extinguished when they met Guan Shan's cold gaze, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Eat them all, Guan Shan urged. If I fail, wouldn't these just be wasted? That doesn't matter. They aren't that valuable anyway. Stop with the nonsense and hurry up and eat them. Hearing Guan Shan's words, the others just felt that there was a gap between people. Their group treated even a single mutant zombie virus gel like a treasure, yet Guan Shan could casually produce 20 virus gel, toss them directly to Xiong Yan, and even say things like it didn't matter. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Brother Guan Shan, if I survive this, I will definitely become your sworn brother. Xiong Yan nodded. After eating all the mutant zombie virus gels, his entire body rapidly grew larger. His skin turned red as if magma were flowing within it. His nostrils flared with heavy breathing, and the muscles on his body swelled up as if they were about to explode, with his blood vessels clearly visible. I'm off! Xiong Yan shouted loudly and leaped down from the high platform. Like a diver, he jumped straight into the flesh swamp, his massive body sending up a huge splash of blood. Jin Daong didn't expect anyone to jump down voluntarily. He was overjoyed, thinking that the people up there knew they were doomed to die anyway, and that one of them had already gone mad. Hey, you all... He had just wanted to speak when he felt a sudden swelling inside his body, as if his stomach were bloated with gas, growing larger and larger. That's not right. What did you do? Jin Daong's face showed terror. Inside the flesh swamp, an object was rapidly growing larger, and soon a head poked out. Ha 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 ha! You want to eat me? Then I'll burst you open. Xiong Yan laughed loudly, his laughter deafening. After eating over 20 mutant zombie virus gels in a row, his stature had reached a terrifying height of 70 meters, and his massive size went without saying. Such a massive size directly burst Jin Daong's stomach. The flesh swamp exploded, spraying everywhere like a rain of blood, mixed with chunks of flesh falling onto the ground with splat, splat sounds. The moment he saw Jin Daong's flesh swamp burst, Guan Shan took the lead, grabbed Wen Yating's hand, and jumped down. The others followed Guan Shan, fighting their way through. After successfully entering the hotel, the zombies behind them gave up the chase because the distance had widened and they could only wander in place. This hotel had 16 floors. The second floor was for playing cards. The third floor was the dining area, the fourth floor was the gym, and the fifth floor and above were for accommodation. The third floor had the most zombies, most of which were directly crushed to death by Wen Yating using her invisible hand, while the second floor area was cleared out by Tan Hua alone. There were almost no zombies in the fourth floor gym area, but on the fifth floor, some zombies were wandering in the hallways, and when passing by some rooms, they could still hear the bang-bang sound of doors being rammed from inside. At first, Guan Shan and the others thought someone was calling for help inside, but after asking a few questions, the sound inside grew louder, and they knew it was a zombie. In the end, the group chose rooms on the 10th floor, one for Guan Shan, one for Wen Yating, Gao Tianmiao, and Wang Yongqi shared one, and Gao Tianhao and Tan Hua shared one. After separating, Guan Shan returned to his room and began to tally his gains. He had killed quite a few mutant zombies on this trip, and at this moment he had 13 mutant zombie virus gels in his backpack. As for the stronger Wang Li 4-person fusion, it had been killed by Xiong Yan. Just as he was thinking about how to act tomorrow, he heard a knock on the door outside. Who is it? It's me. A muffled voice sounded from outside. and when he opened the door, Xiong Yan was standing there. Then, Xiong Yan entered the room with his head lowered and back hunched. Just as Guan Shan was wondering what he had come for, he saw him take out a virus gel from his chest pocket. I thought about it, and this should be yours. I shouldn't have taken it, so I want to return it to you. Looking at advanced zombie virus gel, Guan Shan was quite surprised. You don't intend to keep it? And you plan to give it to me? It belongs to whoever it belongs to. If it weren't for the 20+ virus gels you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. In a sense, you defeated him, so you should take it. Xiong Yan said this while pretending to be generous, but the reluctance in his eyes still showed that he was not that magnanimous. Indeed, who could be so generous as to give away an advanced zombie virus gel? Guan Shan endured for a moment and said, I don't want this thing, you just keep it. It's also to my benefit if you get stronger. That won't do, Brother Guan Shan, you should take it. Yang Yan shook his head, insisting that Guan Shan accept it. How about this, do me a favor? Hearing this, Xiong Yan immediately patted his chest and declared, Don't say one favor, I'll even help with 10. Good. Guan Shan's eyes shifted and he instructed, In a while, arrange to meet Wang Yongyi on the rooftop. Do not reveal my existence. The time is 11 o'clock. Just say you can help them. Xiong Yan was a bit confused. What on earth did this mean? You don't need to understand what it means. You just need to say it. A fierce light flashed in Guan Shan's eyes. He had run out of patience and had to kill him tonight. He had originally intended to let him use up his remaining value and make some contributions before dying, which would be making good use of waste, but this guy only exerted real effort during life and death moments. Usually, he would avoid acting if he could, and his attitude was extremely poor. Guan Shan planned that after the 12 o'clock meeting was set, he wouldn't even need Wen Yating to act. He only needed Wen Yating to hold back the others, and he would kill him himself. He chose the rooftop, because there was nowhere to escape in this place, and any sound would be blown away by the night wind, unable to spread. There was nowhere to run unless one jumped from the 16th floor. With only his steel skin, he absolutely could not withstand the falling damage from the 16th floor. His only outcome would be death. It could be said that once on the rooftop, he would be calling to heaven with no response, and calling to earth with no answer, turtle in a jar. Although Xiong Yan's brain was a bit slow, he wasn't truly stupid. Seeing the cold expression on Guan Shan's face at this moment, he understood something. And when combined with Wang Yongqi's actions, it wasn't hard to guess. Do you need me to help you hold back the others? His eyes flashed. He had no objections to killing Wang Yongqi. No need, others will be responsible for that. You only need to hold back Gao Tianmiao. Xiong Yan nodded. Gao Tianmiao and Wang Yongqi had been on good terms recently. If he found out Wang Yongqi was going to the rooftop alone, he would likely follow, making it difficult for him to strike. If he saw him killing Wang Yongqi, he might also turn against him. In that case, his only choice would be to kill Gao Tianmiao too. But Gao Tianmiao was Gao Tianhao's younger brother, and Gao Tianhao had a close relationship with Tanhua. One wrong move could affect the whole situation, and he couldn't ruin the big picture. I understand. I will go find him at 10:30. After Xiong left, Guan Shan checked the time and went to Wen Yating's room, knocking on the door. Rustling sounds came from inside, as if someone was getting dressed. After a short while, he heard footsteps stop at the door, as if someone was observing through the peephole. Click. Wen Yating opened the door, wrapped in a bath towel. Her skin was translucent, her hair was loose behind her head, and it was still emitting steam. It seemed she had just finished bathing, looking like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Aren't you afraid of getting infected with the zombie virus? What's there to be afraid of? I need to shower anyway, Wen Yating said indifferently. Whether there was the zombie virus in the water or not didn't matter. Showering was the most important thing. I'm just reminding you that you still need to work for me for several months. I've already paid your wages in advance, Guanshan reminded her. He didn't want his few virus gels to go to waste. Got it, so annoying. When Yating waved her hand impatiently, she seemed to dislike being nagged. Her eyes showed annoyance. After handing a bottle of water to Guanshan, she walked straight to the bed and sat down, turning her back to him. From Guanshan's perspective, Wen Yating's figure was absolutely 1 in 10,000, and the genes brought by being an ability user had well refined her skin, making her already stunning beauty even more outstanding. He believed that there were very few people in this world who could surpass Wen Yating's beauty. When she sat on the edge of the bed, her curvaceous figure was perfectly displayed, her perky buttocks pressing against the soft mattress, revealing a breathtaking curve. At this moment, Wen Yating was sitting on the bed wearing only a bathrobe, her back to Guanshan, making it easy to imagine the stunning scenery beneath the bathrobe. I'm just reminding you that Wang Yongqi will go to the rooftop at 11 o'clock. At that time, you need to stop the others, so that no one else notices. 11 o'clock? Who? Wen Yating parted her red lips slightly, looking at the night view outside, and asked softly. Xiongyan. He will be responsible for asking Wang Yongqi to meet on the rooftop. Hearing this, Wen Yating's dark eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her voice carried a hint of confusion. Xiongyan? He's been bought off by you too? He was clearly attracted to me, and is willing to work for me, Guanshan said again. When the time comes, you are responsible for making sure no one notices, especially Gao Tianmiao. I thought you intended for me to use a honey trap to lure Wang Yongqi out. What's the deal with Gao Tianmiao? Wen Yating lowered her head, looking at her own fair and rosy, slender jade legs. They looked as if they had been carefully sculpted by a creator. An ounce more would be too fat, an ounce less too thin. The straightness of her calves and the shapeliness of her thighs formed a perfect curve. Guanshan looked at the bottled water, confirmed the date, then took a sip. Gao Tianmiao is Gao Tianhao's younger brother. The relationship between Gao Tianhao and Tanhua, quite unusual, and could say it's intimate. Pulling one hair affects the whole body, so Gao Tianmiao needs to be kept stable for the time being. Wen Yating gave a bored yawn. She really disliked this feeling of being overly cautious. In her view, Guanshan's strength was already so great that he should just kill them. If Gao Tianmiao wasn't convinced, kill Gao Tianmiao. If Gao Tianhao had an opinion, kill Gao Tianhao. If Tanhua felt dissatisfied, kill Tanhua. How simple was that? Just kill them. Why was it so difficult? Bored, she fiddled with her fingernails and said lazily. Actually, you could just kill Gao Tianmiao along with them. Gao Tianmiao always liked to get close to her, and his strength was very weak. Most importantly, he lacked self-awareness, had ambitions higher than the sky, and even planned to pursue her. He can't be killed yet. If you want to kill him, you have to at least wait until the safe zone is completely built. The safe zone is built. Wen Yating became interested upon hearing this. The gymnasium is just the first step. My idea is to enclose the area of an entire district with walls, restore civilization, gather talent, and then gradually expand outward. Guanshan had no intention of hiding anything and laid out his thoughts directly. Tanhua and the others only thought about being local tyrants, while his idea was to build an area that could accommodate at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. There were no villagers here, so no iron golems would spawn. To manufacture iron golems in large quantities, he had to collect iron blocks. Doing it alone was simply too slow. Thus, it was better to let others help him collect them, while he only needed to issue orders. To complete this step, he needed iron or raw materials, factories, and also electricity to provide energy, along with a large number of technical personnel. To achieve this, he had to establish a relatively safe environment. And this gymnasium was very unsafe and had to be eradicated. Therefore, the gymnasium was the first step. If the threat of the gymnasium was not eliminated, everything else would be just wishful thinking. To achieve this goal, I need many people to help, Guanshan said, enunciating every word. Every word revealed an absolute will. You want to rebuild civilization. Of course. Wen Yating chuckled. What a crazy idea. I thought you would flee to the interior with us. I didn't expect you to want to resist to the end. Standing up and looking at Guanshan again, Wen Yating seemed to realize who this man was for the time. Before, she only thought he kept his word, had compassion, and possessed terrifying strength. She hadn't expected him to have such lofty ambitions. After a while, Wen Yating said softly, "Do you know that the coast has fallen? The zombies there cannot be compared to the ones here. They are stronger than you can imagine." "I know." Guanshan nodded. He had known from the very beginning that the zombies here were just in the newbie zone, and the zombies in the coastal areas only be more terrifying. In the world, the places still resisting, besides us, are only North America, Siberia, and some islands in Northern Europe. Perhaps you can become a torch among them, establishing confidence for everyone. At this moment, Wen Yating felt that what Guanshan said was not talk. It was truly possible to achieve. Because everyone in North America carried guns, and the population was sparse. The zombie outbreak was contained from the very beginning. Everyone pulled out firearms to hunt zombies. Especially in Florida, a place where outstanding people emerge, the zombies were actually suppressed by humans. At this moment, many resistance organizations still existed. As for Siberia, it was also for the same reason. But due to the bitter cold, there were fewer people resisting. Needless to say, the islands in Northern Europe had even fewer. Most were just small groups of people conducting guerrilla warfare, with the possibility of being wiped out at any time. And here, the inland region had the most people, the strongest level of organization, and was also the strongest in terms of power. Now one more person had to be added to that list. Looking at Guanshan's determined eyes, Wen Yating felt exceptionally reassured. This man had a kind of magic. Whatever he said would come true. If one day comes, can you fight back? I want to see my hometown. Okay, I will definitely do it. In fact, that was my idea all along. The two looked into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Wen Yating smiled brightly. The smile was stunning, brightening the whole room. And even Guanshan was slightly distracted. I believe in you, Wen Yating said softly, as faint as a mosquito's buzz, so quiet that Guanshan didn't quite hear it. What? Nothing. After standing up again, Wen Yating smoothed her hair, then looked at the time. It's getting late. Should we start? Guanshan looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already 10:23. Xiong Yan would go to find Wang Yongqi at 10:30, which meant there were only 7 minutes left. Yes, Xiong Yan will go to find Wang Yongqi at 10:30. We should get ready. Outside the window, in the silent night, there was only the sound of the wind howling past. There was nothing else, as if it had been abandoned by the world. Guanshan pushed the door open. The cold air outside made him shiver. He glanced at Wen Yating, who was preparing to change clothes, and then the door was closed, pushed shut by the invisible hand. Returning to the hallway, stepping on the plush carpet, Guanshan turned and walked toward the stairwell, intending to go up on foot. Using the elevator would alert Wang Yongqi. In the hallway, 5 minutes later, Xiong Yan pushed open the door and walked out of the room, heading straight to a room and knocking on the door. Who? It's me, Xiong Yan. Xiong Yan stood at the doorway, his height over 2.5 meters, almost pressing against the door. After a while, the door opened and Gao Tianmiao's face appeared. "What do you want?" Gao Tianmiao did not show any hostility. After all, Xiongyan was no longer a threat now in his eyes, he was just a big dummy. "I want to find Wang Yongqi." Inside the room, Wang Yongqi, who had just gotten into bed, froze a moment, and then saw a person at the doorway bending at the waist and turning sideways to enter. "Hello, Wang Yongqi." Xiongyan revealed a row of wide, snow-white teeth and said with a smile, "I have something I want to talk to you about in private. Let's go to the rooftop." Xiongyan nodded to Wang Yongqi and pointed outside. "I'll wait for you in the hallway. Don't make me wait too long." After saying that, he walked out the door. Inside the room, Wang Yongqi frowned. After thinking it over, he felt there was no harm in going out, it was just the hallway, so he followed him out. Gao Tianmiao wanted to hear what they were saying, but he saw the two of them had already walked to the stairwell together, where they were enveloped in shadows. "What do you want to see me about?" "It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly." Xiongyan chuckled, offering a harmless smile as he spoke. "Damn it! Still no signal!" Bai Zimo held his phone up high, trying to catch a sliver of signal. He leaned over the rooftop railing and tried for a long time, but still came up empty-handed. "Give up. There's no signal at all." Feng Jai scratched his head dejectedly. The two of them had been trapped by zombies for several days. They originally had a chance to escape, but they wasted a few days searching for food. As a result, they found that the number of zombies below was increasing, a massive crowd that seemed to have appeared overnight. They hid in a room during the day and didn't see Guanshan's group. At night, they came to the rooftop, perfectly avoiding Guanshan and the others. Both were tourists. Bai Zimo and Feng Jai were college students majoring in mechanical engineering. "Then aren't we going to be trapped here until we die?" Hearing this, Ding Zi felt quite despairing, a deep sadness surfacing on his pale face. He was a civil engineering student, a notoriously difficult major. He could already envision his future life, where this pale face would likely be a thing of the past. But he never expected that before his life as a civil engineer even began, the zombie outbreak would occur. He had originally planned to take one good trip because once he entered the civil engineering field, he'd never be able to travel again. Well, now he didn't have to join, but he was going to die. The three of them huddled together on the rooftop, looking down at the growing number of zombies. Their hearts filled with nothing but despair. Clack, clack, clack. The three of them turned around and looked toward the pitch-black stairwell. They glanced at each other, seeing shock and fear in each other's eyes. "Is it a zombie?" Ding Zi was the first to speak. "No, it's not a zombie." Bai Zimo listened. The footsteps were rhythmic. A person was coming up. "Let's go over there quickly." "Someone's finally here," Feng Jai excitedly. "Wait." Bai Zimo'd Feng Jai back. "With so many zombies down there, how did they get in? Don't you think it's strange?" "Oh, what's so strange? Maybe they have the strength for it." Regardless of how they got here, an extra person means an extra bit of hope. Feng Jai brushed off Bai Zimo's hand, wanting to go and meet them. Just then, he heard a voice from below. "Right here?" They heard it clearly. It was a cold female voice, crisp and clear. One could tell just by the sound that she was a great beauty. "That's right, right here. I will kill Wang Yongqi here." A second later, a male rang out, forceful and resonant, carrying a resolute determination. Their faces turned pale upon hearing this, and their bodies trembled slightly. What kind of people are these? Why are they talking about killing someone? And they were going to do it on the rooftop. They wanted to run, but there was only one way down from the rooftop. A confrontation was unavoidable. "Are we still going down?" Ding Zi said tremulously, his voice dropping an octave. "How can we go down now? What if they kill us too?" Terrified, Bai Zimo kept glancing at the stairwell, fearing the person would come up any second. After searching for a structure to hide behind, he quickly led the others to take cover. They hid behind the ventilation equipment. Bai Zimo poked his head out and watched the stairwell. Before long, a tall man walked out. He didn't have any particularly striking features, but he possessed an unmistakable aura that marked him as different at a glance. It was an aura unique to leaders. A sharp air emanated from between his brows, and his eyes were as calm as a lake, yet contained a hidden storm. Bai Zimo continued to watch. Soon, the sound of high heels rang out. Following the man was a tall woman with sharp features and long hair flowing loosely behind her. Though he could only see her back, she was undoubtedly one in a million. The woman seemed to follow the man's lead. After surveying the surroundings and confirming everything was clear, they both walked back down. As the sound of the high heels faded, the area fell into complete silence once more. The group didn't dare to breathe, holding their breath and praying incessantly. Ding Zi stayed in one position for so long that his legs went numb, but he didn't dare move a muscle for fear of alerting the man. They were well aware that a murder was about to take place. Thus, they only hoped the man would finish it quickly and leave immediately, without lingering to clean up the scene or anything of the sort. They had thought an ally had arrived, but it turned out to be a murderer. Once the man had found a place to hide, Bai Zimo retracted his head and closed his eyes in prayer. Wang Yongqi, although I don't know what you look like, I'll pray for you for now. A while later, about 20 or 30 minutes, the voices of two men came from the stairwell. Brother Xiongyan, I really wish we'd met sooner. He really went too far today, completely disregarding your life, Wang Yongqi said with righteous indignation, pulling Xiongyan onto the rooftop with him. Xiongyan nodded as well, saying with feigned resentment, I still feel a lingering fear when I think about it now. After they talked for a bit, Xiongyan slapped his forehead and said, I just remembered something. I'll head back first, wait for me a moment. After saying that, he left like a gust of wind. Wang Yongqi stood there, puzzled by Xiongyan's sudden behavior. How could they be talking so happily 1 second and then he's gone the next? Is he playing me? Just as he was wondering, a series of forceful footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Thump! 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 Every time a foot hit a step, it felt as though it were stepping on his heart, making it twitch. A drop of sweat rolled down his temple. Wang Yongqi's heart raced faster, and his breathing grew ragged. Bai Zimo and the others could clearly hear his breath echoing in the night air. Who's there? Wang Yongqi seemed to realize something and suddenly grew agitated, shouting toward the stairwell. He felt the shadow of death looming over him. Xiongyan, stop joking around! Where no one could see, his hands had begun to tremble uncontrollably. From the stairwell, a shadow emerged. The shadows at the stairwell became increasingly familiar. Wang Yongqi's body was trembling as sweat poured down his forehead. Large beads of sweat dripped onto the ground, heard clearly by Bai Zimo and the others in the pin-drop silence. That shadow seemed like the Grim Reaper, closing in on him step by step, while he was helpless, only able to stand there and howl and collapse. I should have known. I should have known long ago. Wang Yongqi broke down. His knees went weak, unable to support him, and he staggered backward until he reached the railing. Looking at the pitch-black environment below and hearing the faint roars of zombies, Wang Yongqi wept bitterly, his fingers clawing into his hair. If he jumped down, he would surely be smashed to pieces and then devoured by the zombies, right? He had heard that many people who jump off buildings regret it halfway down, but there's no way out. The fate of death is already unchangeable, even as they continue to fall at high speed. At such a moment, time would feel like it was passing slowly, and a massive wave of regret and fear would drown their hearts. Then comes the impact. The initial point of contact would be shattered. In that moment, one would still have a sliver of consciousness, and after feeling a piercing pain, everything would fade into nothingness. If one were lucky, landing headfirst could avoid that. At this thought, Wang Yongqi almost slumped against the railing. Guanshan, how on earth did I offend you? How is Xiong Yan one of your people too? Ever since Xiong Yan said those nonsensical words, he had felt something was wrong. But it was all too late. Once he stepped onto this rooftop, everything was destined, and no one could change it. Wang Yongqi was a smart man. He figured it out almost instantly. His pupils trembled as he stared at the stairwell. The shadow became more and more familiar. It wasn't Xiong Yan's build at all. Now he didn't even have the chance to lie to himself. A sudden flash of wishful thinking emerged in his heart, feeling that Guanshan wouldn't go this far and just wanted to talk. But he quickly laughed at himself. Was he really that afraid? He was even deceiving himself now. If it wasn't to kill him once and for all, why would Guanshan have designed all of this? He had always been on guard, Guanshan's little tricks, never expecting him to have such a straightforward plan. I used to hold schemes and plots as precious treasures. I never expected them to be so fragile. Only now did he realize how laughable his actions were. His repeated harassments had only made Guanshan more annoyed and strengthened his resolve to kill him. Finally, the death knell-like footsteps came to an end. Guanshan fully ascended the steps and stood on the rooftop. The night wind whistled, bringing endless cold and dampness, making the old, rusted iron door creak. The door slammed against the wall, half of which had peeled away to reveal its base color, then bounced back. Over and over again. Wang Yongqi's body was cold and shaking as he slumped on the ground. Guanshan seemed not to have expected Wang Yongqi to show such an unsightly state. He shook his head with a sigh. I thought you would have the courage to fight to the death, but I didn't expect you to be so pathetic. Wang Yongqi noticed Guanshan was holding a long sword, its blade still stained with blood, likely left over, killing zombies. In the current environment, it exuded boundless killing intent. I really know I was wrong. Spare my life. Wang Yongqi's sturdy body was now flat on the ground, crawling forward. It was a ridiculous sight, like a dog begging for food, wagging its tail for mercy. I beg you. Gunj kicked him in the face. Through his shoe, he could feel the thick flesh of the man's face. That face was slightly deformed by the kick, but a twisted smile could still be seen, filled with flattery and fawning. I don't want to waste words. You should know your fate. With that, Guanshan raised his long sword high, an aura of sharpness swirling around his head. It was a sword of Damocles, but it was going to strike in the next second. Wait! Wang Yongqi raised his hand, wanting to say something more. In the next second, the long sword in Guanshan's hand swung down without a single word. Bai Zimo pulled his head back, his chest heaving violently. The scene just now almost made him cry out on the spot. He had clearly seen a man being sliced completely open, intestines and organs spilling everywhere, blood spraying as far as 3 or 4 meters away. On the rooftop, Guanshan retracted his long sword. Looking at the scene, which was as bloody as could be, his expression remained unchanged. By now, his heart would no longer fluctuate over such a small matter. Strangely enough, when the zombie outbreak first started, he couldn't bring himself to kill a few people. Now he could be this calm. People always spend a lot of time wandering in hesitation, then grow up in just a few moments. Is it done? A slender and graceful figure walked out of the shadows, revealing a beautiful face. Wen Yating first stepped onto the rooftop, glanced at Guanshan, and then looked at Wang Yongqi, who had been split in two. I really can't stand you. always making things so bloody. Wen Yating shook her head with a headache, then used her invisible hand to grab the two halves of the body and hurl them out, performing a high-altitude drop that gave Wang Yongqi an experience as a human cannonball. Two splat sounds came from the ground. It seemed they had landed on some zombies. "Let's go," Guanshan intending to lead the way. Wen Yating nodded, but after taking a step, she realized something and stopped. Guanshan also stopped and looked at Wen Yating in confusion. "What's wrong?" "Shh, quiet." Wen Yating put a finger to her lips and then scanned the surroundings. The pupils of Bai Zimo and the others shook violently. They didn't understand how they had made a sound. Just as their hearts were pounding fiercely, Wen Yating said something that almost made their hearts stop on the spot. "There are other people on the rooftop. Your actions just now were seen clearly." And the others had miserable expressions, thinking they were finished and were going to be killed. "Oh my God!" Dingzi's body suddenly rose into the air, as if a giant invisible hand had grabbed him by the neck, lifting him out like a chick and bringing him before Guanshan. As Bai Zimo was also dragged over, the three of them finally saw clearly the appearance of the person who had become a murderer in their eyes. Guanshan looked at the three of them shaking like sieves. Their eyes filled with terror as if he were some heinous villain or about to do something cruel to them, and he sighed softly. However, that sigh made them misunderstand his meaning. Thinking he intended to kill them all, they immediately began to wail. "Don't kill me, I'm still young." Dingzi was the first to wail. He had worked so hard for 10 years of hard schooling, thinking he was embarking on a smooth path in life, only to find out it was civil engineering. Even that was fine. But then he accidentally witnessed a murder scene. And now he had been caught? Wen Yating crossed her arms and looked at Guanshan with a smile. "Don't panic, everyone. I'm a good person." On the rooftop, the bloodstains had not yet dried. A man stood there. Bai Zimo and the other two had clearly seen him use a sharpness iron sword to hack that person in half, then calmly claim he was a good person. After a moment of silence, Feng Jai said tremblingly, "Are you really a good person? Then why did you kill that man?" Hearing this, Guanshan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you a college student?" "Yes." "I see." Only a pure and naive college student would ask such a question. Guanshan nodded. "You shouldn't judge a person based on a single moment. If you get to know me over time, you'll see I'm a good person. I had a reason for killing him." The three of them nodded somewhat blankly, as if they understood. Guanshan continued, "I see you have no place to stay right now. I've established a safe zone not far from here with clean water and food. You can join us." Zemo and the others exchanged looks. Not understanding how things had developed so confusingly, had the murderer from a moment ago just turned into a great benefactor of a safe zone? Unsure what to make of it, they wanted to discuss it, but then they saw the beautiful woman frown with an impatient look. "Are you going or not? Just give us an answer. What's there to discuss?" Wen Yating didn't understand why Guanshan was bothering with all this. In her view, they didn't have the right to refuse. They should just follow. Why were there so many excuses? The three of them shuddered and timidly agreed. Seeing this, Guanshan just looked at Wen Yating helplessly. He hadn't expected that she seemed completely unaware of her mistake, though she still looked away guiltily under his gaze. "Don't be afraid. We really aren't bad people. You'll understand once you reach the safe zone." Guanshan then led the three down from the rooftop. Xiongyan, who was guarding the 15th floor, was a bit dazed by the sight. Only Wang Yongqi had gone up to the rooftop. How were there 3 more people coming down? Where did they pop up from? Pushing aside his shock, he quickly went up to apologize, but Guanshan just waved him off, telling him it wasn't necessary. "Go back for now. Check if Tan Hua and the others noticed anything unusual. Focus on monitoring Gao Tianmiao. Don't let him pull any stunts on me. Now that Wang Yongqi was dead, the focus had to be on Gao Tianmiao. Although his ability isn't very strong, it's enough of a nuisance when used for sneak attacks or against ordinary people. Listening to Guanshan's warning, Xiongyan nodded in agreement. This zombie manipulation ability seemed like trash, but if he hid in the shadows and kept harassing them, it would be a very disgusting ability to deal with. Just then, Wen Yating walked over, produced a towel from somewhere, and handed it to Guanshan. Thanks. Taking the towel, he briefly wiped the blood stains from his skin before returning it to Wen Yating. Seeing this, Xiongyan's eyes darted between the two of them. Realizing something, he just smiled and rubbed his head dejectedly, feeling as if something in his heart had finally settled. Oh well, following Guanshan was fine. At least, he was stronger than himself. What do we do now? Feng Jia led the other two downstairs, only then realizing there was another person guarding the rear. He couldn't help but feel chilled by Guanshan's thoroughness. You guys stay here for the time being. We planned a situation at the gymnasium after daybreak. It was almost midnight. Guanshan didn't need to sleep, but the others did. Tomorrow's situation was bound to be even more severe than today's. He then added another instruction. Stay safe. We'll take you with us when we return. After speaking, Guanshan led Wen Yating and the others downstairs. On the other side, Tanhua and Gao Tianhao hadn't noticed anything. They were currently carefully checking the supplies they would need for tomorrow. Gao Tianmiao, however, felt uneasy and walked out of the room. At that moment, he happened to run into Guanshan's group exiting the stairwell. Gao Tianmiao bumped right into Xiongyan. Before he could even ask anything, he saw Guanshan and Wen Yating walking out together. At first, Gao Tianmiao didn't understand what was happening. After standing there thinking for a few seconds, he realized something. His heart skipped a beat, and he rushed forward to grab Guanshan's arm. What did you do to Wang Yongqi? His angry voice echoed through the corridor. Gao Tianmiao tried to look at Xiongyan, but Xiongyan only showed him the back of his head, standing there silently. Wen Yating, meanwhile, looked at Gao Tianmiao with cold eyes, a faint killing intent in her beautiful gaze. He was bitten by a zombie and was very dangerous. I've arranged another room for him to rest in. Guanshan turned his head and gave Gao Tianmiao a look. The latter instinctively let go of his arm. After taking 2 steps back, Gao Tianmiao gritted his teeth and roared, "Stop lying." You killed him, didn't you? The group ignored him and just walked forward. A more furious voice came from behind them. Are you afraid to admit what you did? How did he offend you? This time, Gan Miao practically rushed up to point right at Guanshan's nose. Guanshan frowned deeply. He wasn't in the habit of letting people point at his nose and curse him. He reached out, grabbed the finger, and applied slight upward pressure. Let go. Let go. The noise in the corridor finally woke Tanhua's group. When they stepped out of their rooms, they saw the scene of Guanshan's trio surrounding Gao Tianmiao. Gao Tianhao rushed over the instant he saw his younger brother, supporting him and checking anxiously for injuries. Gao Tianmiao clutched his injured finger, saying nothing, just staring at Guanshan with boundless fury in his eyes. This was the first time he had met such a like-minded friend, and the first time he had found his own value. Someone he got along with so well had been killed by Guanshan. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Gao Tianhao looked at Gao Tianmiao anxiously, then at Guanshan's group, trying to read something from their cold faces. Xiongyan looked away awkwardly and walked silently to the other side. Tanhua was his former teammate, while Guanshan had shown him great kindness. He really couldn't take a side, so he could only remain neutral. Brother, he killed Wang Yongqi. Gao Qiao's brow furrowed. He had met Wang Yongqi and felt he wasn't a good person, that he was too scheming. However, he hadn't expected Guanshan to be so decisive. The speed of it was staggering. What exactly happened? Tanhua said in a heavy voice, walking up to the group. After looking at Guanshan, he turned his gaze back to Gao Tianmiao. Jianhao, take Tianmiao back for now. Stay with him today. I'll handle things here. Okay. Gao Tianhao nodded and helped Gao Tianmiao back first. Along the way, Gao Tianmiao just kept head down, not saying a word. Is there anything else? Hearing Guanshan's words, Tanhua gave a bitter smile. Even if you were going to kill him, there was no need to be so fast. I think it could have waited, at least until we got back. I'm the kind of person who can't tolerate a grain of sand in my eye. As Xuan spoke, he glanced at Gao Tianmiao and then walked away, leaving Hua standing there alone. The three of you stay here for now. We'll come for you tomorrow once everything is over. After settling by Zemo and the other two, silence returned to the corridor. It was late at night, but Guanshan had no intention of sleeping. He walked to the wall facing the gymnasium. After calculating the distance, he began to dig. He first used an iron pickaxe to dig a 2x2 opening in the concrete wall, then used blocks to platform forward, digging as he went. A straight line suddenly appeared in the sky. The zombies stared blankly at the heavens, not understanding what was happening. If any zombie had slightly better vision, they would see the line slowly extending with a human figure at its tip. The night wind was exceptionally strong. Guanshan moved backward, building with the blocks hand as he went. He had plenty of stone blocks. It was definitely enough to reach the gymnasium. As he built, he added stone railings to both sides to prevent anyone from falling off after daybreak. The closer he got to the gymnasium, the more zombies there were. If he tried to break through normally, even killing for 10 days and nights, without rest would be useless. Building a bridge of blocks through the sky was the only way. It was already 2 in the morning. Guanshan continued building his blocks forward. The zombies on the ground let out unwilling roars, and abnormals tried to jump up again and again to knock him down. When he was 100 meters from the gymnasium, Guanshan could see that massive meatball from a distance. It was currently opening its huge mouth like an abyss. Its skin was as an unhealthy pale white with layers of fat. Between the folds of fat, small chubby hands protruded, waving aimlessly with its breathing. Its massive body also rose and fell with every breath. It was hard to describe what this thing was. The only certainty was that beneath it, zombies were being produced continuously. In just this short time, several zombies had already been born from it. Much like a zebra being born on the African savanna, they fell to the ground covered in blood amidst a pool of mucus. Then, the zombies would walk out, their skin still covered in a layer of membrane, emitting a bloody stench. Some among them were mindless, some were mutant zombies, and others were abnormals. Abnormals took longer to be born and were stronger, at the level of an advanced zombie, but they had no thoughts and were merely tools. After watching for a while, he continued forward. When he reached 50 meters away, a layer of white mist suddenly filled the air, obscuring his vision. He felt like he had lost his sense of direction. Suddenly, his head spun, and he felt like he was about to collapse. At the critical moment, he walked forward a distance. After escaping the white mist, he regained control of his body, though a faint sense of nausea remained in his chest. What exactly happened? Guanshan frowned and checked his status bar. Lost? What exactly is the situation? And what caused that white mist? Guanshan couldn't figure out what had happened, but that giant zombie was currently producing zombies non-stop. If left alone, it would only lead to a great disaster. High coastal areas have already fallen. It must be because of these things. Guanshan sat down and began to think. He had seen intelligent zombies, which meant that a social structure would definitely emerge within the zombie population. They would surely form a pyramid society, with powerful zombies at the apex. To be even bolder, he estimated that a zombie-built civilization might have already appeared. Such organobbies would only become even more powerful. It was difficult for a human to defeat a zombie one-on-one, and now there was this thing that could mass-produce zombies on an assembly line. In the long run, how could humanity ever defeat the zombies? Just thinking about it brought a sense of despair. More importantly, humanity was currently being routed and had no place to settle, while the zombies were making triumphant progress. They had even produced something like a zombie mother nest in this city. While Guanshan was thinking about how to solve this, he saw some familiar-looking zombies. Those zombies all had a line on their bellies, giving off the impression of "please cut along the dotted line." There were quite a few of them, forming a long queue that was continuously moving toward the mother nest. There are probably humans inside. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do right now. After thinking hard for a while, Guanshan suddenly had a bold idea. Could I surround the mother nest with stone and create a zombie experience trapping field? In an instant, he was amazed by his own idea. The mother nest could produce zombies continuously. As long as he fenced it in, wouldn't he have an endless supply of experience? As the zombies increased, they would gather in his zombie experience farm, and he could obtain experience from them. Thinking this way, a formula could be derived. More zombies if fewer zombies, I become stronger. Am I a genius? Just as Guanshan was feeling his idea, he saw those zombies carrying humans again. These zombies seem to go back to capture humans. If I can just catch them, wouldn't that be the same as the zombies working for me? Guanshan had once heard of a bird called an osprey, also known as a cormorant. They had thick necks, and when they caught fish on the water, they could store them in their throats. Fishermen would keep them and tie a thin cord around their throats so they could contain food. Haha, zombies are simply wonderful. They can work for me forever. No wages needed. No sleep needed. No food needed. They can capture survivors for me 24 hours a day. I'll just have to wait for the right time to harvest. Guanshan suddenly burst into laughter. Zombies were simply the perfect workers. They had no consciousness. It used to be 996, but now he'd give them 07. Starting work at midnight and finishing at midnight. Working 7 days a week. When the zombies can't move anymore, I can still turn them into experience. This is just too great. In the night sky, a laugh that made the zombies shudder rang out. For some reason, they felt as if the person above them was a devil. When Guanshan looked down, the creatures below were no longer zombies. They were colorful experience points and workers who would help work all year round without rest. Ha ha ha. I can't wait. In the night sky, a figure carrying a bucket of water dropped down. Endless zombies swarmed the moment he landed, but two iron swords danced up and down, quickly clearing a space. Ha. Sometimes dead people are indeed more useful than the living, but zombies are even better than the dead. The zombies looked up once again, only this time Guanshan was very close to them, only 5 meters high. Even so, it was still difficult for them to reach him. Countless zombies gathered toward the wall, trying to climb up or form human pyramids. A large number of zombies had already piled up at the bottom. But even more zombies climbed up by stepping on their bodies, only to instantly become experience points for him. Guanshan continued to expand, building a 5x3 wall around the gymnasium. He planned to place some people here in the future to help him keep watch. When it was harvest, they could notify him, so he could come to harvest the leeks. Looking at these zombies now, They no longer appeared as hideous as before. They even seemed a bit cute. "Don't be in a hurry, my little leeks. I'll be in close contact with you later." Guanshan ignored them, simply burying his head in construction using stones. Any zombies that blocked his path were cut down immediately, so they could be reincarnated as soon as possible. He didn't know how much time had passed. When he looked up, the sky was beginning to brighten, and he had already reached the group of zombies that were carrying humans. They were still in a long line, but because Guanshan was approaching, many zombies had already begun to surround him. After thinking for a moment, he expanded a 20-20 area inside the wall. The wall was only one layer of stone, just 1 meter thick. He then lured them into this area. Looking at the still roaring zombies, Guanshan smiled slightly and did a quick count. 152 zombies have already entered. Guanshan stood for a good while, and after confirming that no more zombies were coming in, he began the work of sealing the edges. Looking up, the long dragon-like queue was now down to almost nothing. In the future, I'll need to do diversion work luring ordinary zombies into traps and luring these human-capturing zombies into this area to make it easier to rescue the humans inside. After enclosing this of zombies, Guanshan was in no hurry to kill the chicken to get the egg. Instead, he continued to work hard. As block after block fell, Guanshan looked up. The sky was slightly bright. A ray of morning light was breaking through, and the horizon was lit up. I have to keep going. The gymnasium was huge. Guanshan had heard it could hold 60,000 people. He was building a perimeter wall about 60 meters out, intending to completely enclose it. Needless to say, the workload was enormous. Guanshan built it block by block. When he ran out of materials, he dug into the ground. After all, it could be used as a bunker in the future. Finally, Guanshan had almost hollowed out the ground around the gymnasium, and the wall gradually closed in. For me, this can truly be called a project of the century. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, he felt his hands shaking. Looking back, the sun was high in the sky. It was already around noon. He had actually been building for more than half a day. Now, the area inside the wall was completely packed. Those outside couldn't get in, and those inside couldn't get out. As a result, both the inside and outside of the wall were covered in zombies, like golden apple snails along a riverbank. I must build a zombie experience trapping ground immediately. Guanshan estimated that at least 10 or so large zombie experience trapping grounds were needed here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to hold many zombies. Since I already hollowed out some places, now I just need to excavate them again to modify them. That makes it quite convenient. Wiping the sweat from his forehead and rubbing his waist, even though his constitution was 1 in 10,000, and likely unprecedented and unmatched even with such physical fitness, he felt exhausted. His satiety level had dropped significantly, but fortunately it recovered after eating something. Looking back, the countless zombies were densely packed. If someone with trypophobia were here, they would probably die on the spot. Guanshan's heart grew increasingly fervent. A deep sense of achievement filled his heart. These were all warm experience points. Although zombies had no body temperature, they were incredibly warm when converted into experience. The establishment of this wall signaled the removal of a time bomb. It meant he would have a steady, continuous supply of experience. It meant he would have virus gel that he could harvest at regular times every day. Don't forget, these zombies, there were also mutant zombies. Even abnormal advanced zombies. Their heads also contained virus gel. The building area was 100,000 square meters. He had built a wall 60 meters away from the gymnasium. With a quick calculation, he could conclude that the area enclosed by his wall was of about 170,000 square meters. Just as Guan Shan was feeling proud of himself, a shout came from above. Tan Hua and his group had been waiting anxiously at the hotel for several hours. Just as they thought something had happened, Guan Shan Wen Yating, who was out, first noticed something unusual. As she walked forward along the sky path, she saw Guan Shan's figure buried in hard work. Standing at a height of 10 stories, the entire massive gymnasium was now enclosed by a wall. The stone wall was indestructible, and countless zombies clung to it, like soldiers in ancient times attacking a city, one after another. Wen Yating stared in a daze, then quickly turned back to inform Tan Hua and the others. When they arrived, they were similarly speechless with shock. Since ancient times, humans have always had a mysterious pursuit of such grand engineering wonders, to the point of being somewhat obsessed. Many would call it a waste of manpower and resources, with the losses outweighing the gains. But when it truly appears before you, you still can't help but offer heartfelt praise. Human instinct is to conquer everything, and the construction of wonders is undoubtedly the most representative way. What on earth happened? Everyone was dumbfounded. Tan Hua was truly a bit intimidated. Guan Shan's actions were simply inconceivable to him. Although he already knew his ability was construction, could it really be this exaggerated? Is his stamina nearly infinite? Soon, Guan Shan noticed Wen Yating and her group, and started building with stones, spiraling upward. Did you build all of this by yourself? Although Wen Yating had already raised her expectations for this man infinitely, he still managed to surprise her time and time again. Who else could it be but me? Guan Shan smiled confidently, enjoying this feeling. Whether it was the sense of achievement from the recent completion, or the amazed looks of the crowd, it was addictive, hundreds of times more satisfying than slaughtering zombies in Muzo style. What are those things protruding outward? At this time, Tan Hua noticed some boxes on the massive wall below that protruded outward. They were perfectly square, with small black dots moving inside. Those for me to raise zombies. Huh? Zombies can be raised? As soon as those words were spoken, almost everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone walked down the spiral staircase. They finally saw the details of this grand building clearly. For Taiwan novels, visit Chao Shayang. The 5-meter-high wall was 3 meters wide, with no railings on the side. They would likely be added later. In the area where Guan Shan penned up the zombies, there was a door for entry and exit. Besides that, Guan Shan also took them to visit the simple bunker he had made. Although it was called a simple bunker, it was still quite astonishing. With a little cleaning, it could serve perfectly as a shelter. If stocked with enough food and water, could last for many days. Rather than calling it a perimeter wall, it's more like a city wall, Xiong Yan said as he walked. Everyone nodded in appreciation. If it were just a perimeter wall, where would you find one 5 meters high and 3 meters wide? How did you come up with this idea? Wen Yating asked, still somewhat surprised. I'm planning to approach the gymnasium now, but when I was only 50 meters away, a thick fog appeared and disrupted my perception. That's why I came up with this method. As he spoke, Guan Shan walked to the edge, looked at the roaring zombies below, and pointed at them. You should have seen it too. There's a massive zombie in this gymnasium. I'm calling it the Broodmother for now. It can continuously produce zombies, including mutant zombies and abnormals. Tan Hua and the others nodded. They had also seen it on their way down. Suddenly, Tan Hua seemed to realize something and said in enlightenment, I see. No wonder we've cleared the zombies so many times. Yet still seamless. Right. I remember now too. Xiong Yan also had a shocked expression. In the coastal areas, they knew from the start that mutant zombies emerged from ordinary zombies. Thus, they killed ordinary zombies on a large scale. This way, the zombies would become like water would a source kill one, and there's one less. But even though they had already killed so many that they almost never saw ordinary zombies, and were planning the final battle, a massive number of zombies suddenly appeared one day, seemingly endless. At the same time, many mutant zombies, abnormals, and so on directly broke through their defensive lines, causing people to flee or hide. Tanhua had originally found it very strange, but today he finally understood why that variable had appeared. The reason was this blood mother. Thinking of this, when he looked at Guanshan again, it was as if he were looking at a monster. Something that was practically a strategic weapon for zombies, and you've just penned it up like livestock? Guanshan continued to explain his thoughts to everyone. As long as we keep them penned up here, we can clear them periodically. Moreover, we'll have a leek garden where we can regularly harvest virus gel. As soon as he said this, Xiong Yan and the others looked at Guanshan with burning eyes. Owning a leek garden where virus gel could be harvested regularly meant that in the future, they wouldn't need to laboriously risk their lives to kill zombies. Instead, they could steadily increase their strength. You should know there are also abnormals with the strength of advanced zombies inside, Guanshan added. Now, everyone was completely unable to remain calm. They all looked at Guanshan. This gymnasium had already become a resource in his hands. From then on, Guanshan would be able to use the virus gel produced periodically by the gymnasium to control the ability users, grabbing them by their lifeblood. The most terrifying thing was that this was unique. Almost no one else could do what Guanshan did. Tanhua knew he had absolutely no way to compete with him. He had originally thought about splitting off once things stabilized, but now it seemed he was locked in here. He also wanted to be able to obtain virus gel steadily. Stability is the instinctive pursuit of every living creature, etched into their DNA. When humans realized they could obtain food from the land instead of risking their lives to hunt, agricultural civilization replaced hunting civilization. And those who have lived in an agricultural civilization will never return to a hunting civilization. This is the charm of stable output. While everyone else remained silent, and the scales slowly tipped toward Guanshan, Gao Tianmiao hid some emotions in the depths of his eyes. What he was thinking about now was how to seize this priceless gymnasium. As long as he had this gymnasium, no one would look down on him anymore, and his strength could reach an unprecedented level. When that time came, everything would be his. His brother would look at him with praise. When Yating would take the initiative to express her love for him, and Guanshan would grovel at his feet. Guanshan didn't know what Gao Tianmiao was thinking. In the future, this virus gel would be obtained through points. Doing missions would earn points, so even ordinary people could obtain virus gel. It would no longer be exclusive to ability users. Previously, due to scarcity, it could only be supplied to ability users, leading to life and death struggles. But now, Guanshan could willfully allow everyone to exchange for it, not caring if ordinary people would waste it. By the way, there are still many people caught by zombies in that place. If you cut open their bellies, they can still be saved. It's not far ahead. Guanshan pointed to the location ahead. After the others left, he began building a large pit that could hold zombies. The gymnasium had multiple entrances and exits, but the zombies carrying humans would all head toward the position closest to the giant maw, as if they were taking the most time-saving and labor-efficient route. Zombies carrying humans will take the shortest route, but the other zombies will wander aimlessly. After pondering for a moment, he had an idea. I can build a maze, but with one straight path through it. Then, I'll set up many dead ends around that straight path. Zombies that walk into a dead end will be washed into a large pit by a stream of water, while the zombies walking straight will be the worker zombies that collect survivors for me. This way I can divert the flow. Thinking of this, Guanshan felt it was increasingly feasible and immediately began construction. Also on the outside of the perimeter wall, he marked out a 100 area and then began building the maze. He placed a bucket of water at the dead ends, so ordinary zombies would be washed directly into the large pit. For the slightly larger mutant zombies, Guanshan was also prepared. He excavated a downward slope inside and then placed water at the top. With a slope of nearly 75 degrees, even an abnormal couldn't climb up and would have to obediently wash down by the water. I still have some virus gel in my hands, and I've killed quite a few abnormals. I can use them as bait. If I had to dig slopes all around, the workload would be too great. It's better to set up a few centralized points, which would also be easier to manage. As for the deep pit, he planned to dig 150 meters deep, wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, to prevent the problem of zombies piling up and climbing out. In the future, I'll use virus gel to control the ability users. This way, I won't have to worry about their loyalty. Guanshan planned to build an aerial highway here at the gymnasium, widening it to connect to the 10th floor of the hotel, and then continuing to connect intermediate buildings, spanning several streets, and finally reaching the safe zone. This way, the transport of supplies would become extremely safe. However, this would undoubtedly be laborious, and he would have to do it all by himself, with no one to help. After digging 10 more massive zombie trapping pits, night had fallen. Tan Hua and the others had rescued those who were unfortunately swallowed by the zombies. Due to Guanshan's instructions, they weren't hurt much, only suffering some broken arms and legs. With such minor injuries, their zombie bodies would heal in no time, and they could go back out to help him find more survivors. Guanshan noticed these guys seemed to have some special skill, like being able to track people by scent, but it didn't matter. In the end, they were all working for him. Out of 152 zombies, 372 people were eventually rescued. Some zombies had caught 3 humans' veritable double or triple yolks. The drop rate was truly high. Others hadn't worked hard enough, barely bringing back a single survivor. Their performance was eyesore-inducing. Guanshan hadn't expected them to dare return and report with such results. These 300-plus people only slowly woke up in the middle of the night. They were naturally stunned when they saw their surroundings, and once they realized they had been saved by Guanshan's group, they were filled with gratitude. Guanshan sized up the crowd and asked a few questions. Finding that the quality of this batch was very high, they were either physically robust or highly intelligent. There were even many technicians among them, making Guanshan practically drool. If he could bring all these people into the safe zone, he would truly strike it rich. Since Guanshan was still digging zombie pits, he let Tan Hua and the others take the people to the hotel to rest first. Along the way, these 300-plus people were beyond shocked, especially when they stepped onto the sky bridge. As night blanketed the world, Guanshan continued working tirelessly. For convenience, he even crafted a shovel to dig something he would never normally do. The safe zone now has over 300 more people, bringing the total to over 600. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about housing. Guanshan recalled that a large portion of those people were from the construction industry, and Ding Zi, whom they had rescued at the hotel, was also in civil engineering. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about the housing situation. Even if there wasn't enough room, Guanshan could just find a residential development, fence it off, connect it with sky bridges, and they could just live in the apartment buildings. He didn't know how much time had passed until dawn broke again. Guanshan finally stopped. At this moment, the entire gymnasium had become his personal property, and countless zombies would soon be throwing themselves into his traps for the sake of his safe zone, finding survivors for him, providing experience for him, and providing virus gel for him. It was essentially a massive semi-automatic farm, except he had to do the harvesting himself. After finishing everything, Guanshan built a few simple rooms on top of the city walls. This place would need guards in the future, so they would definitely need a place to shelter from the elements. Then, Guanshan walked up the spiral staircase. When he reached the top, he found Wen Yating standing there, having waited for who knew how long. Her eyes were cold, but they visibly flickered when she saw Guanshan. "Is it all over?" "It's over." "How long have you been waiting for me?" Guanshan asked. "Not long." "Let's go." They're all waiting impatiently. Wen Yating said softly, then turned around, leaving Guanshan with only her back as she walked forward with her long, elegant legs, her high heels clicking against the stone surface. Why does she seem so moody? Guanshan really couldn't figure out what Wen Yating was thinking. If she didn't care, why wait here? If she did care, why leave without saying a word? He had no choice but to follow Wen Yating. Having not slept for so many days, his body was exhausted. Even with his iron-like constitution, he was starting to flag, especially now that this ticking time bomb had been dealt with, and the weight on his mind had finally lifted, leaving him feeling much more at ease. When Guanshan arrived at the hotel, he found that everyone had been waiting for a long time. Bai Zimo and his two companions were mixed in, their heads tucked low. In front of them were several balding men with majestic expressions, seemingly lecturing them. "Let's go. The vehicles are ready." Tan Hua pointed to the vehicles downstairs, over 20 dump trucks, enough to transport all 300 plus people. While Guanshan was building the zombie traps, Tan Hua and the others hadn't been idle either. They had searched everywhere for usable vehicles and eventually found a large number of dump trucks, a construction site in the middle of nowhere, driving them all back. Dump trucks, as the name suggests, are vehicles used for hauling earth. Fitting over 10 people in one truck was no problem. While it might not look very dignified, there was no other choice in this extraordinary situation. Being alive was good enough. At Guanshan's command, the crowd swarmed downstairs, forming a long line to board the dump trucks. The 20-plus dump trucks lined up, and amidst the swirling dust came a rumbling sound that made the ground shake. Some zombies heard the commotion and ran over frantically, only to be crushed repeatedly by the trucks until they were flattened into meat patties that couldn't even be scraped up. There were quite a few such zombies. The passengers only felt some bumps and wondered why it was so bumpy, when there were no speed bumps around. Lu Chuan, who was guarding the entrance of the safe zone, saw the 20-plus dump trucks approaching and immediately ran back to inform Jiang Yanyan. Liu Qingquan immediately had the gates opened. As the trucks drove into the safe zone, everyone crowded around, eager to see what good things Guanshan had brought back this time. The trucks opened, and figures began jumping out. At first, the onlookers didn't think much of it, but as the numbers grew, it became clear that they far exceeded the current population of the safe zone. My God, so many people. They're going to take over. Who's the host and who's the guest now? Lu Chuan was shocked. There were already over 300 people. By comparison, their original group only had over 200. What if they tried to seize power? Talking nonsense. Zheng Yanyan's itched with annoyance. She glared fiercely at Lu Chuan before running toward Guanshan. The 300-plus newcomers were now in a long queue. At the end, Liu Qingquan had set up some tables and chairs and was registering the new arrivals one by one, entering them into the roster. What do you plan to do from now on? Tan Hua truly wanted to follow Guanshan now, so he wanted to understand Guanshan's vision, which would make his work twice as effective. Guanshan. Just then, a voice from the distance caught Guanshan's attention. When he turned his head, Jiang Yanyan threw herself into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest, bringing with her a waft of fragrance. Seeing this, Gao Tianmiao grew even more resentful. Wen Yating stood where she was, watching Jiang Yanyan, her gaze turning colder. Strange, why did it get so cold? Xiong Yan looked around, feeling puzzled, then simply walked away. He was going to get some sleep now, looking at Jiang Yanyan, who had thrown herself into his embrace, Guanshan her back. Hearing Guanshan's words, Jiang Yanyan remained silent. Her small head nuzzled against his chest for a long, long time before she finally pulled away slightly and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Jiang Yanyan's words made Guanshan feel even more affection for the little girl. He gently stroked her head. Her jet black, lustrous hair felt smooth and slippery, like high-quality silk. As his warm, large hand brushed through her hair, Jiang Yanyan closed her eyes comfortably and trembled slightly. "Does it feel that good?" Guanshan asked with a smile. Jiang Yanyan nodded with a flushed face, looking as if she were drunk. At that moment, Guanshan noticed Jiang Yanyan's waist. It felt thinner than before, so he reached out and touched her slender waist. Ooh! For some reason, Jiang Yanyan felt as if everywhere that hand touched was burning with a heat that wouldn't dissipate, making her exceptionally sensitive. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yanyan's large eyes were already misted over, and her face wore an intoxicating blush. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Guanshan. "How did you get so thin? Have you really been eating well?" Guanshan didn't have any ulterior motives. He was simply acting out of care. After all, Jiang Yanyan could be considered his semi-adopted daughter. While Guanshan thought this way, Jiang Yanyan did not. Over the past few days, she had thought it over repeatedly, and felt that she had been completely outmaneuvered by Wenwan that day. She had agreed in a daze, he was in such a passive position now. However, she also admitted that in the beginning, she really wanted to find a new way to get close to Guanshan, but she later discovered the drawbacks. Namely, their relationship had deepened, but at the cost of sacrificing the future. Jiang Yanyan knew clearly that Guanshan's current feelings for her were all based on this specific status. Her small hands slowly moved down, catching those slightly mischievous large hands. She squeezed gently and then brought them to her blushing cheeks. "Touch here more too." Jiang Yanyan said this with a tremble in her voice, using a tone that was almost cloyingly sweet. Anyone could have noticed something was off. Yet Guanshan still didn't realize. Sure. Although Guanshan couldn't quite figure it out, since it was Jiang Yanyan's request, he nodded and agreed. Jiang Yanyan's face was as supple as a baby's, highly elastic and full of collagen, so tender it felt like water could be squeezed out of it. Raising his head, Guanshan wanted to see how Liu Qingquan's work was progressing in the distance. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanyan was looking at him with a gaze that was almost pathological, her beautiful eyes overflowing with obsessive love. "I've been eating well every day." Jiang Yanyan spoke softly, her warm breath hitting Guanshan's abdomen with a moist, hot sensation. As she spoke, she consciously revealed her legs, as if deliberately showing them to Guanshan. Yanyan, why are you wearing nude stockings?" He remembered that the original Jiang Yanyan didn't wear such things. From their first meeting until later, he had never seen them. He assumed she didn't like them, so why had she changed into them after coming back this time? "What, do they not look good?" Jiang Yanyan was a bit nervous. She tugged at the stockings, which were as thin as a cicada's wing, and looked at Guanshan anxiously. She often saw Wenwan wearing stockings, mostly nude ones, and had rarely seen her in anything else. Every time she saw her, even Jiang Yanyan had to marvel and admit that Wen Wan was truly very feminine. Guan Shan pondered for a moment, thought it over carefully, and then said, I think you're more suited for the white silk type. Nude is a bit too mature. It doesn't suit you. Jiang Yanyan blinked, not quite understanding. Your style is sweet and cute. Maturing too early will only do you a disservice. Hearing this, Jiang Yanyan immediately became happy, her heart feeling sweet. She nodded cheerfully, and then scurried away. Watching Jiang Yanyan run off, Guan Shan smiled and walked toward Liu Qingquan, wanting to see the results of this trip. We've brought back quite a few talents this time. Liu Qingquan couldn't hide his excitement as he waved the roster in his hand. He had listed all the important people and gave the list to Guan Shan. This group is from civil engineering. They can build roads and houses later. As for this person, he says he can make guns. Make guns? Guan Shan looked astonished. There was actually such a talent. Making guns isn't very difficult. It's just restricted by law. However, making high-precision guns while maintaining quality is a bit harder. As Liu Qingquan spoke, he brought the man directly to Guan Shan. Let me introduce you. This is Du Hong, a lath operator by profession. And this before you is the leader of the safe zone in Guan Shan. Du Hong hadn't expected the leader here to be such an amiable-looking person. He had always thought that someone who could establish such a large safe zone during a zombie crisis would be the type who killed without blinking, with a face full of scars and rough features. Upon learning his profession was a lath operator, Guan Shan asked happily, You're a lath operator? Is it true you said you can make guns? Du Hong nodded. I am indeed a lath operator, intermediate level. Before the zombie outbreak, I worked at Furong Electric Co., Lt. Furong Electric? Guan Shan and Liu Qingquan exchanged a glance. This Furong Electric was the primary target for their next exploration. They hadn't expected Du Hong to be an employee of Furong Electric. After a brief moment of surprise, Guan Shan immediately returned to the main topic. When can you start making guns? I need equipment to make them. Without equipment, I can't do it. I can't just forge them by hand. Du Hong spread his hands. He was a lath operator, not a bench worker. For that kind of problem, one would have to find his master. So you're saying you were lying? I'm not lying to you. I really can make them, but even the cleverest housewife can't cook rice. Du Hong felt very wronged. Every profession has its specialty. Without equipment, he simply couldn't do the job. Guan Shan was greatly disappointed. If they had guns, even just a pistol, as long as it was fitted with a silencer, it could greatly enhance their combat power. At the very least, it would provide security when searching for supplies. However, I remember there's a Nuanyang mechanical processing plant not far from here. I used to work there, and that place has lathes. When he first started out, he had learned at a processing plant. Later, as his skills grew, he jumped to a larger company. Although their lathes are a bit old, they were very well maintained. They should definitely still be usable now. Du Hong nodded. As long as he had a lathe, he could make guns and cannons. He could guarantee that 100%. Making a gun wasn't difficult. One could even say it was quite simple. Living here required labor. One exchanged labor for points, and everyone had their own tasks. Otherwise, the entire safe zone would eventually exhaust its resources. He understood this principle himself, which was why he was eager to make a contribution. Good. If what you say is true, I'll bring them back for you, and I'll even give you a reward. What reward? Virus gel. After getting a brief understanding of the virus gel, Du Hong left with a face full of excitement. He hadn't expected to be able to eat such a good thing. Although virus gel sounded terrifying, once Guan Shan actually brought it out, Du Hong's eyes were firmly locked onto this little ball of flesh. There was only one intuition in his heart. Eating it would bring immense benefits, as if it were elevating his very level of existence. He felt as if the little ball of flesh before him possessed infinite magic, extending a tiny, transparent hand that constantly beckoned him. When he heard that such things were originally exclusive to ability users, he was even more shocked. At the same time, Guanshan's image became infinitely grand in his eyes. To actually share such a thing for everyone to eat, and only requiring hard work to earn points for exchange, could there be a leader more great than Guanshan? After Juhong left, Liu Qingquan looked at Guanshan with a face full of confusion. Is this the kind of thing that helps ability users increase their strength? If it were shaped like a small child, I would have thought it was a ginseng fruit. Heh, I'm no great immortal genuine, and this isn't a ginseng fruit. Guanshan handed the mutant's virus gel to Liu Qingquan. I'm giving this to you. I've seen all the work you've done. During these days, Wenwan was always too busy on her own, but with Liu Qingquan's arrival, these hundreds of people had exerted their maximum potential, like a precision machine operating at high efficiency. Management talent like Liu Qingquan was truly rare. He had to be given a virus gel to prevent him from working himself to exhaustion. He stood there, seemingly not expecting Guanshan to give him something so precious, and for a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. He had just learned that this thing was taken from a zombie's head, an act that could be described as a narrow escape from death. Thank you. Liu Qingquan nodded, etching this kindness into his heart. Guanshan had saved him twice and now gave him virus gel. He swore to himself that he would serve Guanshan with utter loyalty, even if it meant his death. Oh, right. Liu Qingquan remembered something and led Guanshan to a warehouse filled with mountains of iron products. They've collected quite a bit of the iron you wanted lately, but there are only this many diamonds. As he spoke, Liu Qingquan opened a small box containing some diamonds. Guanshan glanced at them. There appeared to be about 10. We're still collecting diamonds, but there's plenty of iron. Liu Qingquan smiled and handed the box to Guanshan. Though he didn't understand what Guanshan wanted these for, he knew Guanshan must have his reasons. After taking the box, Guanshan felt a surge of excitement. With 10 diamonds, he could completely craft a chest plate and a diamond sword. Now that he had a diamond sword, the other 2 iron swords were like Madame Niu. Only the diamond sword was his sweetie. Guanshan made up his mind to put mending on the diamond sword later. Otherwise, he would be heartbroken if it ever broke. Putting the diamonds into his status bar, Guanshan said a brief goodbye and headed straight to the first zombie trap farm he had built. At this moment, that virus gel was still just as it was when first placed, plump and overflowing with fragrance. Looking down, countless zombies were piled layer upon layer, somewhat like the mountains of waste in a landfill. Right now, they were all waiting to be fed, opening their mouths wide toward Guanshan. Don't be in a hurry, I'm coming right now. Guanshan first used an iron pickaxe to dig down to a predetermined position. From here, he could perform trimming toes on the zombies. Once one layer was cleared and turned into experience points, the ones above would drop down and so on. Let's enchant it with sweeping edge first to improve efficiency. Given that there were quite a lot of zombies right now, plus the experience from that massive broodmother's nest, Guanshan no longer felt the need to be stingy his experience points. This was the confidence of having food in hand and no worry in heart. Current experience points, 72. Looking at his current experience points, Guanshan first set down a crafting table to make an iron sword and a chest plate, then enchanted the iron sword with sweeping edge. As for the original 2 iron swords and chest plate, they were simply discarded. It had to be said that a diamond sword was indeed superior to an iron sword. Combined with sweeping edge, The zombies that would have taken over 10 minutes to clear with an iron sword were finished in just 5 minutes with the diamond sword. After a bout of clearing, the inside of the tunnel was filled with colorful experience points. After walking through it once, his level had reached level 52. These zombies had provided him with a full 30 levels of experience, though it felt like a bit of a decrease compared to before. But that was normal, as his own strength increased. The experience points these zombies provided were no longer enough to satisfy him. This place can be abandoned in a little while. It doesn't have much value left. There were almost no zombies left in this area. Nearly all of them had fallen into this pit and turned into experience. It was only because there were so many zombies in the city district that he could gain anything now. If the number of zombies decreased in the future, the experience points this place could provide would only get less and less. After emerging from the ground, it was already afternoon, and the weather had grown a bit hotter. Checking his backpack, there were actually 2 mutant zombies in that pit just now, providing him with 2 more immune zombie virus gels. No wonder he had heard some almost inexplicable words while trimming toes earlier. He had thought he misheard. Now he had 5 mutant zombie virus gels and 2 advanced zombie virus gels in his hand. Those 2 were dropped by abnormals. They had kept coming to harass him while he was building the city walls at the start, and since they wouldn't leave, he had just hacked them to death. I still have 52 levels of experience. I could add a smite to the diamond sword. If he only had sweeping edge, the attack range was increased, but some zombies could regenerate limbs. Without the suppression of smite, they would be very hard to fight. Current level 2's another 50 levels of experience vanished. Guanshan was truly penniless now. Fortunately, the diamond sword had also become stronger. In a dark environment, the sword would even emit a faint purple glow. And with the addition of the 2 enchantments, this iron sword also showed a new enchantment entry. Mending. 500 levels of experience save 500 levels? At first, Guanshan thought he was being teased. His total accumulated experience points until now didn't even add up to 500 levels, yet a single enchantment required 500. His mouth twitched, but thinking of it being mending, he resigned himself to it. Now I can only place my hopes on the large experience farm that is the gymnasium. 500 levels, if he had to go around looking for zombies to kill. It would probably take months to gather that. Looking at the diamond sword again, sweeping edge and smite could also be upgraded now. Smite, 200 levels, sweeping edge. 200 levels besides those, sharpness also appeared. Sharpness, 100 levels, even level I requires 100 levels. After a moment of shock, he understood. After all, sharpness had high versatility, so it was normal for the experience requirement to be a bit higher. Looking at his dual enchanted diamond sword, Guanshan could hardly put it down. On the way back, anyone could see the expression of joy on Guanshan's face. Tenhua had been sent out by Guanshan to gather intelligence as soon as he returned. The 2 had already agreed on the way back. 3 virus gels from mutant zombies per month. It was the same for Xiong Yan and Gao Tianhao. As for Gao Tianmiao, due to his own ability, he was only offered 1 virus gel from a mutant zombie per month as wages. After hearing this, his face turned livid. He clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly, but in the end, he swallowed his pride. Carrying the virus gel from the advanced zombie in his hand, Guanshan went straight to find Wenwan. The moment he opened the office door, Wenwan was checking inventory against a list. Standing in front of her desk was a girl, roughly high school age, wearing a high ponytail and a blue and white school uniform. "Why did you come in without knocking?" Seeing Guanshan enter, the girl looked at him angrily. Why are you so reckless? This is Sister Wen's office. You know you can't just walk in here, right? Guanshan was dumbfounded by the question. It seemed he had been away for so long that some people in the safe zone no longer recognized him. I am Guanshan. Even if you were Guan Yu, you still can't do that. The girl didn't seem to have heard of Guanshan and looked at him, frowning. With no other choice, Guanshan had to cast a pleading look toward Wenwan. At this moment, the beauty with an air of mature charm was looking at him with a smile. She had never seen Guanshan look like this. He was usually stern and carried an aura of absolute authority. He had never been this embarrassed before. Seeing the girl already using her hand to gently push Guanshan, Wenwan finally spoke up. All right, Ji Yining, he is my husband. Let him come in. Upon hearing this, Ji Yining's mind went blank. After thinking for 2 seconds, her face turned bright red and hot. Lowering her head, she murmured an apology and fled as if escaping. I really didn't expect to encounter a situation like this. Guanshan flopped onto the sofa, from where he could perfectly see Wenwan while she worked. Usually, during her lunch break, Wenwan would also take a short nap on this sofa. That's what you get for going out every day. Now you know, right? Wenwan covered her mouth to giggle, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of playfulness. By the way, I have this for you. He took the virus gel from the advanced zombie out of his pocket and handed it to Wenwan. Looking at the fleshy ball in front of her, Wenwan seemed a bit hesitant to eat it. It felt like a brain, yet it didn't make her feel disgusted. Instead, it emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. Her instinct urged her to eat it quickly, but her reason made Wenwan somewhat resistant. What is this thing? It came from inside a zombie's head. They have different levels of strength. Strong zombies will have this thing inside them. Ability users can become stronger by eating this, and its effect on ordinary people goes without saying. Anyone can eat this, even zombies. It could be said that this is a panacea, except for Guanshan himself. Such a precious thing, you should eat it yourself. Upon hearing this, Wenwan felt worried and touched. After pondering for a moment, she pushed it back, wanting Guanshan to eat it himself. I can't eat it, you should eat it instead. Guanshan was firm in his attitude, insisting on giving it to Wenwan. After Wenwan took it, seeing the almost doting look in Guanshan's eyes, she felt both amused and exasperated. The little brother from next door was gone, replaced by a grown man. He no longer obeyed her every word. He would even force her now, but at the same time, Wenwan also enjoyed this feeling of being under protection. With a charming smile, she slightly opened her red lips and ate the virus gel, one small bite at a time. How is it? Do you feel anything? Guanshan asked excitedly. Do you think it's some kind of miraculous elixir? Wenwan chuckled softly, then rested her chin on her hand, turning her eyes slightly. It seems I can see more clearly, and my mind feels much sharper. That's it? What else could there be? Wen watched Guanshan's anxious expression and covered her mouth to giggle. But then she thought of something, and her bright, elegant face blushed slightly. You aren't going out today, right? Why are you asking that? Guanshan was a bit confused, but after a second, realizing something, he stared intently at Wenwan. I'm not going out tonight. Wenwan nodded, her face flushed, suppressing the shyness and excitement in her heart. Her peach-like, full, rounded buttocks seemed unable to sit still, rubbing back and forth, making a rustling sound against the leather chair, and then she heard Wenwan whisper, "Sleep with me. Tonight. Don't go out." After she finished speaking, the air in the office suddenly heated up. Whether it was psychological or not, Wenwan felt she could barely catch her breath in her chest. She slightly pulled open her collar and fanned herself a few times, but she still couldn't suppress it. Guanshan looked at her collar with a burning gaze. Crystal clear beads of sweat, like tiny crystals, clung to the soft flesh of her chest, sliding down the curve into her cleavage. The air was filled with the scent of desire. Their eyes met, and they collided fiercely. The desk between them, they were inseparable, their lips and teeth locked, unable to part. In a daze, Wenwan only felt something soft enter her mouth, plundering everything in an almost rough manner, while she did her best to cooperate. Amidst the numbness spreading through her body, the distance between them grew closer, and Wenwan could no longer restrain herself. After coming to this safe zone, Wenwan had spent so many nights alone, only able to numb herself with work. A woman of her age was at a time when she needed nourishment, yet Guanshan was never by her side. Forget it, let him be. Wenwan had originally wanted to change the environment, but the current atmosphere made her feel a bit dazed. Her reason was being constantly devoured, and her actions began to reciprocate. Creak. Wenwan's body rose from the office chair, her high heels clicking messily in the room as they moved from the desk to the window. Her curvaceous body was pressed against the glass, and just when Guanshan wanted to go further, the door was knocked. "Do you want to eat? I brought food in." The two separated instantly. Wenwan straightened her somewhat messy clothes, patted her chest with a sense of trepidation, and then buttoned up the buttons on her chest one by one. But even so, she was still somewhat disheveled, but there was no help for it. Guanshan walked back to his original spot, awkwardly rubbing his hands. Wenwan coughed twice, stepped in her high heels, and went to open the door. Ji Yining walked straight in, carrying 2 lunchboxes. "Why are you two acting so strange?" Ji Yining found it a bit strange. Why did both of their expressions look unnatural? Could they have been arguing? Come to think of it, after not seeing each other for so long, Sister Wen must have some grievance. Arguing was normal. "Sister Wen, please don't argue. Couples always make up after a fight." Wenwan was left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and could only tell her to leave quickly. "Go eat your meal, we really aren't arguing." Late at night, the bright moon hung high. Guanshan looked around for a moment before tiptoeing to Wenwan's room. Pushing open the door, a warm, spring-like atmosphere enveloped him, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. The scent lingered at the tip of his nose, but what caught his attention even more was the dark shadow on the bed. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, allowing him to vaguely make out a woman with a slender, graceful figure lying on the bed. "Are you stunned? Why don't you come in?" Wenwan said coquettishly, lifting the quilt. Only then did Guanshan see the black lace nightgown underneath. The fabric was as smooth as satin, clinging tightly to her waist and hips, outlining seductive curves. 2 long, slender, and rounded legs were exposed to the air, appearing as if carved from jade, and even the air took on a hint of ambiguity. Seeing this scene, Guanshan could no longer hold back and dived right in. After a bout of tossing and turning, only the most suppressed, intermittent gasps spilled into the night sky, which were quickly scattered by the night breeze. The bed frame creaked and groaned, and it actually continued for most of the night. "What on earth is going on?" Ji Yining looked, not understanding what was happening. For the sake of work convenience, she had moved next to Wenwan. It continued for most of the night, and just when Ji Yining finally thought it was over, sunlight shone through the curtains. Ji Yining threw off her quilt, looking dazed. She had barely slept all night. She got up in silence, washed up, looked in the mirror, and let out a long sigh of relief after confirming there were no dark circles under her eyes. But the trauma to her soul was real. Pushing open the door, intending to go get breakfast, she saw Wenwan catching the breeze in the hallway. At this moment, Wenwan was radiant, a gentle smile hanging on her lips. Anyone who saw her would see was in a great mood. As a breeze brushed through her hair, Ji Yining was a bit stunned. For some reason, Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt that Sister Wen was exceptionally beautiful today, as if she were the very definition of elegance, intelligence, and sexiness. Sister Wen. Ji Yining greeted her, afraid to look at Wen Wan. Xiaoning? Up so early? Wen Wan said with a beaming smile. She was in an exceptionally good mood today. She had never felt so refreshed in her life. In the morning, she had taken a nap, and when she woke up, she felt exceptionally clear-headed, only to discover later that she had awakened her superpower. She just leaned against the hallway, and with a thought, the insects, fish, birds, beasts, flowers, plants, and trees around her seemed to gain intelligence. They could follow her commands and allow her to expand her field of vision through their existence, hearing some secret matters. Wen Wan named this ability, All Things Have Spirits. Yeah, I'm heading to the cafeteria. Do you need me to bring you some food? Ji Yining said cautiously. No need, you go eat first. Wen Wan smiled and waved her hand, letting Ji Yining leave. After a while, a strong, large hand wrapped around her waist, and a reassuring chest pressed against her back. Wen Wan knew who it was just by the scent. Leaning against Guanshan's chest, without reservation, smelling his scent, Wen Wan felt her body becoming restless again, even though her body still clearly retained the memories of last night. How is your superpower? Are you getting used to it? He had never seen what it looked like when others awakened their superpowers, but he had heard others talk about Wang Yongyi, who awakened his superpower after having a high fever. However, Wen Wan did not, so it seemed everyone was different. It mainly depends on physique. Some people need a fever, while others are fine after just sleeping. Physique is truly an indescribable thing. For instance, there was a person who, in a state of extreme anger, not bad. The range I can control is still very small, only covering a dozen meters or so. Wen Wan felt it slightly. A range of a dozen meters was really falling short for the current safe zone. It's okay. In the future, I'll have as much virus gel as I want, and I can let you have your fill anytime. With the gymnasium as a stable factory producing virus gel, the ability users in the safe zone would surely enter a stage of rapid growth. Perhaps ordinary people also have a chance to awaken a superpower after eating virus gel. Guanshan wasn't absolutely sure yet, just felt it was possible. I don't know about the virus gel, but I certainly am full. Recalling the madness of Wen Wan was indeed very full. She touched her lower abdomen. Wen Wan even felt a bit of nostalgia for that time. It was just a pity that Guanshan was too perverted. She hadn't won the first time. If she couldn't win the first time, she feared it would be hard to turn the tables in the future. I'm really impressed by you. You're like a monster, so powerful. Wen Wan felt a bit strange, even feeling that Guanshan had some issues. Logically, at her age, Wen Wan's combat power should be far superior to Guanshan's, but she hadn't expected that they were evenly matched at the beginning, only to be crushed later on. I don't even know how strong my physical constitution is now. A zombie biting me wouldn't do anything. He didn't know what his situation was either. He felt like he just had a human shell now, but in reality he was no longer human. But if forced to say what he was, he couldn't put his finger on it. Let's eat first. After last night's fierce battle, his satiety level had dropped significantly and was now only at half. He needed to replenish it immediately. As the two arrived at the cafeteria, got their food, and found a quiet place to sit, the others also began to discuss. Guanshan pricked up his ears and listened for a while. Most of the discussions were about the virus gel. At this time, people only earned 2 points for a day's work. But the virus gel required a full 150 points. And since daily expenses like food, sleep, and electricity required deducting 1 point, this meant that without other income, it would take people 150 days of work to obtain one virus gel. And during this period, they would need to overcome the temptation of other things, such as extra snacks, happy water, and the like. They had only heard Liu Qingquan say that this stuff was taken from the brains of powerful zombies, and for the moment, they didn't know what it was used for. Lu Chuan sat in the corner, his eyes darting back and forth, and he began to scheme in his heart. When Guanshan's group returned yesterday, he had keenly noticed that his team member, Wang Yongqi, was not among them. Combining this with the fact that everyone was silent, it seemed Wang Yongqi had met with an accident. If it were the old Lu Chuan, he would probably be terrified, but at this point in time, death was a very normal thing, and he didn't dare to speculate. He was just thinking about Wang Yongqi's 30 points. As an ability user, Wang Yongqi was like an old ox while weeding and clearing fields. His work efficiency was absolutely top-notch. Of course, this was also thanks to Lu Chuan's supervision. He had an idea. Since Wang Yongqi was already dead, but the points were still there, he might as well transfer them to himself. It wouldn't be a waste. Lu Chuan didn't feel any guilt or moral discomfort. After all, he had already found out what kind of person Wang Yongqi was. In the past few days, he had already become brothers with Yang Haocheng, Su Wenfeng, and the others. After Yang Haocheng learned that Lu Chuan wasn't actually bad at heart, just habitually annoying, he accepted him. Just as Guanshan noticed everyone discussing, he saw Liu Qingquan walking over with a meal. After greeting him, he sat next to Guanshan. "Old Liu, why do I feel like you've become much younger?" He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Guanshan vaguely felt that Liu Qingquan had become younger, and his skin had also improved quite a bit. Liu Qingquan chuckled. "Really? I thought it was just my imagination. When I woke up today, I felt like I had endless energy, and my stomach problems seemed to have completely healed." After lowering his head to eat a few bites, he smiled again. "My appetite has improved today, so I specifically got quite a bit of food." Guanshan also noticed Liu Qingquan's food portion. Although it was a lot compared to the average person, it was still a bit less than his own. The plate in front of Guanshan was already piled into a small mountain. Fortunately, the cafeteria had been renovated according to Guanshan's requirements from the start, operating as a buffet where one could eat as much as they wanted, as long as there was no waste even. Eating oneself to death didn't matter. Otherwise, based on how Guanshan ate, he would consume 10 points a day. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. I suspect it's the effect of that virus gel, Liu Qingquan said excitedly. He hadn't expected the virus gel to have this effect. Guanshan, Wenwan exchanged a look, both feeling that the virus gel was practically a panacea. Wenwan also smiled. "It's not just that. I've even awakened a superpower." Liu Qingquan's hand stopped mid-meal. He had originally felt he had gained a benefit, but he hadn't expected it to be the least of them. But then he immediately realized something and said to Guanshan with a serious expression, "This matter has too much impact. We can experiment with it a little." Guanshan also nodded. "Why don't we just tell everyone and test it out?" If the virus gel really had a probability of helping humans awaken a superpower, he believed countless people would go crazy over it. Even if they didn't mutate, it wouldn't matter. At least they could become a bit younger. Amidst the buzz of discussion, Guanshan walked to the front. "Everyone, let me say a few words. It's about the virus gel." Seeing everyone was interested in the virus gel, he felt it was the right time to reveal this news and give it a try. The originally noisy cafeteria suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Guanshan. Feeling countless gazes converging on him, he just smiled slightly and began to speak eloquently, without any stage fright. "I believe everyone already has a preliminary understanding. Virus gel can only be produced by powerful zombies, and its location is at the back of the head. Guanshan pointed to the back of his own head to show everyone, and then made a statement that shocked the entire room. This virus gel has a probability of helping humans awaken a superpower. The crowd almost exploded instantly, all discussing what this meant. They already knew about the existence of ability users, and often envied such miraculous abilities, frequently lamenting why they didn't have them. They had thought everything was fated, but they hadn't expected that it could be awakened through other means. Besides that, I also have virus gel from an advanced zombie. As he spoke, Guanshan held up the larger virus gel from his status bar. The moment it appeared, it emitted a thick, rich fragrance. The instant everyone smelled it, they felt their appetites whetted, wishing they could eat it immediately. This effect is stronger, and the required points are 600. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately wilted. 600 points based on the points they earned from their work. It would take 2 years of labor. Guanshan smiled slightly and said loudly, "But there is a promotional event now. I see everyone working hard for the safe zone, so I intend to offer some benefits to everyone." Looking at the crowd whose appetites had been whetted, he said loudly, "The original price for regular virus gel is 150, but now it can be obtained for only 100 points. Advanced zombie virus gel, originally 600, is now only 400. The duration is 2 months. With the massive resources of virus gel from the gymnasium, it was enough for Guanshan to speak so generously. He only wanted to see the safe zone grow rapidly, and then conquer the city, quickly driving out all the zombies to fully occupy the urban area, rather than just this small plot of land. As soon as he finished speaking, many people looked at Guanshan with fiery gazes. Although 400 points for the advanced zombie one was still hard to obtain, 600 points was within reach. As long as they borrowed a little bit, it was entirely possible. For a moment, everyone started planning to borrow some points from the friends around them. The newcomers, however, were full of worry. They had just arrived, and everything was a fresh start. After finishing, Guanshan looked at Liu Qingquan, signaling that it was his take the stage. "Everyone, don't worry about points. There will be a busy period coming up. As long as you are willing to work, you don't have to worry about not having points," Liu Qingquan said loudly. "A large number of tasks will soon be issued in hall, so please act according to your abilities. Besides that, those with special skills, please contact me as soon as possible. Don't hide your talents anymore." Liu Qingquan was in a great mood, feeling that everything was developing in an orderly fashion. When everything had fallen into despair, this place still maintained a robust vitality, and there were even faint signs of recovery. "Brother Quan, why do you look a bit younger?" Off the stage, someone noticed Liu Qingquan's appearance and asked in confusion. "I ate a virus gel and turned into this," Liu Qingquan chilled. It was clear that he was in an incredibly good mood today. Now, some people who originally had reservations decided to take a gamble. Those who had intended to wait and see because of the probability phrase now felt it wasn't a scam after seeing Liu Qingquan's appearance. This state couldn't be faked, and just the matter of extending one's lifespan was enough to make people go crazy. Many people were going to push themselves hard during these 2 months. In fact, just being able to exchange for virus gel was enough to make people crazy, let alone the discount during these 2 months. In the mission hall, the more dangerous the task, the higher the points obtained, and the easier the task, the fewer the points. Exploration tasks had always had high points, but they were too dangerous and were generally exclusive to ability users. Although they couldn't do dangerous work, at least they could collect things, which could also be exchanged for points. They heard that one diamond was now worth 5 points. As long as one was careful, it was entirely doable. Many people were tempted. Most of these people had special skills, but previously, because they didn't understand, they chose not to say anything. Now, they all flocked to Liu Qingquan, one by one vying to talk about their unique skill. Lu Chuan was stunned on the spot. He had originally planned to take Wang Yongqi's points and buy something to enjoy. But now it seemed that those things were worth absolutely nothing. "Hey, did you hear that?" Bai Feng nudged Su Wenhao, and the three of them exchanged a look. "I have 30 points now. How many do you have?" Su Wenhao looked at Yang Haocheng. "I have 42 points now." As for Yang Haocheng, he should have 10. He himself didn't like spending points and had saved most of them, so he had more than most people. The three of them looked at Lu Chuan. "Brother, how many do you have?" Lu Chuan put down his chopsticks and said in a deep voice, "I have 50. If you count Wang Keys, I have 80 now." "What? You have 80? Bai Feng was almost dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that this person, who always liked to shirk work and act slippery, actually had 80. The group almost exclaimed out loud, their eyes all lighting up with eagerness. "I'm a team leader with an ability user under me, so of course my points are high." Lu Chuan smiled smugly. Over the past few days he had been ruthlessly exploiting Wang Yongqi. Since he had received a hint from Guanshan, he felt no shame at all. On the contrary, he had only intensified his efforts. As for Wang Yongqi, due to Guanshan's intimidation, he had indeed endured it all. During those few days, their team had over-completed tasks, accidentally earned a large amount of points. Because of this, Lu Chuan was now only 20 points away from 100. Such a small amount of points could easily be obtained by doing a few tasks. Therefore, it was very likely that Lu Chuan would become the first person to exchange for a virus gel through his own hard work, without relying on loans. Doesn't that mean we have a total of 182 points? Yang Haocheng said, happily counting on his fingers. Su Wenhao told him not to get so excited, saying calmly, "What about those 30 points of Wang Yongqi's?" "Don't you know?" Lu Chuan smiled mysteriously. "He won't be coming back." "What do you mean?" Bai Feng keenly sensed something and looked at Lu Chuan. After basking in everyone's attention, Lu Chuan spoke slowly. "Why do you think I dared to treat Wang Yongqi like that? He's an ability user, and I'm just an ordinary person." This was entirely due to the instructions from Boss Guanshan. At this point, Lu Chuan's mouth curled up, and he said triumphantly, "I don't know how Wang Yongqi offended our boss Guanshan, but he's likely already dead. He still has 30 points in his account, and what I'm thinking about now is how to transfer them over and put them under my own name." The others were stunned. After all, it felt a bit unethical. Why covet those points when the person was already dead? Seeing their strange expression, Lu Chuan could probably guess what they were thinking. You guys still have too much of that student mentality. What's the point of points if the person is already dead? Of course, you have to make the most of it. With these 30 points, how much can be done? If nothing else, that's at least 2 virus gels. Lu Chuan held up 2 fingers. This means that half us 4 can awaken a superpower. That's just probability. What does that matter? At least there's a chance, right? Lu Chuan looked at them with frustration, urging them to make up their minds soon and go find Liu Qingquan together to smooth things over and transfer Wang Yongqi's legacy to them. At this moment, Bai Feng spoke up again. "Only half of us can get it, but it's using everyone's points. There must be a clear agreement on how to distribute them, otherwise, we'll easily have infighting." "Let's get this straight, I must have a share." Hearing this, Lu Chuan immediately became alert, scanning the group cautiously. Don't worry, you'll definitely get your share. Bai Feng waved his hand. Good. I'm so moved. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Su Wenhao also nodded and said, From now on, the goal is everything related to virus gel. The first step is to take over Wang Yangyi's legacy, and then get 18 points as soon as possible. I have 15 points here. Yang Haocheng took 3 diamonds out of his pocket. 1 diamond could be exchanged for 5 points. That being said, we are only 3 points away now. Not bad. After we finish eating, let's go straight to the mission hall. 1 gin of iron is 0.5 points, so we just need to go outside and find 3 kilograms of iron. I happen to know a location. It's a scrap yard, and there's quite a bit of scrap iron inside. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go! The group quickly cleaned up their bowls and chops, placed them in the designated spot, and then rushed out. There were not a few people like them. In fact, everyone saying they wanted to lie flat was fake. They just couldn't see the rewards after putting in the effort. Most of them were just using false goals and making empty promises to get something for nothing. But now, with Guanshan's credit endorsement and the transparency of the point system, everyone's enthusiasm was ignited in an instant. Looking at the cafeteria, which was more than half empty, Liu Qingquan smiled and said, It seems everyone's passion is very high. Most of the remaining people had fixed jobs, and most of them were civil engineering guys. After counting last night, many had this skill. Since housing was scarce now anyway, they had returned to their old profession. Moreover, the points given were high, and compared to exploring outside, it was undoubtedly much safer. They had also calculated it. It was 3 points a day, and eating and sleeping every day required 1 point. As long as they restrained their desires and saved 2 points a day, they could easily have 120 points in 2 months, making it no problem to exchange for a virus gel by then. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about saturation. With so many more people now, if nothing else, there were at least several hundred people's houses that needed to be built. I told you studying civil engineering was good. You guys didn't believe me, a dark-skinned, sturdy man said confidently. Awesome! Awesome! Civil engineering majors are awesome again. Ding Zi shouted, raising his arms and pouring cola over his head. He had thought his life had fallen into the endless nether. But unexpectedly, there was a glimmer of hope. Tan Hua laughed and cursed. I was wondering why they were paying us a salary. Now I know. It's because they weren't giving us points. Xiong Yan also touched his head and chuckled. Actually, it's not bad. 3 virus gels can be counted as a monthly salary of 300 points. So we've been on a fixed salary all along, while others get paid for how much they work. Gao Qianhao understood Guan Shan's idea and couldn't help but admire his shrewdness. It was hard to take advantage of someone like him, but only such a calculating person could live long enough in the apocalypse. Am I only worth 100 points a month? Gao Qianmiao gripped his chopsticks, hating it in his heart, feeling that Guanshan had really underestimated him. He had looked down on him. He couldn't help but shovel rice into his mouth. He felt incredibly uncomfortable in this place under Guanshan, but there were only 2 things that were okay. One was that Wen Yating was here, and the second was that the food in this cafeteria was good. Once he replaced Guanshan in the future, he would definitely make that cafeteria uncle cook special meals for him. Thinking this, Gao Tianmiao quickly shoveled a few more mouthfuls. Stop discussing it, I reckon there will be tasks again in a moment. Just as Tan Hua was saying this, he saw Guanshan walking towards them. Looking at everyone, Guanshan said directly, Not far from here, there is a Nuanyang mechanical processing plant. There is a lot of processing equipment inside that needs to be brought back without missing a single piece. No problem. Xiongyan chuckled. Of course, no problem. I can bring back even more than that. Because he had consumed more than 20 virus gels, his physique had grown significantly. And a mechanical processing plant was a piece of cake for him. All right, then I can rest easy. Guanshan nodded. He still needed to go to the distant forest park, which was also the location of the state-owned forestry farm, to take a look. This time, he would take Liu Qingquan, Yu Dehai, and their group along for reconnaissance. If there were no objections, they would raise the mountain, and in the future, they would build the safe zone with the mountain as the center. These two are the accompanying personnel, Long Jinhua and General Manager Su Musheng. This is Guanshan. After Liu Qingquan introduced the two to Guan and they exchanged brief greetings, they waited a while longer before Yu Dehai finally arrived late. Sorry I'm late. I was just teaching everyone how to sow seeds. Because the fields had been cleared over the past few days, Yu Dehai had taken out watermelon seeds that had already sprouted to teach everyone how to farm. He even issued some tasks to collect new seeds to plant the ground. Liu Qingquan never refused things that were beneficial to the base. Hello, Mr. Guan. I am Long Jinhua. I used to be in charge of urban planning. Thank you for saving me. I am General Manager Su Musheng. I used to be a general manager at a construction company. Both of these men had been rescued by Guanshan from the stomachs of zombies, so they only wanted to repay him. After learning about their professions, Liu Qingquan prepared to take them along for an inspection. As they walked and talked, Long Jinhua reminded him, Mr. Guan, as far as I know, there are still many survivors in most civil defense shelters. If you want to expand the safe zone, you could try exploring that. Do you know of any large-scale civil defense shelters? I mean the kind with a lot of people. I know of 3 places. Long Jinhua pondered. He remembered 3 of the largest safe zones from his time in planning, each of which could accommodate thousands of people. These 3 safe zones are in different locations. The Lure River Civil Defense Shelter by the river, the Yumendong Air Defense Project near the mountains, and the Wangxiang Center Civil Defense Shelter located at a plaza. After speaking, he took out a map and marked these locations. Liu Qingquan nodded and had people issue tasks to collect intelligence on these places. This Lure River Civil Defense Shelter happens to form a straight line with our safe zone and the forest park. Guan said, gesturing on the map. Jiangxin Island is located downstream of the Lure River, about 50 kilometers away. Jiangxin Island had a beautiful location. Later, the land was bought by a real estate developer to build a villa complex. But unfortunately, the zombie crisis broke out shortly after it opened. It really is like that. In that case, we could connect it with the Lure River and rely on waterways for transportation. Liu Qingquan also noticed this. There were too many zombies on land now, but waterways could still be used for passage, as zombies that could swim had not yet appeared. I've heard there is also a large safe zone on Jiangxin Island, but we are currently suffering from a lack of communication equipment, so we don't know what the situation is like there. General Manager Su Musheng shook his head. Since they couldn't communicate with the outside world, they had become deaf and mute, completely unaware of the outside situation and forced to rely entirely on themselves. As they were talking, Jiang Yanyan suddenly came running from a distance, her little face flushed and very cute. This, for you. Jiang Yanyan had been working hard to collect materials these past few days and had finally managed to make these few walkie-talkies. These are walkie-talkies? Jiang Yanyan nodded and looked at Guanshan, her eyes revealing a desire for praise as she stared straight at him. Yanyan is amazing. He patted Jiang Yanyan on the head, and the little girl quickly ran off. Seeing this, the group smiled. Long Jinhua recalled his own youth, when he was just as dashing and romantic. Soon, the group got into the car and headed towards the forest park. At the forest park, the white ape was eating a child. The mountain of bones at its feet proved that it had eaten plenty of people these past few days. It was attempting to recover from its injuries this way. Its arm had recovered as good as new, and its strength had increased significantly. It had originally intended to eat everyone, but since its workers were all gone, eating one meant having one less, so it had to force itself to endure. Looking back, the white ape found a comfortable position and lay down. The people in the prison looked at the white ape with trembling fear. Watching this behemoth, some people didn't even dare to cry out, feeling extremely stifled. A mother blankly at her child who hadn't even left any bones behind. Two silent trails of tears flowed down, falling into the dust. Children are still the best, their bones are crunchy too. The white ape muttered, crossed its legs, and planned to take a nap. At the foot of the mountain, Guanshan and his group were rushing towards the white ape's location. The roadside was filled with abandoned vehicles, causing a massive traffic jam. It was evident that many people had abandoned their cars and proceeded on foot because of the congestion. What should we do? There's a traffic jam? Long Jinhua frowned. There were still many zombies on the side of the road, and it was too dangerous to go on foot. What else can we do? Guanshan said indifferently, "Isn't the sidewalk quite spacious?" He immediately turned the steering wheel and stepped on the gas, driving straight onto the sidewalk. Zombies rushed towards him, but were directly knocked flying. Everyone was shocked by Guanshan's actions, but upon further thought, they realized it wasn't a problem, so they just had to calm themselves down. After driving another kilometer or two, they finally arrived at the entrance of the forest park. "Let's drive to the mountainside first, then walk to the summit," Long Jinhua suggested. The route here led to the mountainside, but there was only a dirt road leading to the summit. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. Guanshan walked in front, while Wen Yating was responsible for guarding the rear to ensure safety. Arriving at the mountainside, Guanshan and the others chose to proceed on foot. There weren't many zombies here. The forest was lush and green, casting large patches of shade, as if it were a different world from the city. There don't seem to be any survivors here. Guanshan had walked the whole way thinking there might be survivors hiding in the mountains, but it seemed he had overthought it. In fact, these people had all been captured by the white ape. If Guanshan could dig through the mountain right now, from one side to the other, he would be face to face with the white ape. After a while, it was already noon, but the mountain air remained as cool as ever. Gentle breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. The group finally reached the summit. They cleared away the surrounding giant trees and gazed into the distance, with the entire city reflected in their eyes. "I see our safe zone." Liu Qingquan pointed excitedly at a spot. "What is that?" Long Jinhua's eyes were filled with terror and confusion as he pointed to the distant gymnasium. He saw a massive flash of flesh color inside, flanked by stone walls. Besides that, there was a spiraling staircase that reached into the sky and a bridge that spanned the sky without any supports. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Liu Qingquan, Yu Dahai, and the others all widened their eyes, as if struck by immense shock. The corners of Wen Yating's mouth curled up imperceptibly, and she felt very happy inside. General Manager Su Musheng shivered, never expecting that such a thing was in the same as him, and he finally understood the reason why the zombie crisis was able to run rampant. "Mr. Guan, let's run." They paid particular attention to wall, as if someone had built it to protect the giant zombie inside the gymnasium. Just thinking about this made them shudder, and fear welled up from the depths of their souls. Zombies really possessed intelligence, and it wasn't low. Do not panic, I did that. The things in the gymnasium looked like alien creations. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of organization could have built them, and they had been so quiet about it that they hadn't even noticed. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Guanshan quickly spoke up, lest their psychological defenses crumble. He didn't want the little bit of spirit they had finally regained to be scared away by. Don't panic, everyone. I did that. Yudahai rushed over and grabbed Guanshan's arm. Is this true? The group finally snapped back to reality, their hearts, which had plummeted to the depths of despair, instantly filled with wild joy. If the enemy had built it, it would be terrifying, but if it was their own teammate, they could only feel fortunate. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Guanshan looked at them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Otherwise, where would I get so many virus gels? They were all produced over there. Wen Yating also nodded. I can testify to that. That place has already become this man's industrial park. Now the zombies in the gymnasium were all just thriving. Leaks in Guanshan's eyes. Those without intelligence could be turned into experience. Mutant zombies could be turned into virus gel, and abnormals were even better big, thick leaks. Although Guanshan said this, the group was still a bit stunned, especially General Manager Sumusheng. As the general manager of a construction company, he understood the grandeur of this project even better. May I ask, Mr. Guanshan, how long did it take you to build this? I'm not sure. Maybe 24 hours? Upon hearing this, the corners of General Manager Sumusheng's mouth twitched slightly. Anyone else had completed such a grand project in 24 hours. He would have fired them long ago for having a mental breakdown. But this man seemed to truly possess that ability. After all, he had heard of this man's feat of building hundreds of matchboxes in a single night. You all go survey the surroundings first. Once you've firmed everything, I'll start digging. So soon? General Manager Sumushing's brain couldn't quite keep up. Didn't things usually require multiple surveys, meetings, and reviews before starting? Was it really going to start so hastily? Of course, can we afford to stall for time now? Guanshan nodded. He was always the type to just get things done. Once you've confirmed it, tell me how much to raise it, how much to widen it, and where to release the water, and I'll start digging. Guanshan pulled a shovel out from his jacket. He had made it. Before setting off, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered crafting a shovel, but it made shoveling dirt much easier. Once the location was set, he would just forcibly dig out a valley, raise the mountain, and release the water. All that would be left was to install a hydroelectric generator. Listening to Guanshan's words, the group walked around to observe, surveying the terrain, determining where to raise the height and where to release the water, while Wen Yating followed behind them to prevent accidents. How about this place? Yudahai pointed to a spot. Below was a straight street that led directly to their safe zone, with the Deer River in the distance and only a few large buildings and 2 plazas in between. This place works. We can just demolish those buildings when the time comes. I recommend using controlled demolition. General Manager Sumusheng suggested. There weren't many humans left anyway, so using the worry-free and effortless method of demolition was best. The only drawback would be dust, but that wasn't a problem anymore. Long Jinhua also thought it was good, but the road below was an 8-lane, 2-way street. Did they really need to open up such a large river? Then how wide and deep should the waterway be? 50 meters, General Manager Sumusheng proposed. As for the depth, how about 10 meters? Liu Qingquan nodded, then asked, what about the Mountain? Does it need to be raised? General Manager Sumusheng turned to look, estimating the height. It's at most 300 to nearly 400 meters here. We might as well just raise it to 500 meters. Standing on the mountaintop, the wind was already blowing quite coolly, but General Manager Sumusheng still felt that increasing the height was best. Because Guanshan planned to turn the mountaintop up into a flat surface, effectively expanding the summit so people could live on it. Most importantly, the view here was excellent, and the entire city district could be taken in at a glance. After everyone felt it was sufficient, they walked back. All right, let's do it. Guanshan nodded, having no objections. After all, professional matters should be handled by professionals, and after hearing the plan, he also felt it was quite reasonable. With nothing amiss. Not only could it avoid the safe zone, but it could also connect to the Deer River area. Most importantly, there wasn't much along the way that needed to be demolished, which reduced the workload. As for the waterway, he could completely build an automatic stone generator using lava and water. Once a stone formed, he would push it out, and after gathering 50, he would push them in the other direction, repeating the process. Building the waterway was actually very simple. The hardest part was raising the mountain. You mean you want to raise the mountain as well, right? Guanshan looked at the group, feeling a bit of a headache. They all nodded, looking at Guanshan with hopeful expressions. Back in the day, they wouldn't have even dared to imagine such a project. It would have been at the level of a fantasy, the kind where whoever proposed it would be sent straight to a mental hospital. But now, they were all looking at Guanshan, really wanting to see if it could be done. After all, it was just too exciting. They had proposed it, after all. If it really were built, how amazing would that be? At this moment, they all seemed to have returned to their childhood, no longer possessing the composure of adults. The way they looked at Guanshan was as if they were infants watching a giant excavator at work. Fine. Their persistence made it impossible for him to refuse. If it were built, it would also have great benefits, greatly extending the reach across the entire city district. Upon hearing the answer, General Manager Sumusheng's eyes lit up, and he became even more excited. We can dig a valley here to release the water, and the area around the mountain can be used as a forestry farm. Then how will people get around? You know, this place is going to be used as a center in the future. Build it in the sky. General Manager Sumusheng pointed to the aerial bridge in the distance that connected the gymnasium and the hotel. With this mountain as the center, build 4 roads leading to various places. General Manager Sumusheng became more excited as he spoke, starting to gesticulate wildly, while Guanshan, standing nearby, completely numb. You make it sound easy, but I'm the one who has to build all of this alone. Stop. Let's finish digging the waterway before we talk about anything else. Guanshan had black lines on his face. He just wanted to end this topic as quickly as possible. Just thinking about raising the entire mountain by over 100 meters and building a waterway already felt difficult enough. Now they wanted to build several major roads too? Did they really think he was a perpetual motion machine? I'll just start by digging the trench first. Taking out his shovel, Guanshan began digging along the summit, while the others followed when waiting to head back, taking the opportunity to notify everyone to prepare the materials Guanshan needed. Guanshan was alone on the mountain, beginning to dig furiously, with 5 iron shovels and 3 iron axes in his backpack. Because the area near the safe zone was a ridge and the valley was on the backside, he needed to carve out a valley from scratch and then release the water. Fortunately, the trees here only needed their bottom-most log chopped, and the rest would collapse directly. He didn't know the specific reason, Perhaps it was some miraculous change caused by the fusion and reality. As for the logs that were cut down, they would roll down to the foot of the mountain, where they would be collected by people in the safe zone later. After simply hacking out a long, straight path, he began to dig. By this time, it was approaching noon. When Yating had returned to deliver a meal to Guanshan once, and then she had gone off somewhere else. After eating, he enjoyed the mountain breeze and rested comfortably for a while, mainly to restore his hunger bar before continuing. The sun was scorching, and without the shade of the big trees, Guanshan was exposed to the sunlight as he continued to dig with his iron shovel. Why do I have such an ominous feeling? Guanshan suddenly frowned, instinctively feeling that something bad was about to happen, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Just then, the shovel in his hand dug through a patch of soil, revealing a void beneath. It's hollow underneath? Did I dig into an underground layer while on the mountainside? Or is it an underground river? Before he could think, he fell straight down, landing with a dull thud. Looking up, he realized he had fallen into a mysterious place. It was dark, damp, and lightless, with dry bones scattered around, a musty smell in the air, and water droplets dripping from the cave. Ceiling with a rhythmic drip sound. Guanshan groped his way forward and touched a piece of dry bone on the ground, feeling like it hadn't been dead for many days. What is this place? There was still some flesh residue left on it, and upon closer inspection, there were teeth marks on it. This bite force? Could it be an African hyena? Guanshan found it hard to imagine what kind of thing could leave bite marks on hard bone, but as he touched it more, he gradually realized that these seemed to be human. Bite marks. A normal person certainly wouldn't bite like this, so it could only be zombies. Could there be zombies here? Realizing this, Guanshan immediately pulled out his diamond sword, its faint purple light glowing slightly in the dark environment. A breeze blew from afar that this was not a sealed space. After walking for a while longer, he discovered that this was actually a series of prison cells, inside which some humans were staring blankly at Guanshan, their eyes motionless, looking as if they were dead. Bang! A loud noise suddenly erupted in the quiet environment as someone rushed violently toward Guanshan, struggling to stick their face through the gap and reaching out a hand in an attempt to grab Giant. Save me! Save me! Their voice seemed to come from the nether, dry and hoarse, carrying thick fear. They were disheveled, looking like a wild man from Shenongjia. In the cells, following their voice, a chain reaction seemed to occur in the surroundings. Everyone was affected, started making noise, struggling to crawl up, and looked toward Guanshan. What happened? After bending the iron bars with both hands and releasing the people inside one by one, everyone still stood there blankly, not daring to move. Go? Why are you just standing there? Looking at them in confusion, he wondered if he had rescued a group of mental patients. He saw everyone looking fearfully toward the outside, where the breeze was coming from, as if some extremely terrifying existence was at the exit. Where did you come in from? A man in the crowd asked. I dug down from the top of the mountain. Why? Can't you leave from your side? There is someone guarding the outside. The man said, trembling all over as if he were extremely afraid of that thing. That place probably won't work. It requires a ladder. Why not just go out from the exit? Unable to understand their train of thought, he only felt that they had been beaten into submission. So he walked toward the outside alone. Suddenly, someone darted out from who knows where. Aided by the faint light from outside, it could be seen that this person was well-dressed and didn't look malnourished like the others. When he saw Guanshan, he was first stunned, then he saw the crowd behind him, was greatly startled, and turned to run, very fast. He has already run out. He's not afraid. Let's follow him out together. Guanshan encouraged. The others just felt their vision dark. Some even collapsed to the ground, seemingly having lost all their strength. The same man from before gritted his teeth and moved in front of Guanshan, as if every move took immense effort. You'd better run out quickly. He is a traitor to humanity and has already gone to notify that white ape. White ape? Guan frowned. Could it be the white ape he had seen before? The man nodded, his face full of sorrow. That white ape keeps in captivity like pigs and dogs, just to make us give birth to children, and then eats them. His voice was filled with heartbreak as he looked at his wife behind him. His wife stood there blankly. To put it bluntly, the first impression she gave was like a vegetable, except she could stand up. There was no color in her eyes. Such a person, her soul had already died. Guanshan was silent, looked back, and saw that everyone's faces were numb, burying their blood and tears deep in their hearts. I see. What is that person's name? Who? The one who went out to report. Zhang Jun. Guanshan nodded, and under everyone's gaze walked toward the outside step by step. Don't go, brother, you will die. The man looked at Guanshan with a look of extreme disappointment, thinking that if he ran out now, he could come back or maybe even save them, so there was no need to be reckless. Humans can't possibly beat him. That thing is taller than two people combined when it stands up. It has infinite strength. Every time the man recalled that huge white ape, a feeling of invincibility would well up from the bottom of his heart. In the white mist mixed with snowflakes, a figure would shuttle quickly, easily smashing tree trunks that 3 people could barely encircle with one punch, grabbing people like grabbing little chicks. It's okay, I'll be right back. That white ape is just a defeated opponent of mine. Outside the cave, the white ape lay on the ground, feeling melancholy, looking at the sky. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, leaving mottled shadows on his face, swaying gently with the wind. He was thinking about how to defeat that man. So many days had passed, and he was still recalling that night, thinking about whether there was any way. But even though he replayed it over and over, he still felt that the man was terrifyingly strong, not in the same league as him at all. The white ape himself didn't even know how to defeat that man. At that time, it was just one punch, and he felt his body was about to shatter. That was the closest he had ever come to death. Now, thinking back to that time, his arms would tremble slightly. Lord White Ape, someone has escaped. What? The white ape stood up abruptly, looking at Zhang Jun. Take me there now. As the two entered the cave, the white ape walked aggressively behind Xu Jun. These damn humans. This time I'm really going to go on a killing spree. A fierce glint flashed its eyes. They were actually trying to escape. It had to teach them a good lesson. This time, it would eat a few of them alive, just to make sure they learned their lesson. The white ape revealed a bloodthirsty smile, making Xu Jun, who was leading the way, feel a chill in his heart. Sorry about this, but I have no choice. Humans can't possibly defeat the zombies. Xu Jun thought silently to himself, seemingly looking for an excuse. In his view, human civilization had already ended, and zombie civilization was the true successor. After becoming a zombie, one could be free from the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. You remember the website domain, follow Taiwan novels. Look for the most reliable one. Most importantly, after becoming a mutant zombie, one could still possess intelligence, an ageless, immortal life, wisdom, and physical self-healing. All of the above, from the moment he discovered them, convinced him that humans could not defeat the zombies. Zombies are the new humans. What Xu Jun was thinking about now was how to become a zombie. In the future, humans were destined to be kept in captivity as food. So figuring out how to successfully switch sides before that happened was the most important thing. It's right ahead. Around the corner, Sujun pointed ahead, and then the white ape rushed forward violently. As soon as it turned the corner, it ran straight into Guanshan. The two locked eyes, and for a moment, the air was terrifyingly still. The white ape's massive frame loomed in front of the cave entrance, blocking out almost all the light. Its robust muscles and needle-like fur were enough to strike terror into anyone. Yet, this behemoth, upon seeing the human in front of it, unconsciously took a step back. You are. At this moment, the white ape's breathing almost stopped. It had never expected that the human it thought about day and night would appear before it like a ghost. Right now, it only wanted to turn around and crush that Sujun to death. It was you who brought him here. Without a word, the diamond sword in Guanshan's hand slashed horizontally toward the white ape's head. Damn it! The white ape roared, and in that split second, it displayed mobility far exceeding that of an ordinary zombie. In almost an instant, it completed the process of turning around to flee, while simultaneously releasing white mist. White mist suddenly appeared in the area, like a smoke bomb that had just detonated. Using this white mist and the darkness to conceal its form, the white ape bolted toward the outside. Guanshan also flashed forward and chased after it. Shu-jun! The white ape roared, looked at the Kixu-jun in front, and rushed over, using its body to smash the other's lumbar spine. It grabbed him, ate his upper body in one bite, and held the lower body in its hand, ready to throw it at any time to obstruct Guanshan. In the cave, the ice mist around the white ape grew thicker, making it almost impossible to pinpoint its location, but its frantic footsteps betrayed it. There was no need for eyes at all. One only needed to listen to the sounds to precisely locate ape. The distance between the two grew smaller. The white ape looked back from time to time. The darkness at the cave entrance merged with the white mist, and a human figure could be vaguely seen sprinting toward it. The white ape was extremely fast. As an ape, its agility went without saying. It could traverse mountains and rivers, and it was top tier at running away. 50 meters ahead, it could already see the light. The cave ants magnified infinitely in its pupils. Almost there. Almost there. As long as I get out of here, the forest outside will be mine to roam. Facing crises countless times, the white ape had always escaped death by using the cover of the forest, and this time would be no exception. I, the white ape, have had a rough life from the very beginning, yet I have always been able to turn danger into safety. This time, good fortune will stand on my side as well. At this moment, the white ape could already hear birds chirping in the forest, the sound of blowing through the leaves, the sound of animals stepping on the grass. At this time, the sound behind it was getting closer and closer. No other choice, Xu-jun. It's time for you to be useful. The white ape roared, flung the half of Xu-jun in its hand backward, and the blood from the waist, accompanied by a great force, turned into a blood moon-like arc, directly covering Guanshan's eyes. How about this move of blinding you with blood? Ha 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 ha! Its laughter became increasingly arrogant. So what if you're strong? If I can't beat you, run. What can you do to me? It threw the half of Xu-jun that had lost its utility value behind it, letting it serve its final purpose. With an incredibly exhilarated mood, the white ape dashed toward the light. Success! The moment it felt the fresh air outside, every pore on the white ape's body opened up, feeling as refreshing as drinking a bottle of sugary iced cola on a hot summer day. The instant it rushed out of the cave, the white ape stopped thinking. For the remaining time, it only needed instinct, that is, muscle memory. With a leap, it stretched its ape arms lightly, hooked onto a tree branch, and began to shuttle rapidly through the forest. There's someone else? While shuttling through the forest, the white ape caught sight of the woman below. This isn't a chance encounter, it's an ambush. Someone betrayed my intelligence. It must be that guy who escaped. He collaborated with the humans. In a flash, the white ape figured everything out. Otherwise, such a coincidence would have been impossible. Don't let me find out who you are, or I will break every inch of your bones and drink every drop of your blood. Wen-Yating snorted coldly. She had only been pacing back and forth on the hillside, not expecting to run into this white ape fellow. She had not forgot the humiliation the white ape had brought upon her. The invisible hand, carrying a sharp, whistling sound in the air, passed through the forest and slapped directly toward the white ape. I can see it clearly now. The white ape snorted coldly. It was clear about this woman's ability. Now, it didn't need to release white mist itself. The dense forest had already provided a warning. The white ape leaped high and collided violently with the invisible hand in midair. The intense impact made the surrounding forest rustle, kicking up a gust of wind. Too weak, too weak, too weak. The white ape became increasingly arrogant. This feeling of walking on the edge of life and death was addictive, especially when it relied on its own strength to break free from the opponent's encirclement and trample the plan the opponent had plotted for many days under its feet. It was absolutely explosive. Working hard for so many days only to come up empty-handed. That doesn't feel good, right? The white ape twisted its body in midair and landed precisely on a tree branch. You talk too much. Wen-Yating snorted coldly, and a second invisible hand rushed out from the surroundings, slapping the white ape in midair and smashing it heavily onto the ground. The white ape struggled to get up from the ground and looked back. How could it be so fast? No, it's not that your speed has increased, it's that your number of attacks has become 2. After realizing that the opponent's ability had changed, the white ape hurriedly tried to get up, its full strength erupting. It actually managed to lift the invisible hand that was pressing on its chest and get up. Is this your trump card? I can only say it's too simple. Wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth, the white ape sneered. If you don't have any other tricks, then I'm going to make my move. Just at this moment, the trees behind it fell in rows, their cuts as smooth as a mirror. Why aren't you running anymore? Amidst the rising mist of the white ape, Guanshan had already arrived behind it. The trees in the forest had been severed at the roots by his diamond sword, and he had finally arrived here before the white ape could make a move. Damn woman, it's you again. A familiar scene played. Out once more. The white ape's eyes turned red, and the white mist in the forest grew thicker and thicker. Wen-Yating's face was somewhat pale. This level of ice mist already made her feel uncomfortable. She felt an icy chill in her lungs, her trachea felt incredibly painful, and her body was filled with cold air. On the other hand, Guanshan looked at the white ape with a gloomy expression. For him, the few ice crystals in the air didn't cause damage faster than his health regeneration. And the only thing that had any effect was the white mist. Rise! The white ape supported the sky with both hands, slowly pushing away the invisible hand, then decisively rolled to the side. Sure enough, Guanshan had arrived as expected. The diamond sword with sharpness sliced directly into the ground, leaving a long, narrow trench. Narrowly avoiding this sword strike, the white ape's fur stood on end, and its heart turned cold. His attacks are stronger than before. He changed his sword, and there's a faint purple light on the blade. It was just a simple slash. If it had landed on him, he feared he would have been split in two on the spot. And the range is bigger too. It didn't have this range before. The white ape had seen it clearly that day. I absolutely will not die here, the white ape roared. At this moment, Guanshan had closed in on him, and there was no way out. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He was an ape, after all. His reaction speed was far faster than a human's. He only needed to dodge once. The moment he sensed Guanshan making a move, the white ape stared intensely. No mistake, it's a horizontal slash. He wants to cut me in half at the waist. With a cold snort, the white ape retreated slightly to create distance, then gathered strength in his calves, thighs, and waist in one fluid motion, lunging at Guanshan. His body slammed into Guanshan like a cannonball. The white ape only felt as if he had crashed into a wall. It was so hard it made his head ache. Go to hell. The white ape pinned Guanshan down, suddenly exerting force, his tower-like frame unleashing several consecutive punches at Guanshan, left and right. You thought my weapon was my only reliance. Getting into close quarters with me is your biggest mistake. Guanshan was pinned underneath and also got angry. This white ape didn't have much ability, but he had plenty of crooked ideas. The white ape's gaze turned cold. He picked up the diamond sword Guanshan had dropped earlier and stabbed it straight at him. So that's how it is. These were all your smoke screens. Your real intention was to get my weapon? In an instant, Guanshan understood the white ape's plan. While admiring him inwardly, he also solidified his intention to kill him. The white ape was too cunning. Even in such a life-or-death situation, he could find a loophole. If it had been anyone else, he might have actually survived. Being able to think of taking his own weapon to attack him was truly a stroke of genius. It was a pity to let him just be a monkey. The diamond sword pierced accurately into his chest. The white ape's smile had only just begun to spread when it was beaten back by a lightning-fast punch. If it were sharpness, it really could have caused me quite a bit of damage, but unfortunately, this is only a smite. Such a fierce punch almost displaced the white ape's head. Before he could recover, the second punch had already landed. After several consecutive punches, the white ape's body was on the verge of collapse. His massive body lay in the forest, breathing more than he was inhaling. You're just relying on your superior ability. If you have the guts, compete with me in intelligence. Isn't that what you humans like to compare most? The white ape lay on the ground, still unconvinced. In his view, he had already achieved the ultimate. Heh, I gave you an inch and you took a mile? Guanshan sneered. You think you could really stab down with just your strength? I just wanted to see what you looked like after exhausting all your skills and still being easily defeated. With the white ape's strength, as long as Guanshan held the sword, even if the white ape's whole family came up together, with 6 hands and 6 feet, using all their might, it wouldn't work. The reason he let him stab him like that was just that it was harmless. Guanshan had more to see the white ape's mood as he fell from the peak to the bottom of the valley. He didn't know what happened just now, but it seemed like he had beaten him until he was happy. He was muttering something to himself that no one knew. What seemed like an incredibly thrilling and dangerous affair to the white ape. In Guanshan's eyes, nothing more than a mundane chore, just like crushing a grasshopper. This feeling was just like brushing one's teeth every day. The difference in realm between the white ape and Guanshan was too great. What are you waiting for? The white ape forced himself up, looking on Guanshan. It's coming soon. In the distance, figures darted out. When they saw the white ape truly fallen before Guanshan, the crowd, who had been like livestock, upon seeing the culprit in this state, stopped being listless and instead, their eyes surged with excitement. From the crowd, many disheveled women rushed out, ragged and tattered, holding stones and throwing them directly at the white ape. Damn it. So you wanted to humiliate me? The The white ape also understood Guanshan's intention, but now he couldn't even commit suicide. Guanshan turned and walked out of the crowd to meet with Wen Yating. "Why were you guarding outside?" "Just walking around nearby," the woman before him said indifferently. Unlike her previous style of dress, she was wearing jeans with a long-sleeved shirt. Although she was covered up tightly, it was even more alluring, displaying the curves of her body vividly. The atmosphere between the two was a bit awkward, neither knowing how to speak. Finally, Wen Yating turned and left first. "I'll go notify them, you go ahead and get busy." Watching Wen Yating's beautiful figure walk further and further away, Guanshan returned to the white ape's position. At this moment, the crowd had dispersed. The white ape looked miserable, unrecognizable from his original appearance, but his body's regenerative ability was still continuing. It was impossible to kill him by throwing stones. "Everyone, disperse for now. Just doing this won't kill him. I'll handle it." A man from the crowd stepped out and came before Guanshan. "My name is Shen Feng. Thank you for saving us." "My name is Guanshan. Someone will come to take you to a safe place in a while. Everyone, rest for now." Hearing this, everyone dispersed, only one woman stood dully to the side, mechanically picking up stones and throwing them at the white ape. "Yang King, don't be like this. Leave the rest to Brother Guan." Shen Feng couldn't bear it and hugged Yang King. After struggling several times without success, she finally burst into loud sobs. "Go rest for a while first." Guanshan took food and water from his status bar and let Shen Feng distribute them to the crowd, while he himself took the white ape to the edge of a cliff. The white ape looked at Guanshan, revealing a contemptuous smile, as if mocking him. He still believed from the bottom of his heart that if it weren't for that traitor, Guanshan would never have been able to catch him. The only reason for his true failure was that traitor. And Guanshan, cooperating with zombies, wasn't so upright and honorable either. "Hope you have a better reincarnation in your next life." After that blessing, he swung his sword, and the white ape's body was split in two, falling down the cliff. At this moment, Zheng Li, who was preparing to survey the terrain before taking revenge, stood in place, watching the half of the white ape falling from the sky, and fell into deep thought. "Isn't this the white ape?" Zheng Li stared blankly at the familiar face before him. Before he could even feel happy, a chill crept into his heart. Who on earth killed the white ape? With cold hands and feet, he glanced around a few times before quickly carrying the white ape's corpse and running back, only stopping after running for more than 10 kilometers. It's only half a body, yet it's still so heavy. Gang put down the white ape's corpse, and after examining it closely, he discovered that the white ape's body was slowly disappearing. There's no mistake, it's that man. He had only seen this eerie scene once before, and that was with that man. The zombies he killed would all vanish into thin air, leaving not even a corpse behind. I must eat it while it's fresh. I can't let it go to waste. Gang Li immediately began to devour it in large mouthfuls, not even bothering to chew, simply lying on top of the white ape's body to eat the flesh. As mouthful after mouthful of meat went down, Zheng Li's strength grew. His entire body turned crimson, emitting scorching steam. Wherever he touched, the white ape's flesh rapidly turned white. That's fine, saves me from having to eat it raw. Zheng Li didn't care at all, and even felt that it was even more delicious this way. Meanwhile, on the other side, the white ape's corpse had fallen into a pool of water, and just as it was disappearing, it happened to encounter a zombie. In its dazed state, it had fallen into the pool, and in a panic, it devoured the white ape's corpse. At that moment, an electric current flashed through his mind, and almost instantly, he became a mutant zombie. I can think. Before, When he was just an ordinary zombie, he had always been in a dazed state, as if in infancy, but now that he had become a mutant zombie, he was finally able to think for himself. Before, it was as if I were dead, without any perception, no sense of pain, hearing, or touch. I had nothing. Clenching his hands, Xiaozi bursted. Although he didn't understand what had just happened, it was definitely a good thing. He climbed out of the water. The once crystal clear little pool was now covered in blood and filth. Could it be that a fight took place just now, and I won? Xiaozi was lost in thought. That the thing that had fought him earlier must have been eaten by him. Could I have eaten another zombie? His face turned pale, and Ding Zi immediately felt an urge to vomit. Although he had already turned into a zombie, he still couldn't let go of his inner revulsion. Eating a humanoid creature was still too much for him. He fought back the urge to vomit for a long time before he finally calmed down. Although I don't know what I ate, I suppose I should thank you, Xiaozi said slowly. He looked towards the foot of the mountain, and then ran down. Before the zombie outbreak, his last memory was driving to the countryside to find his wife and children, and then being bitten and infected by a zombie. Deep within his consciousness, the white ape slowly opened its eyes. It seems I have appeared in the mind of a mutant zombie. This must be conscious symbiosis. I never expected to be eaten, a guy as trashy as they come. What a disgrace. I don't have much strength left, and I must even hurry just to think. The white ape was now weakened to the extreme, and afterward, it slowly closed its eyes. Generally speaking, after turning into a zombie, one's psychology undergoes a transformation, but Xiaozi was not like that. However, the white ape had not yet realized this. On the mountainside, the white ape's original cave entrance had been completely sealed off by soil, and a group of people sat huddled together, wolfing down the food Guanshan had brought. Eat slowly, everyone, don't choke. Guanshan came over and sat down beside Shen Feng. The man looked at Guanshan with gratitude. If it hadn't been for him accidentally stumbling in here, they would all likely be dead. If nothing unexpected had happened, Guanshan would have started building roads after excavating a large area, then released water to create an artificial river. During this period, the white ape would surely have noticed it early on. Once it knew Guanshan was here, it certainly would have upheld the principle of not wasting food, eaten everyone, and then run far away. It could be said that if Guanshan hadn't insisted on strict construction at the time, the fate of this group of people would have been a dead end. Looking at the group of people who resembled refugees, complex emotions flashed in Guanshan's eyes. After the apocalypse arrived, the fate of ordinary people was like blades of grass swaying in the wind, unable to control themselves. After the original order collapsed, everything ceased to exist. The once respected engineers in the apocalypse were nothing more than ordinary males, at most viewed as a source of labor. Brother, what are your plans for the future? Shen Feng said after eating a little to fill his stomach, then looking at Guanshan. It seemed he hadn't expected Shen Feng to ask, but Guanshan still explained it to him clearly. Next, we are going to use this place as a center to rebuild civilization. Who knew that after hearing this, the man became unusually excited, taking a snake's scale out of his pocket and handing it to Guanshan. Under the sunlight, the snake scale became crystal clear. One couldn't tell at all that it had originally been a pitch-black object. What is this? Guanshan took the scale, a bit confused as to why he was handing this to him. This scale was found in the white ape's nest. It often held this thing and asked me about related matters. Shen Feng was an archaeology expert who had traveled all over the world. With a look of reminiscence, he looked at the snake scale and said slowly, My wife and I were captured by the white ape in the coastal region, which was the area where the zombie crisis first broke out. At that time, the white ape had captured us, and upon learning of my identity, it was overjoyed and often brought the snake scale to ask me questions. There are legends about snakes all over the world. The serpent of deception in the Garden of Eden, the serpent of destruction in Greek mythology, and the serpent of theft that stole Gilgamesh's elixir of immortality. In his travels across the world, Shen Feng discovered that myths about snakes in regions like Northern Europe were mostly negative, whereas only in South Asia and East Asia were they portrayed positively. Unlike the original snakes, those in South Asia and East Asia were half human, half snake. In the White Elephant country, they were symbols of harvest, and as East Asia, it goes without saying. At first, I thought it was a simple fertility cult, just like with frogs. After ancient people observed these creatures that produced many offspring, they used them as totems in an attempt to gain their power, but later I discovered that wasn't the case. In the northern European regions and the Mesopotamia region, they might have truly seen a colossal snake. It didn't lay eggs, and when it hid beneath the water, it was a long black shadow, so massive that it gave rise to the legend of Jörmungandr, the world serpent. Later, this snake came to our side, and I don't know what happened afterward. Creatures with human heads and snake bodies appeared, entering early human civilization and bringing knowledge to our ancestors. I call it the serpent. Guanshan listened, feeling confused, not understanding what it meant. We once traveled all over the world and eventually discovered traces of the serpent in 3 locations. Ancient people at that time observed a type of creature and carved it onto stone walls. This great serpent had its tail in its mouth, and I call it the Ouroboros. Shen Feng said this, staring intently at Guanshan. They are, respectively, the ice mountain region at the extreme north, the snow mountain region at the world's highest point, and the largest rainforest in the world. In an instant, an electric current shot through Guan's mind. Weren't these 3 places where the zombie outbreak first began? Moreover, in Norse mythology, Jörmungandr, the world serpent, was depicted as having its tail in its mouth, biting its own tail. That's right. Surely you've heard of it. These 3 places are the origin of the zombie outbreak. Bayuan must have heard something. He often asked me about these things while beating around the... Shh. I was still confused at the time and didn't understand what he meant. Sheng recalled the past, when he clearly had no value, yet was still treated carefully by Bayuan. Others had irreplaceable skills, while he was just an ordinary archaeologist whose only defining trait was having traveled all over the world, specializing in the study of snake mythology. He didn't know what happened that day, only that Bayuan was in a great mood and allowed the few of them to go out for some fresh air for a while. Although they couldn't go too far, it was still a rare moment of freedom. At that time, Shen Feng caught a glimpse of Bayuan from afar, seeing him holding a snake scale in his hand, holding it up to his eyes to examine it against the sun. Shen Feng felt something was wrong right then. Bayuan must have had ulterior motives. From then on, he became cautious, only speaking about unimportant matters, after which Bayuan would leave, lost in thought. Later, more people entered the dungeon, among them a soldier who told Shen Feng many things. About the location of the zombie outbreak, the status of the front lines, and so on. From him, Shen Feng learned that this was not a simple zombie outbreak, but a premeditated attack, as if it were a conspiracy hidden in the shadows planned for thousands of years. Later, because this soldier resisted Bayuan's breeding plan, he was torn apart and eaten by numerous mutant zombies, leaving not even a bone behind. Shen Feng didn't even have time to ask for the man's name. In the end, he only managed to set up a grave for the soldier at the location of the dungeon. Guan Shan looked at the snake scale in his hand, deep in thought. I don't know where this snake scale came from, but it must be very important to Beiyuan. Shen Feng looked at the snake scale with lingering attachment. He really wanted to study it. Guanshan turned the snake scale over and over, not finding anything peculiar about it. It felt like a very ordinary scale, the kind you might find on any snake caught in the fields. You can have this to study, but you cannot take it out of the safe zone. As Guanshan said this, he shoved the snake scale into Shen Feng's hand. The only thing known for sure at the moment was that this thing was of no benefit to him. Since that was the case, it was better to leave it in the safe zone and let Shen Feng study it. Even if this snake scale really had some remarkable properties, there was no difference between keeping it in the safe zone and keeping it with himself. Are you sure? Shen Feng didn't seem to expect Guanshan to be so carefree. Normally, most people would be like Beiyuan, hiding it away to study it secretly by themselves. He, too, had gone through a series of internal struggles before handing this thing over to Guanshan. This thing is useless to me. If it's useful to others, it's better placed in the safe zone than in my hands. He would often be away from the safe zone in the future. If it was useful to others, it was better to leave it in the zone. But don't take it outside. If there's a chance in the future, I will take you to those 3 places again to conduct research. As Guanshan spoke, he didn't notice the burning look in Shen Feng's eyes. He had only learned about those 3 locations a month before the zombie outbreak. He had originally thought he would never know the secrets within them, but he never expected Guanshan to say something like that. At this moment, Shen Feng's heart began to beat uncontrollably, and he trembled with excitement. If it's really possible, I. Shen Feng moved closer, his hands shaking. I really don't know how to repay you. After thinking for a long time, Shen Feng couldn't think of how to repay him. After all, he was just an ordinary archaeologist. He couldn't build houses like those in civil engineering, nor was he as useful as other science experts. It's fine, you don't need to repay me. You just need to stay alive. Guanshan was taken aback by his appearance. He hadn't saved them for the sake of being repaid. It was just out of human conscience. As the saying goes, when poor, focus on your own virtue. When rich, help the world. Now that he had the strength and a large safe zone, searching for survivors everywhere was just within his capacity. Saving as many as he could was what mattered. Watching Shen Feng's excited expression, Guanshan quietly walked to the distance, recalling the snake scale from just now. Perhaps there really was some great secret hidden on it. But unfortunately, the only person who knew about this, Beiyuan, had been split in 2 by him and thrown off the mountain. Had he known about this earlier, he should have broken Beiyuan's limbs, shackled him up, and tortured him for information. A graceful figure walked up from the bottom of the mountain. Wen Yating stepped on the mountainous terrain in high heels, as if walking on flat ground. It was unknown how she managed it. Her temperament was as cold as when he first met her, reserved and uncommunicative, exuding a sense of stay away. Arriving in front of Guanshan, she said concisely, "The vehicles have arrived. When are we going down?" Wen Yating glanced at those people, and a trace of pity flickered in her originally cold eyes. If it were the original Wen Yating, it would have been absolutely impossible for her to show such an expression. Seeing this, Guanshan was very gratified. Environments truly can change a person. After staying in a loving environment for a long time, people also become more loving, and vice versa. Let's go now. I'll go take them down. Saying this, Guanshan walked towards Shen Feng. After the 2 talked for a while, everyone stood up and limped along after Guanshan. They had just escaped from inside. Some walked unsteadily, as if they had forgotten how to walk, and act ingrained in instinct. So the group moved extremely slowly. Wen Yating walked along with Guanshan. The man in front of her turned his head to look at her, saying with a hint of surprise, "I originally thought you would be impatient." "What kind of person do you take me for?" Wen Yating's tone was cold, as if she didn't want to pay attention to this man. With a stride of her long legs, she went directly past Guan Shan and walked forward alone. Shen Feng followed far behind, watching the two of them with a knowing smile. Feeling that youth was truly beautiful, he looked back once. The place that had brought them endless nightmares had been sealed off, and the culprit had been slashed away, nearly cut in half at the waist. On the way down the mountain breeze blew gently. Amidst the interweaving light and shadows, everyone supported each other, stepping on patches of light as they walked down. Although the city was still in ruins, and they even heard the roars of zombies on their way down the mountain, they were no longer so afraid. They knew that in one place, right within this city, a powerful safe zone had already appeared, one that could provide protection to others and take the initiative to strike outward. Their vision was so grand and so incredible, yet it gave people the feeling that it would absolutely succeed. "Look forward," Guanshan turned back and said to everyone, "Everything is in the past now. It's time to look forward." Hearing this, Shen Feng smiled genuinely from the bottom of it and nodded, saying, "Yes, everything should look forward now." As everyone settled down in the safe zone once again, the civil engineering guy's head began to ache again. The workload, which was already massive, surged once more. Dingzi felt like his head was about to explode, so he secretly found Guan Shen. "Big brother Guan, could you find a residential complex and send them there? With so many people, we really can't handle it all." Every time he opened and closed his eyes, he had to build houses for a dozen or even dozens more people. His head swelled every time, and he truly didn't know how they were supposed to keep going. "All right, I'll make arrangements and I'll have Xiong Yang Yan go help you guys later." Guanshan nodded as well, feeling that this was indeed asking too much of them. These people would still need to help him build the river dam later, so they needed to be utilized in more critical areas. He was responsible for the trenching, water release, and the main construction of the river channel. Guanshan even wanted to build an additional dam. However, while he could build the main structure himself, the other parts required this group of people. This group of people never dreamed that, because of Dingzi's words, their future days would be even tougher. Afterward, Guanshan sought out Liu Qingquan, asked if anything had happened recently, and then informed him of his next move. "All right, I'll post the task right away." Upon hearing Guanshan's words, Liu Qingquan nodded, took out a map, pointed to it, and said, "Not far from here is Furong Century City, which can accommodate over 5,000 people. How about we set it there?" Guanshan leaned in to take a look and felt it was pretty good. The distance was also appropriate. "All right, I'll have Xiong Yan take some people to check it out later. For the candidates, just let them sign up voluntarily." Liu Qingquan nodded, put away the map, and then remembered something. By the way, Lu Chuan took the remaining points belonging to Wang Qi. "All right." Nodding, Guash remembered Wang Yongqi again, that guy he had hacked to death. It was a well-deserved fate. If that girl hadn't told him, he had originally intended to keep him around like a dog. He hadn't expected that his small inheritance points would be taken by Lu Chuan. Regarding this matter, Guanshan didn't say anything. After observing Guanshan's expression, Liu Qingquan immediately relaxed. This matter wasn't huge, but it wasn't trivial either. Everything depended on Guanshan's attitude. They exchanged for virus gel right away, and 2 of them at that. Liu Qingquan said, "Currently, I only have 5 virus gels from mutant zombies, and 1 virus gel from an advanced zombie on hand. All right, I'll find some time to restock." Upon hearing this news, Guanshan felt gratified that everyone was working with such enthusiasm and drive. But on the other hand, he felt a headache. There were too many things going on right now, one after another. Wanting to rebuild civilization was indeed not easy. He had to find time to go to the gymnasium to harvest some chives. Afterward, Guanshan went to the warehouse again. Seeing the extra items inside, he was once again plunged into shock. He no longer needed to worry about things like food. Large quantities of food were accounted for every day. Each batch was counted and recorded in Wenwan's notebook. Next were the medicines, which were also dazzling in variety. Guanshan suspected that this group had likely emptied out an entire hospital, and the reality was indeed so. There was who used to be an intern nurse. Under her leadership, a group of people wearing bulletproof vests from who knows where, carrying iron bars and the like, had charged directly into the hospital and looted a massive amount of supplies. And they had become the second group of people to exchange for virus gel. The rest were iron and diamonds. The iron is fine, it just needs to be smelted. These iron materials were all very impure and needed to be fired in a furnace. He placed the crafting table, made a furnace, and put all the iron from the warehouse into it. He didn't know how such a small thing could hold so much. Then he put in some wood. Because there was no charcoal, he could only use that. I'll need to post some tasks for coal and charcoal in the future, he muttered to himself, then looked at the diamonds in the warehouse. 5 more. I didn't expect everyone to be so efficient. Without hesitation, he quickly crafted a helmet out of all these items. As for the original iron helmet, he just found a pit and threw it away. Perhaps one day it would be found by some lucky person and become their legendary weapon. After putting on the new helmet, Guanshan felt good about himself, and his sense of reliance had increased by one more layer. Many hands make light work. This saying is truly correct. If there were a few more people, then I wouldn't be short of diamonds in the future. Although he said that, he also had to be mindful of one issue. If diamonds became more abundant, future points obtained for them would have to be reduced accordingly. Otherwise, without enough supplies, the economy here would collapse. Points must be tightly linked to supplies. If there were too many points and too few supplies, it would end up like that certain transportation captain with a Fengua accent who hoarded until he went bald. After finishing all this, he came to one of the designated locations around the safe zone, the zombie trap farm. This location was like a weekly quest. He had to come once. Sure enough, this time was also a bountiful harvest. There were still many zombies in the city. There was absolutely no worry about running out of zombies to use. Inside the large pit, there were already many zombies waiting to be fed. One by one, seeing Guanshan, they opened their mouths wide and let out hissing roars. Don't be anxious, I'm coming right away to help you find release. While sitting above, he could still hear the sounds coming from inside. How do you get out of here? Damn it! Just by listening to the voice, he knew there was a mutant zombie inside. It seemed it really was a bountiful harvest. He dug a bit with a shovel, arrived at the familiar spot, took out the diamond sword, and began to kill. It was just like Tetris. The bottom layer began to disappear, turning into experience, and the ones above came down, repeating the cycle. After hacking for a while, an abrupt sound appeared. What's going on? It seems to have moved. The next moment, a mutant zombie appeared before Guanshan. The two stared at each other, seeing one another through a gap. Who are you? The mutant zombie let out an angry roar, wanting to smash through here to eat Guanshan, but the next second, it couldn't speak anymore. The diamond sword swept across, directly hacking its head away. There was no need to rush to collect the virus gel. As long as he hacked them all to death, they would eventually drop, and afterward, they would be automatically collected into his inventory. After hacking for another minute, the entire pit was finally completely cleared. Returning to the surface, the pit was filled with a heavy scent of blood, but it would soon be washed away by the water flow, leaving only the fresh scent of the virus gel. The experience is getting less and less. He checked his experience bar. Current experience level 67, and so many zombies, almost a full pit, only provided a mere 12 levels of experience. One could only say it was less and less compared to before. Not far away, a few more zombies came following the sound, all of which were hacked to death by Guanshan directly. It seems I still need to find time to take a trip to the gymnasium. I need to have Liu Qingquan select the candidates as soon as possible, preferably ability users. The situation at the gymnasium was complex. If something unexpected happened, only ability users would have a chance of escaping. I still don't have enough manpower. I hope the gymnasium can provide me with more virus gel. Returning to the safe zone, he locked eyes with Wenwan from afar, and a touch of warmth welled up in his heart. At this moment, Liu Qingquan ran over in a rush, holding a name list, and said, "The virus gel is already in short supply. There is a shortage of 3s. Returning to the safe zone, everyone was overflowing with enthusiasm, as if they had returned to the days of the past. Although it was not like before, where they could have whatever they wanted, at least there was no threat to their lives, and they didn't have to worry about turning into zombies. Most importantly, there was clean water and food, so there was no need to worry about such issues. In the distance Udahai what was leading people in planting crops. Next to the buildings, a group of old civil engineering hands had returned to their former trade and were working enthusiastically, with a crowd of people around them asking to borrow points. You guys have nowhere to wash your feet, so you must have saved up a lot of points. Brother, lend me some, and I'll cross-dress for you in the future. Uncle Chen, I heard you don't have a son, and I don't have a father. If you don't mind, I'm willing to support you in your old age." Walking past the area, there was a research zone in the distance where Jiang Yanyan's figure could be seen weaving through, filled with the smell of machine oil and the clanging of metal. Jiang Yanyan was wearing work clothes. As she walked inside, her delicate and pure face exuded a youthful aura, and the ponytail tied behind her head bounced up and down, which was truly cute. On the city wall, Lu Chuan enjoyed the gazes of the crowd and began to talk about his promising youth and how he became a team leader relying on his own strength, even mentioning the story of his little Huang Yongqi. When I was in school, I was often the top of my class. When the zombie outbreak occurred, I relied on my outstanding courage to come to boss Guanshan's side, becoming his right-hand man and capable lieutenant. Really? Team leader Lu? Nonsense. Otherwise, how did I become your team leader? If I didn't have the skills, could I take on this job? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes at the person and then took a virus gel out from his pocket. You all know what this is, right? I was the first one to get it. As he spoke, he held the virus gel high. Under the sunlight, it emitted a colorful glow. The crowd was dazzled for a moment, and just by smelling its fresh fragrance, they felt refreshed in body and mind. It was as if they had put on a brand new pair of underwear on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and it fit perfectly. Everything was just so wonderful. Is this the virus gel? Team leader. Seeing the crowd's expense, a sense of superiority inevitably arose in Lu Chuan's heart, and he shook his head as he said, "This is the treasure that can help awaken superpowers." Really? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan immediately looked grim and scolded. I do not allow you to question Boss Guanshan's words. What he says is correct. There is absolutely no issue. Just as they were talking, they saw Guanshan walking by, and their expressions immediately became respectful. Especially Lu Chuan, whose face showed fanaticism, looking just like a zealot. Bo, boss. Seeing Lu Chuan, Guanshan also smiled and said, "You've become a team leader now. Your responsibilities will be greater in the future. I heard you exchanged for a virus gel." "It's right here." Hearing this, Lu Chuan immediately handed the virus gel to Guanshan without the slightest bit of reluctance. "Then I wish you success." Guanshan chuckled, handed the virus gel back to Lu Chuan, and patted him on the shoulder. Yes, Lu Chuan was exhilarated. Watching Guanshan's figure gradually walk away, his heart filled with deep respect. "How great! This is the boss, so admirable." At this moment, the sky was darkening, and a setting sun sank into the west. The sky was tinged with blood, pressing down on everyone's heads along with the black clouds, creating an unspeakable sense of oppression. All the searchlights on the city wall were turned on, operating at maximum power. Not far away, Tanhu was teaching a group of people martial arts, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Gao Tianmia was curled up in a corner, not knowing what he was thinking. But when he saw Guanshan, he trembled and cowered. "I'm going to the gymnasium today. Help me keep an eye on things here." Finding Tanhua, he gave a few simple instructions before heading towards the warehouse. Next to the warehouse was a factory building filled with towed cars. Technicians were dismantling the usable parts, looking like they were manufacturing something. As for the useless iron dismantled, it was sent into the warehouse. Arriving at the miscellaneous warehouse, it was constructed from only simple materials, to the most basic shelter from the wind and rain, using the simplest aluminum sheets. "Let me see how much there is." He opened the furnace. The fuel had burned out, and there was still a lot of iron left unsmelted. He then looked at the iron ingots that had been smelted. Only 45. He put these 45 iron ingots into his status bar, then brought out a crafting table, synthesized all these iron ingots into iron blocks, synthesizing a total of 5 iron blocks. One extra, let's make a chest. He fiddled with the crafting table a bit more, made 2 more chests and set them aside, put the only remaining iron block in one, and then found a pumpkin in the food warehouse. Now everything is complete. Muttering to himself, Guanshan took out a pair of shears, did some carving, put away the few pumpkin seeds that popped out, took out the iron blocks, arranged them, and finally placed the pumpkin head on top. In an instant, a loud noise was heard. The iron blocks and the pumpkin actually began to twist, as if an invisible giant hand was shaping them. The next moment, a huge creature 4 meters tall stood in front of Guanshan, with a body of steel and iron, literally. Its hands hung past its knees, even drooping to the ground, and its body was covered with some weeds and vines. But this didn't make it look dilapidated. Instead, it added to its mysterious aura. A pair of lantern-sized eyes stared straight at Guanshan, as if it was a bit puzzled as to why it had appeared here. "Can you speak?" The iron golem tilted its head, not understanding what the person who created it meant. "Then can you guard this place?" After a long while, the iron golem seemed to be thinking about this sentence and nodded. "That's enough. From now on, you will guard this area. If you get injured, come back here, and I will use iron ingots to repair you," Guanshan said, looking up. The iron golem understood this sentence immediately and nodded quickly, as if afraid that Guanshan would regret it. "All right, you'll be called Markai Iron Golem. That's your name." With a bit of a wry smile, Guanshan let it out and came before the crowd. "Holy crab, what is this thing? My god, I think I ate a poisonous mushroom." Tanhua was facing away from Guanshan and didn't understand what had happened. He only felt that some huge monster was approaching from behind. Every step it took on the ground made a dull sound, as if there was an African elephant behind him. "Xiangyan, is it you again?" He wanted to say a few words to Xiangyan, telling him not to show off in front of everyone. but when he turned around, he found it was a huge iron lump walking over. Tanhua did not doubt for a second that it had the ability to tear him apart. The crowd looked up at the iron golem, all finding it hard to understand what this thing was. This is the iron golem I made. Although the name has the word golem in it, everyone should treat him well. In the future, the task of defending against zombies can be handed over to him. Gahan planned to place the iron golem outside the safe zone to patrol, and by the way, build him a little home. After all, this was the first iron golem, and he cherished it a bit in his heart, and couldn't bear to see it exposed to the wind and rain. You can create life? The usually calm Tanhua widened his eyes at this moment. He only felt that since coming to Guanshan's place. He had constantly been falling into shock first during their first sparring, then the time at the gymnasium, and now even more so. You can even create life? One must know that creating objects and creating life are two different concepts, and this huge Iron Man before them should possess significant intelligence. You can think of it that way. In any case, he will protect you all from now on. By the way, this iron golem was built using everyone's iron, which means this iron golem belongs to everyone as well. As the words fell, a massive cheer erupted from the crowd. All traces of fear from moments ago vanished, and they stepped forward to inspect the iron golem, poking and prodding here and there with curious eyes. The iron golem remained silent, looking down at the group of little people surrounding its waist with a troubled expression. It couldn't even walk for fear of hurting them, so it could only hold its hands up. In the distance, Xiongyan witnessed this scene. This iron behemoth was actually a head taller than him. He couldn't take it. Xiongyan walked straight up, attempting to spar with it. "Brother Guanshan, is this something you built?" Xiongyan walked up with a grin, and the rest of the crowd automatically parted ways as he approached. As he stepped forward and scrutinized the iron golem, a look of shock, identical to Tanhua's, appeared on his face. This thing seemed to be sentient. As he sized it up, it was also watching him back, both of them measuring each other. Putting his shock aside, Xiongyan looked at Guanshan, hoping to ask for his opinion. After all, Guanshan was the one in charge here, and he was the iron golem's master. "Brother Guanshan, can I give it a try?" "Don't worry, I definitely won't break it." Baring his teeth in a grin, Xiongyan said with full confidence. "No need to worry. If it breaks, it's on me." Faced with Xiongyan's confident declaration, Guanshan didn't know how to respond for a moment and could only nod. It could only be said that Xiongyan was too confident. The iron golem's strength was definitely up to par. In Guanshan's view, it would have absolutely no problem fighting an abnormal-type zombie. But that was limited to those like the abnormal, that possessed raw power without brains. If it encountered some advanced zombie with unique abilities, the iron golem would struggle. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone became instantly interested, watching Yang with excited eyes. On the other side, the iron golem understood the intention. As the area was cleared, it stood in place and opened its arms wide, signaling for Xiongyan to attack. "Then I won't hold back." Xiongyan had wanted to spar, and seeing the iron golem do this was exactly what he wanted. Without further ado, he charged toward the iron golem. As he ran, his body size began to swell rapidly. By the time he reached the iron golem, he had surpassed its height, reaching about 6 meters tall. "Take this." After a roar, a giant hand reached straight toward the iron golem, his massive form casting a shadow over it. Furthermore, the hand continued to grow, attempting to grab the iron golem directly. The iron golem remained silent, but anyone could see the immense power accumulating within its body. The moment Xiongyan's giant hand arrived, it threw a punch. The two collided, and the iron golem's punch blasted Xiongyan's hand away. While he was stunned, it landed another punch on his face. A muffled grunt echoed through the air. Xiongyan was sent flying by that heavy, powerful punch, his massive body slamming into the ground and carving out a deep trench. What a formidable guy. Xiongyan had never expected to be taken out in a single punch. Wait, this scene felt familiar. Guanshan had defeated him with a single punch just like this before. Moreover, this iron golem really seemed to be made of pure iron, without a single impurity. When he clashed with it, Xiongyan felt like his own bones were aching. Watching the iron golem defeat Xiongyan with a single punch, everyone realized the terrifying nature of the iron golem. Thinking about how it would protect their safety in the future, they felt a little more at ease. Xiongyan struggled to his feet, and was just to comment when he saw the golem charging at him like a crazed elephant, its arms swinging wildly as if it wanted to launch him into the sky. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a spar? Watching the iron golem rush over, Xiongyan raised his hand, attempting to communicate, but when he looked closely, he realized things didn't seem to have a... In his panic, the iron golem had already reached him. Just as it was about to throw a poke, Shan's voice came from behind. "Stop, Mark I." It was strange. The iron golem, which had appeared out of control a moment ago, suddenly stopped in its tracks the next second, standing still as if those 3 words held great magic for it. "Mark I?" A shaken Xiongyan blinked, realizing that this might be its name, so he tentatively said, "Mark I?" The scene he expected didn't happen. The iron golem seemed not to hear him and walked straight. Guanshan. Regardless, at least it's safe now. Xiongyan rubbed his chest, not taking what had just happened to heart at all. It was just a spar. If he held a grudge over every little thing, he would be sick with frustration. He was an optimist by nature, focusing on being broad-minded and knowing when to let things go. Furthermore, he didn't feel it was shameful. Such things depended on whom you were fighting. If he lost to Gao Tianmiao, it would undoubtedly be shameful, but it was different with Guanshan. Guanshan wasn't human, so it was normal for the things he created to be this strong. If anything, it would be abnormal if it wasn't strong. The others had been startled by this scene, but fortunately, Guanshan was able to command the iron golem. "Everyone, don't worry. As long as you don't actively provoke the iron golem, it will absolutely not attack you," Guanshan said, briefly introducing the iron golem. Generally speaking, it would patrol the vicinity. If zombies appeared, it would actively attack them, and if others attacked it, it would retaliate. In short, it follows the principle of if you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you, with the exception of zombies. The crowd nodded. After understanding this simply, their gaze toward the iron golem became softer. At this moment, the iron golem also nodded, seemingly agreeing with what Guanshan said. "Alright, I'll take it outside first. You all go back to what you were doing." With that, Guanshan led the iron golem outside. After they reached the perimeter of the safe zone, Guanshan took the iron golem on a walk around the surrounding area. "This is the scope of our safe zone. From now on, you will live here." The surrounding terrain was simple, with no places for people to easily hide. To the west of the safe zone was a plot of farmland, and to the north was the street, where a 3-lane, 2-way road passed through. To the east were some shops, which were all closed now. The south side was easy to describe. It was the zombie decoy farm that Guanshan had dug about 200 meters away. It was semi-hidden, and unless someone knew the location, it would be hard to find. "I'll build you a house here by the shops, so you can hide inside on windy and rainy days." The iron golem looked at Guanshan and blinked in confusion. In its view, it didn't need any of this at all. Rain and such wouldn't hinder it in the slightest. Guanshan took out an iron pickaxe, dismantled the shop here, and used the remaining materials to build a huge matchbox-style house for the iron golem. From now on, this is your home." After saying this, Guanshan glanced at the iron golem and turned to walk toward gymnasium. The iron golem looked at its little house and walked inside. On the wall were the 3 large characters marked I. It couldn't explain why, but it felt a warmth in its heart as Guanshan stepped completely out of the safe zone. The sky truly darkened. The whistling wind, carrying a light drizzle, scattered throughout the city amidst the misty rain. "I think the season is changing, otherwise this weather wouldn't be happening." Low whispers of discussion arose from the crowd. Wenwan stood up from the sofa, went to the window, and watched the figure walking out of the safe zone, silently praying for him. That figure exuded determination. Even from such a distance, one could feel his will. At this moment, Wenwan noticed that someone else's gaze was also tightly locked onto Guanshan. When she looked over, she discovered that the person was Wen Yating, an ability user who had just joined recently. She was also watching Guanshan's back, her slender figure standing in the wind and rain, filled with a kind of fragile beauty. Wen Yating stood where she was, seemingly sensing something. She turned her head upward, looking at that brightly lit room. She vaguely remembered that it was the department managing logistics and coordinating supplies. Wen Yating didn't want to deal with these matters, but she remembered that her person seemed to have an unusual relationship with Guanshan. Wen Yating looked at that figure. She had to admit, she was truly charming, on par with herself. Wen Yating rarely met anyone who could compete with her in terms of charm. She seemed to be a composite of elegance, intelligence, sexiness, and gentleness. The two exchanged a distant gaze, and faint sparks filled the air. Ultimately, it was Wen Yating who left first, ending this invisible conflict. Meanwhile, in a warehouse far from this battlefield, Jiang Yanyan was wearing work clothes, holding a towel and change of clothes in her arms, clearly on her way to take a bath. After seeing the confrontation between Wen Yating and Wen Wan, her little face instantly turned sour. What should I do? This woman Wen Yating is also not easy to deal with. Jiang Yanyan always felt her efforts were not enough. She hoped to attract more of Guanshan's attention, but her abilities were not as good as Wen Wan's, and her strength was not as good as Wen Yating's. I can only pin my hopes on the virus gel, but I'm still a little short on points. She currently only had 73 points. Logically speaking, as a team leader, Jiang Yanyan should have had quite a lot of points. But a few days ago, because she used points to buy a bunch of cosmetics, she couldn't afford the virus gel. Now, do I still have to rely on my godmother? The figure of that woman appeared in her mind again. Wen was truly good to her, truly treating her as if she were her own. But precisely because of this, Jiang Yanyan felt somewhat troubled. She didn't deny Wen Wan's kindness. But Jiang Yanyan knew clearly that if she were to marry Guanshan in the future, the first thing to face would be this relationship between herself and Wen Wan. She had already tried her best not to owe Wen Wan anything, but right now there was really no other way. There's no other way. Godmother, I will treat you well in the future. Jiang Yanyan closed her eyes and muttered to herself. She made up her mind. In the future, when she had soup, she would save some for her godmother. She would definitely not let her live alone in an empty room, lonely and solitary. All right, go and borrow some. Jiang Yanyan slapped her face hard. After taking a bath later, she would go borrow some from her godmother. She had to work harder. Only in this way could she get closer to Guanshan. It was another rainy night, and zombies were wandering aimlessly on the streets. Subconsciously, they believed that doing this would yield results. In the cold environment, some people couldn't help but go out to search for supplies, and this was the best time to hunt humans. They didn't know what use humans were to them, just that there was a thought in their heads. Eating people is good. Eating people is wonderful. Just as he was walking, a sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Someone is coming. This thought appeared in the zombie's empty brain. It suddenly turned its head, opened its big mouth, and was about to bite down. The next moment, it was pressed to the ground by someone stepping on its head. That person held a strangely shaped sword in his hand, his body stained with blood. His face was calm as an ancient well, his expression indifferent, and his gaze quietly looked forward. It opened its big mouth and bit toward his foot. If nothing went wrong, it would have just bitten the big toe. With one bite, crack, its teeth shattered. It felt like it had bitten into a security door. That person lowered his head, glanced at it, then lifted his foot and pressed down with force, directly crushing its skull. After the body thrashed a few times, it lost all movement and vanished into a ball of experience. A single zombie provides too little experience. Guanshan looked at his barely moving experience bar and sighed slightly. Although he was prepared for this, he still felt a bit disappointed. Nowadays, hunting single zombies was a very low-cost performance choice. He had to go to places with more zombies. Otherwise, it would just be a waste of his diamond sword's durability. The location of the hotel is not far away. Once I get there, I'll use the bridge to cross over. There are just too many zombies here. Looking into the distance, it was densely packed with zombies, hidden in the dark night. The whistling wind brought a heavy stench, and the scent of blood mixed together, making one want to vomit just smelling it, giving a feeling of physiological discomfort. Entering the hotel lobby, he discovered that there were a few more zombies here. It seemed he hadn't cleared it out completely last time. A deep cleaning was necessary. After punching them all to death, he walked up the stairs to the 10th floor, then found the place he had opened last time, and arrived at the location of the aerial bridge. The wind at high altitude was even stronger, blowing his clothes until they snapped loudly. The air was filled with dampness, and the rain condensed into water droplets on the fuzz on his face. Mixed with the rain, the heavy rain hitting his face made it almost impossible for Guanshan to open his eyes. Familiar with the path, he arrived at the gymnasium. At this moment, shrouded in the night, dense and layered roars resounded from within the gymnasium, mixed together, extremely terrifying. Around the gymnasium, a solid wall surrounded them, as if it were a black hole, continuously devouring these zombies. The sound of gurgling water never ceased, drowning out the zombies' sounds and swallowing them up. With the help of the water current, these zombies would enter the pipes, then gather together and fall into several large pits that had been prepared in advance. These large pits were wider at the bottom and narrower at the top, and there was a water current at the very top. There was absolutely no possibility of escape. At the time, he had dug 16 large pits along the perimeter of the wall, connected by tunnels, to operate this massive zombie system. I just don't know what the harvest will be like. One could see that the zombies in the gymnasium had just walked out of the white fog when one lost its footing and fell into a pit. At first, it was a bit confused, but then it was swept up by the water current and rushed into the pit tunnel through 9 turns and 18 bends. The gymnasium was the assembly line producing zombies, and the large pit was like gluttonous eater always hungry. No matter how much bread appeared on the assembly line, it could eat it all. It's simply like a black hole. Although he already thought it was amazing at the time, when Guanshan stood here again, he still felt shocked. In the night, this man leaped down, smashing toward the ground with the whistling wind, and was swallowed by the darkness walking along the wide city wall and looking down at the zombies below. It was clear that the gymnasium had a massive production capacity. It had already filled the deep pits and even had a surplus, spilling out from the pits and running to the base of the wall. A zombie opened its maw and looked up at Guanshan. It did not understand why this person was appearing on the city wall at this moment. The two locked eyes. Guanshan pulled a diamond sword from his jacket and promptly put it out of its misery. Under the cover of night, the gymnasium appeared extremely eerie. The scratching sounds of the zombies in the pits, each stroke digging into the flesh of other zombies, created a rustling noise. One could even hear the sound of fingernails scraping against bone. There were no living people left in the entire gymnasium. Only the incessant sound of water and roaring could be heard. On the walls, the shadows of plants, cast by the moonlight, swayed incessantly. Guanshan walked over 100 meters along the city wall before finding the opening he had reserved in advance. Looking down, it was pitch black, like an abyss. This kind of opening led to one of the 16 large pits, and by using the other tunnels, one could quickly travel between the pits to complete the harvesting of the zombies. In an emergency, it could also serve as a bunker or a temporary shelter. It could be said that Guanshan had thought through every situation and made contingency plans. All that was needed now was for personnel to move in. He climbed down the opening, where a ladder had been left in advance. After descending about 5 meters, there was a flight of downward stairs that led directly to the location of the large pit. Walking down the stairs, the sound of his footsteps echoed on the stone brick floor, which was extremely chilling. After an unknown amount of time, in this sunless environment, he finally reached the location of the large pit. At this point, he could already hear the sounds of the zombies. The zombies pressed at the very bottom had long since died, and among them, there seemed to be 2 abnormals. It seems like a bountiful harvest. I can't wait. Guanshan took his diamond sword, planning that the first thing he would acquire after reaching level 500 would be mending. Arriving in the tunnel, he was now separated from the dense mass of zombies by only a single wall. Guanshan had constructed the tunnel as a square passage surrounding the large pit, which allowed him to trim their feet evenly. At the position separating him from the zombies, Guanshan placed a half slab. The overflowing water was diverted by digging downward, creating a channel so he did not have to worry about flooding himself. Looking up, he happened to see the dense mass of zombies staring at him with wide eyes, which was extremely terrifying, looking like a mass grave from some ancient dynasty. However, their suffering soon ended. They all turned into colorful experience points on the ground and vanished from where they stood. The zombies above fell down, and before they could even figure out the situation, they were hacked to death. Layer by layer, Guanshan hacked and slashed for a full 20+ minutes before finally stopping his diamond sword. He was even feeling a bit numb. He had truly underestimated the production capacity of the gymnasium, this brood nest. In the 20+ minutes of slaughter, not only ordinary zombies but also some mutant zombies and a small number of abnormals were hacked to death as well. He checked his level. Current experience level 188. The zombies in one large pit had provided him with a full 21 levels of experience. If all of them were like this, and with 15 large pits remaining, Guan's level would directly reach well over 1,000. This astonishing speed left even Guanshan speechless. He had not expected the surprise the gymnasium brought him to be so great. This is simply my treasure trove. Guanshan suddenly realized that his decision to fence off the gymnasium a few days ago was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Sure enough, hunting single targets was inefficient and had no future. Only by capturing them at the source and processing them centrally was the most correct choice. Opening his status bar, his inventory now contained 23 virus gels and 3 virus gels from advanced zombies, earning him 3,800 points all at once. Now, Balancing the budget won't be a problem. In the safe zone, people collected supplies and earned points every day. If the points increased while the supplies remained the same, the points would depreciate, leading to a decline in credibility. For this reason, Wenwan had spoken about it more than once in bed that day. But at the time, he was only focused on arguing with her, and his words were intermittent, so he had not understood it clearly. With a burning gaze, and holding the still warm diamond sword, Guanshan walked into the tunnel and arrived at another location. Are you sure? Zhang Li looked at his second boss and nodded affirmatively. Boss Dai, the area I mentioned is right here. As he spoke, Zhang Li took the lead, arriving at a rooftop, and pointed to the brightly lit location, surrounded by stone walls in the distance, saying, Di Qiuming also came to his side, crouched down, and gazed into the distance. Not bad. There really are a lot of humans, and with such large searchlights, it seems their strength is not weak. So what if they are strong? Zhang Li curled his lips in disdain. He had already scouted out the situation here. Apart from a group of visiting ability users, the rest were locals. And that group of visiting ability users did not have much strength. One could only say they were decent enough. Whereas here, they had a full 15 mutant zombies and 2 advanced zombies. Their strength could be described as overwhelming. There was no helping it. This was the tragedy of humans. Zombies improved their strength much faster than humans. Humans needed to go through thousands of difficulties and life and death struggles to obtain virus gel, thereby increasing their strength by only a tiny bit. Yet, at the beginning, zombies only needed to engage in cannibalism to obtain the key to becoming a mutant zombie, at which point they had an overwhelming advantage over ordinary humans. Then, by catching and eating about 100 ordinary humans, they could successfully become an advanced zombie and possess a unique ability belonging only to themselves. It could be said that it was simply too easy for zombies to become stronger. Compared to them, humans were like primitive people. The strength of that group of visiting ability users was clear, and there was no need to pay too much attention to the remaining 2 local ability users. They were nothing but rabble. The strength of that group of outsiders can at most defeat 1 zombie. Boss, both you and I are advanced zombies. In terms of combat power, they are completely unable to win. Ha ha! You are right. Di Qiuming laughed heartily, very happy to have such a subordinate. In his view, such a subordinate had strength, schemes, and knew how to scout ahead. He was simply so much better than the bunch of trash under his command that it was incomparable. It's a real pity I didn't meet you sooner. Di Qiuming was quite emotional. If he had met Zhang Li sooner, he would definitely have sworn brotherhood with him. Boss D, how many humans are inside? A mutant zombie on the side wiped its drool and asked, staring greedily at that area. Zhang Li looked at him and smiled slightly. About 500 or 600 people, how about that? What? 500 or 600 people? So many, oh my god. I'm really going to have a feast today. I want to eat the women and children. Old Eater picked the tender meat to eat. A chorus of strange screams erupted from the crowd of zombies behind them. In their view, a feast was already a certainty. Let's start quickly, boss. Di Qiuming was very satisfied with this morale. Once they ate this group of humans, he would be able to have a few more advanced zombies under his command, and by then, his power would inevitably become even stronger. Little ones, charge for me. Di Qiuming used to be in prison. His crime was burglary and attempted murder. He was supposed to serve a 25-year sentence, but with the zombie outbreak, he was released early after serving 23 years. That day, He accidentally drank some water, mutated, and became the first zombie in the entire prison. Afterward, by devouring prison guards and his own kind, his strength skyrocketed like a rocket, reaching the realm of an advanced zombie. He also gained his first superpower, which was rage. As long as he was angry enough, his strength would grow. If he were infinitely angry, his strength could grow without limit. It was precisely because of this ability, even though he had only just entered the realm of an advanced zombie, he had already become one of the best among them. It could be said that DQ Yuming's current strength was terrifying. Below the level of an advanced zombie, no one could say they could reliably defeat him. This was also the reason Geng Li surrendered immediately. He valued the other's strength, feeling it could provide him with protection. Following DQ Yuming's order, the mutant zombies behind him danced in a frenzy, swarming toward Guanshan's safe zone, thick black clouds obscuring the moonlight and providing them with natural cover. All around, there was the sound of whistling wind mixed with drizzle, as many mutant zombies sprinted through it, fearing they might be a step too slow. "This is going to be a big job today." A mutant zombie laughed sinisterly, unable to wait to rush in. He used to be DQ Yuming's cellmate. They had a deep bond and were birds of a feather, and his crime was rape. Yes, he was a rapist, and now his biggest hobby was to rape before killing, then eating them. After a rapid sprint, he was the first to arrive at the perimeter of the safe zone. When the searchlight swept over, he hid in a dark corner. Just at this moment, he noticed a small hut made of stone, with the exact same material used for the safe zone. Looks like I can have an appetizer. With an evil smile at the corner of his mouth, the man walked up quietly and knocked on the door. Afterward, he stood impatiently in front of the door, looking forward to it. He really wanted to see the shocked expression on the other side. This would undoubtedly add soy sauce to his ingredients, making them even more delicious. Or rather, he liked to enjoy this feeling of being superior, being able to wantonly decide the other's fate. Before long, the door opened. At this moment, he suddenly realized a problem. Why was this door so big? As the door let out a creak and slowly opened, a silver-white behemoth walked out of the darkness, looking at the zombie in front of it with crimson eyes. The iron golem walked out slowly. The man looked at this scene blankly, the shock in his heart beyond measure, his mouth hanging open unconsciously, his head tilted up. Did I see that wrong? He even thought he had seen it wrong. How could such a creature exist in this world? Could it be that among the enemy's ability users, one had the ability to hallucinate? Before he could think, he saw the iron golem raise its fist and, with just one strike, slam it fiercely onto his head, like driving a nail, hammering him into the ground. Blood and filth overflowed from the soil, staining a small area around it black, and the smell of blood wafted out. The iron golem's strike caused a huge noise, and the surrounding building shook slightly, like a small earthquake. Such a scene was noticed by almost everyone, and the searchlight immediately shone in the direction of the iron golem. "What's the situation?" someone on the city wall asked. "What's the situation?" someone in the zombie horde also asked. They only knew the ground had shaken just now, but there was no sound afterward. Filled with suspicion, a group of zombies cautiously groped their way toward that side. Suddenly, they heard a sound like the migration of African wildebeest, footsteps thundering on the earth, or like a crazed elephant rushing toward them. "Alert! There's a situation!" a group of mutant zombies shouted, losing any thought of concealment. Since they had been discovered, they would just launch a frontal attack. Immediately, outside the safe zone, angry roars erupted one after another, pressing into the safe zone wrapped in wind and rain, waking many people up. Only then did the people in the safe zone discover that mutant zombies had approached. and they slammed the searchlight toward them. A bright light shot through the dark night, dazzling the mutant zombies so they couldn't open their eyes, and at this moment, rumbling footsteps had already approached. "Don't panic. It's just one. It's absolutely no match for us," the leading mutant zombie shouted. When he tried hard to open his eyes, revealing a small slit, he saw a steel giant. Yes, it was a steel giant. Its 4-meter height made it look immensely mighty, and its 2 thick, long arms also gave it an almost perverse attack range. Staring at the iron golem with its mouth agape, the iron golem rushed out of the darkness, bringing with it a storm, its body reflecting the silver-white moonlight, like a god descending from heaven. Its 2 thick, long arms, with an attack range of 4 meters, swept across like autumn leaves falling. In the wind and rain, the smell of blood became even heavier. After this period, more than a dozen mutant zombies had recovered, and looking at the iron golem, they all roared and rushed toward it. The appearance of the smell of blood made them almost go crazy. For zombies, this was undoubtedly their stimulant. In the safe zone, someone looked at this scene, their face turning pale. And just as they were about to collapse to the ground, they were supported by someone behind them. Looking back, it was actually Tan Hua. "What kind of behavior is this, panicking like that?" he scolded with a frown, then looked toward the iron golem's direction, his eyebrows knitting even deeper, and he picked up the searchlight to shine into the distance. These mutant zombies were likely just the vanguard. The real big fish were still behind. Holding this thought, Tan Hua kept swinging the searchlight. And at this moment, the battle below started again. As the iron golem rushed into the enemy formation, the zombie horde was shattered. The 4-meter attack range meant the zombies couldn't get close at all. As the powerful arms swung, anything touched died, and anything grazed was injured. The luckier ones were just hit in the arms or legs and lost their mobility on the spot. The unlucky ones were hit right on the head and reincarnated on the spot. Usually, they always relied on their physical defense being far superior to humans. But today they finally met something even more perverse. This iron-made thing had no sense of pain at all, like the purest killing machine, without any emotion in its eyes. Every punch the steel giant threw could easily harvest the life of a mutant zombie. When its 2 fists slammed into the ground, a deep pit appeared instantly, and the earth cracked open. After fighting for so long, half of them were already dead or injured, while the iron golem still looked like nothing had happened, continuing to rush toward them. Its steel-reinforced body was unstoppable in the zombie horde, and its brute force could easily shatter the bones of any zombie. Such a scene scared them to the point of liver and gallbladder splitting, and they had no thoughts of continuing the fight. A mutant zombie was just about to run when it was caught by the iron golem, which grabbed its head with one hand and its feet with the other, tearing with force, actually ripping it apart alive. "I can't take it anymore." Such a bloody scene completely broke their defense. They couldn't figure out at all how to defeat this thing. "A bunch of trash. Let me do it." At this moment, a voice came from afar, and Decuming slowly walked out of the darkness and stood in front of the iron golem. And Decuming was burning with rage. He had not expected his underlings to be so useless, scattering in all directions after being hit by a large, iron-looking thing. "If I hadn't come out, you all have just turned around and gone home." After shouting this, Decuming blocked the path in front of the iron golem. The large group of mutant zombies that had been there were now reduced just a few stragglers, all cowering behind Decuming, looking at the iron golem with great fear. They had not yet noticed where Geng Li had gone. "Another new zombie has appeared," people on the city wall exclaimed in surprise. Tan Hua realized this must be the mastermind, so he shone a searchlight over, clearly seeing the man's figure. He was not tall. On the contrary, he was rather short, standing at barely 1.4 or 1.5 meters. Riding a dog would be like riding a horse for him. Yet, this man possessed an undeniable aura, one that was steadily growing stronger. "I am really angry." Decuming let out a shout, feeling an infinite power surging within him, a power capable of splitting the heavens. With a roar, he charged straight at the iron golem. The iron golem charged back at him, its silver-white figure seemingly capable of tearing through the night sky, rushing toward Decuming like an iron tower. The iron golem only knew that the safe zone was in danger and that the people it protected were inside. Its creator had not left long ago, so it had to protect this place. Seeing the increasingly powerful zombie before it, the iron golem did not hesitate for a second. It leaped high into the air while running, arms raised high. At that moment, the moonlight pierced through the clouds, shining upon it and coating it in a silver radiance, making it look like a silver knight from myth. The eyes of everyone in the safe zone converged, fixed upon the iron golem, their hearts instantly leaping into their throats. Decuming had actually felt something was amiss the moment he saw the iron golem, but that was all. He still thought the mutant zombies could wear it down, but who would have thought it would be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep? So many mutant zombies were kicked to death like stray dogs on the roadside. This wouldn't do. If he let this big guy keep killing, wouldn't he end up a commander without an army? His subordinates were now reduced to only 1 or 2 in good condition. The rest were all injured, and half had already died. Seeing the iron golem leap high, Decuming let out a roar of his own. The sound reverberated through the night, causing many in the safe zone to tremble and feel dispirited. What a powerful zombie. Can that Iron Man really do it? Many people voiced such doubts. In a corner, Gao Tianmiao lurked in an unnoticed spot. He poked his head out and whispered with a malicious tone. "There's no way it can win. This is a mutant zombie. That Guanshan is delusional. How could a piece of junk like this possibly stop it?" "Bullshit." Suddenly, a sharp, girlish rebuke made Gao Tianmiao flinch. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Yanyan rushing over. Because of her extreme anger, she had cursed. Her face was flushed red from her intense exertion, and she ran right up to Gao Tianmiao, grabbing him by the collar. There was a time when Jiang Yanyan could never have imagined herself doing such a thing, but having stayed in this environment for so long, it had to be said that Jiang Yanyan had become quite tough. Jiang Yanyan clutched Gao Tianmiao's collar with one hand, her beautiful features clouded with anger. "You tell me clearly, why can't Brother Guanshan's iron golem win?" As she spoke, she shook him back and forth. Gao Tianmiao couldn't accept this and broke free. He wanted to scold her, but sounds came from the stairs below the city wall. Wen Wan walked gracefully up from the stairs, her expression equally unpleasant. She had clearly heard Gao Tianmiao's words. Seeing this, Gao Tianmiao was even more enraged, and a wave of anger flared up in his heart for no reason. Although he didn't know the woman who had just grabbed his collar, he certainly knew this dignified and elegant woman before him. She and Guanshan were clearly a couple, yet even so, he was still entangled with Wen Yating. Furthermore, the woman from just now also had a deep connection with Guanshan. He could tell from her words earlier. If not, why would she be so defensive of him? Damn Guanshan. He already had so many women, yet he still had to compete with him. While lost in thought, more footsteps were heard. The crisp sound of high heels echoed on the stone stairs, and immediately after, Wen Yating, looking like a queen, walked up with a cold and arrogant gaze. She did not notice Gao Tianmiao's admiring gaze, instead casting her eyes directly toward the battlefield. The situation seemed excellent. the iron golem was suppressing the advanced zombie, and it could truly be said to be a one-sided affair. It would be no exaggeration to say that Kyuming was running for his life in panic. The rage in Kyuming's heart grew increasingly intense. He could not accept being beaten like this in front of his underlings, especially in front of Zheng Li. How would he lead his team after this? Because of this, as his anger rose once again, his strength broke through once more. Facing the iron golem smash, he did not choose to dodge this time. Looking at the iron arm that was nearly as wide as him and twice as long, he chose to take it head-on. Boom! The tremendous sound left those nearby with ringing ears, and beneath Kyuming's feet, the earth had cracked, forming spiderweb-like fissures. Kyuming had a faint smile on his lips as he looked at the iron golem, his eyes full of smugness. Now it's my turn, right? The next moment, Kyuming, who had just been running for his life, began to clash head-on with the iron golem. Kyuming's figure was like a ghost, circling the iron golem and launching attacks. The iron golem looked left and right, swinging its arms back and forth, but it couldn't hit Kyuming at all. From behind the iron golem, Kyuming suddenly rushed out, landing a long charged heavy punch on the iron golem's waist and back. A sound like striking iron rang out. The iron golem turned around quickly, but Kyuming had already pulled away and hidden in the darkness. Soon, the searchlights on the city wall began to sweep back and forth. The iron golem also looked around, while Kyuming was currently hiding inside a building. What a tough guy. It seems it really is made of iron. Kyuming thought quietly while observing the iron lump outside. In his view, this was truly a perfect creature. Powerful attack, top-tier defense. Aside from lacking a superpower, its overall attributes were simply heaven-defying. If he weren't an advanced zombie, he would likely have been killed instantly, just like those mutant zombies. No, even an average advanced zombie would be killed instantly. There was no exception. But I am not an average advanced zombie. With a roar, Kyuming rushed out of the darkness once again, filled with rage, and punched the iron golem. Boom! This time, an even louder sound rang out. Kyuming's punch had actually caused the iron golem's body to dent slightly. Although it could be considered negligible, this already meant that Kyuming could truly damage the iron golem. This won't do. On the city wall, Wenwan said in a deep voice. She could see that this zombie seemed capable of gradually growing stronger. Heh, didn't I tell you? Gao Tianmiao gave a disdainful laugh. He had said it long ago, but this woman just wouldn't believe him. Turning his head, he happened to see Jiang Yanyan glaring at him, looking as if she wanted to tear him apart with her own hands. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? He puffed out his chest, gesturing for Jiang Yanyan to look at the situation. He hadn't been wrong. Shut your mouth already. From behind came Wenwan's voice. As she approached the wall, her gaze was fixed on the iron golem. In her daily life, she always stayed within the safe zone, far away from zombies. This was the first time she had seen the appearance of zombies up close, and they were truly terrifying. Seeing those mutant zombies and advanced zombies, Wenwan felt a bit afraid. She truly found it hard to imagine how a human could defeat these creatures. She even thought of Guanshan and suddenly became even more worried. One had to know that Guanshan dealt with zombies every single day. Only now did Wenwan realize just how terrifying these zombies were. Clasping her delicate hands tightly against her chest, Wenwan tried to activate her ability to help, but it was to no avail. Her range was simply too small, only about 10 meters. Gritting her teeth, she looked toward the other side. She saw that Tanhua Xiongyan and their group were all watching with bated breath, clearly intending to wait until the iron golem was exhausted before moving in. I can't rely on them. Wenwan shook her head. They were all outsiders. The only ability user truly on her side was only half of one. That was Wen Yating. To be honest, even now, when one didn't fully trust Wen Yating, she always felt that she had ulterior motives. So the only ability user standing here now was herself. She tried hard to activate her spirit of all things. And at that moment, the iron golem, 50 meters away, turned its head, looking at Wenwan as if by telepathy. As their eyes met, Wenwan felt her consciousness suddenly drift far away, as if she were able to control the iron golem. At noon today, Wenwan had tested her ability. She could influence all living creatures within a 10-meter radius on a large scale, and could also switch to single target focus, but it was limited to animals. By projecting onto them, she could extend her line of sight extremely far. Wenwan hadn't expected her ability to actually work on the iron golem. Decuming, hiding in the shadows, struck again, his speed almost turning into a blur as he charged straight at the iron golem. How big of a crater can I make this time? A confident smile spread across his face, but the next moment, it suddenly froze. The iron golem, as if it had eyes in the back of its head, threw a punch backward with pinpoint accuracy, as if it had known his position in advance. It struck his head squarely, without the slightest deviation. Thud! A sound that made one's hair stand on end rang out, and everyone present subconsciously reached for the top of their own heads. Everyone saw a figure, fast as a blur, rush toward the iron golem. Then the iron golem reached backward, and the figure collided straight into it. It was like a car driving on a highway hitting a giant boulder, coming to a sudden. Half of Ji Quming's brain had even been knocked out. After retreating in a sorry state, he grabbed the brain tissue scattered on the ground, not caring whether it was covered in dirt, and shoved it all back in. Damn it, cursed angrily, his whole body heating up rapidly like a roasted duck in an oven. His face turned bright red and veins bulged. The next moment, his head actually grew back on its own, though the hair hadn't emerged yet, leaving a bald patch. The iron golem slowly turned around. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Di Quming actually detected a hint of confidence from the iron golem. In the distance, when one stood on the city wall, she had already taken control of the iron golem. Her position provided a dead-angle free view, so spotting Yuming was naturally a piece of cake. When she used to play games with Guanshan, she remembered what Guanshan had said. At that time, no matter how hard Wenwan tried, she couldn't beat Guanshan. His character could always pull off crushing victories or comeback plays time and time again. Wenwan couldn't figure it out, and even practiced in private many times. It wasn't until later, when Wenwan pestered Guanshan, that he reluctantly uttered a piece of golden advice. If you feel it's not a good time to act, or there's no opportunity, then just drag it out. It's better to do nothing than to make a mistake. As long as the time is long enough, the opponent will make a mistake on their own. Besides that, Wenwan had also learned two other points, to leverage one's own advantages. Wenwan's figure swayed in the cold wind like a flower, but Gao Tianmiao actually saw a hint of dominance in it. The iron golem's advantage is its attack range. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. A 4-meter attack range is enough to crush the opponent. Moreover, its defense and attack power are top tier. It just has a blind spot in its vision, and its speed is inferior to the opponent's. After Wenwan sorted these things out, she suddenly had an idea. The condition for her side to win only required dragging it out, or simply repelling the enemy. Therefore, she just needed to hold her ground and wait for the opponent to attack. But if she rashly pursued them deep into the city, the terrain was complex, and it was hard to say whether she wouldn't encounter any accidents. Sure enough, on the battlefield, seeing the motionless iron golem, the restless decayuming struck again. Just like before, the iron golem seemed to know in advance, striking first, and they collided again without any suspense. Why is it like this? Decayuming was so angry he nearly went mad. The mutant zombies that had been watching the show all hid away, fearing that if he wasn't careful, he might tear them apart. Decayuming's body was thrown high into the air and then slammed heavily on the ground. After struggling to stand up, he discovered that several of his bones were shattered. His pelvis was shattered, his ribs were fractured in several places, and his thigh bone was broken. Damn it! Damn it! The pain made Decayuming increasingly furious, his rage almost gushing out like a physical substance. In full view of everyone, he directly plunged his hand into his own stomach. With a squelching sound, his hand reached into his own stomach. As he fumbled around, the outline of his hand traced against his skin, and he directly pried open all his shattered ribs and threw them out of his stomach. They're broken anyway, so I don't need them. It was as if he had given up on himself. As the shattered bones were all pulled out and fell to the ground, stained with blood and bits of flesh, the people in the safe zone felt a chill run down their spines. A person who could be this ruthless to himself would surely be even more ruthless to others. Moving around was painful as hell. This feels much better now, Decayuming, with blood at the corners of his mouth and eyes bloodshot, charged at the iron golem like a wild beast. The next moment, the two collided. As Decayuming rushed over, the iron golem, just like before, punched him in the face as if it had prophetic knowledge. However, Decayuming didn't retreat. Instead, he used his torn skin to forcefully push against the iron golem's fist, advancing 2 meters forward. Seeing this, Wenwan quickly interrupted her control of the iron golem. The next moment, the iron golem looked at the Decayuming in front of it, suddenly grabbed his head with one large hand, lifted him over its head, and grabbed his 2 feet with the other hand, starting to pull with force. Almost everyone was struck dumb on the spot, watching this scene in shock. A heart-wrenching roar echoed in the dark night. The intense pain made him howl, but his eyes became even more excited, as if they were about to pop out, staring fixedly at the iron golem. And the more painful he felt, the angrier he became. His hands were rapidly pounding the iron golem's head at a speed indistinguishable to the naked eye, making a clanging sound. It looked like he wanted to trade his life for the iron golem's. This scene stunned not only the humans, but even the zombies. Zhang Li stood far away, feeling that Decayuming was a bit too insane, but recalling that he had come out of prison. I find it strange anymore. Rather, it was normal for someone coming out of prison to behave this way. This scene of life and death struggle undoubtedly shocked the souls of everyone present, and they all stared with wide eyes at this insane spectacle. Gao Tianmia watched with a pale face, his heart pounding. He could not fathom how both of them could be so insane. That iron golem was one thing, as it was an artificial creation anyway. But how could that zombie also be so insane? Not good. This bastard has lost all sense of self-preservation. On the city wall, Tanhua saw this scene and jumped down immediately. Before, he hadn't had the confidence or certainty of victory, but now was the time he had to act. He had to fight. If the iron golem fell, then almost everyone present would be slaughtered. Xiong Yan and Gao Tianhao did the same, both jumping down and sprinting toward the iron golem at the speed of a 100-meter dash. In the distance, Decayuming's deafening laughter rang out. At this moment, the iron golem's head was severely bent, its original shape unrecognizable. In contrast, he himself had only suffered internal organ rupture and damage. Accompanied by his laughter, blood poured onto the iron golem's head like a waterfall. However, the next moment it came to an abrupt halt. Two invisible giant hands suddenly swept past Tianhua and the others, moving at extreme speed with a whistling sound, and grabbed Dequming's two halves directly. No, not good. Dequming only felt two hands suddenly appear on his body. Before he had time to think, a tremendous pulling force came from both ends. This time, he could no longer resist. Accompanied by a crisp sound, his bones cracked as if twisting open an Oreo cookie. Dequming's body was split into two ends, the remaining skin stretched long, blood exploded suddenly, and his internal organs splattered all over the ground. Damn it! Gao Qianmiao's face turned pale, and he collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Yanyan swallowed hard, but she forced herself to stand on the city wall, compelling herself to stare at this scene. She knew that such scenes would only become more frequent in the future, so she had to adapt early. Quming looked at the iron golem with bloodshot eyes, his attacks becoming even more ferocious. As if nothing had happened, his lower half was roughly dragged along the ground, while his upper half continued to grip the iron golem, crawling along its arm and leaving a winding trail of blood on the golem's limb. The next moment, rapid footsteps were heard. Turning his head, he saw a blur rushing over. A person suddenly dashed out beside him. Without any nonsense, the person landed a heavy punch directly on his head. While he was still processing this, he saw countless fists surging forth, punch after punch, all landing on his temple. In just 2 seconds, his temple had suffered hundreds of punches, like a violent storm. The virus inside his head was struck by this force, directly forced out, and fell to the ground. No! No! His eyes swept over Tianhua, revealing intense resentment. The virus gel was the source of a zombie's power. Without it, everything was gone. A moment later, he felt his eyelids becoming incomparably heavy and his head dizzy. He could not resist this feeling at all, gradually closing his eyes and letting all his unwillingness and anger drift away with the night wind. Tianhua's chest heaved violently, his breathing heavy. Looking at the zombie on the ground that had been torn apart with a large hole punched into the back of its head, he still felt a lingering fear. Generally speaking, even if you were an advanced zombie, it would be impossible to be this exaggerated. You have to know that his body had been torn apart completely by the iron golem, and all his internal organs had ruptured. Yet, he still possessed such strong vitality. Find a place to bury him, Tianhua said, his voice still unsteady. He turned his head to look at Gao Tianhao. Don't let his corpse be eaten by other zombies or it will be another disaster. Gao Qiao and Xiong Yan arrived late at this moment. Looking at the corpse remains on the ground, they pressed their hands onto the earth. Instantly, the ground bulged high, turning into waves that swallowed the two parts of the corpse. Tianhua picked up the virus gel that had fallen on the ground and looked at the iron golem. Although he had been the one to finish it, it was all due to the iron golem's efforts. So Tianhua just shook his head and handed it to the iron golem. Unexpectedly, the iron golem didn't even look at it. It turned its head and walked toward its small hut. Its massive body blocked countless wind and rain. As it walked, it made creaking sounds as if its parts were rusted. The noise echoed. With heavy footsteps, the iron golem finally walked back into its hut. After sitting down, it just stayed there quietly. It felt that its current state was not good, and in its heart, it only wanted to wait for its master, Guanshan, to return. Tianhua, Xiong Yan, and the others exchanged glances, shook their heads, and turned to leave. After some discussion, the group finally decided to give this item to Wen Wan. The iron golem was created by Guanshan, and since the iron golem didn't want it, they might as well give it to Wen Wan. After this shocking event, everyone in the safe zone had nothing to say all night, their hearts filled with anxiety. If it hadn't been for the iron golem, they would have been in real danger. In an area far from the battlefield, Zhang Li took the remaining mutant zombies and hid in a location. Some zombies were still looking back to see if that big iron block had chased after them. The iron golem followed Guanshan's instructions. If the zombies moved away from the safe zone, it would not pursue them. Boss Zhang Li, what should we do now? The remaining mutant zombies looked at Zhang Li with trepidation, all waiting for him to make a decision. Now that decaluming had been torn in two, the sight had terrified them to the core, causing them to flee so far away in a panic. After arriving here and their brains calmed down slightly, they looked at Zhang Li again. After all, he was the remaining advanced zombie and the strongest among their group. Zhang Li suppressed his shaken mind and looked at everyone. Since you all listen to me, I will speak, Zhang Li said after pondering for a moment. There are still many survivors in this city. We can completely go and prey on them, so let's not provoke them in the future. Thinking of the iron golem's ferocious figure, Zhang Li shivered. The only other person who had given him this feeling was that person with the iron sword last time, whose 2 iron swords turned them upside down, slaughtering almost all the zombies in the enclosed terrain. I heard that soon, the zombie organization from the coastal cities is coming here to establish an outpost. We can strive to be among the first to join, so we will have some say here in the future, Zhang Li said, and the other zombies heard this and felt it made sense. I heard that those zombies have kept humans in captivity. Of course, this is the most cutting-edge philosophy. If you eat them every day, what will you do if you eat them to extinction? Jing looked at this mutant zombie and felt speechless. This type was standard brainless. They only knew how to live for the moment and didn't think about tomorrow at all. In comparison, even the white ape, as an animal, had more brains than him. It is said that in the coastal areas, large-scale breeding has already formed. Humans are presented on the dining table as meat, and can be raised until they are 60 years old before being slaughtered, though some places do it earlier. There are also places where infants are raised as special receptions for high-level zombies. Only zombies at the very top can eat them, but I heard that this is all in the White Elephant Country region. They don't have that luxury on their side yet. Beside the gymnasium, a figure emerged from a tunnel, reeking of blood, as if he had charged in and out of a mass grave 7 times. If a zombie were to appear at this moment, it would pounce on Guanshan without the slightest hesitation. However, it was completely silent around him, simply because all the zombies in this area had been slaughtered. Current level, mu centimetre. A total of 16 large pits had provided him with over 1,000 levels worth of experience points. I thought I would get over 600 levels of experience, but it seems that was just wishful thinking, Guanshan said, still feeling a bit regretful. At the beginning, one pit provided 100 levels of experience, and there were 16 large pits here. He had thought, wouldn't this be a huge windfall? Maybe hit 1,600 levels? But the truth was, as his level increased, leveling up became increasingly difficult, to the point where he had wasted over 500 levels of redundant experience points. I should prioritize mending for my diamond sword first. He took out his diamond sword and exposed it to the air. Its durability was already below half. It truly lived up to being a diamond sword. If it had been an iron sword, it would have likely been scrapped on the spot. Diamond sword, a sweeping edge I upgrade costs 200 experience points. The smite IA up costs 200 experience points and available. Sharpness I 110 XP. Fire aspect 20x. Looting I 100 XP. Knockback I 210 XP. Mending 500 XP. Looking at the dazzling array of enchantment options, Guanshan first enchanted his diamond sword with mending. In the future, this diamond sword would accompany him through battles, so its durability had to be guaranteed. Current experience, 624. Then he looked at his helmet. Diamond helmet A current enchants. None enchanable. Protection I50 XP. Respiration 200 XP. Aqua affinity 200 XP. Thorns I50 XP. Let's add protection first. As the words fell, a faint purple light suddenly flashed over Guanshan's head before disappearing. Current experience, 574, diamond helmet A current enchants. Protection I upgrade costs 100 XP, enchants available. Respiration 200 XP, aqua affinity 2 XP, thorns I50 XP. Continue enchanting? Yes. Looking at the prompt, Guanshan examined his diamond sword again. He looked at sharpness first. This was necessary and a must-have for the late game, followed by fire aspect. What is the use of this? Does it let me eat roasted zombie meat? After thinking for a moment, Guanshan decided to skip it. He would add it when he had more experience points later. Next was looting. Could this allow me to drop more virus gel? If that were true, it would be very necessary. Then, killing one mutant zombie would be equivalent to killing 2 or 3, and the resources of the safe zone would be greatly enriched. After careful consideration, Guanshan decided to enchant it and give it a try. After all, if it were true, that would be great. As for sharpness, he would deal with it later. His main target right now was zombies. Diamond sword A sweeping edge IA. Upgrade costs 200 XP, smite IA. Up costs 200 XP, amending A looting IA. Upgrade costs 200 XP. Enchants available. Sharpness I10 XP, fire. Aspect 200 XP. Knockback I2 XP. A current experience. Key current experience. Upper 7, upgrades. He had spent more than half again, but it was worth it. He had enchanted it 3 times in total, and his combat power had been greatly enhanced once more. Finally, it was time to check the harvest from this trip. He opened his status bar and could clearly see the total count of his virus gel. There were 313 virus gels from mutant zombies and 42 virus gels from advanced zombies. It could be said that as long as he brought these back, he would enrich the entire safe zone in one go. If everyone could awaken their superpower, then more than half of the people in the safe zone would become ability users. It could be said that having everyone awaken their superpower would no longer be a dream. Looking back at the gymnasium, Guanshan felt that his decision to fence it off was the most correct thing he had ever done in his life. It was genius beyond genius. Not only did it avoid unknown risks, but it also solved a problem. Most importantly, he had turned this problem into his own farm, where he could regularly obtain resources. While he was thinking, he saw quite a few more zombies being washed away by the water current, though he wouldn't see them again for another 3 or 4 days. Carrying the joy of a bountiful harvest, Guanshan embarked on the road home. At this moment, the sky was already slightly bright, and a hint of white appeared on the distant skyline, with morning clouds filling the sky and golden light overflowing. After returning to the hotel, Guanshan found a loudspeaker. Discovering it still had power, he took it to the entrance and started playing it on a loop. The massive sound spread outward, attracting countless zombies. This action was like bleeding voluntarily when facing a shark, or deliberately exposing one's back when encountering a tiger. But a clever hunter only needs to disguise himself as prey. Sure enough, following this action, the zombies wandering around seemed to have received an order and swarmed over. Haha! Come on, all of you. My diamond sword is already hungry and impatient. Guarding the gate, he had the imposing air of one man blocking 10,000. The zombies surged in like a tide and fell like a tide. The colorful experience points on the ground were all absorbed by his diamond sword, quickly repairing its durability. After watching for about a quarter of an hour, the zombies in front of him were already becoming sparse. There weren't many left. It could be said that the zombies nearby had all been killed by Guanshan. There were no zombies left in any area that could hear the sound. Guanshan had once again made his contribution to the great cause of human revival. Turning off the speaker, his diamond sword had been restored to its original state. It could be said to have drunk its fill of blood. Looking at his beloved diamond sword returning to its original appearance, Guanshan recalled the way they first met. "Great, my diamond sword, you're back." Setting off on the road back to the safe zone again, Guanshan killed any zombies he encountered along the way. After all, it was just a matter of convenience. Previously, due to durability issues, Guanshan had always been very careful. But now he could slaughter them wantonly. If there happened to be any survivors around, this could be considered accumulating good deeds. After walking for a while longer, the silhouette of the safe zone appeared in the distance. Another 10 minutes passed, and Guanshan had reached the location of the safe zone. The place was a mess, with blood and severed limbs everywhere, but upon identification, they were all from zombies. Besides that, there were signs that the ground had been turned over. A rumbling sound of footsteps came from afar. Looking up, his iron golem was walking towards him, but it looked like it had undergone a failed plastic surgery. Its head was pitted and scarred. "There were zombies, lad, right?" The iron golem nodded, emitting a rusty sound. "Everyone is safe, right?" The iron golem nodded again. Guanshan breathed a sigh of relief, then said to the iron golem, "Come with me, go inside the warehouse, I will repair you." The two walked towards the gate of the safe zone. The people on the city wall had long seen Guanshan and opened the gate in advance whilst walking into the safe zone. One could see that many people were affected by last night, giving the impression of being suspicious of everyone and everything. But ultimately, they hadn't been scared out of their wits or become mentally ill. It doesn't look good. However, after everyone present saw Guanshan return, the situation improved significantly. They felt a surge of energy in their hearts. That feeling was called safety. They didn't know why, but they just felt that once Guanshan arrived, it was safe. Compared to the massive iron golem, the man before them could bring people a greater sense of security. This man had established the safe zone in a short amount of time, slaughtered wantonly among the zombie hordes, and never favored anyone, rewarding and punishing clearly. Almost everyone had heard of his deeds. It could be said, in the hearts of the crowd, Guanshan was already beginning to be deified. Guanshan had only taken a few steps when he saw a beautiful figure in the distance running toward him, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, crashing into his embrace like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest. Her hair carried the fragrance of a mature woman, and her curvaceous pear-shaped body was gathered into his arms, not to mention the two snow-white mounds pressing directly against his chest, almost flattened into a round shape, which could be felt clearly. "What's the matter?" Stroking the head of the beauty in his arms, Wenwan's body was still trembling slightly. Last night, she had been forcing herself to stay calm, performing until this moment. Now that she saw Guanshan return, her heart finally settled. Last night, many zombies came, and your iron golem was beaten to pieces. Listening to Wenwan's trembling tone, Guanshan's heart instantly felt a lingering fear. It seemed iron golem was not enough. He had to make a second-generation machine and a third-generation machine immediately to ensure foolproof safety. Gently patting Wenwan's back, she sensibly pulled away, though her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Guanshan. Wenwan was still wearing those sexy sheer stocking-clad long legs as always today, paired with her radiant temperament, giving people a feeling that she could only be admired from afar and not profaned. Only Guanshan knew that beneath these cicada wing thin sheer stockings, her skin was incredibly delicate and smooth, feeling like real jade, while also being elastic and incomparably tender. On the outside, she wore a loose apricot-colored trench coat with a cinched waist design. A belt accentuated her wasp waist, making it look like a willow swaying in the wind. Coupled with the sheer stockinged legs slightly exposed from the lower part, she was simply stunningly beautiful. In the distance, Liu Qingquan also walked over. He had indeed been overwhelmed last night, perhaps threatened by the zombies. Some people were frantically pooling points, wanting to find him to exchange them, but he simply didn't have that many virus gels, so how could he give them out? Therefore, he could only delay till the morning, hoping that Guanshan would bring some back. After the two met, Guanshan understood Liu Qingquan's thoughts and immediately said to him, "I will put all the virus gels in the warehouse. In the future, you should categorize them. Food and medicine, along with iron and diamonds, should be in a separate warehouse, and the virus gel should also have a separate warehouse." "All right, I understand. How much did you bring back this time?" Liu Qingquan nodded. Categorization was something that had to be done sooner or later. Previously, it was only because there were too few supplies that everything was kept together. 313 virus gels from mutant zombies and 42 virus gels from advanced zombies. As he spoke, ignoring Liu Qingquan's slightly widened eyes, he gently kissed Wenwan's forehead and walked toward the warehouse. On the city wall, someone saw this scene. Yu Dehai and the others chuckled slightly, while some young people were full of anticipation for love. Wen Yating watched the two with a cold face. Even Gao Tianhao, who had originally wanted to greet him hand-handed over a task report, was stunned on the spot, caught in a dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. "What is it? Speak!" Only anger could be seen on her cold face. When those eyes swept over him, Gao Tianhao didn't even know if he should speak. That, Tanhua's teaching time conflicts with his mission. He was wondering if you could help him cover a class. Recently, the development of the safe zone was like being on a highway. Ordinary people were too busy every day, wishing their parents had given them an extra pair of hands. The few who were ability users were even busier. Aside from completing the tasks assigned by Liu Qingquan, Tanhua was also responsible for martial arts instruction in the safe zone. Before the zombie outbreak, he was a master in this field. Now, he had honed rich combat experience in the battles against zombies, and was recently working on developing his own set of boxing techniques, which he named Tan Family Fist. After hearing about this, Guanshan pulled him over to teach everyone combat skills, which could also improve the combat effectiveness of the safe zone. Tanhua naturally had no objections to this. He had always been keen on imparting knowledge, and now that there were more people learning his boxing techniques, he was overjoyed. It was just that recently, Guanshan had specifically requested him to collect intelligence on the Nuanyang Mechanical Processing Plant and Furong Motor Co., Ltd. So he had to find a substitute. Wen Yating frowned, just nodded, and then returned to her original cold and aloof appearance. Gao Qianhao didn't know if her mood had improved. After all, Wen Yating had always been expressionless. It was really hard to tell if she was in a bad mood or just her usual cold self. In any case, Wen Yating was always in this ambiguous state, like Schrodinger's cat. When you are unsure if her attitude is good or bad, you can try talking to her. If her tone is bad and her attitude is harsh, then she is in a bad mood. Conversely, an indifferent tone means she is in a decent mood. In any case, Gao Tianhao had never seen Wen Yating smile. Standing there, watching Wen Yating's retreating figure filled with resentment, Gao Tianhao was also a bit confused. Who annoyed this woman again? After rubbing his chin, Gao Tianhao decided not to think about it anymore and see if he could take a few people to do missions, and then take a cut. Although they didn't have points and were on a monthly salary system, Gao Tianhao had already started cooperating with some people a 20-cent cut, recorded directly, and when the time came, he would have them exchange it for virus Dell for him. At this moment, the conversation between Guanshan and Liu Qingquan was coming to an end. By the way, have General Manager Su Musheng and Long Jinhua take some people to blow up buildings blocking the way along the route, and just have Ang Yan provide escort. Liu Qingquan nodded. After noting everything down, Guanshan took the iron golem and walked into the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with dust. When sunlight shone through the windows, one could clearly see particles of dust dancing in the air. The sunlight was their light, and also their stage. It seems there is quite a bit more iron material. Picking up these pieces of iron, which he didn't know where they had been dismantled from, or cobbled together, he stuffed them all directly into the furnace, followed by adding firewood and wood. Because he had just spent some time at the White Ape's lair, there was still plenty of wood. Guanshan simply added a stack. There would be wood in the future, but the acquisition of iron ingots had to be faster. The iron material brought by the people in the safe zone could not be used directly. It had to pass through the furnace, which counted as a processing step. I'll need to find a coal yard in the future. As he muttered to himself, the temperature around the furnace gradually rose, and the firelight danced on the faces of Guanshan and the iron golem. Done. Opening the furnace and taking out the dozen or so iron ingots inside, the iron golem sat down at the right moment. Watching Guanshan didn't know how to use it. He tried holding the iron ingot against the iron golem again and again, still groping for a way, when he saw the iron golem take the iron ingot directly and stuff it into its mouth. Then, it looked at Guanshan with a speechless expression. Although the iron golem had no expressions to speak of, Guanshan miraculously understood what it meant. As the iron ingot was swallowed, its body recovered a little, roughly the volume of one iron ingot. Seeing this, Guanshan thought thoughtfully, so that's how it is. The external manifestation of the iron golem's injuries is the loss of volume, and iron ingots can replenish this area. In that case, the volume an iron golem needs to recover is much more than in the game. But this also means that the iron golem is much tankier than in the game. At the very least, unless you destroy this 4-meter-tall iron giant inch by inch, it will absolutely never stop its footsteps and attacks. After swallowing more than 10 iron blocks, the iron golem's head gradually filled out. After eating the last iron ingot, the injuries from last night were no longer visible, as if it had just come off the assembly line. Guanshan took a moment to check the furnace and found that there was still plenty of iron material inside. Besides that, the wood hadn't burned out either, so he decided to just let the furnace keep burning. The iron golem nodded at Guanshan, then stooped and lowered its head as it walked out. Walking out of the warehouse, Guanshan breathed in some fresh air. Just now, around the furnace, the air felt as if it had been scorched dry and searing, making it uncomfortable to breathe into his lungs. Everyone in the safe zone was busy. Wen Wan had returned to her post, and at the same time, Ji Yining entered the warehouse almost right on Guanshan's heels. When she saw Guanshan, Ji Yining felt a bit awkward. She lowered her head and walked inside, pretending not to see him. Heh? Guanshan chuckled slightly. Hearing the laughter, Ji Yining's body stiffened, and she darted into the warehouse like an ostrich. Following his memory, he walked to Wen Wan's office with ease and familiarity, then walked straight in without knocking. Facing him was Wen Wan's helpless, pretty face. Only Guanshan would behave in such a manner. And this little man, knowing full well that she couldn't bear to scold him, always acted this way. Looking at the foolishly grinning Guanshan, Wen Wan couldn't help but chuckle, and the whole office instantly became bright. By the way, I gave the virus gel from the advanced zombied yesterday to Jiang Yanyan. You won't blame me, will you? Wen Wan blinked, speaking somewhat playfully. How bold! Guanshan pretended to be angry, scooped up Wen Wan's delicate body, and amidst her soft cries, pressed her onto his lap and gave her high, perky buttocks a smack. Smack. Her fleshy buttocks swayed slightly. Feeling the elasticity and waves of flesh transmitted back, Guanshan nodded with satisfaction. The feel was as firm and resilient as ever. You actually teased me. Wen Wan turned over, tilted her face up, and wrapped her two fair, slender arms around Guanshan's neck. The distance between them was so close that even their breathing could be easily sensed. In that case, doesn't that mean Jiang Yanyan also has a chance to awaken a superpower? Hearing Guanshan's words, Wen Wan giggled and moved closer, her buttocks pressing against Guanshan's lap. Overflowing, beautiful flesh to make the room again. This is all thanks to you, hubby. With a burst of scorching breath, the distance between the two gradually closed, their hot exhalations hitting the fine hairs on each other's faces, causing a slight tickle. Wen Wan narrowed her eyes, just preparing to fully savor their lips meeting, when she heard an untimely knock at the door. Don't pay attention to it. Just as Guanshan was about to get up, two hands grabbed his collar, pulling the distance that had just widened back close once again. Immediately after, Wen Wan narrowed her eyes, intending to rekindle the spark. Thump! 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 The person outside seemed unaware of what was happening inside, just knocking relentlessly, as if they wouldn't give up until they achieved their goal. How annoying. Wen Wan propped herself up, her towering breasts almost pressing against her own face, having previously been flattened against her chest. Fuming with anger, Wen Wan stepped in a pair of flesh-colored high heels and opened the door with a sullen face. As the door slowly opened, an expressionless face, one that could rival Wen Wan's, appeared in the room. Wen Yating walked in slowly, completely oblivious to Wen Wan's expression. Though if one were to observe carefully, they could see the smugness in her heart from the imperceptible curve of her mouth. Is there something you need? As Wen Yating continued to step forward, Wen Wan reached out to block her. Although the other party had put in a great effort last night, she had now interrupted her good time, so it was impossible for her to give her a pleasant look. Not to mention that the other party was also a hidden competitor. Nothing much. I just wanted to remind you that that high school girl hasn't stepped out of her room for a long time. Her cool, clear eyes looked past Wen Wan's sullen face toward Guanshan in the back, whose messy clothes now bore the marks of handprints, with buttons having gone missing who knows when. She only felt an even more indescribable emotion turn into a heavy stone pressing down on her heart, sour and bitter. Though when she looked at Wen Wan, her troubled mood eased slightly. Since when? Guanshan stood up and came before the two of them. I don't know. Anyway, she hasn't come out since last night. If Fan Ning hadn't told me, I wouldn't know either. After Wen Yating finished speaking, she left directly, her high heels clicking crisply on the marble floor, echoing through the corridor. After Guanshan and Wen Wan exchanged a look, Wen Wan spoke first. I want to go check on her. All right, let's go together. After hurriedly putting on her trench coat and tidying her hair, Wen Wan followed Guanshan toward Jiang Yanyan's residence. No matter what, she was her adopted daughter, so she couldn't just ignore her. Especially after learning about Jiang Yanyan's situation from Wen Yating, her already not-so-great mood became even worse. The two walked hurriedly and soon left the place. Shortly after, Ji Yining walked in, holding the inventory list that had just been counted, and fell into deep thought as she looked at the empty office. Wen Yating stood on the high platform, watching the two of them rushing away in a hurry, and became puzzled again. Could it be that Jiang Yanyan and Guan Shan are not in that kind of relationship? Wen Yating couldn't figure it out. Wen Wan was clearly this girl's foster mother, yet this girl harbored special feelings for Guan Shan. She herself felt a bit uncertain inside. What if she had really gotten it wrong? Watching the two below, they had already opened Jiang Yanyan's door and pushed it open to enter. Generally speaking, there are 3 ways for an ability user to awaken. The first is natural awakening, which is the optimal choice. The second is through a high fever, converting when the zombie virus accumulates to its peak via the immune system. The third is through external stimulation, which is the virus gel. Wen Yating murmured softly. This was something they had learned from a person from White Elf Country, though he had died just a few days later. Entering Jiang Yanyan's room, he pushed open the door, and a strong light shone on Jiang Yanyan's pale face. The room was filled with the smell of virus, and the air was heavy. Jiang Yanyan murmured as she opened her eyes, and the first person she saw was Guan Shan, who had rushed over. Tears immediately welled up in her beautiful eyes. With a sobbing tone, she spoke intermittently. Brother Guan Shan, is Yanyan going to die? You won't die, don't worry, Yanyan. On the other side, Wen Wan almost rushed over. The moment she saw Jiang Yanyan lying on the bed, the love and pity in her heart gushed out like a broken dam, impossible to stop. She reached out and gently wiped Jiang Yanyan's forehead, her slender fingers taking away the tiny beads of sweat. As if feeling Wen Wan's concern, Jiang Yanyan's tears flowed uncontrollably, and her lips began to tremble. What should I do? I've never encountered a situation like this before. Guan Shan was desperately racking his brain. Usually, in such a situation, he would go into the wild with an iron bucket to find and drink milk, without even distinguishing between male and female. But where would he find a cow now? Even a chicken was hard to find. Wen Wan's arm trembled as if she had thought of something, and she hurriedly stood up, anxiously saying to Guan Shan, I'll go find some ice and check if there's any cold medicine. You watch over her here. With that, she rushed out again, leaving only Guan Shan and Jiang Yanyan in the room. After Wen Wan left, Jiang Yanyan's big eyes looked at Guan Shan again, filled with deep reluctance, as if she wanted to see Guan Shan more in her dying moments, wanting to engrave his appearance into her heart. Before this, Jiang Yanyan had never met such an attractive man. He didn't need to deliberately please others. His gaze was firm. He always had his own goals and bottom line. He dared to fight. He was brave and fearless, and so on. She didn't know when, but Jiang Yanyan was unconsciously drawn to him. After that, her gaze never fell on another man. Brother Guan Shan, Yanyan won't be able to see you again in the future. Listening to Jiang Yanyan's tearful voice, Guan Shan grew more anxious. But he could only imitate Wen Wan and wipe her sweat, moving the strands of hair stuck to her face. Jiang Yanyan's eyes were half closed, feeling dizzy. At this moment, she felt a gentle finger wiping her cheek. For some reason, her instinct told her that this finger would be of great benefit to her. As that finger moved slightly downwards, Jiang Yanyan seized the opportunity, slightly parted her small mouth, and gently held the warm finger. Guan Shan was stunned, not understanding why. He found it difficult to think about the current situation. No matter what, this scene shouldn't be happening, right? He instinctively wanted to withdraw his finger, but then heard Jiang Yanyan's voice, full of pleading, almost begging. Please, Don't pull it out." This sentence made Guanshan's blood rush. He felt something was wrong. He had only heard it from Wen Wan, and he didn't expect Jiang Yanyan to say it too. Then Guanshan realized something and shook his head vigorously. Guanshan, you're really a scumbag. To be thinking such things, Jiang Yanyan is practically your adopted daughter. Shouldn't you be focusing on healing her right now?" After regaining his composure, he became slightly serious and looked at Jiang Yanyan again. He saw the girl, who was about the age of a high school student, sucking his finger with a longing expression, like a newborn baby. But unlike a baby, Jiang Yanyan's expression was too captivating. Instead of a baby's cuteness, it added a touch of charm. On the sickbed, Jiang Yanyan's eyes were hazy, half open and half closed, her seductive gaze revealing astonishing charm on her face. Her face was slightly flushed, and her body rose and fell with her breathing. A small, fragrant tongue, with scorching warmth and sticky humidity, wrapped around his finger, moving back and forth. However, what surprised Guanshan was that Jiang Yanyan seemed to be urgently searching for something. "I heard that people act on instinct in times of crisis." Animals act on instinct in times of crisis. Dogs, when severely depleted or injured, will go out to find herbs. Humans are the same. At this moment, Jiang Yanyan's small tongue was anxiously circling his finger, trying to pry something open. "Could it be my blood?" Guanshan mused. His current physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him an alien. Could it be that Jiang Yanyan needed his bodily fluids, which was why she was clinging to his finger? Thinking this, Guanshan immediately took out his diamond sword. Purple light illuminated the room, and Jiang Yanyan slightly opened her eyes. With a sharp aura emanating, Guanshan took the diamond sword and directly cut his finger. Debuff. Bleeding thrice, his body couldn't be damaged by external force, but he could injure himself. This was a conclusion Guanshan had reached through experimentation. As a drop of his blood fell to the ground, Jiang Yanyan's gaze seemed to be glued to it, also falling to the ground. A deep sense of loss rose in her heart, as if she felt it was a great waste. But immediately after, Guanshan's finger reached out. As if it were a supreme, holy relic, Jiang Yanyan actually stood up out of thin air, extended her hand, and carefully cupped that hand, putting it into her mouth like a baby bottle. As the blood entered her mouth, Jiang Yanyan's complexion improved almost visibly. In just the blink of an eye, her color returned, and her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Jiang Yanyan, in an almost obsessive manner, used her small tongue to juice the finger in a demanding way, her throat subtly rolling as she swallowed all the overflowing fresh blood. Cough, that should be enough, right? Guanshan coughed twice, unable to hold back any longer. His lower body had already reacted, and if this continued, he feared he would make a fool of himself. Ah! Jiang Yanyan seemed to awaken from a dream. Her delicate little face flushed with a captivating wine red. Only now did she realize what she had done. She had inadvertently done something so embarrassing. No, she couldn't face anyone, especially that sentence she said. It was just like something from an adult movie. She was too immodest. What should she do? Would it affect her image in front of brother Guanshan? On the sickbed, Jiang Yanyan's face instantly turned red from her neck to her cheeks and ears. Shyly, she pulled up the quilt, only exposing her hair. Guanshan, withdrawing his finger, could still see 1 or 2 silver threads on it, constantly stretching, exposed to the air, with a slightly cool sensation. Guanshan didn't know what to say, so he could only ask out of concern, "Are you feeling better, Yanyan?" "Yes." A muffled voice came from under the quilt. Jiang Yanyan was huddled in the quilt. So hot she was almost suffering from heat stroke. "That's good." After Guanshan spoke, silence fell again. and the scene remained quiet for a while until Wenwan rushed in, changing the atmosphere. Coming to the bedside, she worriedly picked up Jiang Yanyan. "I only found some cold medicine. There's no ice right now." Saying that, she took out some cold and anti-inflammatory capsules and handed them to Jiang Yanyan, then poured a bottle of water from nearby. As the pill was swallowed, Wenwan finally felt a bit more at ease and looked at Jiang Yanyan with concern. "Thank you, Auntie, I feel much better." Jiang Yanyan coughed lightly twice. After Wenwan had arrived, the skin that had been flushed red like blood just moments ago had returned to its original fair complexion. So fast? After tentatively reaching out to touch the temperature of Jiang Yanyan's forehead, Wenwan was somewhat incredulous. How could a cold and fever recover so quickly? Just a moment ago, Wenwan had even thought Jiang Yanyan was in danger. After all, a fever reaching a certain level could truly be fatal. Yet, only a short while had passed, and after taking a few pills, she was instantly better. Looking at the capsule in her hand, could this be some kind of miracle cure? Jiang Yanyan nodded shyly. She couldn't exactly say that she only got better because she had stolen a bit of her husband's bodily fluids earlier. Could she? She cast a glance toward Guanshan that felt almost like a thief's. And after the two locked eyes, they reached a strange tacit understanding, both deciding not to speak of it and to bury it deep in their hearts. For a moment, Jiang Yanyan's heart pounded. This little secret shared only between the two of them caused her heart, which had just calmed down, to ripple once again. Perhaps it wasn't a serious cold to begin with, or maybe it's just a form of reaction after consuming the virus gel. Guanshan mused, feigning an effort to understand. Wenwan nodded upon hearing this, feeling it made sense, but she still didn't completely set her mind at ease. She just brought over a chair and sat down beside Jiang Yanyan. "By the way, have you experienced any changes now?" she asked tentatively. Looking at Jiang Yanyan before her, Wenwan recalled the time she had first awakened her superpower. Back then, because she was constantly being thrusted into at night, her thoughts had been intermittent, and she hadn't been able to maintain focus. It wasn't until the daytime, when the clouds had dispersed and the rain had stopped, while she was lying on the bed fully enjoying the afterglow, that she discovered something different in her mind. It was a very magical feeling, as if she had gained an additional life skill, the kind that is extremely proficient, so proficient that it required no thought. She only needed a single thought, and she could do it by instinct. Hearing this, Jiang Yanyan immediately closed her eyes to feel it. As her mind sank into her body's consciousness, she really did discover something different. She saw what seemed to be a ray of light existing within her mind. "What is that?" Jiang Yanyan murmured to herself, attracting the attention of Guanshan and Wenwan. As her consciousness deepened, when Jiang Yanyan opened her eyes again, she found that the world had become different. "How is it? What is the ability?" Guanshan sat over, a little closer to Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan's face flushed red upon noticing Guanshan moving closer. Her gaze imperceptibly flicked over the finger that she had just been carefully savoring between her red lips, and only then did she slowly say, "It seems to be analysis." As she spoke, Jiang Yanyan picked up a teacup from the side of the table. In her field of vision, the materials composing the cup were seen by Jiang Yanyan with perfect clarity. "You can analyze the composition of objects," Wenwan said curiously. This ability seemed different from hers. Some people's abilities were purely for combat, such as Tan Hua and his group, whereas hers seemed more inclined toward support. But Jiang Yanyan was different, pure support. Curiously, she reached out her hand toward Jiang Yanyan and said, "Can you see what I am composed of?" Jiang Yanyan was slightly stunned. "Yes." Taking Wenwan's hand, the moment she activated analysis, Lines of text popped out. Water, lipids, proteins, carbohydrates, minerals in bone and soft tissue, among which water accounts for about 60 to 70% of body weight. Proteins account for about 15%, 18%. Besides that, the amount of text kept increasing, making Jiang Yanyan feel a bit dizzy, and she hurriedly interrupted this analysis. Guanshan watched with great interest, feeling that this ability was also very useful. Combat talents could certainly increase the strength of the safe zone, but if support-type talents were used well, they could be worth more than a dozen combat talents. Brother Guanshan, let Yanyan see yours too. Jiang Yanyan smiled sweetly, then turned her gaze toward Guanshan. Oh? Guanshan raised an eyebrow and also extended his hand, handing it to Jiang Yanyan. The next moment, it fell into her soft palm. Jiang Yanyan closed her eyes and said softly, "Analysis." When she opened her eyes again, the expected small text did not pop up. Instead, there were 4 large characters. Unable to comprehend? Yes, just those 4 simple characters. Jiang Yanyan knitted her brows tightly for a moment. What did unable to comprehend mean? What's wrong? Wenwan asked unconsciously upon seeing Jiang Yanyan's expression. It's nothing, Jiang Yanyan forced a smile. It's just that Brother Guanshan's body is too powerful. Yanyan was just a bit surprised. After letting go of Guanshan's hand, Jiang Yanyan suppressed the raging waves in her heart. She wasn't sure if it was because her ability wasn't good enough or if that was truly the case. But Jiang Yanyan had an intuition that those 4 characters were correct. Even if her ability improved, she would only be able to see those 4 characters. How is my body? Guanshan asked curiously. Very healthy. Or rather, it's a bit too healthy. Jiang Yanyan revealed a happy smile. Wenwan, sitting to the side, blushed. That was indeed not wrong. She had tried it herself. Guanshan also laughed. In recent days, the heavy burden had always been on his shoulders, making him not dare to delay for even a moment. Now, as there were more and more ability users, his burden would also become lighter and lighter. Take Gao Qianhao, for example. Ever since he learned of his ability, he had arranged for him to join the civil engineering group. His ability could be said to be smooth sailing in the civil engineering world. There was nothing more suitable. As for Xiang Yan, he was a part-timer in the civil engineering group, responsible for actions like moving goods. As long as he used his ability, he was comparable to a tower crane. It could be foreseen that, with the development of the ability of Jiang Yanyan's, the scientific research capability of their safe zone would also usher in rapid progress. Thinking of this, Guanshan couldn't help but nod, praising, Yanyan is amazing. Jiang Yanyan had been waiting for this exact sentence. All her efforts up until now had been so that Brother Guan could see them. By the way, is Yanyan's ability very rare? Why haven't I seen anyone else with it? Jiang Yanyan said while waving her fingers. Others have it too. Unknowingly, Wen Yating walked in wearing high heels, still maintaining a poker face. People who awaken pure support-type abilities are very few, but because they lack the ability to protect themselves, they are quickly killed by zombies. As she spoke, Wen Yating fell into memories. Once, in the coastal areas, many outstanding people had also awakened quite good support-type talents, or rather, scientific research-type talents, but they were all killed by zombies due to a lack of life-saving means. Now, seeing another precious case of a support-type talent awakening, Wen Yating couldn't help but secretly marvel at this little girl's good luck. Perhaps only in this safe zone of Guanshan's could the safety of these people be guaranteed. If those people had come to Guanshan's place with her, could they also have lived safely and continued to shine and contribute? Wen Yating couldn't figure it out. She didn't want to think about it anymore. She only wanted to watch the safe zone well now, to watch Guanshan. She wanted to see the development here with her own eyes, to see how far it would eventually go, and she also wanted to watch this man well, to see how far he could go after leaving Jiang Yanyan's room. Guanshan returned to the warehouse once again. He opened the furnace to check it and discovered that 53 more iron ingots had been produced. Though the fuel had almost burned out by now, after tossing in some more wood, there wasn't much stock left in his backpack. I must get some coal. Otherwise it's still too little. Guanshan pondered for a moment and felt that obtaining coal was currently too difficult, so coal would be more practical. At the very least, there was a forest park not far away, and the trees inside could all be used to make charcoal. He took out the 53 iron ingots, used the crafting table to synthesize 5 iron blocks, and placed the remaining 8 iron ingots back into the chest. I remember there was another iron block in the chest. So that means I now have 6 iron blocks and 8 iron ingots. Guanshan calculated that 1 iron golem required 4 iron blocks and 1 carved pumpkin, and he was still short by 10 iron ingots to synthesize 2 iron golems. Furthermore, he needed to keep a surplus of iron ingots, since iron golems needed to be healed after sustaining injuries. In the safe zone, iron was no longer scarce, but fuel was in short supply. Moreover, iron ore couldn't be directly converted into iron ingots. It had to be placed into a furnace and smelted before it could be used. Therefore, fuel had also been listed as one of Guanshan's top priorities. I'll mention it when I'm with Wenwan tonight. Wenwan's daily work consisted of taking inventory, calculating the daily consumption of supplies, and arranging for Liu Qingquan to issue corresponding tasks for replenishment, in addition to considering the future development of the safe zone. Other professionals would also consolidate their opinions and submit them to Wenwan or Liu Qingquan, who would then post the materials they needed in the mission hall. He placed the 4 iron blocks on the open ground, but at that moment, Guanshan suddenly discovered a problem. That was, where were the pumpkins? I remember finding the pumpkin in the warehouse last time. Why is it gone now? Without a pumpkin, there was no way to make a carved pumpkin, and an iron golem was out of the question. While pondering, Guanshan walked out and happened to run into Ji Yining head-on. By the way, Xiaoning, do you know if there are any more pumpkins in the warehouse? Thinking that since she was usually the one taking inventory of the warehouse, he asked tentatively, "Pumpkins?" Ji Yining tilted her head and thought for a moment. After confirming there were none, she shook her head. "There aren't any left. There was only 1 pumpkin." "Only one?" Guanshan frowned. This was bad. In this apocalyptic era, where could he find more pumpkins? If he chose to grow them, he had no idea how long it would take. "Do you know who brought the pumpkin?" Guanshan asked again. Ji Yining blinked, indicating she didn't know. Brother Quan should know. Recently, because Liu Qingquan had become younger, everyone stopped calling him Old Quan and collectively switched to calling him Brother Quan. "All right." After Guanshan nodded, he walked out and went straight to find Liu Qingquan, who was busy working. "Do you still remember who turned in that pumpkin last time?" "Pumpkin?" Liu Qingquan was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Guanshan really needed pumpkins right now? After thinking carefully, the face of a high school student emerged in his memory. It seems his name is Ken Jai. This young man has been quite diligent lately, all to exchange for virus gel. As he said this, Liu Qingquan picked up the housing register and began flipping through it. He found the letter C from the page numbers, then flipped to that page. In just a few seconds, he found Chen Ji's name. "I'll take you to find him." Liu Qingquan remembered being quite surprised at the time. After all, the young man had brought back quite a lot of vegetables on one trip, including a large pumpkin, so he had awarded him 5 points for it. He also remembered that the young man had been quite excited at the time, saying he had found an intact farmer's market, and that as long as he went a few more times, he able to save up 100 points. At the time, he had only smiled and offered a congratulation in advance. Following the door number, the two walked for a distance and found Chen Ji. At this moment, the young man was fully armed. He wore a motorcycle windproof mask on his head, and his jacket was the waxed canvas type, which looked incredibly tough. He was wearing dark gray jeans with the cuffs tucked into his work boots, and he even had cut-resistant gloves on his hands. Now that is truly fully armed. Guanshan nodded when he saw this. Although the method was a bit clumsy, as long as it was useful, it was fine. As long as it could prevent zombie bites, it could even be called a good method. This method isn't bad, right? And it was this young man who came up with it. It's good to be smart. The difference between humans and zombies lies in intelligence. Guanshan nodded and walked straight up. What are you looking at me for? Chen Jai looked at the stranger walking towards him with a puzzled expression. He was currently preparing to make another trip to that farmer's market and had even prepared a basket, intending to load up as much as possible. The man in front of him looked tall and fierce, giving off the feeling that he was very capable of fighting. For some reason, Chen Ji always felt that this person radiated a sense of reliability from head to toe. But why is he looking at me? Chen Ji didn't have any close friends. He only knew his neighbors. Before the zombie outbreak, he was just an ordinary high school student, living a life like clockwork, going to school on time, leaving school on time, with the only uncertainty being the teacher, running overtime in class. Just then, Chen Jai caught a glimpse of Liu Qingquan, who had a smile on his face. When he looked at Guanshan, there was a sense of awe in his expression. In an instant, Chen Ji understood everything. Brother Quan, I didn't expect you to be someone who bows to power. You actually gave away my secret. Chen Jai looked indignant. He felt that Liu Qingquan must have told someone else his secret because of the strength of the person in front of him. And that's why they had come directly to his door. I will absolutely not tell you the location. I want to see the boss of the safe zone. I want to report this, Kenji shouted with his neck strained. He had long heard that the boss of this safe zone was impartial and duty-bound, and did not tolerate any violation of the bottom line, killing even ability users without hesitation. He heard that an ability user named Wang Yongqi had relied on his strength to act tyrannically. And in the end, he was killed by the boss of the safe zone. It seemed his name was something Shan, he couldn't recall clearly. Anyway, Chen Ji had forgotten. What are you talking about? This is Guanshan, the founder of the safe zone. Liu Qingquan had black lines on his face. What did he mean by bowing to power? Who else in this safe zone could possibly use power to pressure him? Did he not know what it meant to be second in command, above 10,000? Besides Guanshan and Wenwan, I am the one with the most real power in this safe zone. Ah? Chen Jie realized what was happening and turned his head to look at Guanshan, who currently had black lines on his face. Guanshan never expected that there would be another person who didn't recognize him. Did everyone in the safe zone only know his name, but not his face? No wonder it was always quiet every time he returned to the safe zone. He thought they were just being calm, but it turned out they didn't recognize him at all. With a hint of helplessness, Guanshan asked directly, "Do you have any more of those carved pumpkins?" "I do, I'm just about to go." Chen Ji nodded, feeling a little excited in his heart. If that was the case, wouldn't that mean Boss Guanshan would be escorting him on the next exploration trip? This is too awesome, right? The boss is personally escorting me. On the empty street, only a few scattered figures were wandering, letting out aimless roars. If there were no other people around, this condition could last all day. in a lifetime. The roar of the car engine broke their daily routine of roaring, and they all snarled as they charged towards the vehicle. Bang! A loud sound came from the front hood of the car, yet the driver didn't step on the brake. Instead, he stood up even more to press down on the accelerator. It's a pity there's no sunroof. I can't stand up to hit the gas. Guanshan sighed silently to himself. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Jai looked excited. This feeling was truly exhilarating. The speeding car combined with the whistling wind was stimulating his adrenaline to the max. Especially this M4, which featured a 3.0-liter inline six-cylinder turbocharged engine capable of outputting 473 horsepower. It was more than enough to ram a few zombies. Boss, going exploring in a sports car is just awesome. Ken, feeling incredibly spirited. Guanshan smiled slightly. Heh, of course. I never ride in those slow, lumbering dump trucks. With that, he slammed his foot on the accelerator again. Let's go. This morning, I'll take you to smash some zombie heads. Earlier, during his conversation with Chen Jai, he learned that the farmer's market was sealed off and a giant monster had appeared inside. How to describe it? Chen Ji had pondered for a long time at the time and put it this way. It feels like taking all the leftovers and kitchen waste, mixing them together, having a giant hand suddenly grab them all, and then injecting them with life. Guanshan listened for a while and felt. It was very fitting. It matched his mental image of an abnormal, that irregular appearance, with a face that looked like it had undergone a terrible sick surgery, and a body that looked like it had been through a car accident. We're here, this is it. Ken Janjai pointed to a green sign in the distance, where the words Farmer's Market were clearly written in white on a green background. However, the entrance had long been sealed, blocked tightly by a refrigerated truck. From the entrance, one could hear thumping sounds. It seemed some giant creature was trying to get out. All right. Guanshan got out of the car concisely and looked at Chen Ji. Are you gonna wait here for me, or come down with me? I want to fight side by side with you, boss. Ken Ji jumped out of the car, holding a steel pipe in his hand. Looking at Chen Jie, who was eager to try, Guanshan was silent for a moment. To be honest, he would likely become dead weight once inside, but refusing him just like that would dampen his enthusiasm. How about this? You go in and clear out the regular zombies, and I'll take care of that abnormal. Guanshan said and led Chen Ji into the farmer's market from the side. Just as they entered, they could smell the foul air. On the dark cement floor, there were puddles of water here and there. Besides that, there were many scattered vegetable leaves, broken eggs, and some dead fish and poultry, their fur and feathers stuck to the ground by the water. The ceiling, made of some unknown material, was somewhat dim and yellowish, with only a few wisps of sunlight filtering through. This farmer's market had no exit at the back. The front was both the entrance and the exit. The moment he stepped inside, Guanshan only felt it was chaotic. Beyond that, it was a complete mess. Boss, do we have a plan? Chen Ji observed his surroundings cautiously and whispered. No, Guanshan shook his head. I'll go kill one zombie first, then all the zombies will come over, and then we just kill them all. With that, he walked straight towards a zombie. Zombies were creatures with extremely simple brain structures. It was truly hard to imagine they had transformed from humans. Their intelligence was like that of a single-threaded mad bull. They charged when they heard a sound, went berserk when they saw a person. As long as Guanshan made even the slightest sound here, a zombie would notice, and it would charge over frantically, roaring and using both hands and feet. This would create a chain reaction where the rest of the zombies would charge over just like the first one. Therefore, one had to be extremely cautious when scavenging for supplies. This was also the reason why survivors, Hunt out rarely returned. However, in Guanshan's safe zone, there was no such worry. Usually, there were ability users escorting, so they could always retreat unscathed. But Guanshan was different. He killed them all. As footsteps sounded, the first zombie discovered Guanshan approaching. After letting out a howl towards the sky, it charged headlong towards him. The next second, it was cut in half at the waist by an invisible sword energy. Its upper body flew backward, while its lower body fell to the ground after running a few more steps. Such a commotion attracted all the zombies in the area. The sound of chaotic footsteps rose up in waves as they all ran towards Guanshan in the dim environment. Chen Yi was stunned. Instinctively, shrank to the side, only peeking his head out to watch his boss, the founder of the safe zone, Guanshan. The boss won't get into trouble, right? No, since the boss is so unconcerned, he naturally has real skills. But regardless, this approach was too advanced for Chen Ji's understanding, leaving him shocked and incredulous. Was his boss a bit too fierce? He saw layers upon layers of zombies surging up like a human wall, some running, some climbing, others using all fours, advancing rapidly in an ugly but fast manner. After glancing at Chen Ji's position from the corner of his eye, Guanshan took out his diamond sword. A deep purple light shone, which Chen Ji could barely look at directly. What kind of divine weapon was this? To think it would have such a phenomenon when drawn. Wasn't the boss's superpower creation? How was this different from what was said? Chen Ji watched Guanshan in utter shock. He saw him walking with composure. With every step Guanshan took, the many zombies in front were sliced apart in unison. A few simple strikes created immense power, with severed limbs flying everywhere and a rain of blood spraying throughout this small farmer's market. The blood mixed with filth flowed into the sewer. Chen Ji's pupils trembled. This was simply a massacre. A one-sided massacre. At this moment, he understood why Guanshan could create a safe zone in this dangerous city and continue to develop and grow just by relying on his unparalleled, peerless strength. He'd determine everything. Before this, he had seen people like Tan Hua and Xiong Yan in action. Although he was full of surprise at the time, he had never been as shocked as he was today. That was a violence so pure that it couldn't be purer, enough to crush everything. When he unleashed it, everything had to go before it. It was absolute violence that towered over everything. Amidst the shock, Chen Ji suddenly lost his footing and almost fell to the ground. Just as he was puzzled, he instantly realized what was happening. It wasn't that he couldn't stand steady, but that something huge had arrived. In the narrow farmer's market, a giant creature pushed aside the shelves, stepping on countless rotten fruits and vegetables. Viscous juices mixed with flies swirled around its feet as it walked towards Guanshan step by step. Its body was like a blob of mucus. With bones exposed on the outside, they seemed to be pig ribs. Besides that, there were many eyes on the front of its face, pointing in different directions. It had no other organs, only densely packed eyes. Looking at Guanshan before it, the monster seemed somewhat confused as it extended a deformed hand and reached out to pinch him. Just looking at it is enough to give me nightmares. It's enough to give me nightmares just looking at it. Guanshan frowned as he looked at the monster before him. Its 4-meter-tall body was about 10 meters wide, propped up by 3 arms and 5 legs. On its front face, there were no organs other than a dense cluster of over 50 eyeballs. That short sentence was highly mocking. The monster seemed to possess intelligence and could understand Guanshan's words. Suddenly, it fell into a rage. An overwhelming roar echoed through the farmer's market. Chen Ji covered his ears, watching as countless filth sprayed from the monster's mouth, accompanied by a heavy, foul stench. Ugh! Chen bent over and opened his mask to vomit. His stomach felt as if it had been stomped on the moment he smelled that odor. "It's truly disgusting," Guanshan angrily, his diamond sword sweeping out to slice through a section of the area. Then, with another strike, he cleanly severed the monster's chin. Soon, a heart-wrenching roar spread out. Guanshan seized advantage and punched the monster in the face. Instantly, its body rippled like ocean waves, and a massive force tore through its front face, as if it had been hit head-on by a 100-ton truck moving at 120 kilometers per hour. The front face exploded, eyeballs scattering across the ground, some shattered and rolling onto the damp floor. The monster roared at the sky and collapsed to the ground. Perhaps it realized the situation. The small human before it contained immense energy that it definitely could not contend with. The monster turned and ran, letting out high-pitched cries from its broken throat as it fled. It sounded like a kitten, or perhaps a human infant. Soon, a dense sound came from the ceiling, like a sudden hailstorm. Looking up, countless black dots suddenly enlarged, landing on the translucent ceiling, their silhouettes outlined by the sunlight. They were all zombies. At this moment, they were slamming against the ceiling, using their hands and feet to try and break through to the area below. Quickly, as more and more zombies gathered, the ceiling finally couldn't bear the weight, and a hole cracked open. Sunlight spilled onto the ground instantly, like stage lighting, but immediately after, countless zombies came crashing down, roaring as they charged toward Guanshan. Chen Ji didn't dare to breathe. He had never imagined that a simple fruit-stealing trip would turn into this. It was absolutely shocking. And that monster, which looked so terrifying that it could be a major boss in a game, couldn't even withstand a few punches from his boss and was nearly falling apart. Is his boss really that strong? Are all ability users this strong, or is it just Guanshan? After he obtains the virus gel and awakens his superpower, will he be able to be like Boss Guanshan? Most likely not, because Guanshan is the special one. Ah! The monster let out a roar. Because it had lost its eyes, it blindly charged in a random direction, smashing through a concrete wall. After bricks and tiles shattered everywhere, it seemed to get its body stuck. With a series of wriggles, its body, which was already composed of mucus, had its flesh ground away, leaving residue on the bricks and stones, and kicking up a cloud of dust. After another squirming motion, it entered the building, broke through some glass, and sprinted off in another direction. Chen Ji stared at the monster in a daze. It looked just like an ostrich with its head buried in the ground, except it had buried its entire body. Looking back, he saw limbs and broken bodies scattered everywhere. Guanshan was covered in blood, stepping over the remains of countless zombies as he approached. Behind him, the zombies' bodies were slowly disappearing, turning into wisps of smoke. Where is the zombie? Where did it run off to? Guanshan asked aggressively, holding his diamond sword. Over there. Chen Ji pointed in a direction trembling. Before this, he had never imagined that a human could reach this level, like a reincarnated god of slaughter. The moment the words left his mouth, Guanshan lunged forward. Ignoring the bricks and tiles in front of him, he charged straight through, using his own body to smash through the brick and concrete wall, leaving a human-shaped hole in it. Looking at the chaotic farmer's market, now covered in blood and gore, Chen Ji fell into an eerie silence. How did his boss look even crazier than the zombies? If the previous zombies were mad bulls, then his boss was like a wild bull. Neither was any less intense than the other. Even their posture when charging out was exactly the same. He now had a feeling that if you locked all the zombies in the city in a room with Guanshan, the one to come out would definitely be Guanshan. In his view, his boss had already transcended humanity. Looking back, the entire vast farmer's market had been completely cleared out by his boss. The smell of blood permeated the place, forming a thick, lingering mist. Boss Guanshan's protection is truly reliable. So, protection didn't mean protecting people to ensure a safe evacuation, but rather killing all the zombies to ensure human safety. As expected of the boss, his method of protection is truly unique. Chen Jai locked his gaze on a small cart, intending to collect pumpkins here while waiting for Guanshan. On the street outside, a rather bizarre scene unfolded. A huge monster was limping along on its hands and feet, using its 3 arms and 5 legs, total of 8 limbs to flee forward. And behind it, a strong man was giving chase, using only his 2 legs, holding a diamond sword in his hand. Along the way, some survivors saw this scene and were filled with shock, wondering if they had seen wrong. The distance between the two grew smaller and smaller. Finally, at a corner, the monster couldn't quite stop in time due to its massive size. Guanshan took a shortcut, taking the turn in a straight line by smashing through the buildings along the way, arriving behind the monster a step early. Just as Guanshan was about to strike, he heard a familiar voice. "It is truly bad luck." A calm voice rang out from ahead. Tanhua looked at the huge flesh blob monster before him, then back at the monster composed of flesh and steel behind him, and let out a sigh. The one behind had come from the Nuanyang mechanical processing plant. He didn't know what kind of mutation had occurred, but it was actually able to fuse with steel. And in front, there was a huge monster made of mucus flesh. Both were bizarrely shaped. Could it be that my life ends here today? Tanhua gave a bitter smile. If it were other zombies, even an advanced zombie, he would have the confidence to escape. His bullet time ability gave him that confidence. But these 2 monsters were in front and behind him, and they were simply too large, almost occupying the entire street. To escape, the only option was to fight for his life. Just as Tanhua took a deep breath, intending to fight for his life, that headless monster zombie charged straight at him. As it ran, countless droplets of slime scattered onto the ground, nauseating to behold. "Run! Where are you running to?" From behind the monster, a voice full of vigor rang out, as entirely unafraid of attracting more zombies. "Oh no! Which reckless fool is this?" Tanhua thought, black lines forming on his forehead. Just as he was about to call out to warn him, he saw the monster in front of him soar into the air. No, it didn't soar. It looked more like some powerhouse had grabbed it by the tail and swung it around. "Guanshan, why is it you?" Once Tanhua saw clearly who it was, all his confusion vanished with the wind. It was Guanshan. That made sense. His strength was enough for him to do as he pleased, so speak loudly was no issue. Strangely, the moment Guanshan appeared, the previously dangerous situation suddenly became safe, and Tanhua even felt a bit eager to try his hand against the monster behind him. Guanshan, one of the monster's legs, and executed an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming it behind him. The immense impact caused its body to splatter with fluids, coating the surrounding high-rises in a layer of bloody slime over 3 meters high. The massive impact hit the ground, instantly kicking up dust and smoke. A nearby car was flattened into a sheet, and the original asphalt road cracked open, fracturing into a spiderweb pattern all around. That's it? It's done for? Guanshan was still holding its leg, having clearly felt the sound of bones shattering a sharp crack. Looking at the abnormal lying on the ground, having lost its ability to move, Guanshan finally noticed Tanhua, as well as a robot chasing behind him. It was called a robot, but it still had skin and flesh exposed. However, most of its body was wrapped steel in an extremely crude manner, as if it had rushed into a scrapyard and just strapped whatever it onto itself. Refrigerator doors, washing machine doors, gears, everything you could imagine was on this person. How is there another abnormal like this? Guanshan's figure was shrouded in dust and smoke. As a gust of wind blew by, Tanhua stared blankly at Guanshan. How could anyone in this world kill zombies by just throwing them to death? It had to be said, Tanhua was once again stunned by Guanshan. The zombies behind were the same. Although their brains were small, such a terrifying scene still triggered an instinctive fear. "Don't let him get away!" Watching the zombie about to flee, Tanhua said urgently. It came out of the Nuanyang mechanical processing plant. The zombies there can repair themselves with metal parts after being injured. Inside the Nuanyang mechanical processing plant, there was a bizarre-looking zombie, seemingly a mutant zombie or something even higher, and it was helping one zombie after another modify their bodies. Every time a zombie Tenho killed was sent back for recycling and re-emerged. It seemed truly endless. As the zombies fell into the furnace, mechanical hammers began to pound and angle grinders roared, and a new zombie was freshly produced. It was precisely because of this that Tanhua had given up on the idea of continuing his exploration and planned to return to the safe zone to find Guanshan. After all, only Guanshan could resolve this kind of situation. Although it's just an ordinary zombie, it has considerable intelligence. Someone has modified them. Guanshan frowned upon hearing this. A person? He immediately lunged forward, catching up to the fleeing zombie in just a few strides. It was constantly looking back, its expression full of terror as it watched Guanshan. It really has considerable intelligence. Ordinary zombies are single-celled organisms. They only attack when they see humans, but you know how to run. The two locked eyes, and Guanj clearly saw the fear of him in its eyes, leading him to conclude that these zombies all possessed considerable intelligence. Although they couldn't speak yet, it was already quite astonishing. If this person distributed the technology to other mutant zombies, and they carried out modifications on ordinary zombies, it would greatly enhance the combat power of the zombies. In the future, all the zombies in this urban area would have to be driven out or killed. If even ordinary zombies had intelligence, it would be as if every cockroach in the city knew how to seek advantages and avoid harm, knowing to hide when you spray insecticide, knowing to run from poison. Trying to kill all the cockroaches would undoubtedly become a protracted war. It seems there really is no shortage of talent out there. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. A large hand directly gripped its head, and with a slight exertion of force, he twisted its head right off. Then, he punched its body. His fist connected with the metal, but it was the metal that broke first. A huge hole appeared on the back, as if it had been hit by a cannonball. The shockwave from Guanshan's fist punched through and exploded out the back. If someone were in front of the zombie at this moment, they would see its body turn into a human bomb, as if touched by Yoshikage Kira's Killer Queen, exploding into thin air. It then flew forward at high speed, slamming into a concrete wall, and becoming deeply embedded due to the residual force. As the bricks and stones collapsed, the zombie's headless body was permanently buried within. If an archaeologist could discover it in the future, perhaps it might see the light of day again. Of course, that would all depend on human civilization still existing. Watching Guanshan, who had rawly twisted the zombie's head off, Tanhua gasped, the corners of his mouth twitching. He didn't know how long he would have to fight to achieve such an effect, yet Guanshan just popped the lid off with one hand. "What now?" Tanhua took a deep breath and asked. Guanshan took out his diamond sword, first killing the abnormal at the farmer's market, and extracted the virus gel. It was an advanced zombie, but looking at it, it had no intelligence. It must just be an abnormal. This kind of zombie had strength but no unique abilities or intelligence of its own, compared to a normal advanced zombie. it was much easier to deal with. At the end of the day, these guys just had brute strength and recklessness, like they were having a rabies attack fast speed. Strong desire to attack, often using a trade injury for life, or trade. Life for life fighting style. This kind of fighting style would be a huge headache for an ordinary ability user. But for Guanshan, it was undoubtedly just a stray dog on the side of the road. If it came down to brute force, Guanshan couldn't imagine anyone who could beat Steve. Since you said that person has some issues, let's go take a look. Guanshan put away his diamond sword and said, I also need to pick up someone. He's the one who brought me here. Who? Chen Jai. I can't just leave him there. Tanhua stood there thinking for a moment and thought of Chen Jai. He was always very active during his classes, especially in his ability to draw inferences. One could say his comprehension was extremely strong. For such people, Tanhua was always very pleased. In his view, learning a trick or two in the apocalypse had no downsides, only benefits. I'll go take a look as well. Tanhua said cheerfully. The tension from just a moment ago had vanished. Felt that as long as he was with Guanshan, there was no way he could be in danger. The two walked together toward the farmer's market. In the dim light, where the bloodstains had yet to dissipate, a fully armed person was loading pumpkins and green vegetables onto a small cart. Just how many zombies did you kill? Tanhua looked at the bloodstains that hadn't yet dried and couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Zombies? I killed them all. I don't know how many there were. Instructor? Chen Jai pushed up his windproof mask with his bulky gloves, and the moment he saw who it was, he couldn't help but stare blankly. What was going on? Why were his boss and the instructor together? Nowadays, as the population of the safe zone increased, there was an urgent need to improve the quality of personnel. Therefore, after passing an approval process, individuals with special skills could start classes, teach knowledge. For instance, former high school teachers, intellectuals, and the like were sharing all their knowledge. In these apocalyptic times, even adding a single point of strength was useful. Among them, there were those with good teaching ethics, such as Tanhua, who was genuinely teaching everyone practical combat methods and was truly doing his best, leaving almost everyone unable to find fault with him. Furthermore, he didn't even charge points, belonging to the type of public service instruction. Because of his outstanding personal strength, and the fact that everyone who had taken his class spoke well of it, Tanhua's class became the most popular course in the safe zone. The second was civil engineering. Learning a bit never hurt, and aside from being bitter, tiring, making one ugly, having irregular meals, and being prone to getting fat, it basically had no downsides. After that came the mechanics class. As for Chen Jai, he chose Tanhua's class. One reason was that it was truly valuable, and the second was that he was a mazer. This kind of free course that taught real, substantial skills was simply a gift from heaven, and he wished he could catch the knowledge with a swimming pool. Hello, instructor. Chen Ji greeted him somewhat uncomfortably. The feeling was like a primary school student meeting their teacher in an elevator, extremely unnatural, wishing he could just face the wall and reflect. Put this thing in a place and hide it well. We'll take it when we come back. Guanshan said, first putting that pumpkin into his status bar. The two of them were startled at the sight of the pumpkin vanishing into thin air. They looked at each other, both feeling it was extremely miraculous. Guanshan found another car outside. There were many abandoned cars on the streets now, and one could just anyone they liked and drive it. It was as if he were in Los Santos. He could just hijack any car he liked. Except here, the people were replaced by zombies, and there was one extra step. Open the car door, drag the zombie out, and punch it to death. Getting into a 4-seater car, Tan Hua didn't mind the bloodstains and sat in the passenger seat, while Chen Jai sat in the back, feeling somewhat at a loss. Looks like I'll have to give you an outdoor practical lesson today, Tan Hua said with a smile, looking at Chen Ji in the back seat. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Chen Jai squeezed out a smile and said, struggling to keep a straight face. This was killing him. How much better would it be if he were just following his own boss? Although it was true that he liked instructor Tan Hua, there was an indescribable awkwardness in his heart. It was like meeting your favorite teacher during high school vacation. Basically, there would be no joy in your heart, only a tightening, giving one the feeling of cardiac arrest. You called him here? Guanshan, sitting in the driver's seat, glanced at the rearview mirror and asked. Yes, Chen Yi is staring very enthusiastically now. That's good. I was just about to ask how his grades were. Chen Ji was already going numb, listening to the conversation. Between the two in the front, he felt just like a student sitting next to their parents during a parent-teacher meeting. Incredibly uneasy. Especially with the parents comparing grades around him, one word after another. He never expected that even after the apocalypse had broken out, he would still have to face this feeling. In an instant, it felt as if the sky had collapsed. He would rather face 5 zombies than sit here. Finally, amidst the oppressive and desperate atmosphere, accompanied by a sharp screech brakes, they arrived at the entrance of the Nuanyang mechanical processing plant. After we go in, you point him out to me, and I'll kill that person first, Guanshan whispered. Tan Hua nodded. That person's superpower was absolutely extremely dangerous. This technology capable of improving the overall strength of zombies had to be eradicated as soon as possible. The group moved like thieves to the side door where a regular zombie was guarding outside. Inside the mechanical processing plant, there were clattering sounds, mixed with the hissing of steam. Making zombies here again, this guy is practically a traitor to humanity. Guanshan couldn't help but say after hearing the sounds. Chen Jai snuck over, did a roll to reach the two of them, and also nodded, saying, I hate collaborators the most, but traitors to humanity are even worse than collaborators. Well said. Tan Hua nodded in appreciation. Are there any back doors or anything like that here? Guanshan asked after looking around, as he needed to ensure a one-hit kill. If a thing like this escaped, it would be an endless source of trouble. I'm not sure about that. I only know the side door can be used to enter. Besides that, there is also a 2-story building inside this factory. He himself had only caught a fleeting glimpse inside, and had only seen that much before being chased out by zombies. Forget it, no point in thinking too much. Let's just kill that guard zombie first. Since there wasn't any more intelligence, they should just go in quickly and stop dawdling outside. They were creating zombies inside. The sooner they entered, the better their chances. All right. As the words fell, Tan Hua, not a hesitant person, immediately activated bullet time at 5 times speed. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Before the zombie could even react, it was struck by a powerful whip kick. Tan Hua used his heel. To deal with something with such a hard head, one had to use the most lethal method, capable of killing in a single blow. In the human body, aside from close-range attacks like elbow strikes, the heel was the most effective. By rotating the body to transmit the power from the waist to the heel, combined with the rotational motion and the physical attributes of an ability user, it could be said that even a mutant zombie would be killed in one blow, let alone this ordinary zombie encased in a metal shell. Bang! With a dull, heavy sound, the zombie collapsed, its brain caved in. Good. Let's go in quickly. You stay outside the door just in case. Guanshan said Chen Ji. If the plan didn't go smoothly and they couldn't kill that person, at least Chen Ji would be able to. see which way he escaped, making it easier to pursue later. As for not winning, Guanshan had never considered that possibility. The two came to the side door, looked at each other, and didn't choose to open it, opting instead to find another way. Opening the door directly was too obvious, and this old, dilapidated door creaked when opened, sounding like it was haunted. It was practically notifying everyone that they had arrived. Like gophers, the two dug, with Guanshan digging in front and Tanhua following closely behind, responsible for lighting. Almost there, this is the place. Tanhua estimated the distance with his steps and reminded him when is about right. All right. Guanshan chose to believe him and dug upwards. After digging only 5 or 6 meters, they had already arrived inside the factory. The two arrived just behind a shelf. From this position, they could clearly and directly see that person, the one who was modifying the zombies. Ordinary people find it hard to understand me. Only zombies are my true friends. The bodies of zombies are truly so miraculous. If only humans could be like zombies, how wonderful that would be. Beautiful. Beautiful. There is simply not a single spot that isn't beautiful. The person muttered to himself as if he were going mad, facing a zombie. Before him, a zombie was torn and mangled, its stomach split open as he stuffed one metal part after another into it. I think he must be suffering from a mental illness, Guanshan concluded after observing. Tanhua nodded, expressing his approval. Anyone could tell at a glance that this person was mentally unstable. Otherwise, how could he do such things? At this moment, the man was standing in front of a device resembling an operating table, wearing a white lab coat and holding various tools. As his hands moved, parts were being inserted into the zombie's body. Despite the constant roaring, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his gaze became increasingly fervent. Gods are never understood by people. Truth is only held by the few. I have created a brand new species. I am the god of the new world. As he placed the final part, the man raised his hands, his face filled with fanaticism. With a gentle push, the zombie was onto a conveyor belt, where several stamping robotic arms were working. It was clear that the zombie was treated like a product on an assembly line. The first step was processing by this man, and the second step was moving onto the assembly line to be reinforced by mechanical stamping. Finally, it would pass through a furnace, perfectly fusing flesh and machinery. By this stage, the zombie no longer cried out, merely floating rigidly in the scorching furnace, a walking corpse in the truest sense. I feel like he's become obsessed. Let's kill him quickly, you do it. Guanshan said, looking at Tanhua. His ability was the most guaranteed for a one-hit kill. At this moment, there were about 200 or 300 mechanical zombies in this factory, though there were none in their immediate direction. The shelves were filled with iron materials, so to speak. They had arrived behind this man. Tanhua nodded, indicating he understood, and then slowly paced out. Just as he was about to make his move, he heard the side door suddenly open. Creak! A piercing sound echoed through the silent factory, making one shudder. What's going on? Guanshan thought to himself, peeking out to look. Could it be that reckless Chen Ji had broken in? Just as he was thinking this, a dark shadow walked in. It was a tall figure, about 2 meters or even taller, hunched over as it entered. The tight clothing outlined the muscle lines all over its body, appearing somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps because of its overly large stature, there were no clothes that fit it, leaving its lower legs and navel exposed. As it stepped inside, it was holding a person in its hand. Isn't that Chen Ji? Guanshan recognized Chen Ji at a glance, mainly because his attire was too conspicuous. Almost no one else was fully armed like that. What should we do? Should we continue? Tenhua looked nervous, not expecting such a turn of events. Just a moment ago, or rather less than 5 minutes, this had happened. It could be said that this person had arrived right on their heels. The moment they broke through the ground and arrived in the factory, this man had arrived. No, it should be said, this zombie. It had happened to catch Chen Jai, who was outside. Guan Shan frowned, carefully eyeing the newly entered zombie, his gaze flickering. What to do? Now that Chen Jie had been caught, but they still didn't know the location of the two of them, should they save Chen Ji or kill that mentally ill patient? They could only save one person. That was beyond doubt. His own speed was too slow, unsuitable for rescue and assassination. Only Tanhua beside him had this ability. The characteristics of bullet time allowed him to complete a series of actions at extremely high speed. Guan Shan looked at Tanhua, asking with a glimmer of hope, "Can you save Chen Ji and kill that man at the same time?" Huh? Tanhua was stunned, then gave a bitter smile. "I'm not capable enough for that." While the two were pondering, they heard the mentally ill patient speak. "Duan Yu, what are you doing here? Also, where did this person come from?" "Qi King, you didn't even know someone came. What a failure." Duan Yu with a smile, then threw Chen Ji to the ground, looking at him with a bloodthirsty gaze, licking his lips as if looking at some delicacy. "You want to eat him?" Qi King, holding pliers in his hand, walked up and said, his gaze also shifting to Chen Jie. At this moment, Chen Ji was sitting on the ground, looking at the two in fear, constantly retreating until his back hit a wall. "No! Don't eat me!" The terrified scream echoed in the factory, not only failing to evoke pity from the two, but instead earning their mockery. "That's impossible, but you can choose a way to die." Duan Yu laughed. He absolutely could not let Chen Ji go. In the coastal areas, captured humans were all to be uniformly stored in farms under the unified jurisdiction of zombies. Any zombie who dared to snack on them would be killed on the spot. Once Duan Yu had a friend who, because he couldn't help himself, ate a woman during transport. After being discovered, he was directly killed on the spot, leaving no bones behind. That was an extremely terrifying method. His friend had exploded on the spot, without warning. At the time, he was still talking to him about the taste of that woman, saying the buttocks and breast meat were the most delicious. While still savoring that taste, in the next second, he self-destructed. He remembered that before he had even come to his senses, the warm feeling of flesh fragments on his face. In the next second, boundless fear swept through his heart, almost making him retch. Since then, Duan Yu had always behaved properly and never had any other ideas. This time, he had come under orders to take Qi King away. Such a person's technology must be used in places where it was more needed, not in this small factory. What he hadn't expected, however, was that a brood nest had already been set up here, and he hadn't expected survivors to appear, and so brazenly at that. This unexpected harvest could be eaten, so Duan Yu would absolutely not let Chen Ji go, even thinking about how to eat him, from which part to start. Chen Jai could clearly feel Duan Yu's gaze wandering over his body. The feeling was just like a person choosing pork, hesitating whether to start with the thigh meat or the tenderloin. "Hurry up and break his limbs. Don't let him run around and damage my equipment." Qi King just frowned, taking a look with great disgust. In his view, zombies were not perfect creations either, too ugly, and humans were too fragile. Only his mechanical zombies were the most perfect. He would eventually become like that himself sooner or later. Therefore, Chen Ji was not his kind, and he felt no resistance in his heart. "Human traitor, you bastard." Just as he turned to leave, a voice came from behind, making him stop dead in his tracks. When he turned back, one could clearly see his throbbing veins and fierce, angry eyes. Duan Yu watched the two with great interest, seemingly finding it very pleasant to see such dramatic things. That's right, in his view, what this human said was absolutely correct. This Key King was a human traitor. He was not a zombie, but he didn't identify as a human, existing between the two. If it weren't for the fact that he had created a mechanical zombie and still had some value, he would at most just be a mentally ill patient. In fact, after their organization completely understood the principles of the mechanical zombie, they planned to Key King directly. It was precisely because he knew this that Key King was not very important in Duan Yu's eyes. Just a poor wretch with high ambitions but a thin life. As for the new humans he spoke of, it was even more bullshit. From beginning to end, there was only one kind of new humans. From the moment the first intelligent zombie appeared, it was destined that only zombies could advance into the future. Let's see how this pretentious clown reacts after hearing that, Duan Yu thought to himself, gloating. Upon hearing those words, Key King's expression became so hideous that even Chen Jai felt a bit frightened, yet Chen Jai still held his head high and stared back at him. You don't know shit. I'm doing this for the future of humanity. I knew you people wouldn't understand me. You won't know nothing. You're hindering human progress. Parasites. Only I am right. Truth held by the minority. You should just obey me submissively. All of humanity should be converted into zombies, and then remolded by me. Don't you understand yet? I am the god of the new world. Key King's face was ashen as he spoke hysterically, his eyes filled with anger, resentment, and a deep sense of bewilderment. Chen Jai listened for a long while and felt it was all absolute bullshit. The man's theory was full of holes. He repeated the same sentiment. Bullshit. A traitor to humanity is a traitor to humanity. No matter how much you say, you can't change that. Ha 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 ha. Just as Key King was about to lose his patience and berate Chenji trying to change his mind by recounting his own hardships, greatness, he was interrupted by a burst of laughter. What are you laughing at? Key King turned his angry gaze toward Duan Yu, his fists clenched tight. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Duan Yu spoke with a playful grin. Chen Ji's words just now had truly resonated with him, to the point where he simply couldn't hold it back. It was as if Kenji had perfectly voiced his inner thoughts, and in such a refreshingly blunt and crude manner. There was no need for grand philosophies. It all boiled down to one phrase: traitor to humanity. You'd better stop laughing. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, Key King stopped arguing. In his eyes, Chen Ji was already a dead man, so there was no point. After convincing himself, he threw another angry glance. Hurry up and kill him. Don't damage my equipment. Then he walked off into the distance alone. Sigh, there's no choice then, I'll have to kill you. It would have been quite interesting if you were a zombie. Duan Yu said with some regret, then something occurred to him and his eyes lit up. How about turn into a zombie too? What if I let you become a mutant zombie directly? In his view, this proposal was extremely tempting. It was only because Chen Ji's words earlier were so amusing and hit the mark that he was offering such a grace. Otherwise, Chen Ji would have been doomed. No thanks. Chen Ji's gaze was indifferent as he spoke softly. You really don't want it? Mutant zombies possess intelligence and are no different from humans, except you never have to fear aging, sickness, or death. Duan Yu, his eyes filled with confusion. Perhaps the man didn't know the benefits of being a mutant zombie, which was why he said such a thing. No thanks, Chen Ji repeated. He looked up, his eyes filled with deep disdain and mockery. I will never become a zombie. Even death won't change my mind, Chen Ji said, emphasizing every word. Because you people truly make me sick. The moment the words left his mouth, Duan Yu instantly flew into a rage. Fine. Since you're begging for death, I'll eat you. Duan Yu let out a roar. a large hand reaching directly for Chenjai as he opened his bloody maw, releasing a foul stench. However, faster than him was the speed at which the ground collapsed. The previously solid earth turned black in an instant, as if transforming into a series of black holes. In the next moment, both of them fell through. Underground, Duan Yu could feel a cold gaze pressing down on him. "Who is it?" Duan Yu roared, trying his best to adjust his posture in midair. From a height of about 5 meters, Guan San caught Chen Jie. Duan Yu also landed in front of the two. This area was only 9 square meters, a 3x3 space. In such a narrow spot, 3 people were suddenly squeezed together. "Chen Jie, crawl through this tunnel I made. It leads straight outside," Guan San instructed, his eyes never leaving Duan Yu. Boss." The moment Chen Jie saw Guan San, he was almost moved to tears. He hadn't expected the boss to be so loyal. Just moments ago, he thought he was a dead man. He thought the boss had descended like a god from the heavens. No, he had taken a completely different path, digging a tunnel to get here. The divine soldier had crawled out of the ground. "Go, quickly. I won't be able to look after you in a moment." Hearing this, Chen Ji shuddered. He glanced at Duan Yu, and then dove straight into the tunnel. Duan Yu made no move to stop him, merely staring at Guan San. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be an ability user, and a fairly strong one at that," Duan Yu said slowly. "Unfortunately, you're still just a frog at the bottom of a well." "What? You people from these parts will never know how high the sky is. You fight entirely based on instinct." A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of Duan Yu's mouth. Admittedly, in his eyes, Guan San's strength might be among the best in this region, but to zombies from the coastal areas like them, he was just a slightly larger insect. "Your aura is very weak, practically non-existent." As Duan Yu spoke, he moved closer to Guan San. Generally, powerful ability users cannot be ignored even when just standing still, as they radiate a strong presence. But the person before him only looked impressive. In Duan Yu's eyes, he was just an ordinary human. "Your courage is commendable, but that's all it is," Duan Yu said with absolute confidence, as if victory were already in his grasp. The man before him might be strong, but he hadn't matured yet. He could act like a king in this beginner zone, but to veterans like them, he was still too green. "The best thing you could have done was tuck your tail and run like a stray dog. You shouldn't have appeared before me." Duan Yu moved even closer. Seeing that Guan San remained completely motionless, he became even more certain of his assessment. "You're paralyzed with fear, aren't you? Your feet won't move. Let me guess, are you regretting this now?" Duan Yu grew more confident and stepped forward. In the dark environment, he finally saw Guan San's eyes clearly. To his surprise, there was no dread or fear on Guan San's face. There was only bewilderment and a look as if he were staring at an idiot. "Are you finished?" "What?" Duan Yu didn't hear him clearly. "If you're finished, then go die." As he spoke, the man pulled out a diamond sword in the darkness. It shimmered with a purple glow, and a dangerous aura emanated from it. Danger. That was Duan Yu's first thought. This man had been hiding his true strength. He himself wasn't the threat, but his weapon was. That was what the man was relying on. In an instant, Duan Yu figured it all out and immediately struck first. Die. A massive fist, carrying the momentum of an overwhelming wave, pressed toward Guan San. The single fist was almost large enough to cover his entire head. In the darkness, Guan San calmly raised the diamond sword above his head. "Idiot!" Seeing Guan San's action, Duan Yu was almost overjoyed. By doing that, the man's center was wide open, leaving him with no defense. Boom. Without suspense, the heavy, powerful punch landed squarely on Guan San's chest. The factory building shuddered, and the surrounding earth and stones crumbled, kicking up a cloud of dust. How is he unharmed? The surrounding buildings were almost all trembling. Even Tan Hua was relentlessly beating Qi King like a dog in the factory, was stunned. Underground, Duan Yu's face turned pale. This man was truly hiding his strength. It wasn't that his weapon was powerful, but that he himself was powerful. His body seemed to be composed of the hardest substance in the world. Hitting him felt like some kind of super titanium alloy steel. He didn't budge an inch. This was his first thought. Beyond that, it was extremely painful. The violent recoil transmitted to his fist, nearly shattering his knuckles. He finally understood that it wasn't that this man had no presence, but that he was so strong he couldn't even sense it. He just couldn't understand why a natural disaster class ability user would appear in this kind of area. Duan Yu had never seen a natural disaster class ability user, but he felt the man before him was close enough. After the punch, Duan Yu didn't have time to reflect. The diamond sword hanging high above was already about to strike. I have to escape? The thought in his heart urged his feet to move. Finally, at the moment the sword light slashed down, he stepped away just in time, narrowly dodging the blow. Although he was fast, the sword light still sliced off his lower leg, cutting it clean through. Duan Yu looked down, ignored such a trivial matter, and scrambled out like a gecko. He climbed 5 meters in just a second. Once out, he saw Qi King running toward him, with a man chasing and beating him at extreme speed like a dog. Qi King was already black and blue, desperately trying to protect his vital areas, specifically his brain, yet he was still being beaten near death. If his body hadn't undergone some modifications and had iron plates implanted, Tan Hua would have beaten him to death on the spot. Duan Yu, save me. Seeing someone arrive, Tan Hua became increasingly anxious while also worrying about Guanshan. He could only exert all his strength to pummel Qi King's spine. Behind Tan Hua was a dense crowd of mechanical zombies chasing him, their footsteps nearly shaking the factory apart. Don't panic. I'm coming. Duan Yu roared and rushed toward Qi King. He never expected this mission to be so dangerous. Logically, he was at the upper middle stage of an advanced zombie. With this level, he should have no problem traveling anywhere, let alone a novice zone. In fact, the strength of an advanced zombie was already quite impressive, enough to be considered a pillar in any organization. He just didn't expect to encounter someone like Guanshan. A mission that was supposed to be a sure thing had suddenly turned into a desperate escape. Get lost! He roared at Tan Hua in front of him and threw a straight punch. A punch as fast as lightning appeared before Tan Hua, but under the influence of bullet time, everything was clear to him. Tan Hua could now maintain bullet time at triple speed normally. The opponent's punch speed was terrifying, but when slowed down 3 times, it was just a slow punch. Duan Yu's punch was majestic, the fist pushing aside air currents as it struck at Tan Hua. But the latter's figure was like a ghost, drifting and elusive, suddenly rushing forward the next moment. His movements were incredibly refined, suppressing all actions to the smallest range, clean to an exaggerated degree, without any wasted motion. After bypassing the punch, Tan Hua delivered a side kick directly above Duan Yu's knee. Underhanded. This move was extremely underhanded. With enough repetitions, it could cripple a person's leg. By now, Tan Hua didn't care anymore and used all his previously tricky and vicious methods. Duan Yu felt a sharp pain in his thigh and lost control of his center of gravity. Then, Tan Hua landed another side kick, this time directly to the crotch. Unexpectedly, Duan Yu's mouth curled into a smirk. Idiot. Only humans have a weakness there. To him, a kick to the crotch was far less effective than the previous move. Moreover, in just that short time, his injuries had already recovered. The recovery ability of a high-level zombie was just that, perverted. Injuries that would be extremely serious for an ordinary person were trivial to them. This was the perfect human, the new humans. Good job, Duan Yu! Qi King was overjoyed and moved to Duan Yu's side. Now, in front of Tan Hua were the two of them, and behind him was an endless swarm of mechanical zombies. Let's see how you die, Qi King said viciously, feeling the advantage was. Duan Yu just pulled him and said, "Run. If we don't run now, we won't have a chance." He hadn't forgotten there was a prehistoric beast below, practically like Superman. You hit him and nothing happens, but if he hits you, you're dead. Run for what? Are you scared? Qi King looked at Duan Yu with disdain, thinking he was a coward. Idiot! Duan Yu cursed. He was anxious to death. If that man below came out, it would really be too late. If his boss hadn't insisted on having this person, he would have loved to punch this idiot to death right now and escape alone. All this happened within seconds. The next moment, Guanshan had already climbed out from underground, standing behind them and blocking their retreat. Their positions in the factory now resembled a hamburger. Guanshan was the top bun, Duan Yu and Qi King were the lettuce in the middle, Tan Hua was the meat patty, and the dense mechanical zombies behind were the bottom bun. Great! Now we can't escape. Are you satisfied now? Duan Yu's eyes were practically spitting fire. The moment he saw Guan clearly, a massive pressure weighed on his heart like a giant stone, becoming his sword of Damocles. What's there to be afraid of with just one person? Coward! Qi King also roared. With a snap of his fingers, dense swarms of mechanical zombies instantly crawled out from the surrounding rooms, numbering about 100. In other words, Qi King had already created over 300 mechanical zombies. Hurry and let your mechanical zombies wear him down. Duan Yu calmed down slightly. His attitude softened, and he stopped cursing, simply urging him to act quickly. This was a common tactic for high-level zombies, a truly versatile technique. As long as one is human, there will be times of exhaustion. Ability users are no exception to this rule. Therefore, when encountering an ability user they can't defeat, they can use ordinary zombies to wear them down until the opponent is completely drained before launching the final blow. Using this method, they had already surrounded and killed several powerful ability users. Without exception, the ratio between ordinary zombies and ordinary humans was about 9-1. So there was no need to worry about numbers. Now that such a heaven-defying existence as the Broodmother has appeared, capable of continuously producing high-level zombies and abnormals, there's even less need to consider such issues. I remember a Broodmother was recently added to this city. Perhaps I can lead this man to its location. Let the abnormals swarm and kill him. Duan Yu's eyes flickered. He felt that the 300 mechanical zombies here were still not safe enough. He still had to rely on the Broodmother. What do we do now? Tan Hua watched the dense swarms of mechanical zombies, appearing both in front and behind him, a drop of sweat rolling down his forehead. What else can we do? Kill them, of course, Guanshan said coldly, his gaze shifting toward Qi King and Duan Yu. But Tan Hua hesitated. In such a cramped space, being surrounded by so many mechanical zombies was practically a death trap. If Guanshan hadn't been there, he would have definitely turned and bolted. Ultimately, his ability wasn't suited for fighting in such a location. He needed as much space as possible. The narrower the space and the more crowded it was, the more disadvantaged he became. Guanshan naturally understood this, being well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of everyone's abilities. Take this. With that, Guanshan tossed the diamond sword in his hand to Tan Hua. Now's my chance. Seeing this, Duan Yu's eyebrows shot up. This was undoubtedly a divine weapon. If he could get his hands on it, his strength would increase tremendously. In the next instant, his body leaped high, attempting to snatch the diamond sword before Tanhua could. In your dreams, Tanhua's voice drifted over from behind. His figure was as light as a swallow as he stepped onto Duan Yu's shoulder, soaring upward to snatch the diamond sword with effortless grace. As soon as he caught it, he felt its heavy weight. The blade shimmered with a faint purple light, a mesmerizing sight. He could feel a powerful energy surging within the sword. "You're just giving it to me? What about you?" Tanu naturally knew how important this sword was. When Guan shelled it, every swing through the zombie hordes was like cutting through melons and vegetables. Most importantly, this sword could suppress a zombie's regenerative abilities. The main reason ability users couldn't defeat zombies was that their recovery speed couldn't keep up. If both dealt 100 points of damage, the opponent might recover 10 health points per second, while the ability user only recovered 3. If the fight dragged on, the ability user would surely be worn down, not to mention that zombies were generally tougher than ability users. In summary, zombies held the advantage on almost all fronts against ability users. Their attack power was comparable, but their health and regeneration were superior to humans. "I'll be fine." Guanshan shook his head, telling him not to worry. Although he no longer had the diamond sword, he still possessed immense physical strength. The diamond sword's role was merely to increase his attack range and reach, improving his slaughtering efficiency. His fists could kill just as well. With his current strength exceeding 10,000 caddies, a single blow to a zombie could instantly turn it into a mist of blood, leaving not even a bone behind. But, seeing this, Tanhua wanted to say more. After all, Guanshan was the backbone of their safe zone. Nothing could be allowed to go wrong with him. On his own end, while things were difficult, at worst he would just have to give up on killing Qi King. He could still escape. Therefore, Tanhua's idea was to play it safe, ensure their own survival first, then try to kill Qi King. We can prioritize our safety before trying to kill him. "Do you even believe that yourself?" Guanshan said flatly. "If we miss this chance, we won't see him again. Didn't you hear their conversation?" Looking at Duan Yu and the other man, a thick killing intent and resolve surfaced in Guanshan's eyes. He had already made up his mind. "Qi King must die today. You take him out, I'll hold these guys back." The diamond sword was for Tanhua to clear out the fodder, the mechanical zombies in his way, to ensure that Qi King was killed on the spot without fail. Looking at Guanshan, a surge of strength gradually welled up in Tanhua's heart. He was right. He had been far too timid. Things weren't like they used to be. The days of hiding from zombies in the coastal regions were over. "Fine. Then let's kill. Kill." As their words fell, Tanhua charged at Qi King with the diamond sword, while Guanshan went after Duan Yu and the other zombies. "Stop him. Quick." Qi King screamed in terror as the zombies behind him surged forward, surrounding him in layers. However, against the diamond sword, these efforts were futile. The diamond sword, which could slice through an abnormal, was not something these mechanical creations could withstand. The flesh of an abnormal was indestructible, difficult to damage even with artillery shells. The diamond sword could easily slice through their skin and kill them instantly. With a flash of sword light, the mechanical zombies in front of him instantly lost consciousness. Massive amounts of blood gushed from the severed surfaces, nearly turning the area into a pool of blood. A large number of zombies fell simultaneously, sliced in two. "Stop him!" Qi King screamed in a breakdown, but the mechanical zombies had already become fearful upon seeing this. Their limited intelligence told them not to throw their lives away and to flee immediately. The mechanical zombies scattered in all directions like cockroaches sprayed with insecticide, running all over the room. It seems having more intelligence isn't always a good thing for zombies. At least they won't just throw their lives away anymore. Duan Yu had his own thoughts as he watched this. It was true that mechanical zombies were far stronger than ordinary ones, but their refusal to die for the cause was problematic. This made it impossible to utilize their full value. "You still dare to be distracted?" Guanshan roared as he stepped forward, throwing a punch toward Duan Yu's face. This punch was far heavier than his previous ones, feeling as massive as a mountain. The mere sound of the violent wind pressure struck fear into Duan Yu's heart. "Not good. Run!" Duan Yu's ability was fold, which allowed him to change the shape of objects he touched, causing them to fold inward or outward. However, this ability was completely useless against Guanshan. Let alone touching him, he didn't even dare to get near Guanshan. The man only needed one punch to kill him. Duan Yu leaped aside, ducking behind a mechanical zombie. Because the diamond sword's lethality had been so terrifying just now, the mechanical zombies here had begun to scramble in chaos. Since these mechanical zombies had some intelligence but not much, they didn't know how to open doors. They were like panicked cockroaches running blindly. Only their speed was commendable. However, this also inadvertently added to the resistance faced by Guanshan and Tanhua. After all, there were simply too many mechanical zombies. The entire machinery processing plant was like a boiling pot, filled with roars, footsteps, cries for help, and angry shouts, interspersed with the sounds of swinging fists and blades. It was a total mess. Duan Yu wove through the mechanical zombies, attempting to use them to wear Guanshan down. "Get out of my way," Guanshan roared, slamming a fist into the ground. He poured all 10,000 catties of his strength into the floor. Instantly, the concrete ground began to crack in the shape of a spider web, and in the next moment, the floor surged upward like a wave. Bang! A massive sound erupted as the entire machinery processing plant was directly demolished by Guanshan's punch, along with several surrounding buildings. Dust filled the air. Some mechanical zombies had managed to survive the strike due to their tough heads. But in the next instant, they were punched into a mist of blood by a pair of iron fists. A fiercely powerful figure darted through the chaos, iron fists flying as he struck left and right with impressive might. Any zombie he encountered on his path, regardless of where they were hit, exploded directly into a mist of blood, painting the dust with a vibrant shade of red. What happened over there? After Chen Ji escaped, his face was filled with shock. "I don't know either. Can you tell me?" Chen Ji was startled, his body jolting. He didn't understand how such a person had suddenly appeared beside him. Turning his head, he saw a man looking at that area, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Are you human?" "I'm a zombie." The man spoke indifferently, then reached out with a large hand, grabbing Chen Ji by the neck. Ignoring his struggles, he carried Chen Ji toward the Nuanyang mechanical processing plant. At the factory, Guanshan had already gone into a killing frenzy. As he swung his fists, no zombie dared to approach, and they scattered in all directions. Is he even human? Duan Yu was currently hiding under a piece of color-coded steel tile, watching in shock as Guanshan moved through the smoke. This kind of color-coded steel tile was a material used for factory roofs, usually blue and very thin. Thus, even with it pressing down on him, Duan Yu didn't feel much weight. "Where are the zombies? Where are they?" Guanshan roared while swinging his fists. At that moment, Duan Yu gritted his teeth and charged. His figure was extremely conspicuous in the smoke, and he reached Guanshan's back almost instantly. Pressing his hand against Guanshan's back, he whispered, "Fold for me." As his voice fell, the air became unusually quiet. Guanshan didn't show the slightest discomfort and simply turned around. "You actually dare to fight back?" Guanshan was stunned. This was the first person he'd seen who didn't run away, but actually thought about counterattacking. The opponent's attack was indeed powerful. It had taken off a whole 2 points of his health. Unfortunately, His satiety was currently full, and his health was slowly regenerating. He believed it would be full again in a short while. Duan Yu was stunned. He looked up at Guanshan, who was slowly turning his head. When their eyes met, he felt as if he could see his great-grandmother waving to him. Duan Yu, save me. In that instant, Guanshan's fist swung toward him. He felt time slow down. In the distance, Qi King was still screaming in a breakdown. Tan Hua was chasing him with a sword. His 2 legs had already been sliced off, flying high into the air and leaving a trail of blood. Before his eyes, a fist the size of a sandbag was rapidly growing larger. Am I going to die? Duan Yu thought. At this moment, an immense fear filled his heart, nearly crushing it, and he felt a sudden urge to vomit. Ever since he became a zombie, he had never considered this moment. From start to finish, it had always been them, the zombies, killing others and humans. He had never been injured. He had thought he might die one day, but he always just laughed it off. After all, he was a zombie now, and humans were nearly extinct. With immortal life and a body that wouldn't get hurt, he couldn't imagine how he would die. Now, he was experiencing what those humans felt before death. Zombies weren't immortal. They just hadn't encountered a powerful human yet. Without any surprise, Guanshan's fist struck his head. As a massive force surged into his brain, it instantly shattered the brain tissue within his skull. The pain from his skull was vividly clear, but he could no longer make a sound. Bang! With one punch, Duan Yu's body exploded into a mist of blood. The massive wind pressure ravaged the surroundings, blowing away the dust. In the factory, a headless corpse slowly collapsed. In Guanshan's status bar, another virus gel appeared. In the center of the factory, a man held his punching posture. The muscle lines on his forearm looked like they were meticulously carved by an ancient Greek artist, full of beauty, yet exuding a sharp, fierce sensation. Blood dripped from between the fingers of his fist. Boom! Duan Yu's corpse fell heavily, buried among the broken bricks and tiles. After dealing with this guy, another virus gel appeared in his status bar. Looking back at Tan Hua's position, that side was also nearing its end. Qi King watched in horror as Duan Yu's head was blown apart. The fear in his heart reached its limit. While his gaze was dull and blank, Tan Hua had already rushed up. It's over. Tan Hua changed his technique, shifting from a palm to a fist. It whistled through the air as he gathered all his strength to strike at the back of Qi King's head. No! Qi King's face was filled with terror. Feeling the violent wind behind his head, a terrible premonition welled up in his heart. In the next instant, a figure descended from the sky, landing between the two of them. He simply reached out a hand and caught Tan Hua's fist. Bang! A bit of strength, but not enough. Tan Hua looked at the masked man before him, frowning, not understanding when he had appeared. In the masked man's other hand, he was carrying an unconscious guy in full gear. It was immediately recognizable as Chen Jie. How did you get captured again? Tan Hua never expected to see Chen Jie again so soon. Guanshan felt the same on the other side. He never expected this little brother to be captured again. He simply didn't know what to say. The masked man glanced playfully at Tan Hua, then fixed his gaze on the diamond sword. This sword isn't bad. How about giving it to me? As he spoke, he approached, regardless of Tan Hua's reaction. Get lost! Tan Hua shouted in anger, and the diamond sword lashed out, slashing directly at him. Indeed, not bad. Looking at the diamond sword, the masked man felt that no other weapon in the world could compare to it. They weren't even in the same league. He put down Chen Jie, tossing him aside carelessly, and then raised his leg, kicking Tan Hua away before his attack could land. This man's speed was far too fast, so fast that even with bullet time active, Tan Hua couldn't keep up. No, it should be said that he saw it, but his body couldn't react in time. His body was undoubtedly kicked flying in that instant. Immense pressure gathered at his chest, turning into a spray of blood. Bang! Tanhua's body was slammed into a concrete slab. With his head lowered, he forced himself to say to Guanshan, "Be careful, he's an elite-level zombie." Elite? The masked man smiled at these words and said, "That name is too ugly. That's not how we zombies categorize ourselves. You should call me Dragon-class zombie." As his voice fell, he began to walk, his shoes scraping against the rubble as he headed toward the diamond sword. "Did you not see me?" Just then, a voice from behind him. Looking back, he saw a man had already reached his back, close enough to be touched by just reaching out. The masked man was quite surprised. "You don't seem to have any presence. How strange. Generally, powerhouses emit a unique aura. One can judge a person's strength and identity based on this aura." But the man behind him had none of that. He was like the wild flowers and grass by the road, completely non-threatening. "Qi King, where is Duan Yu?" He ignored Guanshan's presence. This person was simply too weak, so weak that he couldn't even muster any interest. He feared that even if he just stood there, the opponent wouldn't be able to cause any effective damage. Truly pathetic. How could an ant defeat an elephant? When he turned back to look at Qi King, he saw that the other was already speechless, staring at Guanshan with a blank gaze, his finger trembling as he pointing at him. "What do you mean? Are you saying he was killed by this weak man before me?" "What do you mean? Are you saying he was killed by this weak man before us?" To be honest, the masked man found it a bit hard to understand. In his view, Duan Yu was likely dead by now. After all, the place had been wrecked to this extent. But if he were to believe that this weak man before him had done the killing, he couldn't wrap his head around it. In his mind, it was more likely the man he had just kicked away who was responsible. "Have you gone stupid?" "Forget it. As long as I bring the person back, it'll be fine." His mission this time was also to bring back Qi King and secure the technology the other party possessed. After all, technology that could be applied to low-level ordinary zombies was far too precious. While high-level combat power was certainly important, the combat power of the masses was even more crucial. Low-level ordinary zombies were like the foundation of a pyramid. How high the peak could reach depended entirely on how solid that foundation was. And the technology in Qi King's hands was undoubtedly a secret weapon for reinforcing or even expanding that foundation. Given such important technology, and the fact that other zombies would surely have designed, he had come to ensure everything went smoothly and prevent anyone from snatching it. He hadn't expected, instead of other zombies fighting for it, he would almost be killed. If he hadn't come himself this time, things would have been truly dangerous. After glancing at the dazed Qi King, he looked toward Guanshan again. "Aren't you leaving yet? I'm really going to kill you." The masked man spoke as he turned to pick up the diamond sword, not even looking at Guanshan, as if intentionally giving him a chance to run away. Walking over the rubble, he saw Tanhua's vacant stare and gave a disdainful smile. Humans simply couldn't comprehend the greatness of zombies. They only ever showed this expression after being beaten. Tanhua was completely dumbfounded. "The one behind you is the real big boss here, and you actually dare to show him your back? You're truly something else. In this life, there are only two people I, Tanhua, truly respect. One is Guanshan, and the second is you." Just as the masked man reached the diamond sword and reached out to take it, a hand appeared from the side and gripped his wrist. "Why haven't you gotten lost yet? Are you seeking death?" He looked at Guanshan with a face full of confusion. "You are clearly so weak, yet your courage is truly worth praising." With that, he threw a punch at Guanshan. Guanshan threw a punch in return. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Because Guanshan's punch was both fast and heavy, he could see the speed, but the weight was something he had to feel. Generally speaking, He had only seen such extremely heavy punches among the zombies under the Elephant King. The Elephant King was tall and possessed heavenly strength, so the zombies under his command were all known for their power. He had once witnessed a giant zombie wipe out a nest of ability users. With a single punch, the heavens collapsed and the earth split. Everything in the vicinity was buried, and not a single human survivor remained. And in Guanshan, he saw the shadow of that soldier. The punch carried the sound of rushing wind, whistling with an extremely oppressive noise that echoed in his mind. He instinctively frowned. Boom! Immediately after, a world-shaking explosion rang out. The impact even created an airwave, and the sheer volume caused Tan Hua's ears to ring. The masked man's expression shifted from contempt to confusion, and then from confusion to agony. The bones in his hand had shattered, and the residual force of the punch was transmitting through his bones layer by layer. Not good. If this continued, it might even endanger his brain. As he was sent flying back, he made a split-second decision and severed his own arm. Damn it! As the man came to a halt, his two legs plowed long furrows through the ruins. In the next moment, his arm had already restored itself to its original state. The skin was fair and clean, just like the complexion of a newborn baby. After knocking the masked man back with one punch, Guanshan picked up the diamond sword, turned around, and grabbed Qi King, intending to stab him to death. No! Spare me. By now, he finally saw himself clearly. Under the threat of death, his somewhat abnormal mental state and his arrogant dreams of becoming a god had suddenly turned normal, just as Guanshan was about to run him through without the slightest hesitation. He saw the masked man grab Chen Jie. If you dare touch him, I'll kill this person. The masked man gripped Chen Ji's neck with one hand. With just a little force, he could crush it instantly. Guanshan frowned, appearing somewhat hesitant. You spare him, and I'll spare this human. How about it? The masked man had now fully recovered. He stood up and looked at Guanshan with dark expression. He didn't understand why Guanshan didn't emit any aura. Generally speaking, as long as it was a person, they would have their own presence that a zombie could sense. The man before him was clearly a grave threat, yet his aura was undetectable. Then let's do that. Hearing Guanshan's words, the masked man gave a slight smile. Both men gripped their hostages and tossed them toward each other. The masked man caught Qi King, while Guanshan caught Chen Ji and threw him over to Tan Hua. By now, Tan Hua's injuries had improved slightly. Although he wasn't as freakish as a zombie, he was at least able to run and jump again. You still have to die. Guanshan brandished the diamond sword and chased after the masked man, who turned and fled immediately. Don't come near me. The masked man turned around, and the airflow around him began to rotate, turning into gusts of hurricane-force winds to disrupt Guanshan's movements. Holding Qi King, he leaped high and flew into the sky. What kind of ability is this? After a brief moment of shock, he swung the diamond sword, and a dazzling sword light sliced through the air currents. Then, he exerted power in his calf muscles, concentrating explosive strength into his legs. With a sudden burst, he felt as if his legs were equipped with rocket launchers, and he instantly shot straight up into the sky. The masked man thought that by flying into the air, he could get away from Guanshan, until the sound of wind reached him from behind, sounding like a passenger jet flying through the sky. How is that possible? He turned his head and fixed his gaze on Guanshan, his eyes filled with shock. This man could actually take to the sky with a single leap based on pure strength. The masked man felt like the world had gone mad. How could such a person exist? He was strong to an irrational degree. Quick, fly higher. Qi King screamed in a breakdown as he saw Anshan's figure getting closer and closer. It was hard for someone who hadn't experienced despair to understand Qi King's current thoughts. Those mechanical zombies he was so proud of had been smashed one by Guan Shan's fists. It was a form of extreme violent aesthetics. "Shut up!" The masked man's attitude was much worse than 99. At least Duan Yu would put on an act, but he didn't even bother. He's coming. Qi King pointed downward and screamed. The masked man looked back and saw Guan Shan rushing up at an incredible speed, just like a Pikachu using the quick attack skill. It was staggeringly fast. Not good. In the sky, a sword light flared up and slashed solidly into Qi King's body. Blade of Zongheng. With the enhancement of the Blade of Zongheng, distances that were originally out of reach became accessible. Qi King looked at his own body in total collapse. From his shoulder down to his lower body, a long sword scar had appeared. He could already feel the wind blowing through the gap to the other side. His warm internal organs could already feel the chill of the wind. What's the panic? So what if your body's been sliced open? Listening to Qi King's frantic screaming, the masked man felt a surge of nameless anger. If it weren't for your useless human body, would there be so much trouble? Qi King was still screaming in a breakdown, desperately trying to use his hands to pull both sides of his body together, but he couldn't do it. A large amount of blood spilled across the sky along the sword mark. "Stop screaming," the masked roared. One hand directly onto his body while in midair. "Disperse." With just those words, the injuries on Qi King's body began to transfer. The sword's marks moved from his torso to his forelimbs. Then, a miraculous scene occurred. The body that was about to slide apart restored itself, while the wounds transferred to his limbs. The next second, his limbs fell from the sky and hit the ground, smashing into a pulp. Another heart-wrenching scream rang out, annoying the masked man to no end. "Stop screaming. You'll be converted directly into a zombie in a moment. Otherwise, you won't escape death." Saying that, he glanced at Guan Shan. Guan Shan had reached his limit, flying to a height of over 200 meters, reaching the critical point. As his body slowly descended, his eyes lingered unwillingly on Qi King, who had now become a partial human swine. "It's finally over." The masked man breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. A sword mark had appeared on his abdomen. That sword light from just now was truly too terrifying. The moment it sliced through Qi King, its power hadn't diminished as it struck his abdomen. The power was already astonishing enough, but most importantly, it could suppress a zombie's healing. Normally, such a small wound would have healed long ago. However, a mysterious power appeared on his abdomen. Every time his cells began to heal, a purple light would flash, stopping the process. If that strike had been slightly higher, hitting his neck, he would have been dead for sure. A zombie won't die if its neck is cut off. They only die if the virus gel inside their brain is removed. The masked man watched Guan Shan descend and didn't dare to linger. He flew straight ahead. Qi King, whom he was carrying, was constantly losing blood, his face pale. Headed east at extreme speed. Qi King felt his face grow incredibly pale, and his body gradually turn cold. Finally, after crossing a river, they landed in a tall building. 4 large words were written on it: Fenglin Real Estate. Entering the brightly lit hall, zombies had already gathered around. "Boss?" Zhang Li walked up with a strange expression. That's right, it was Zhang Li again. His previous boss was Duan Yu, and Duan Yu's boss was the masked man in front of him. Although Zhang Li had only seen him once, he still remembered him. You remember me?" The masked man was quite surprised. He hadn't expected this previously unremarkable tiger-level zombie to recognize him. Zhang Li's gaze turned to Qi King, the man with a pale face and severed limbs. Convert this guy into a zombie. Remember, make him a ghost level directly. With that, he tossed Qi King directly to Geng Li. Yes, boss! Boss. Geng Li didn't dare ask what happened to his boss, Duan Yu. He had just noticed a sword mark on his boss's abdomen, which seemed somewhat familiar. But he didn't dare think too much and simply bowed in obedience. He then took Qi King away, dragging him across the floor like a dead dog. That's enough. After everyone had left, the masked man sat on the ground and breathed a long sigh of relief. I didn't expect such a dangerous human to be in this city. I must inform the organization immediately. Thinking this, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He was the one leading the attack on this region. If he could really take it down single-handedly, he would gain immense benefits, and it wasn't impossible for him to even become a king level. He had once heard a king-level zombie from the White Elephant country talk about it. It was at a recent zombie exchange meet, where zombies could share their thoughts, similar to a study session. Their pioneer, the one from the White Elephant country, had produced a king-level zombie. With the mindset that all zombies in the world are one family, he spoke of the many wonders of being a king-level zombie. First was near infinite life and infinite regeneration, followed by consciousness transfer. In other words, as long as there were zombies around, even ordinary ones, he could transfer his consciousness into one before death, similar to possession, and his strength would not decrease. Next was command. A king-level zombie could command other zombies. With just a thought, ordinary zombies would all submit. A true king? No, he still couldn't let go of this choice piece of meat. There were at least hundreds of thousands, maybe even tens of millions of people in this region. As long as there was a shred of hope, he wouldn't give up. I have no choice. It seems I need to contact Blue Ghost and the others. Shaking head, he looked at Geng Li again. Duan Yu just died. You wait for further arrangements. Geng Li froze. Although he had long sensed his boss wouldn't have a good end, he hadn't expected him to die outright. If I may ask, how did boss Duan Yu die? You don't need to ask that. It's not something you can understand. You don't have the qualifications or the strength. After coldly refusing, the masked man stood up and left, rising with the wind and flying further away. Geng Li was left there alone. How did another boss die? He thought about it, feeling it was a bit strange. Initially, he was with Boss White Ape. Although life wasn't very pleasant, there was no threat of death, and he could still eat human flesh after completing missions. After White Ape died, he sought out decuming. That guy was a bit of a psycho. He had only acknowledged him as his big because of his own lack of experience and confusion at the time. Now that he had experience, he joined a group with a background and a powerful boss, only for the boss to die in 2 days. Geng Li stood alone, bewildered in the wind. Suddenly he shivered. It couldn't be that he was jinxing these people to death, right? Geng Li didn't dare think more and immediately ran off. At the Nuanyang mechanical processing plant, Guanshan and Tan Hua were moving aside the color steel tiles. After finding all the machinery inside, they discovered that most of it was still usable. So, he told Tan Hua to find people from the safe zone to haul everything back. Guanshan stood amidst the ruins, surrounded by machining tools and lathes. Beside him lay an unconscious Chen Ji. Around them, dried blood was everywhere. Looking closely, one could see bits of fresh red zombie meat, iron scraps stuck in the walls. He looked down to check his level. Current level, 482. During the bloody battle just now, he didn't know how many mechanical zombies he had killed. He only remembered that after the building collapsed, it was all dust, and a group of mechanical zombies were scurrying everywhere. He simply killed them all. He hadn't kept count in the end, only knowing that many of those things had escaped. The mechanical zombies themselves weren't much of a concern. Their intelligence was limited to seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Their IQ was above a cat's, a bit better than a dog's, but lower than a pig's. What truly required attention was Kui King, or whoever intended to control this power. As the dump truck drove up, Du Hong jumped down from the vehicle. Where am I? Is this still the Nuanyang mechanical processing plant? Lifting his head, Du Hong gazed at the ruins and the still unconscious Chen Jai, sinking into deep thought. Stop talking nonsense. Shan picked up the machinery and lifted it onto the truck, causing the dump truck to sink under the weight. Fortunately, the tires were tough enough to hold up. At this point, I hope the readers remember our domain name. Taiwan Novel Network has a large collection and is very convenient to install. After a few more trips back and forth, dump truck's rear wheels were pressed down, making the front look like it was tilting up slightly. Alright, let's drive back like this. Guanshan clapped his hands, tossed Chen Ji onto the truck, and planned to head to the farmer's market alone. Leaving a trail of dust behind, the dump truck drove off and Guanshan walked into the distance. Half an hour later, a zombie arrived at the spot. Why is there a headless corpse here? Xiaozi looked surprised and walked straight over, touching it repeatedly. What a lucky kid to have stumbled upon this. In the consciousness space, the white ape spoke faintly. He really couldn't understand why this fellow was so weak yet so lucky. If only I had such luck. No, maybe this kid stole my great luck. Xiaozil looked at the zombie on the ground, confirmed no one was around, dragged it away, and found a hidden spot to start eating. Guan Shan went to the farmer's market, rummaged through everything, and found 12 pumpkins, turning them all into pumpkin heads. Now I can make 12 iron golems. 12 iron golems wasn't many, but it wasn't a small number either. Guan Shan's speed alone was too slow. In the future, he would need to build more furnaces, perhaps a furnace workshop, and have a group of people smelt iron for him, so he could just collect it periodically. There were no villagers here, so iron golems couldn't spawn naturally, and he couldn't build an iron farm. However, he could use people as the iron farm. He would issue tasks to collect iron scrap, have people throw it into the furnaces, and then he would just need to collect the finished iron ingots. Carrying the 12 pumpkin heads in his arms, Guanshan felt like he was carrying a fortune. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to find more pumpkins in the future. After returning to the safe zone without incident, he first went to the warehouse and placed a pumpkin head onto the iron blocks he had already set up. With a crisp sound, a new iron golem appeared in the workshop. Right now, it was bowing its head, looking at him with curiosity. From now on, you are Unit 2. Understand? The iron golem tilted its head. You must protect the humans here well from now on. For some reason, this iron golem seemed a bit dim-witted, just staring at him blankly. Just then, the warehouse door opened, and a massive figure squeezed inside. It turned out to be the Markai Iron Golem. It seemed he had sensed one of his own kind. When the Markai saw Unit 2, it became exceptionally excited, dancing around with its 2 4-meter-long arms swinging back and forth, pointing at the sky and then the ground. Unit 2 watched blankly, then suddenly seemed to understand, nodding vigorously. Then Unit 2 followed the Markai outside the safe zone and pointed at the Markai's little house. Alright, you want one of those? I'll build you one. Seeing Unit 2's gestures, Guanshan realized what it wanted. He took out some stone and built it a small house as well, with the 2 buildings right next to each other. Wow! Is this an iron golem too? Just then, Jiang Yanyan saw the second little house and the Unit 2 iron golem standing outside, and she ran over with an excited look on her face. In the sunlight, Jiang Yanyan's body possessed a healthy beauty. Her slender waist supported the ample curves of her chest, which swayed gently as she ran. She wore a simple jacket over her upper body and a pair of long trousers below. A high ponytail was tied behind her head, swaying gently in the breeze. Her face was full of sunshine, though it had a bit of soot on it. Who knows where she'd been? When she looked up at Guanshan, the sunlight spilled across her fair skin. "This is the Unit 2 Iron Golem," Guanshan said with a smile. The moment he saw Jiang Yanyan, his mood improved significantly, as if a beam of light had shone into the depths of his heart. Jiang Yanyan looked at Guanshan with a beaming smile, her crescent moon eyes looking exceptionally beautiful. "Why are you so happy today?" A large hand rested on her fair cheek, stroking it gently and wiping away the soot. The cheeks of the pretty and lovely girl before him grew slightly hot, perhaps from the sun, but she just pouted, looking a bit displeased. At this point, Guanshan finally noticed something unusual about Jiang Yanyan. Her small hands were hidden behind her back, as if she had something she wanted to show him. "What is Yanyan hiding behind her back?" Finally, hearing Guanshan's words, the smile on Jiang Yanyan's face grew even more brilliant, like a blooming flower. She held it up like a treasure, presenting it to Guanshan in the palm of her hand. It looked like a small earpiece. "This is the earpiece I newly invented. It can make calls. You can also switch between different channels." As she spoke, Jiang Yanyan picked up the small earpiece and began introducing it to Guanshan. "This earpiece has 3 channels in total, allowing for communication on different channels. You just need to give it a light tap." As she spoke, Jiang Yanyan demonstrated the location. "How long does it last?" 6 months. "That long?" Guanshan was shocked to hear this. "It'd have a battery life of 6 months. Jiang Yanyan looked proud. Ever since she gained the analysis's talent, their research speed had advanced by leaps and bounds. Problems they couldn't understand before were clear to Jiang Yanyan at a glance. Difficulties they couldn't overcome were now easily resolved with just one look from her. After improving the battery issues, it was easy to create this item. "That's amazing." Looking at Jiang Yanyan bouncing around in front of him, Guanshan patted her head. "Does Brother Guanshan have any other ideas for the future?" Jiang Yanyan clenched her small fists and looked at Guanshan expectantly. "Why do you ask?" "Because Yanyan wants to help Brother Guanshan." As Jiang Yanyan spoke, her doe-like eyes looked at Guanshan shyly, with a touch of bashfulness. "Now that you mention it, I actually do have something." Guanshan furrowed his brows, feigning distress. "I can help." Seeing this, Jiang Yanyan immediately spoke up loudly, her eyes fixed on Guanshan. "I'm in urgent need of something that can restore communication. We need to broadcast the location of our safe zone to the whole city. This would speed up the process of searching for lone survivors. Although 3 large civil defense shelters have already been identified, there's no reason to give up on the lone survivors. Previously, due to the lack of communication, they could only use primitive methods, risking being surrounded by zombies to search for them one by one. This was undoubtedly a pipe dream for ordinary people. Only ability users could manage it. However, ability users had more important tasks, like scavenging for supplies. They could only see if they happened to run into survivors while scavenging. But if they had communication equipment, they could easily pinpoint the survivors' locations and carry out precise harvesting. "So, can you do it?" Hearing this, as Jiang Yanyan's eyes met Guanshan's, her face turned bright red. She said bashfully, "If I finish it, Brother Guanshan has to grant me a wish." "What wish?" "Yanyan wants to visit your room once." "Yanyan wants to visit your room once." As she said this, Jiang Yanyan's expression was shifty, looking quite guilty. "My room?" Guanshan scratched his head. He didn't seem to have a room of his own as he lived with Wenwan. "That's no problem. I live with Wenwan." Hearing Guanshan's words, Jiang Yanyan first felt a momentary heart-stopping shock, but she quickly returned to normal. She never imagined that Brother Guanshan didn't have his own room and was living with Wenwan. Although she felt a bit stifled, This was a perfectly normal situation, and Jiang Yanyan couldn't say anything. In truth, what Jiang Yanyan really wanted was one of Guanshan's shirts, preferably one he had already worn. Strangely, ever since she drank Guanshan's blood that day, Jiang Yanyan had been tossing and turning at night, unable to sleep. She often thought of the scent on Guanshan's body. To this end, Jiang Yanyan had tried many methods: the mining sleep method, the direction-changing sleep method, and the sock sleep method, but none allowed her to sleep peacefully. If this continued, Jiang Yanyan felt she was going to go crazy. Out of necessity, she'd only try to make such a wish, and even then, she only dared to propose it by summoning all her courage. She really didn't dare say she was doing it to get a shirt. Otherwise, she would surely be seen as very strange. Yanyan understands. Jiang Yanyan lowered her head, but this actually had another advantage. She could enter and leave the room easily. After all, it was her foster mother's room, so no one could possibly find it problematic. Come to think of it, she had been inside before, but she hadn't thought of it then. What a pity. Lost in thought, Jiang Yanyan left on her own, her head bowed as she mused. When she finally looked up, she was already standing before Wenwan's room. Smelling the familiar fragrance, Jiang Yanyan's throat bobbed. An impulse suddenly surged in her heart, or perhaps a warm current, making her heart race. Foster mother shouldn't be here, right? Jiang Yanyan remembered that Wenwan usually worked in her room at this time. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yanyan knocked on the door. It was silent. No one responded, and there was no sound of the door being opened. After her body stiffened for a second or two, Jiang Yanyan relaxed, her eyes falling on a potted plant on the floor. She remembered that the key was kept under it. Lifting the potted plant, she saw that there was indeed a key underneath. Jiang Yanyan picked up the key. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, slowly opened the door. Upon entering, she was greeted by that familiar scent, which Jiang Yanyan called the scent of a mature woman. The air was filled with an aura of elegance and dignity. Jiang Yanyan walked to the wardrobe and slowly opened it with trembling fingers. She was met with a series of Wenwan's clothes. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled open the drawer below. What is this? Jiang Yanyan's face flushed crimson. Looking at a pair of torn silk stockings in the drawer, her face turned beet red. Holding them, the gossamer thin feeling was irresistible, with a smooth and silky touch. But there were several holes in these nude-colored stockings, making Jiang Yanyan blush with embarrassment. After a bout of heart-pounding blushing, Jiang Yanyan didn't dare look any longer. She quickly put them back and resumed her search. This time, she found what she was looking for just by opening the adjacent wardrobe. There were many men's clothes there. Seeing this, Jiang Yanyan's face flushed, and she felt as if her head was flashing a high-temperature warning. The temperature was truly exceeding the limit. She hurriedly grabbed the garment with the strongest scent and fled the scene. Before leaving, Jiang Yanyan didn't forget to return the key to its original spot. Her white sneakers tapped on the floor, each step feeling as if it were treading on her own heart. She fled like a thief, moving like a gust of wind. Hiding at a corner, she looked around to ensure no one had spotted her before finally shuffling back home. Isn't this Jiang Yanyan? The sudden voice nearly made Jiang Yanyan jump. Bai Feng looked at Jiang Yanyan and gave his usual greeting. As Lu Chuan's close friend, he and the others had naturally gotten to know Jiang Yanyan. You. Jiang Yanyan was so startled she began to stutter, pointing at Bai Feng with her tongue tied. Bai Feng was also surprised by her reaction. What was going on? He had only said hello. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Yanyan suddenly rushed over, clutching a garment that appeared to be a man's shirt. Jiang Yanyan grabbed Bai Feng's collar with her small hands and said fiercely, "You didn't see anything today." Huh? Baifeng was completely baffled. You didn't see anything today. Although Baifeng was confused, seeing Jiang Yanyan's extreme reaction, he nodded. I didn't see anything just now. To be honest, Jiang Yanyan's behavior just now was like someone suddenly putting a hat on a cat. The originally docile kitten seemed to have its underlying code activated in that instant, suddenly turning into a ferocious beast. One could only say her aggression was off the charts. After hearing his words, Jiang Yanyan reverted to her usual self, becoming that clear and lovely girl once more. Has she gone mad? Was this the difference with ability users? From what he knew, Lu Chuan and Su Wenhao had already awakened their superpowers. As their brother, he knew a bit about this. But Jiang Yanyan's behavior was somewhat unusual. Could it be that awakening a superpower had some side effects that make someone go crazy? Baifeng didn't dare think too much and hurried away. He had to tell Lu Chuan and the others. Jiang Yanyan watched Baifeng's retreating figure. She had been nearly scared to death. Her heart felt like it was about to fly out of her chest. That was close. This person probably won't talk. Jiang Yanyan remembered that this person seemed to be Lu Chuan's friend, named Baifeng, who was said to be very loyal. With that thought, Jiang Yanyan rushed into her room and put on the shirt. Smelling the familiar scent, she suddenly felt as if she were in a warm embrace. Warm? Jiang Yanyan felt her mind and body relax, while also feeling a bit of jealousy toward her foster mother. To think she could rest in brother Guanshan's embrace, what a wonderful thing that would be. No rush. Take it one bite at a time, one step at a time. Jiang Yanyan took a deep breath, her eyelids feeling heavy. Her rising desires were suppressed by drowsiness. What a pity. I originally wanted to. As she spoke, she could no longer hold on. She had suffered from insomnia too many times lately. She was now severely sleep-deprived and in desperate need of rest. With a sense of happiness, Jiang Yanyan drifted into her dreams. Inside the safe zone, Guanshan didn't notice Jiang Yanyan and instead went straight to find Liu Qingquan. I have some good news. Walking through the safe zone, Liu Qingquan rushed up excitedly and said to Guanshan, the batch of virus gel you gave has already been exchanged by more than 50 people, and 32 of them have awakened superpowers. Oh, that many? He was stunned himself upon hearing this number. He never expected there to be so many. 32 golds out of 50 pulls, a 60% drop rate. This was an incredibly generous gacha pool. There really are that many. Liu Qingquan was also surprised. He had estimated it would be at most half, or around 30%, but he never expected it to exceed that by so much. Tan Hua also overheard their conversation, and his face was equally filled with shock. Because an act like Guanshan's giving virus gel to ordinary people was extremely extravagant, one might even call it a fantasy. No capable ability user in the world would do such a thing, yet Guanshan did exactly that. There were two ways to obtain virus gel. The first was hunting high-level zombies with intelligence. They usually moved in groups. Only a very small number would go solo as lone wolves. Lone wolves generally didn't meet a good end. Once an ability user heard news of one, they would launch coordinated hunt, and the final outcome was always a dead end. Encountering a lone wolf zombie was the best case scenario. The second was hunting those that came out of the mother nest. They lacked intelligence, but were numerous. Although these zombies had no special abilities, their physical stats were off the charts, meaning their recovery, attack power, and defense were extreme, seemingly to compensate for their lack of powers. They usually acted as if they had mad cow disease, moving with wild, sweeping motions. Tenhua and the others called them abnormals. Abnormals usually stuck together, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, virus gel could be said to be worth its weight in gold. Every hunt required thorough preparation, and even the resolve to sacrifice one's life. Furthermore, virus gel could strengthen an ability user's powers, sometimes even leading to internal strife over its distribution. There was only one virus gel in a zombie's head, but many people were responsible for the hunt. Thus, to avoid infighting, many would form teams with people they knew well. This was the reason why Tanhua and his group acted as a team. In short, virus gel was something that would absolutely never be given to anyone else. Especially now in the apocalypse, who could use authority to suppress us. Now, only strength mattered. The biggest fist spoke. For something that could make one's fist bigger, it wasn't an exaggeration to fight to the death, let alone give it to ordinary people. In fact, they had initially considered making a move against Guanshan, as he had too much virus gel in his possession. It was only because Guanshan was too powerful, so powerful, that they didn't know what to do for a while. In the first fight, he insta-killed Xiong Yan. In the second against Tan, he left Tanhua helpless. And in the third against Wen Yading, he won purely through overwhelming strength. Those 3 battles completely dispelled any improper thoughts they had. Then, using a combination of kindness and authority, he used virus gel as wages to completely win them over. As a result, Tanhua and the others were now wholeheartedly working like beasts of burden for Guanshan. Over 30. Tanhua was dumbfounded for a moment and cried out in surprise. This was only the first wave. One could imagine that there would be more and more people later. If it continued like this, wouldn't ordinary people be lower than dogs while ability users walked everywhere? Did you not know? Guanshan and Liu Qingquan looked at Tanhua, thinking he had been mentally prepared for this. Know what? Tanhua looked bewildered, spreading his hands like a confused bear. Have you never seen this before? Someone like you is probably unique in the whole world, Tanhua said with a bitter smile. If they hadn't come to Guanshan's side, they would still be fighting tooth and nail for virus gel. Where else would they find such a sweet deal where they could receive virus gel just for completing a few daily tasks? So, are you saying we've basically broken new ground this time? Liu Qingquan said jokingly. Guanshan joined in, and the two chatted and laughed. Only Tanhua knew how explosive their actions were. If other ability users heard about this, their first reaction would be to doubt it and suspect he had lost his mind. He had thought that if you weren't born with a superpower, you would never have one. But he never expected that this guy Guanshan, through his own efforts, would make it possible to acquire them later in life, to the point where they could now be distributed in bulk. Guanshan could bring back hundreds of virus gels from a single trip over 30 advanced ones, or rather, according to the zombies' internal terminology, Tig-level energy gels. One could only say it was no wonder he was the boss. Guanshan didn't notice Tanhua's gaze at this moment. He was just giving Liu Qingquan some instructions. I saw a new factory building over there. What's it for? Nothing much, it's just being used as a carport. Why do cars need a carport? It doesn't matter if they get rained on. I plan to convert that place into a smelting plant. A smelting plant? Don't worry about that. It's just for calcining. Arrange a group of people to put the iron materials in, then put fuel on the bottom layer. It will burn on its own, and what comes out will be 100% pure iron. Huh? Tanhua was stunned. How could there be such a strange thing in this world? Just put in fuel, and it starts burning directly. No need to light a fire or anything? Only this kind of 100% pure iron can be used to create an iron golem. Guanshan only told him half the story, not mentioning the pumpkin head. After all, he still needed to keep some secrets. I understand. I'll arrange the people immediately. Hearing words iron golem, Liu Qingquan also immediately realized the urgency of the matter and nodded. By the way, I have another piece of news. What is it? The Yumendong Air Defense Project has been fully explored. Our people inside have made contact with them, and the other side hopes to be rescued as soon as possible. As Liu Qingquan spoke, he handed over a photograph. Guanshan took it and examined it carefully. There is a place that must be passed through in the Yumendong Air Defense Project called the Chen Family Ancestral Hall. There is a monster inside. According to the description, it's an abnormal, roughly tiger level. Liu Qingquan had recently brushed up on his knowledge of zombies. Ghost-level zombies began to show intelligence, and tiger-level ones began to have their own abilities. He immediately updated his existing knowledge. Clearly, the zombies' internal classification was more precise and easier to remember. On the color photograph, there was a strange-looking old ghost. Its body was long and thin, but that was relative to its size. Based on the nearby buildings, its height was about 8 meters. Its appearance was terrifying. Its old face looked like dried cured meat, perfectly outlining the shape of a skull. The most horrifying part was its back. The original spine had been entirely replaced by human heads, tucked under the skin. Some had panicked expressions, some looked fanatical, and some had their bloody maws wide open. They were all wrapped in the extremely withered skin, lined up in a straight row, connecting all the way down to the tailbone. And the waist of this old ghost was a long skirt made of countless strands of hair. It looks quite creepy. Guanshan didn't feel much. This kind of thing just looked scary. If he couldn't kill it with one punch, he'd consider himself the loser. By the way, is the person who brought back this photo okay? Guanshan for a moment and asked another question. Liu Qingquan's face turned somber. Not too good. 6 people went together and 2 died. Both were killed by that old ghost? Guanshan frowned. This was the first time he had heard news of casualties. Did they have any family or friends? No. Liu Qingquan shook his head. He had started investigating as soon as he learned of the matter. However, in this apocalyptic era, who would have any family or friends? Being alive was good enough. I see. Guanshan felt a bit heavy-hearted. He mused. Give the remaining 4 people virus gel. Make sure they become ability users. If 1 isn't enough, give them 2. If 2 aren't enough, give them 4. Beside him, Tan Hua was full of surprise. In his view, this was an excellent way to win people over. But the thing was, Guanshan was offering real value. Such conditions were undoubtedly extremely generous. Liu Qingquan was also slightly shocked, but he quickly agreed. A simple calculation was all it took to understand. The value of intelligence regarding a civil defense shelter was worth far more than this. If all those tens of thousands of people were brought into the safe zone, how much value would that generate? To Guanshan, virus gel wasn't some family heirloom. It was like leeks in a vegetable garden that could be harvested again after a while. Regardless of what Guanshan was thinking, whether he was trying to win hearts or being sincere, what he offered was substantial. Winning people over didn't matter. If you offered real value, people would be willing even if they were being deceived. Conversely, no matter how sincere you were, if you didn't have anything solid to offer, no one would work for you. All right, I'll implement it immediately. Liu Qingquan nodded but didn't leave, continuing to look at Guanshan. Clearly, he was waiting for Guanshan to speak, to see if there was anything else to be handled. Sometimes, one needs to be observant. Clearly, Liu Qingquan had that knack. He used to be a secretary, handling matters for leaders. Sure enough, Guanshan spoke. What's the status of the forestry farm? The forestry farm could be said to be the future hub. Guanshan intended to build it into his base, so he naturally cared about it immensely. General Manager Sumusheng and his men have blown up the buildings obstructing the path. However, the raising of the mountain and the water drainage will likely still require you to do it. Unconsciously, Liu Qingquan had switched to using the respectful you, but Guanshan didn't pay it any mind. He was just thinking about one thing. Human Cave and the state-owned forestry farm were not far apart, only about 20 to 30 kilometers. If driving, it wouldn't even take half an hour. It was perfect for a dual-track approach. He had originally wanted to go kill that old ghost himself, but then he thought about how the forestry farm base wasn't finished yet. But he wasn't at ease letting others go, fearing a mishap. Especially since the ability users in the safe zone hadn't grown up yet. If he excessively increased the strength of Tanhua and the others, he worried about losing control. This was also evident in their treatment. Tanhua and his group were on a monthly salary, a fixed wage, regardless of how much they did. While the ability users in the safe zone were on a commission system, emphasizing more pay for more work. Guanshan's goal was to let the ability users belonging to the safe zone grow strong, while weakening Tanhua's group. Like a large tree, Tanhua was an outsider, a graft. Although helpful, he couldn't be fully trusted. Nutrients had to be supplied more to the tree's own branches. Guanshan was the trunk, responsible for support and acting as a safety net. Let Xiong Yun, Gao Qianhao, and Wen Yating go together. I will continue building the base. If there are any problems, have them contact me at any time. Guanshan continued giving orders. Have those who just awaken their superpowers go kill zombies. Start clearing from the perimeter. 1 point per zombie. Get them to form combat effectiveness and gain practical experience as soon as possible. Guanshan had great use for these 30-odd ability users. Now was a time of urgent need, but pushing them too fast wasn't advisable. They had to take it step by step. These people had just obtained points through a series of loans, and were certainly broke now. He could capitalize on this mentality to make them clear out the zombies. Have them clear a path to the residential buildings and kill all the zombies. I remember. What was that residential complex called again? Guanshan said, unable to recall for a moment. Furong Century City. Liu Qingquan reminded him in a low voice. Right, that's the one. First, clear the area outside the safe zone, then clear the zombies in Furong Century City. These places would serve as leveling grounds for the newly born ability users, allowing them to earn a large amount of points to exchange for virus gel to strengthen themselves. Furthermore, the safe zone at the construction site would definitely need to expand in the future, but it couldn't accommodate many people. Conveniently, the nearby Furong Century City was like a bottomless pit. It could house as many people as needed. There were hundreds of buildings inside, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Now, no matter how many people there were, they would have a place to live. All right, that's all. I'll go build the new base and construct a reservoir halfway up the mountain while I'm at it. Inform Xiong Yan and the others to set out tomorrow. After a few simple instructions, Guanshan went back to his room to bathe. Wen Wan had just returned to the room. She curled her legs and took off her high heels, and after putting them away, she heard sounds coming from the bathroom. Stepping on the floor in flesh-colored stockings as thin as cicada wings, Wen Wan tiptoed all the way to the bathroom door. Opening it, she saw a perfect male body under the spray amidst the rising steam. The muscle lines were distinct, broad at the top and narrow at the bottom, like a meticulous carving by an ancient Greek artist. Wen Wan's throat bobbed, and her legs involuntarily buckled. Hot water splashed onto her rounded thighs clad in flesh-colored stockings, instantly soaking a small patch and revealing her natural skin tone, making her look even more seductive. Suddenly, the man inside seemed to sense something. A large hand reached out from the steam, sweeping Wen Wan up in his arms amidst her exclamation of surprise. An amorous atmosphere spread, and before long, A strange sound echoed in the bathroom, like the song of a lark. Downstairs, the passing Ji Yining felt it was strange. The sound seemed familiar. But she couldn't remember where she had heard it before, so she walked away with her doubts. She already had 60 points. She believed it wouldn't be long before she reached 100. At that time, she would be able to exchange for a virus gel too. With this mood, Ji Yining once again threw herself into her work with fiery passion. Meanwhile, the masked man, after deep contemplation, also had a plan against Guanshan. Outsiders still carry risks. When the time comes to divide the spoils, I'd better find some locals. He thought to himself, remembering a zombie over at the Chen family ancestral hall. It was very powerful, just a hair's breadth away from dragon level. If he could win it over, it would be a massive help. However, he seemed to recall that this old ghost had no consciousness and acted entirely on instinct. It was a pity. After that old ghost turned into a zombie, he ate his 9 grandsons in a row. By the time he regained intelligence and saw what he had done, he collapsed mentally, which was why he had been in a daze ever since. Later on, he ate all his clansmen, devouring every last one of them. The masked man didn't want to comment on this. He just felt the other party's strength was decent and could be used to deal with Guanshan. Zhanglai? Here. There's a mission now. Go to the Chen family ancestral hall once. You. Accompanied by the scattered chirping of birds and the morning light, Guanshan slowly woke up from the large bed. Opening his sleepy eyes, lying beside him was a woman with an incredibly hot figure, wearing almost nothing. Wenwan's eyelashes trembled slightly as she continued to battle the Sandman. Guanshan freed himself from her white, jade-like arms and touched the mark on his neck. Last night, perhaps due to a sense of crisis, or simply because they were so caught up in the moment, Wenwan had kissed his neck and left a hickey as if she wanted to stake her claim. He chuckled softly, covered her with the quilt, and tucked in the corners before getting up. After a quick wash, he went out. In the early morning, many people had already come out, mostly those looking to earn points. Morning, old Liu. Seeing a familiar figure on the road, Liu Qingquan turned around upon hearing the voice, his face full of smiles. Heading out so early? Yeah. What's going on over there? Shan nodded and locked his gaze on another direction, the exit of the safe zone. 20 or 30 people were gathered together, chattering away about something, but everyone looked very excited. They are the new batch of awakened ability users. Liu Qingquan said, his eyes filled with a hint of envy as he looked at them. After all, who wouldn't want to become an ability user? It was a pity he hadn't seized the opportunity himself. But it didn't matter. Here with Guanshan, there was no rule about only being able to redeem once. As long as you had enough points, you could redeem as many as you wanted. If you didn't have enough, just tell Guanshan, and he would go to the gymnasium to harvest a wave for you. If there were none left in the gymnasium, Guanshan would charge out and manually beat a few back for you. As long as you had enough points, there was no need to worry about the supply of materials in the safe zone. There were few safe zones like his in the whole world. Those in Northern Europe and Siberia were living in hunger and cold, and just being able to eat a hot meal was considered a good thing. North America was slightly better. Their supply of materials was intermittent. Looks like they're all impatient to get started. Guanshan laughed. Once this group grew up, his own pressure would decrease a bit. As long as there were a few hundred more ability users, he could drive all the zombies out of this city. The most difficult point, the mother nest, had already been treated like a leak by Guanshan. It could be said that he had paved the way for the future himself. Well, I'm heading out too. Where are Xiongyan and the others? In the distance, Xiongyan and his team were preparing supplies. Compared to the young people who were a bit flighty after their first awakening, these veterans were already experienced. As for killing zombies, only these youngsters were excited. They had long passed that stage. All they had left was composure and meticulousness. They treated missions more like routine, lacking the sense of responsibility of the youngsters. "Is everything ready?" Xiongyan carefully checked the supplies and asked seriously. Every mission required preparing for the worst-case scenario. And what was the worst-case scenario? It was nothing more than death or being trapped. So they had to bring enough food and water for every operation. They weren't like Guanshan, who carried a backpack, could just eat whatever he wanted without needing to drink water. They were normal humans and had to drink and eat. Everything is ready. Besides that, headsets are working normally. Gao Qianhao held the headset recently developed by Jiang Yanyan and her team. It was extremely compact when worn on the ear and wouldn't fall off even during strenuous exercise. It was truly well made. Try it out. Gao Qianhao and Xiang Yan tested it between themselves, then looked at Wen Yating. "Aren't you going to test it?" Wen Yating was standing alone with a small backpack, enjoying the scenery by herself. Only when she heard this did she turn around. "Better test it, just in case there's a problem." Gao Qianhao urged her again. Sometimes he felt quite helpless. It felt like when he talked to Wen Yating, she was someone who had disconnected, or had extremely high latency, always needing a few questions before she responded. "Okay." Wen Yating nodded, tapped lightly with her finger, and cleared her throat, unaware that she had switched to the main channel, which was Guanshan's channel. A cold, clear voice came from her small mouth. She assumed no one would respond because, as far as she knew, this headset was currently on the third channel. The second channel was for Xiong Yan and the others, and the third channel was empty. But unexpectedly, she heard a man's voice. "What's wrong?" In an instant, Wen Yating's face flushed red. "It's over." She didn't know what she had just said. How could that strange tone have come out of her own mouth? Fumbling to take off the headset, she realized she had mistakenly switched to the main channel. "Hello." Guanshan's voice came through the headset again. Wen Yating coughed lightly, trembling as she put the headset back on. After taking several deep breaths, she slowly said, "It's nothing, I made a mistake." Speaking in her usual cold, clear voice, Wen Yating tensed her entire body, afraid that Guanshan would hear something unusual. The other end of the headset fell into an eerie silence. Just as Wen Yating was distracted waiting for the final judgment, a voice finally came through. "That's good. I thought." The other end didn't continue, but Wen Yating already understood what he meant. Silently closing the communication and switching back to the second channel, Wen Yating's face darkened, and an aura of killing intent vaguely leaked out. "This is the drinking water. Check if the bottle is leaking." Gao Tianha was still checking the water with Xiong Yan. After all, water outside was dangerous and couldn't be drunk casually. Just as they were still chattering, they felt a wave of killing coming from behind them. The two, confused, turned to look. They saw Wen Yating standing alone in the distance, one jade-like hand clenched tight, with veins vaguely visible. She was bowing her head, her face dark. "What's wrong with her?" Xiong Yan asked in a low voice. Gao Qianhao shook his head. Intuition told him not to talk to this woman right now. Women were the most unreasonable. And when they lost their temper, the explosive power was even greater. Especially a woman as capable as Wen Yating. Once her temper flared, her combat power would skyrocket. He really didn't dare to provoke this tigress. Just as the two were observing, a spot suddenly exploded. It was obvious that Wen Yating's invisible hand had been activated. That rock, as tall as a person, looked as if it had been shattered by a single punch. Pebbles of all sizes scattered, shattering all over the ground. One of the small pebbles even flew to their feet. Xiong Yan and Gao Tianhao looked at each other, both feeling a bit terrified. "Let's go." Wen Yating walked over, her long legs striking the ground with forceful sounds. "All right." Xiong Yan nodded. He didn't know why this woman was losing her temper. Maybe it was that time of the month? He didn't understand much about that. He just wanted to finish the mission as soon as possible and come back to eat. On the other side, Guanshan was also ready to set off. Walking down the street, the zombies had decreased. Since the gymnasium had been fenced off, the concentration of zombies in this area had decreased. After randomly choosing a car he liked, it was as if he had turned on creative mode. He killed the zombie inside with one punch, opened the car door, searched for the keys on its body, and started the ignition. With a roar, many zombies came to the front of the car. Without hesitation, he started the car and stepped on the gas. In Guanshan's eyes, the zombies in front were like bowling pins, and he knocked them all flying. When Guanshan arrived at the forestry farm with practiced ease, he headed straight for the hillside and took out his shovel to start digging immediately. He planned to excavate a small reservoir here, but even small reservoirs had their classifications. Generally speaking, reservoirs are divided into 3 types: large, medium, and small. Large reservoirs are also divided into types and A large type I reservoir has a total capacity of over 1 billion cubic meters, can provide protection for over 5 million mu of farmland, covers 2 million mu of flood control area, and has an irrigation area of 1 million mu. Large type 2 reservoirs are smaller, with a total capacity between 1 billion and 100 million cubic meters. Their farmland protection and flood control capabilities are reduced, and their irrigation area ranges from 1.5 million to 500,000 mu. Medium reservoirs have a total capacity between 100 million and 10 million cubic meters, with an irrigation area between 500,000 and 50,000 mu. Small ones are also divided into types and 2. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name. The super reliable tool for chasing Taiwan novels. Small type I reservoirs have a total capacity between 10 million and 1 million cubic meters, and an irrigation area between 50,000 and 5,000 mu. There's no need to elaborate on small type 2 reservoirs. Their total capacity is between 1 million and 100,000 cubic meters, and their irrigation area is under 5,000 mu. If that's hard to visualize, you can simply convert it. The water volume of the West Lake is 14 million cubic meters, which is equivalent to a small reservoir, though it slightly exceeds it. The irrigation area can also be converted. In ancient times, it took 3 mu of land to support one person, whereas in modern times, 1 mu of land, if used entirely for rice, can produce about 900 jin of grain. 900 jin of grain is an average. It varies by region. Considering their location in Huguang, we can calculate a little more. That is to say, 1 mu of land can support one person, but that would be a bit too desperate. Guanshan intended to build a small reservoir here. Guanshan estimated that this city would accommodate 500,000 people in the future. A person's daily water consumption is between 100 and 200 liters. Taking 150 as the average, that's 75 million liters per day. City water is generally stored for 30 to 90 days. Let's just take the average, so that's 7,560. That is 4.5 million cubic meters, which is a small reservoir. So how long will Guanshan have to dig? Assuming the water surface is circular and the depth is set at 50 meters. Then the diameter of the water surface would be around 340 meters, and he would have to dig out 4.5 million dirt blocks. 4.5 million. As Guanshan calculated, he fell silent. Please note, this is not a small task. It is a major test for his killing arm. He couldn't possibly deliver a bucket of water to every household in the future, and others couldn't do it for him, so he had to do it himself. Therefore, the most ideal situation would be to cleanly and efficiently build a large reservoir on the hillside. The water flowing down could also be used to generate electricity. The extra 4.5 million dirt block could also be used to increase the height of the mountain later. Part of the water flowing from this reservoir would connect to Deer Island, and part would be connected via pipes for domestic water use. After all, the water in this world is no longer drinkable, and one must risk becoming a zombie to drink it. Might as well start working, though I don't know if this shovel can hold up. Guanshan looked at the shovel in his back, feeling a bit speechless. Fortunately, the shovel didn't need to be made of pure iron, just the iron from the furnace. Otherwise, he would really have to go back and forth, but this way he could use what was nearby. Soon, the sound of a shovel moving rapidly came from the hillside, and the mountain body was diminishing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if someone were gnawing on it. On the other side, at the Chen family ancestral hall. This must be the place. I remember the photo of that old ghost. The background was right here. Xiongyan, Gao Tianhao, and the third person moved forward cautiously. Just then, Gao Tianhao felt a black shadow flash by his side, catching something in his peripheral vision. Turning back to look, he saw a gaunt zombie on the wall of the Chen family ancestral hall, looking at the three of them with an eerie gaze. Its pupils were wide open, as if they were about to burst out. Its neck stretched forward hard, and its hands were resting on the wall. "Over there. Watch out!" Gao Chenhao shouted angrily, leading the other two to immediately spread out. After seeing the group make a move, the old ghost stood up straight. Soon, a person resembling a tree trunk appeared before them. With a long stride, he easily vaulted over the fence. Strands of hair floated at his waist, as if an eerie wind were blowing, carrying a silent grievance. What a ruthless old ghost! Watch this. Seeing this, Xiongyan was furious. He could already tell that this old ghost had devoured quite a few blood relatives. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach such strength. He roared immediately. Soon, his figure swelled in the wind, reaching 20 meters directly compared to the 8-meter-tall old ghost. He was twice the size. Even if the opponent lunged to bite, the position would only be right on Xiongyan's bird. The towering figure looked imposing, but it also brought significant risks. For example, right now, many zombies had seen this scene and were struggling to run over, standing under the wall, trying hard to get close to Xiongyan. Others, like the mutant zombie, just stared at this scene in a daze. For instance, Zheng Li, upon seeing Xiongyan, immediately felt that something was wrong. Not good. Their target is that old ghost. I must hurry. However, the steps he had just taken paused. Person only has one life, and the same is true for a zombie. I can't be like my previous bosses. I must be cautious. Thinking this, Zheng Li slowed his pace instead, approaching slowly, intending to adapt to the situation. Meanwhile, in the center of the Chen family ancestral hall, the fierce battle had already begun, and it was one-sided. The old ghost's strength was indeed very high, and his stats were also very high, but unfortunately, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Gao Tianhao clapped his hands, and the ground under the host immediately softened, causing him to sink into quicksand. Then, with another clap, the top layer of soil became as hard as steel, leaving him unable to move. Xiongyan pulled up a utility pole. Seeing the immobilized old ghost, he picked up the pole and began to smash it down, just like playing whack-a-mole. The 8-meter-tall old ghost was extremely disheveled at this moment, using his 2 giant hands to push against the ground, trying to break free. His palms were huge. One hand could easily crush a person, but before this group, it was still too weak. Wen Yating's two invisible hands grabbed his wrists, trying hard to stop him. Now, with both hands held by the invisible hands and both feet trapped in the quicksand, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank, and his head was still being fiercely struck by a burly man. The old ghost's expression was ferocious. He roared at the sky, and as his hair danced wildly, the skulls covered in human skin behind him gradually manifested. The next moment, a sound of something breaking was heard, as if something was breaking out of the ground. It was like the sound of a green sea turtle hatching from its shell. Xiong Yan suddenly shouted, "Something is growing out of this old ghost's back. It's 9 heads." Gao Tianhao immediately became alert. The 3 of them were experienced warriors who had rolled through piles of dead bodies. Given the current situation, it was likely that the old ghost was going to fight with everything he had. "Everyone be careful, back up," Gao Tianhao calmly commanded the group. As the old ghost let out a roar, the 9 skulls behind him simultaneously released black mist. In the thick black mist, it seemed like wronged souls flashed by, and the 9 skulls swam within it, opening their wide mouths. Even though there were no throats, Wen Yating and the others could hear wailing sounds in their ears. "Watch out! It's a psychic attack!" As the black mist rolled in, the group became vigilant. Xiong Yan took a deep breath and blew out a gust of wind, temporarily dispersing the black. However, the next moment, the black mist came rolling back again. This time, Wen Yating's invisible hand began to wave, the 2 hands revealing white outlines within the black mist, carrying a sense of purity and holiness, and seemingly a touch of divinity. The 2 invisible hands dispersed the black mist. That old ghost did not press the attack. After pulling its feet from the mud, it instead covered its face with its hands and began to weep. Its wailing intertwined with the 9 skulls, growing more intense. Before they realized it, the black mist abruptly ceased, its color suddenly deepening and turning from black to red. "Something's wrong. It's blood mist. Contact Guanshan immediately." Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Gao Tianhao said directly. This wasn't just a simple color change. He truly smelled the scent of blood. Although they didn't know what the old ghost's next move would be, it was always better to be cautious. Having Guanshan come was better than him not coming. Rather than being beaten to the brink of death and then needing Guanshan to come and save the day, it was better to have him come ahead of time. This would also avoid the risk of them being beaten and they lost the ability to act and then being used as hostages. Wen Yating didn't hesitate and immediately contacted Guanshan. Fortunately, the headset was reliable and didn't disconnect at such a critical moment. "What is it?" From the other end of the headset came a reassuring voice. "The situation has changed. I need you to come over," Wen Yating said, her voice unhurried, as if there were no danger at all. "I understand. I'm on my way." As the headset went silent, Wen Yating knew that Guanshan had already set off. She didn't need any proof. Wen Yating just knew, as if the 2 shared a tacit understanding, or perhaps there was a telepathic connection between an old married couple. Wen Yating was confident that she was the woman who had accompanied Guanshan through life and death, a bond that no one could take away. "How is it?" Gao Tianhao asked. "He's on the way." "That's good." In these apocalyptic times, it was best to be as cautious as possible. The most terrifying thing in this world was capsizing in a gutter. Those who drowned were always the ones who knew how to swim. When they first awakened their superpower, some people liked to fight alone, adhering to heroics and thinking, "I am invincible." But those idiots all ended up dead. Therefore, if you can call for backup, do it. If you can gang up, don't fight one-on-one. Everything should be done in the safest way possible. In these apocalyptic times, survival is the absolute truth. In the once quiet family ancestral hall, the roars of zombies were everywhere, rising and falling. Outside the perimeter wall, densely packed zombies were clinging to the wall, and some had even poked their heads over. Zombies were creatures that would rush over at the slightest sound, like sharks in the ocean smelling blood, determined to rush over and take a look no matter what. There are more and more zombies outside. I don't know if this wall is sturdy enough. Gao Qianhao watched calmly as those zombies poked their heads over the wall, each one stretching its neck in an attempt to climb over. Before them, the zombie old ghost was wailing while covering its face. The 9 skulls on its spine were opening their mouths wide, releasing blood mist without pause while blood tears streamed from their eye sockets. Something's wrong. This old ghost's skin has turned red, Wen Yating said coldly. She had thought she was mistaken just a moment ago, since its skin color was hidden in the red mist. But later, Wen Yating realized that the old ghost's skin was absorbing the blood mist. In an instant, the invisible hand rushed directly into the blood mist. The 2 long arms were clearly visible, about 2 meters in diameter, tearing through the red mist and directly grabbing its neck. Hey! Hey! The invisible hand slowly rose, actually lifting the old ghost by its neck. Xiongyan seized the opportunity, grabbed a utility pole, and swung it at the old ghost's body. The concrete utility pole slammed into its spine. Xiongyan didn't pause for a moment, lifting it up and striking again. The old ghost's wailing became increasingly miserable, and the first skull on its spine had already begun to crack. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the skull, exactly where Xiongyan's 2 horizontal strikes had landed. Outside the wall, there were enough zombies acting as stepping stones, and zombies were coming in one after another, roaring as they rushed toward Xiongyan and the others. Xiongyan crushed one to death with a single stomp, and the rest were all strangled by Gao Tianhao using quicksand. Don't stop. Although they didn't know what this red mist did, they all felt it was definitely unusual. They had all played games, and this kind of red mist mechanic generally proved that the boss's second phase was coming. The 2 invisible hands grabbed its neck and lifted it up. Xiongyan held a utility pole and lashed out repeatedly. Every strike left a distinct mark on the old ghost's body. Under its emaciated skin, it would instantly turn blue, but then immediately turn red again, repeating this cycle. Something's wrong. Its recovery speed is getting faster and faster, Xian said, panting. His giantification could not be maintained for long. The larger the size, the shorter the duration. Therefore, he had already lost 1/3 of his stamina by now. I see it too, Gao Qianhao nodded. While it was being hung up and beaten, the old ghost's recovery speed increased. At the same time, Wen Yating frowned and said, "Its weight has also increased. I'm having trouble holding it up." "It's fine if its weight increases. I'll manipulate a patch of swamp to trap it." It didn't matter if its weight increased. In a swamp, the heavier you were, the harder it was to escape. However, he couldn't spare his hands for the zombies coming in from outside. "Leave the zombies outside to you two. Wen Yating, put it down." The quicksand circling them quickly turned it into solid ground, while a swamp suddenly appeared beneath the old ghost's feet. Any one of them facing this old ghost would probably be beaten to a pulp. But together, the 3 of them could beat this old ghost to a pulp. This is called the power of a group, as well as collective wisdom. You can be as strong as you want. I will always have a method. Your recovery speed is fast, so I will use the invisible hand to hang you up, and wait for Guanshan to come and kill you with 1 punch. Your weight increases, and you want to break free from the invisible hand, so I will use the swamp to trap you, and still wait for Guanshan to come and kill you with 1 punch. Just as Gao Tianha was thinking this, he saw the old ghost suddenly open its eyes. "Are you here to kill me?" These few light words made everyone shudder, and they instantly became 12 times more alert. This old ghost has regained its intelligence. In an instant, this thought flashed through everyone's minds. You have to know, compared to animals, humanity's greatest advantage is intelligence. In one-on-one fights, humans can only occupy the middle to upper tier of the food chain. But with intelligence, humans are the undisputed top of the food chain. Having intelligence and not having intelligence are two completely different things. A swamp? Its aged voice rang out slowly. The moment it broke free from the invisible hand, it fell into the swamp. It grabbed the ground with its two large hands, its long fingernails digging into the earth, and with just a slight exertion of force, it walked out of the swamp. At this moment, there was no longer any bloodthirst or rage in the old ghost's eyes, only a feeling bordering on compassion for all living things and desolation. My life now has a reason to continue, so I cannot let you kill me. It gently stroked its own back, the 9 skulls, and said slowly, "His name is Ken Nianhua. He was born in 1954 and is now 71 years old. When his child was 16, he started a family with a woman and fathered a pair of fraternal twins. As time went on, his descendants grew in number, and the family became increasingly prosperous, truly deserving to be called flourishing. Among them, one descendant, Chen Sijin, went abroad to seek his fortune and carved out a massive enterprise in Nanyang, which is why he returned to build this Ken family ancestral hall. However, later on, people from a pharmaceutical company approached him. No one knows what they said, but he became like one possessed, acting erratic and insane all day long. Eventually, he actually abandoned his massive fortune and became a geologist, traveling the world. Fortunately, although his company collapsed, his savings remained, so the younger generations of the family could still live a decent life. He had thought that the days would just pass by like this, and he would sit in front of the main hall door, watching the osmanthus trees shedding their flowers, sitting on a rocking chair, rocking back and forth on the end of his life. Unfortunately, heaven had unpredictable clouds. His wife, who had accompanied him his entire life, passed away, which brought all their relatives together. It was on that very night that, due to thirst, he drank a mouthful of water from the well in the courtyard. From then on, he became muddled and confused, feeling only a parched dryness in his mouth. No matter how much water he drank, it couldn't quench his thirst, and eating anything only made him want to vomit. Late at night, everyone else had left, with only a few younger family members keeping the vigil, while he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. At that time, he didn't even realize he had turned into a zombie. He just felt that his mental state wasn't very good. Getting up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, he glanced at his wife's coffin as he passed by, and that single glance stirred up an appetite. Shortly after, some of the younger family members, in their groggy state, heard a strange sound. It was the sound of fingernails scraping against a chalkboard, and besides that, there was a chewing sound. They couldn't describe it, only feeling that it was the sound of someone eating with great relish and satisfaction, much like how they had seen pigs feeding. They thought it was an illusion at first, but later, the sound grew louder, accompanied by the snapping of bones and the sound of flesh hitting the floor. Finally, they realized something was wrong. A gust of wind blew in at that moment, causing the wind chimes outside to jingle. The group went together, walking quiet to the room where the body was laid out, only to see a terrifying scene. They saw a massive, old monster with a skeletal, emaciated body using its hands to dismember the person in the coffin. It seemed completely unconscious, crying as it ate. Upon seeing them, it only hesitated for a moment before walking over, its bloody footprints left on the floor, the viscous blood dripping and making sounds. By the time the adults of the clan arrived upon hearing the news, there was no one else in the room, only the huge, old monster. For a time, the Chen family ancestral hall descended into chaos. Everyone scattered and fled, and just then, the zombie outbreak erupted. With wolves in front and tigers behind, they were eventually all eaten by Chen Nianhua. By the time the sun rose the next day, he was sitting in the Chen family ancestral hall, surrounded by the skeletons of his blood relatives. He immediately understood what had happened, and his mind collapsed in an instant. Seeing zombies from who knows where pouncing on the corpses of his blood relatives and tearing at them, he grabbed them and crushed them into pieces. In just one short day, he had cleared out all the zombies here, turning it into a forbidden zone. Afterwards, with blood and tears, driven by instinct, he gathered the identifiable descendants and carried them on his back. A few days later, not knowing what happened, these bodies fused onto his back. It is said, after a chimpanzee cub dies, the mother will keep the body with her and defend it against external disturbances. This may be a form of longing, but it more implies the expectation of their resurrection. Chen Nianhua was in that exact state at the time. In the end, there is no real difference between humans and animals. We have just become more refined. And today, for some reason perhaps because of the fierce beating from the three of them, he had miraculously regained consciousness. Chen Nianhua let out a long sigh and said slowly in an aged voice, "I am indeed a person who deserves to die, but I cannot let you kill me right now." The moment he regained consciousness, he clearly felt a trace of consciousness existing in each of the 9 heads on his spine. Just this discovery made him incredibly excited. He had originally wanted to let them kill him completely, because the people before had the ability to do, but the subsequent turn of events made him change his mind. He needed to find a way to resurrect his relatives. He, this damned person, still had unfinished business. They were all innocent, all his poor children. He must do everything possible to resurrect them. All should leave. Do not come near this place, Chen Nianhua said, making no other movements, just quietly watching the two. He had to guard this location, to guard the Chen family ancestral hall. As soon as these words were spoken, the air fell into an eerie silence. The group exchanged glances. This zombie was surprisingly easy to talk to. The zombies they usually encountered would fight until one side was dead. They didn't know what had happened to Chen Nianhua, so they were all extremely vigilant. What if this old monster was saying one thing but thinking another, planning to launch a sneak attack while they let their guard down? It wasn't as if they hadn't encountered such things before. What do we do now? The group communicated in low voices over their headsets. Since he said that, let's slowly retreat. If we have to fight, we fight. If not, we'll have Guanshan come over later to kill him. That was what Xiongyan said. In any case, there was nothing Guanshan couldn't handle, and their side promised never to use Guanshan first. The group kept their eyes fixed on the old monster, slowly retreating, while Chen Nianhua also quietly watched them, without making any moves. This zombie seems to be telling the truth. Wen Yating frowned, not understanding what he was actually trying to do. It always felt very eerie. It shouldn't be like this. Why was this zombie so easy to talk to? Was there an ulterior motive? Was there some kind of trap outside? The group lost in wild thoughts as they paced toward the door. Just at this moment, the sound of brakes screeching rang out from outside the door, the tires leaving long friction marks on the ground, and it seemed to have knocked away a few zombies. Chen Nianhua raised his eyes and looked toward the outside of the outer wall. A man stepped out of the car and walked toward him with a leisurely, unhurried gait. As the two locked eyes, Chen Nianhua only felt as if he had been targeted by a prehistoric beast. This wasn't due to aura, but rather a feeling, or perhaps it was the gaze and posture. Nearly 70 years of life experience told him that this person was radiating an extremely confident aura at every moment. People like this generally possess immense power. Chen Nianhua had seen it in some executives and a rich merchant before, but now, the aura radiating from this man surpassed anyone he had seen before. This man was even more confident, as if he had the ability to deal with everything. Upon seeing that old ghost, Guanshan frowned and also saw Xiang Yan, who was standing in a standoff with him. Both were significantly taller than average, so it was easy to pinpoint their locations. He approached Wen Yating and scanned her from head to toe. Seeing that her hair was only slightly messy and her breathing a bit rapid, but she had no obvious external injuries, he finally felt relieved. Wen Yating felt a slight warmth in her heart, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she whispered, "No, this zombie seems to want to communicate with us." The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood, dust, and an indescribable, putrid stench originating from the zombie itself. Amidst the ruined walls and broken debris, traces of the previous battle remained scattered: shattered rubble, cracked ground, and the utility pole that Xiang Yan had used as a club now snapped in. "Ooh. Communicate with us?" Guanshan was somewhat puzzled, but then he looked at Chen Nianhua. "What do you have to say? I only want to guard this place. I promise I won't go out, but your people cannot come in either," Chen Nianhua said, slightly increasing the distance between himself and Guanshan. "Can you guarantee that?" Guanshan asked. Although Guanshan said this, he still felt it was inappropriate in his heart. Not far from the Chen family ancestral hall was the Yumendong Air Defense Project. When the time came, thousands of people would emerge from it, and they would all have to pass through here when entering the safe zone or Furong Century City. This old ghost spoke well, but he had no proof of his promise. What if he couldn't resist when he saw humans at that time and rushed in to slaughter them? He still felt the risk was too high. "I can guarantee it. For these 15 days, I want you to leave." However, Guanshan did not want any extra complications, so he spoke up. "I can't do that!" Chen Nianhua roared, like an angry little old man, but combined with that face, it looked extremely terrifying. His two large, blood-red eyes were staring fixedly at Guanshan, and a bloodthirsty aura emanated from his brow and eyes. "Whether you can accept it or not, you have to remember this right now. You do not have the right to bargain with me," Guanshan roared, his voice actually drowning out the others, his words carrying an unquestionable will. "You must leave. Just for 15 days. If you can't do it, I'll kill you right now." Chen Nianhua was stunned. He seemingly hadn't expected Guanshan's attitude to be so tough. He was a man in his 70s or 80s and had never suffered such grievance before. If he were alone, he could just die, but he had a mission to fulfill. And his gaze shifted downward, and when he saw that diamond sword, the strength radiating from Guanshan forced him to nod. He did not doubt for a second that if he refused, he would be hacked to death on the spot. There was no other way. When under someone else's roof, one has to bow their head. Endure for a moment and the winds calm, take a step back and the sky opens up. Bullying an old man in his 70s or 80s. "I'll remember this." "Fine. After tomorrow, I will leave, and I will return in 15 days. Chen Nianhua glanced at Guanshan, then hunched his back and walked into a room. When he saw the blood stains beside the coffin, he seemed to lose his soul, sitting dejectedly to the side, holding a photo frame in his hands. In the photo frame was a kind-looking old woman, in black and white, looking at the camera with a peaceful gaze. Chen Nianhua's gaunt body should have appeared desolate and miserable, but combined with his terrifying height of 8 meters, it only made people feel creeped out. His limbs were like the appendages of a giant spider, thin, long, and grotesque. Watching the figure leave, Guanshan pondered, still unable to figure out what he was up to. At the same time, he was considering whether to kill him from behind. What exactly is going on with him? While hesitating, he turned his head to look at Wen Yating. I don't know. Wen Yating also shook her head. They did not know what had happened to Chen Nianhua, so they were completely unable to understand his motives. And Chen Nianhua would not tell others about his sad affairs, simply keeping his mouth shut, which made his behavior seem extremely strange and illogical. Wen Yating's gaze lingered on Guanshan. She just felt that this man had been incredibly domineering just now, and for some reason, she just wanted to keep looking at him. Just as her beautiful eyes were fixed on Guanshan, she suddenly noticed something abrupt. Why was there a black mark on his neck? Wen Yating couldn't figure it out and wanted to get closer. Sensing footsteps behind him, Guan turned his head and discovered that it was actually Wen Yating walking over. She stepped lightly, her long legs wrapped in jeans approaching slowly. The tight jeans outlined the shape of her legs perfectly. The lines fell into Guanshan's eyes, and he found it pleasing to the eye. What is this here? Wen Yating parted her red lips, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion as her brows furrowed. On Guanshan's neck, there was a black mark. It wasn't clear what it was, seemingly just a simple deposit of black pigment. Xiong Yan had originally thought Guanshan was quite domineering, but seeing this scene, he felt he shouldn't be here and scratched his head. I'll go check on the civil defense shelter first. You two chat. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Gao Qianhao still didn't get it. He used to be a Chinese teacher without much ambition. After graduation, he returned to his small hometown. He could have been a Chinese teacher at a key high school, but he chose an ordinary high school instead. The reason was that he didn't want to be too tired. Lacking ambition, his character of not seeking merit, but only avoiding blame made him seem listless. And he was also a naive guy who had never been in a relationship. How would he know what this hickey was? Wen Yating also didn't know what this thing was. She was a wealthy girl whose parents were abroad. She had lived a routine life in the country, got him into a good university, went to graduate school, and finally just ended up teaching at a school. Therefore, both of them had confused expressions. They couldn't figure out what was on Guanshan's neck, and they couldn't understand why Xiong Yan had left with such a nervous expression. Especially Gao Tianhao. Why was he winking at him earlier? What on earth did it mean? Guanshan stood in place, blinking. He couldn't figure out why Wen Yating had walked over and gotten so close to him. Immediately after, Wen Yating came even closer, almost pressing against him. At the same time, a fragrance like orchids and musk wafted over, refreshing and delightful. This was a wonderful, maidenly scent that vaguely stirred up hormones. What is this? Wen Yating leaned her face in, staring intently at the hickey, her brows furrowed tightly. For some reason, the more she looked at it, the more irritable she became. A nameless fire rose in her heart, and she wanted to vent it but couldn't find an outlet. She just felt this thing was incredibly unsightly and wanted to wipe it off immediately. What is this thing? Let me see. Seeing Wen Yating staring intently, Gao Qianhao also walked over, trying to figure out what it was. I've studied a bit of pharmacology, maybe I know. As Gao Qianhao spoke and was about to move closer, Guanshan pulled up his collar with a black line on his face. What's there to look at? Guanshan suddenly realized that this was what Wen Yating cared about. However, seeing her confused expression, it was clear she didn't understand the meaning of this mark. How should he explain it? Meeting Wen Yating's confused eyes, Guan felt a headache coming on. It looked like this woman wasn't going to let it go. At this moment, Wen Yating just felt extremely frustrated. Frustrated to the extreme. She wanted to vent violently, and her originally delicate eyebrows were clouded with a layer of gloom. Seeing Guanshan's evasive manner, Wen Yating felt that something was even more wrong. A heavy stone seemed to press down on her heart, and she became even colder. "Why won't you let me see?" she spoke in a cold voice. Today, Wen Yating was determined to get to the bottom of it. She just felt that something was off. And if something was off, she had to figure it out. This had always been her life principle. Gao Tianhao stood to the side, watching the strange atmosphere between the two. Even he, as he was, realized something was wrong. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Combining Guanshan's awkward evasion with Wen Yating's identity, a vague thought emerged. Could it be that sort of thing between a man and a woman that's hard to talk about? "I'm going over there to help Xiong Yan. You two keep talking. Soon." Gao Tianhao greased the soles of his feet and ran off. Only Guanshan and Wen Yating were left, along with the zombie Chen Nianhua, who was packing his luggage. Guanshan felt incredibly awkward and wanted to leave immediately, planning to find an excuse to slip away. Next time, he couldn't let Wenwan have her way. Last night had truly been too wild. Tonight, he would definitely have to spank her properly. With a light cough, Guanshan said, "Oh, the headset is contacting me from over there. I need to go." Who would have known that at this moment, Wen Yating would suddenly become firm? The Wen Yating, who usually didn't care about anything and lived a life apart from the world, seemed to have triggered some secret switch, displaying a near-tyrannical toughness. "No," she interrupted Guanshan decisively, her gaze sharp as a knife, staring fixedly into his eyes. "You are clearly lying." Wen Yating's gaze was sharp, a flush of anger covering her exquisite, beautiful face, and her lovely eyes were glaring furiously at Guanshan. Although she didn't understand what he was hiding, he had clearly lied to her just now. Since childhood, Wen Yating's senses had been different from ordinary people's. At such a close distance, she could hear the sound from Guanshan's headset clearly. What he said just now was a complete lie. With her stubbornness fully ignited, Wen Yating seemed like a different person. Her graceful body stood directly in front of Guanshan, chest puffed out, slightly tilting her flawless face. Meeting Guanshan's slightly stunned gaze without flinching. With her temper flared, Wen Yating was like an uncontrollable little pig, reaching out to grab Guanshan's clothes. She had actually resorted to physical action. It had to be said, Wen Yating's courage was indeed far beyond that of ordinary people. Her superior upbringing and outstanding conditions had fostered extreme self-confidence and a certain degree of unscrupulousness. She extended a hand as fair as mutton-fat jade, slowly approaching Guanshan's neck, attempting to pull down his collar to get a close look. When Guanshan turned his head, he saw a flawless face, exquisite in every detail. Her fair skin was almost transparent, delicate enough to break at a touch, her eyelashes trembling slightly, while her gaze was locked tightly on the hickey beneath his collar. Wen Yating stepped forward, and Guanshan retreated slowly. The woman's breath hit Guanshan's neck, the warm air carrying a hint of moisture. The next moment, a large hand gripped that soft hand, and the snow-white fingers could not advance a single inch further. Wen Yating frowned at the man, feeling that there was something seriously wrong with him. Regardless of how one put it, she and he were comrades in arms. Was there a need to be so guarded? "What exactly is this?" Wen Yating asked again. The more Guanshan acted like this today, the more she had to get a clear answer. Guanshan only felt his scalp tingle. He didn't know how to explain it. Did he really have to say it was sucked out by a mouth during the night, between a man and a woman? To say it like that would undoubtedly be throwing a bomb at Wen Yating on the spot. causing her to lose consciousness immediately. Just as Guanshan was racking his brains, footsteps were heard from a distance. Turning to look, Chen Nianghua was carrying a coffin on his back, holding a photo frame in his arms, protecting it carefully. "I'm leaving. I'll be back in 15 days. After seeing Wen Yating and the other, he simply gave a brief greeting, then walked off into the distance without looking back. He had not a shred of affection for this young man, who coerced an elderly person and drove him out of his home. He wished he would die quickly. After glaring angrily at Guanshan, he climbed over the wall and walked into the distant forest. Although this was also a forest, compared to the location chosen by the white ape, there were only some low hills. Besides that, the vegetation coverage wasn't very high. It was sparse, mostly consisting of ferns. As Chen Nianghua walked in, the forest swayed, and some small birds were forced out, chirping away. In the distance, it was unknown what kind of commotion Xiongyan and the others had caused. Dust filled the air, and there were rumbling sounds. "I'm going to check it out over there." Taking advantage of this moment, Guanshan quick slipped away, leaving Wen Yating standing there alone, her hand still in the same position, seemingly unable to snap out of it. The next moment, Wen Yating's eyes narrowed, as if she had made a firm decision. She said nothing more, strode forward with her long legs, clenched her fists, and followed Guanshan. "Are you here to save us?" The person inside was slightly agitated, pushing open a small gap in the heavy iron door. However, when he saw the situation outside, his expression changed drastically as the door of the civil defense shelter slowly opened. Countless gazes converged and looked at Xiongyan in unison. At this moment, Xiongyan had returned to his normal height, but due to his talent, he was still nearly 2 or 3 meters tall, enough to be called a giant. Gao Tianhao looked much more normal. He was clearly just a young man with an unremarkable appearance. "Why are there only 2 of you? Didn't you say you had many people?" When the people in saw Xiongyan and his companion, they were visibly anxious. The outside, full of zombies, and they only had 2 people. How could they provide protection for them? Not to mention that the safe zone they spoke of was still more than 10 kilometers away. Walking there was purely a fantasy. The zombies on the road would eat them until not even a scrap was left. "You guys go back and bring more people first." After saying this, he intended to close the door. The heavy iron door made a creaking sound as it slowly closed. The next moment, Xiongyan's hand suddenly grew larger, directly jamming the iron door. With a slight exertion of force, the iron door slowly opened again. "I am not lying to you. The 2 of us are enough, and there are 2 more people behind us, both stronger than us," Xiongyan said, ignoring the terrified looks of the people inside, and forcibly pulled the door open. As sunlight shone into the room, the people inside became somewhat dazed. They couldn't remember how long they had been inside. They only felt that every day was so muddled. The lights in the civil defense shelter were always so bright, but they lacked any warmth. It was dead light. And now, as the sun's light shone on their faces once again, everyone was filled with excitement. "What the hell are you?" The first person looked at Xiongyan in terror, not understanding why his hand could grow larger. "Don't panic, I am an ability user. After the zombie outbreak, humans also changed. In short, it's hard to explain, you should just come out," Xiongyan said, stepping aside and nodding to Gao Tianhao beside him. "No. Until we are certain it is absolutely safe, I will not take people out." That person's attitude was extremely stubborn. Deng Ying was a surgeon who had brought his family to this place the moment the zombie crisis broke out. There were many of his colleagues inside, most of whom were doctors. However, there were over 10,000 people in this defense shelter. Besides them, Most were office workers, self-employed individuals, or students from the nearby university town. They were gathered together, numbering about 10,000. This civil defense shelter could accommodate 15,000 people. In fact, there was a surplus in the design. Rest assured, it is absolutely safe. How can you guarantee safety? Facing Deng Ying's questioning, Xiangyun sighed helplessly. He knew that words seemed pale and powerless at this moment. The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, his body began to expand rapidly as if it were being inflated. Muscles bulged, bones creaked. And in an instant, a giant over 30 meters tall appeared before everyone. Xiangyun took heavy steps, and the ground shook with them. He walked to a pine tree that required 2 people to hug, squatted down, wrapped his arms around the trunk, and with a tooth-aching sound of snapping and soil flying everywhere, he uprooted the pine tree. In that case, could this person also be? Deng Ying finally understood about ability users. Weren't these just superpowers? He then looked at Gao Tianhao. Correct, I am also an ability user. Come out, it's fine. There are 2 stronger ones coming behind. Deng Ying swallowed hard. He couldn't imagine that in just a few weeks, the world had become unrecognizable to him. Behind him, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline walked over, pushed up his glasses, and said, "Little Deng, there's no other way. We should just go with them." The middle-aged man with the receding hairline was named Fan Shiji, the director of their hospital. He was highly skilled in medicine and well-respected. "Yes, director." Deng Ying spoke with difficulty, although he didn't want to entrust the lives of these 10,000 people to the other party so rashly. The situation left him no choice. In the days inside the civil defense shelter, they had long realized that with the collapse of order, everything of the past had vanished, and what remained was only whose fist was bigger. Clearly, the organization before them was the one with the biggest fist in this city. Being able to knock back the zombies in such a short time, establish a safe zone, and successfully send out personnel to actively explore the surroundings was enough to show the strength of this organization. Just as Deng Ying was pondering, footsteps came from afar, one heavy and one light. Soon a man and a woman arrived together. The man walked with a powerful, commanding stride, radiating confidence, gaze resolute. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, as if not a creation of the mortal world. Her skin was fair and translucent, her body proportions were amazingly good, and her long legs could make countless people drop their jaws as she walked. "Hello." Guanshan spoke first. Deng Ying was stunned for a moment, then nodded in a panic. "Hello. I am Deng Ying, I am the..." He didn't know what to say next. Was he supposed to say he could represent these 10,000 people? He knew the people behind him were already restless. They could endure when they hadn't seen the sun, but now Deng Ying wasn't sure. "I know what you are worried about. Rest assured, there won't be any accidents." As Guanshan said this, he turned to look at Gao Tianhao. "Have someone arrange some vehicles to transport them back in batches. Must ensure safety, and there must be an ability user accompanying each time." "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." Gao Tianhao nodded and walked aside to communicate via headset. After seeing this, Deng Ying instantly realized that this man's status was definitely different. He was definitely higher than Gao Tianhao. In the safe zone, he must be a person of high authority, or perhaps even the builder of the safe zone. "Hello, hello. Presume this is your wife. You two are truly a perfect match." Wen Yating stood beside him, very close, not the distance of strangers, but more like lovers or a married couple. Therefore, Deng Ying made a judgment immediately. Even if she wasn't his wife, there was at least an intricate connection, so saying this would definitely not be wrong. Although Deng Ying was a STEM guy, his emotional intelligence was quite high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tricked his wife back then. Sure enough, Wen Yating blushed, but unexpectedly she didn't say anything, as if tacitly accepting it. Guanshan didn't know what to say, opened his mouth, but didn't speak. Wen Yating beside him looked at Guanshan nervously first. She couldn't describe her own psychology. She wanted to explain, but a mysterious force kept her from speaking. Vaguely, she felt that this was actually quite nice, and even felt a bit self-satisfied, closer to a feeling of secret joy. This mindset made Wen Yating look down on herself a little. She clearly knew of Wen Wan's existence in Guanshan's life, yet she still defaulted to it without explanation. If it were the proud Wen Yating from before, she would definitely have spoken up. But now she didn't even know what was wrong with herself. It's just, if she didn't explain, that's one thing, but why didn't Guanshan explain either? Biting her lips slightly, looking at the man beside her, Wen Yating's eyes were complex. All sorts of thoughts surged in her heart, but she didn't dare to confirm them, only able to bury them deep inside. Deng Ying didn't know what consequences his words had triggered, just kept talking to himself. There are a total of 10,000 people in the safe zone. If we relocate, it will take at least 10 days. Over 10,000 people? Guanshan clicked his tongue inwardly. Wouldn't these 10,000 people be a huge windfall? How much resources would this create for him? Thinking of over 10,000 diligent little ants collecting resources for him alone, he felt a bit excited. 10,000 people? A flash of pleasant surprise crossed Guanshan's eyes. This was simply a windfall from heaven. Imagine the scene of over 10,000 people devoted to construction simultaneously. The development speed of the safe zone would leap qualitatively. More importantly, those tedious infrastructure jobs finally had sufficient manpower. The zombies in that location weren't many, mostly ordinary zombies, which were perfect for leveling up. Really? I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. In his excitement, Deng Ying directly grabbed Guanshan's hands, shedding tears. In the apocalypse, everything became extremely naked. The original virtues of gentleness, kindness, courtesy, and frugality no longer existed. There was only killing and looting. They had seen too much of it. You're welcome. In these times, humans should help each other. No need to be polite. Guanshan showed a smile. In his mind, he had already begun to plan how to use these 10,000 laborers. Building water conservancy, expanding the base, collecting resources. These jobs that once required him to do them, personally, could finally be handed over to professionals. Looking at these survivors who had escaped death and were full of hope, Guanshan seemed to see the bright future of the safe zone, and he only needed to continue to improve his strength and provide the most solid guarantee for this growing community. The ability users would clear the zombies for him, and he only needed to go to the gymnasium to harvest every once in a while. In the forest, his withered, branch-like fingers carefully cradled the faded photo frame. Inside the frame, his wife's gentle smile seemed to traverse time and space, piercing his already numb nerves. Unconsciously, a turbid tear slid from his withered, tree bark-like skin, dripping onto the leaf-covered ground without making a sound. In the distance, a man stood with his arms crossed, monitoring him, his gaze fixed on him with extreme vigilance. Behind Guanshan, Wen Yating stood quietly in a patch of sparse sunlight. The light pierced through the layered leaves, outlining a hazy halo around her, as if a goddess had descended into the mortal world. Her beauty truly transcended secular boundaries. It was a masterpiece carefully sculpted by the creator and carelessly left in the mortal world. From her bone structure to her skin, there was not a single imperfection, and even her hair, gently swaying in the wind, seemed to follow the golden ratio. Wen Yating just stood there quietly, her heart in turmoil. Too many things had happened, and she couldn't wrap her head around them for a moment. But she still wanted to watch Guan Shan, wanting only to follow the decision in her heart. Further away from them, a zombie was lying on top of a tree, stepping between the branches, its face pale, not daring to move an inch. Why did I have to run into this person again? Zheng Li's face showed only fear and shock. He was terrified of making any sound that might be detected, leading to him being slashed to death by this man. Ever since he escaped that day, he had been haunted by lingering fears of him, even waking up from sleep in the middle of the terror. However, fate played a huge joke on him. Just a few days later, he met this man again. As his gaze shifted, Zheng Li looked at Old Ghost, who was the target he needed to recruit this time. He just couldn't understand why a zombie and a human so close to each other, without fighting. Can you not see each other? Zheng Li even developed an illusion, simply because the scene before him was too bizarre. He observed repeatedly and confirmed that this 8-meter-long, emaciated guy with 9 heads growing on its back was definitely not human. Then it must be a zombie. After all, there was no third species. Then why aren't you fighting? Zheng Li couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. He had rushed over in a hurry. His speed was already very fast, but he was still one step too slow. Or rather, it was just the right amount of slow. If he had been one step ahead of Guan Shan and the others, he would have been crushed to death directly by the irrational Chen Nianhua. If the timing had been just right, he would have encountered Guan Shan and been slashed to death by a single sword strike. It had to be said Zheng Li possessed some kind of strong luck. Otherwise, how else could one explain his fate of turning disasters into blessings all along the way? But this bizarre standoff on the scene also left him in a dilemma. When he first saw Chen Nianhua, he was overjoyed, not expecting to encounter his target so quickly. However, before he could take a step, Guan Shan followed right after. With no other choice, he could only hide in a big tree. He had been holding this posture for an hour now. Guan Shan watched Chen Nianhua quietly for a while, and only after confirming that he had no abnormal movements did he set his mind at ease and turn to look down the mountain. The relocation work was unfolding in an orderly manner. Converted trucks drove slowly, carrying the first batch of survivors toward their new home. The migration procession, like a winding river, flowed slowly along the abandoned highway. Leading the way was a team composed of Xiong Yan and Gao Tianhao. And in the middle was a crowd of people stretching for several kilometers on foot. They carried their remaining belongings, their faces a mixture of excitement at leaving the civil defense shelter and trepidation about the unknown road ahead. Responsible for the rear guard were some newly awakened ability users, all looking around in wonder, like newborn fledglings curiously exploring the world. The journey was not entirely peaceful. Scattered zombies were attracted by the noisy human voices, each roaring as they rushed forward, opening their filthy mouths and drooling. However, the next moment they were directly killed by violent superpowers, not even requiring Xiong Yan and the others to take action. Tiske, the newcomers really love to show off, Xiong Yan said with a smile, shaking his head as he watched their excited expressions, as if seeing his former self. Who didn't go through that? Gao Qianhao enjoyed the leisure, his gaze also looking at them with nostalgia. When he had just awakened his superpower, he felt incredibly awesome, thinking he was destined by fate and born extraordinary. However, this emotion soon vanished into thin air. The cruel survival rules of the apocalypse directly tore his illusions to shreds. Especially when his companions were devoured by zombies, Gao Qianhao finally understood. He was not some destiny-chosen, born extraordinary being. He was just a bit luckier than ordinary people, and all he could do was live on well. Isn't this youth? Gao Qianhao lay on the roof of the car and exchanged a smile with Xiong Yan. Every time an ability user took action, it would trigger a commotion. When countless eager eyes from the crowd intertwined and projected onto them, they would feel a great sense of satisfaction in their hearts. Is this what an ability user is? I want to become an ability user too. Oh my God. Seeing this scene made everyone's eyes burn with fervor, and this scene was also what Guanshan wanted to see. Only in this way could he set a goal for them, just like tying a carrot to a pig's head. But the difference was that Guanshan's carrot could actually be eaten. You did this on purpose, didn't you? What? Wen Yating's cold voice rang out, and Guanshan didn't quite understand what she meant. You intentionally let them come, knowing they wouldn't be able to resist, making those people envious, and thereby making them work for you. Am I right? As Wen Yating spoke, she lifted her swan-like neck, her beautiful neck elegant and graceful, but for some reason, her eyes carried a sharp intensity. So what? People need a goal to live. Most of these people have lost their loved ones, and without a goal, people become walking corpses. Guanshan was non-committal. He indeed had his own little ulterior motives. Things instilled by others are hard to accept because they are forced. If you guide them, letting them figure it out themselves, then it's different. They will hold it as truth because it's something they thought of themselves. And Guanshan intended to guide them a bit. If he just said that 100 points could be exchanged for energy gel, they would think he was lying, trying to exploit them like beasts of burden. But now, letting them see it with their own eyes, making them unable to resist asking, and finally having an ability user tell them personally, that's different. Upon hearing this, Wen Yating's expression became increasingly indignant, and she softly spat out 2 words through her teeth. Schemer. Guanshan? What's going on? Why does it feel like Wen Yating's attack power has increased? Guanshan turned his head to look at Wen Yating, only to see this woman facing him with her profile. From this angle, he could see her high bridge of the nose and beautiful earlobes. He really couldn't understand. He was indeed a bit scheming, but was there really a need to be so indignant? Wen Yating didn't know why either, just feeling very awkward inside. Just a moment ago, she had seen that hickey on his neck again, and as soon as she thought about how he had hidden it from her, those words had blurted out. A mountain breeze blew, scattering the fallen leaves in the forest and ruffling the lake of this woman's heart. The unspeakable soreness and palpitations in the depths of her heart surged together, and countless thoughts came one after another, causing a tide that even she couldn't interpret to surge beneath. Her cold, aloof countenance, a long line of cars, was driving toward them. From the distance, though most of those being transported were people with limited mobility, many more were walking on the road, using their own 2 legs. Guanshan watched quietly for a while, then turned his gaze to Wen Yating. Wen Yating, this woman's mood was like the fickle weather in the sky, sunny in the morning, but by the afternoon, it was filled with overcast winds. She was unfathomable to him, and even more vexing. Guanshan wanted to leave. Standing here wasting time with Wen Yating wasn't going to solve anything. He might as well go back to his own work. He hadn't even dug through 1/10 of those 4.5 million blocks yet. I'm heading out. You stay here. As Guanshan spoke, he took another look at Chen Nianhua, who was clutching a photo frame, completely immersed in his grief. You're leaving already? Wen Yating spoke, feeling a sharp, aching tightness in her throat. She had only said one thing and he was already leaving? She looked at Guanshan, trying to put on an air of indifference, but the emotion in her eyes betrayed her. Do you want me to stay? Guanshan countered. Hearing this, Wen Yating was caught off guard again. Her lips trembled slightly before she finally managed to compose her words. Forget it. If you want to leave, just go. Why are you telling me? Guanshan. Wen Yating felt a knot in her heart. When he was here, she had dismissed him and refused to even look at him properly. Now that he was leaving, she felt reluctant to let him go. She felt a bit vexed, and an inexplicable sense of emptiness welled up within her. She couldn't understand why she was experiencing such contradictory feelings. He would surely be gone for a long time this time. She should have spoken to him more kindly. At that moment, Wen Yating stopped thinking about the strawberry mark and simply resolved that the next time they met, she would treat him better. Guanshan remained silent for a long moment, watching Wen Yating's averted profile. The setting sun traced a soft halo of light around her perfect silhouette. A subtle awkwardness permeated the air until she shot him an impatient look, at which point he finally left. As he passed Chen Niewa, he made sure to take one last look at him. Just a moment ago, he had gained some understanding of this old man through his words and actions. The Chen family ancestral hall held special significance for him, which explained why he didn't want to leave. As for why he was mentally unstable, Guanshan guessed that something terrible must have happened to him. Perhaps his spouse had passed away, causing him to lose his mind? But regardless, as long as he sat there quietly, it was fine. He got into the car and drove all the way to the state-owned Forestry Farm Nature Reserve. Looking at his unfinished project and remembering that he had 4.5 million cubic blocks to dig out, the hard-working Steve immediately threw himself back into his work. At the gate of the safe zone, there was perfect order. Liu Qingquan had already arrived with his management team and a group of longtime residents to wait. They hadn't come empty-handed. They were pushing carts piled high with supplies, clean drinking water, simple medical kits, and even large, steaming buckets of food that the cafeteria aunties from the old school had worked overtime to prepare. Liu Qingquan had begun mobilizing as soon as he received the news. Having once been a secretary to a high-ranking official, directing people was second nature to him. These people must have been starving for a long time. He knew what life in the civil defense shelter was like. It could only guarantee that one wouldn't starve to death. Therefore, a hot meal was more effective than anything else right now. Haven't you seen how in disaster zones, the first order of business is always to set up camp and cook? Welcome home. Please form an orderly line for registration. Liu Qingquan's voice rang out through a simple loudspeaker, carrying a sense of steady authority. The gate opened slowly, and the chaos he had imagined never materialized. Under the guidance of the longtime residents and the oversight of the ability user team, the new arrivals entered in batches according to the pre-planned process. The first stop was the disinfection and quarantine area. A medical team led by the former head nurse of the hospital, clad in simple yet tidy protective gear, performed preliminary examinations and disinfection on every person entering. Although resources were limited, this rigorous approach made the new residents feel valued and safe. Next was the registration and temporary housing area, where the staff in charge quickly recorded each person's name, age, former profession, and special skills. My name is Li Shiyuan. I used to be a textile factory worker. Wang Dazu, I drove excavators at a construction site. Zhao Ming, college student, computer major. I'm an electrician. I have an advanced certificate. The staff member in charge of registration looked up, his face lighting up with surprise. He remembered that Liu Qingquan had specifically told him to keep an eye out for computer talent. Sure enough, not long after, Liu Qingquan stepped down from the platform and approached the staff member. After whispering for a moment, Liu Qingquan turned his gaze towards Zhao Ming with an eager look. You must be Zhao Ming. What a fine young man. Liu Qingquan walked up with a chuckle, looking Zhao Ming over with satisfaction. I am. May I ask who you are? Zhao Ming felt a bit uncomfortable. The person before him looked like someone of high status and power, He was clearly a major leader in the safe zone. He didn't understand what such a big shot would want with him. It's the apocalypse now, so I won't beat around the bush. The number of people in the safe zone is growing, and relying on paper registration is really outdated. I'd like to ask you to develop an app, Liu Qingquan said, looking at Zhao Ming as if he were looking at a nuclear-powered donkey. Zhao Ming was silent for a long moment before slowly asking, "What kind of app do you want me to develop?" "What kind?" Liu Qingquan was even more pleasantly surprised to hear this. He could choose. He was certain that he had encountered a computer expert. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? He was even letting him choose. This guy clearly had real skills. However, he didn't understand that field. After thinking it over for a moment, he said, "My requirements aren't high. Just develop one like Penguin and that'll be fine." "Zhao Ming?" Zhao Ming looked up, his expression completely blank, as if his soul had left his body. Before the apocalypse, he had often heard such requests, apps that could change color based on the user's phone case, or "My requirements aren't high, just something like JD.com is fine." Now that the apocalypse had broken out, here came another one. "My requirements aren't high, just something like Penguin is fine." Zhao Ming felt a part of him die inside. "How about it? Can you do it?" Liu Qingquan's eyes widened. The number of people in the safe zone was increasing. If every supply transaction and point exchange required manual calculation, it wouldn't just be a massive workload, it would also easily breed corruption. He wasn't just talking nonsense. This was a real issue. Whenever things became complicated and the number of people grew, gray areas would inevitably emerge. Because his former profession, Liu Qingquan had seen this happen far too often. They had to rely on a network. After all, it was direct, simple, and clear. On the other side, Yu Dahai personally led Deng Ying, Dean Fan, and the other former medical staff to the designated medical area. It contained a significant amount of medical equipment that the people from the safe zone had salvaged from the hospital during their last excursion. When Dean Fan saw the basic medical equipment that had been salvaged from the ruins of the hospital, along with the categorized medicines, he was so moved that tears streamed down his old face. If we had come here sooner, we could have saved so many lives. When the zombie crisis first broke out, many people had actually escaped the zombies, but the ensuing chaos had claimed their lives in the quiet and peaceful city. A mountain was being rapidly hollowed out, with the sounds of digging constantly emanating from within. Guanshan worked with both hands, his 2 shovels flying up and down as he dug with the speed of a groundhog. He had just done the math. The time required to dig 1 dirt block was 0.15 seconds, and multiplying that number by 4 million resulted in 675,000 seconds. That might not be very intuitive, so converting it into days is about 7.8 days. That was about 8 days of time. However, the actual time would definitely be longer than that, because the shovels had durability and the iron in his inventory wasn't enough to support the crafting of more shovels. Furthermore, his inventory couldn't hold that many dirt blocks, so he had to dig 2 blocks in the same spot and throw them all in. 3 days later, Guanshan really had no other choice. He crawled out of the dirt pit, having now completed more than half. For 3 days and 3 nights, he hadn't rested once. The reason he crawled out was that he had run out of iron in his inventory and needed to go back to restock. He would also take the opportunity to see how the safe zone was developing. Returning to the foot of the mountain, he found his car and, as usual, started the engine and stepped on the gas. The car sped along the streets, leaving the ruined city behind. While passing through an intersection, the road, which had been perfectly fine a moment ago, suddenly caved in. Someone had dug a huge pit. Guan Shan couldn't dodge in time and crashed directly into the pit, creating a loud noise as all the airbags deployed. Well done. Another one. Two men with tattoos on their arms walked out from the side of the road, grinning hideously. This was their usual tactic, aimed at capturing survivors to use as forced labor. And look, they had caught one immediately. A few days ago, a massive crowd of people had passed by on the road. They hadn't dared to make a move. One of their brothers had just gotten within 50 meters when he was blasted into dust by countless ability users, scaring them into a panicked retreat. After that, they had waited for 2 days, terrified out of their wits, before daring to resume their old trade. Damn it. That scared the hell out of me the other day. One of the men, holding a steel rod, walked toward the vehicle in the pit while cursing with lingering fear. That massive crowd of people passed by. They were moving house. That idiot Juzi just wanted to get close to take a look, and he was still 50 meters away when he was blasted into nothing by dozens of ability users. That Sinad. He gagged, the color draining from his face as he clearly recalled the terrifying scene. Zombies appeared nearby, but he simply wielded his steel rod and killed them both with 2 strikes. Let's hurry, don't get surrounded by zombies. The other man stepped forward, urging him to hurry up. I know, he replied impatiently and approached the car. Just as he reached the driver's side, he caught a glimpse of someone inside looking at him. Guan Shan hadn't understood what was happening just a moment ago, but now it was clear that these 2 bastards were responsible. Although he didn't understand why they were doing this, it didn't stop his fury from burning. Snap. Without any warning, a hand covered in a little dust, but as solid as iron punched through the car window. Shards of broken glass flew everywhere, and like lightning, the hand accurately seized the man outside by the throat. With just a slight application of force, a hair-raising sound echoed in the air. The man's face quickly turned purple, and his eyeballs bulged. Oh no, he's still conscious. Seeing that Guan Shan was still conscious, he was terrified out of his wits. He hadn't expected anyone to remain clear-headed in such a situation. He rushed forward to help, but Guan Shan casually flung the arm of the first man he was gripping. The burly man, weighing over 180 jin, flew through the air like a bag of trash, crashing heavily into the concrete wall by the road with a dull thud before collapsing to the ground. Guan Shan climbed out of the car, looking at the man within arm's reach. Without a word, he simply threw a punch at him. In an instant, the man was torn to pieces. The next moment, his body exploded into a spray of blood, scattering all around. Guan Shan's current fist had a force of over 10,000 jin. He could take out zombies with a single punch, let alone a human. What? The remaining man saw this scene, his pupils trembling. He quickly realized that Guan Shan was in existence just like their boss. An ability user. In this world where order had collapsed, the biggest fist was the only truth. And ability users were undoubtedly the group with the biggest fists. They possessed godlike powers that ordinary people couldn't imagine. They could do many incredible things. Why did you dig the pit? Speak. Guan Shan walked over, grabbed the man by the collar, and lifted him up, his expression unfriendly. He had been driving down the road perfectly fine, and these guys had put nails on the road to blow out his tires. If he hadn't been tough, they would have sent him to his grave. These people had even come over specifically to take a look. Who would believe they had no ulterior motives? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Perhaps the man was panicked, as he blurted out this lie that could be seen through at a glance. Slap. A heavy slap landed on his face, the sound whistling through the air, causing his cheek to swell up high like fermented dough. I'll only give you one chance. Tell me everything you know. Okay. My name is Zhengxi. I'm 26 years old, unmarried, and my home is located. Who told you to say that? Get to the point. Guanshan's roar made him tremble all over, his lips quivering uncontrollably. He hurriedly got to the point. Spare me. It was all our boss who made us do it. The purpose was to obtain labor. Generally speaking, cars had airbags, so humans who fell into the pits could mostly survive, just falling into a coma. This actually helped them. Unconscious people saved a lot of trouble. They just didn't expect to run into Guanshan today. Zhengxi was about to cry. He hadn't expected a car to drive into a pit dug on the sidewalk. Just how reckless was this guy's driving? Where is your boss? I'll take you there, this way. Zhengxi was overjoyed to hear this. Their boss's superpower was one of a kind. Surely he would be able to see this guy kneeling and begging for mercy by then. Thinking of this, a flash of excitement crossed his eyes. He hid his resentment, reined it in slightly, and put on the appearance of a lackey. Guanshan took all of this in, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. Humans plot against tigers, but tigers also plot against humans. Zhengxi's footsteps were fast, as if he couldn't wait. After twisting and turning through small alleys and passing through a dilapidated area, they finally arrived in front of a large gate. Our boss is in this building. As he spoke, he pointed to a window on the 3rd floor. Guanshan nodded and turned to look at Zhengxi. Zhengxi was a bit confused. Why was this guy looking at him? Shouldn't he be going to cause trouble for his boss? But the next moment, his chest felt as if it had been hit by a cannonball. It suddenly caved in, and he flew backward, crashing into a pile of trash. A few drops of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. His chest cavity was completely pulverized, with no possibility of survival. Raising his head, he saw the light of an incandescent lamp in the 3rd floor window, and lewd sounds could be vaguely heard coming from within. It really leaves me speechless. Brothers, eat! The 3rd floor hall was a scene of chaotic revelry. A group of drunken men swayed under the lights, performing awkward dances. It felt somewhat eerie since there was no music, but their drunken minds made up for it. In their mental world, music likely existed. Everyone swayed at a different frequency, as if the music in each of their heads was different. But the only thing they shared was the undisguised, beast-like indulgence in their eyes. In this precarious apocalypse, living every moment under the shadow of roaring zombies and the oppression of their own kind. Seeking instant pleasure and every bit of desire had become their only creed for survival. In a small room, dozens of men and women huddled together. Most were young, including some as young as middle schoolers. Most of them held each other, trembling, their eyes fixed on the door, as if something terrifying was about to happen. A second later, the door swung open, the sound making everyone in the room shudder. "Hurry up, a woman come and keep me company." A drunken brute walked in, his eyes greedily scanning the faces of the women present, licking his lips. "Quickly, I'll give 3 packs of instant noodles." The man brandished the instant noodles in his hand, and one woman's eyes lit up as she naturally stepped forward. But he didn't choose this old acquaintance, instead looking toward the newcomers. New ones were more interesting. He scanned the room and found a delicate-looking woman. Damn, this scared look is so fucking seductive. Losing patience, the brute spat and strode forward. His rough palm, grabbing the wrist of one of the relatively delicate-looking women. "Let go! Let her go!" A man's voice followed immediately. The two were husband and wife. They had been tricked into coming here by chance, thinking it was a place of mutual aid, only to find it was just a place for a group of people to satisfy their selfish desires. For those who came here, the men were their labor tools, and the women were their tools for venting. This place had truly become an underground kingdom. All of this was because of the man on the throne. Xu Yinghong, he had awakened a superpower when the zombie outbreak began and had used this ability to act like a tyrant ever since. He sat boldly on a chair, with women clinging to him on both sides. The one on his left, heavily made up, pulled his hand toward her body without a care, even puffing out her chest to make it easier for Xu Yinghong. However, Xu Yinghong clearly favored the woman on his right more. His large hand explored her body incessantly, her abdomen, her chest, and even her lower abdomen. There was a faint look of sorrow on this woman's face, and she was looking at a man with eyes full of pity for his misfortune and anger at his lack of spirit. That man was her husband. He had surrendered her after being slightly threatened by Xu Yinghong. Right now, the man was looking at Xu Yinghong with a fawning expression. Seeing the man's humble and flattering appearance while feeling the reluctance of the woman in his arms, Xu Yinghong's face showed a look of great enjoyment. This scene of arbitrarily humiliating a wife in front of her husband greatly satisfied his growing dark desire for control and perverted sense of conquest. But in the next moment, his eyelids lifted as he looked toward a room. Inside were many survivors, who were nothing more than their tools. The sound of arguing and scuffling coming from the small room caught his attention. "What's going on? Go check it out!" Xu Yinghong lazily raised an arm, gesturing for someone to go see. After that person entered, another burst of noisy sounds erupted, and soon, a man was dragged out like a dead dog. Coming out with him was a woman with a good figure, but her face was covered in tears, looking like a pear blossom bathed in rain. This scene further triggered their cruelty, making them even more excited. "Ha ha, your husband is done for. Stay with us instead." A man stepped forward with a lewd grin and began tearing at her clothes, his large hand groping around. The woman struggled with all her might. In the next moment, a heavy slap landed on the woman's face. Along with it came a glob of spit. "Damn it, don't refuse when you're being offered a favor." The man was furious. He directly unbuckled his leather belt and tied the woman's hands together. Meanwhile, another man pinned down the woman's husband, making him unable to move. They were already sallow and emaciated. How much strength could they have now? Haha, let him have a good look. The man who had unbuckled his belt pulled down his pants, revealing his hairy legs. The whole room roared with laughter, everyone satisfied with this farce. Just as he was about to press down on her, the door opened. An ordinary man walked out, but his stride was extremely arrogant. He observed the scene as if no one else were there until his gaze settled on the couple. The room fell into a brief silence. Some people opened their bleary eyes and looked at the man curiously. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Guanshan didn't answer, but instead let out a long sigh. "Though I'm a bit late, it hasn't reached the worst point yet. Even though I expected it, your filthiness is still nauseating." As soon as he spoke, the people in the room became restless and began to Guanshan. As for the couple, the hope in their eyes dimmed after seeing that Guanshan was alone. If there were only more people, maybe they could. This rotten place. But in the next moment, the crowd closing in on Guanshan was blown apart. It was as if some massive force had poured down, scattering them with an invisible power. They widened their eyes, staring at this miraculous scene. Guanshan swung his fists straight and right, without taking out his diamond sword. Because of sweeping edge, Guanshan was worried about controlling the distance, and the diamond sword seemed a bit too bloody. Every slash would cut right through. At that point, I'm afraid that this place would be reduced to a living nether. Even the people he rescued would suspect Guanshan of being a terrorist, but fists alone were enough. Guanshan deliberately held back his strength, keeping it within a range where he would beat them to death but not make them explode. In the next instant, the people swarming him were sent flying like tattered sacks. Some were even knocked right out of the window, landing on the hard concrete ground. How terrifying! He's an ability user. In the next instant, the people swarming him were sent flying like tattered sacks. Some were even knocked right out of the window, landing on the hard concrete ground. Too terrifying. He's an ability user. Run. A cacophony of noise erupted as the crowd scattered in panic. But Guanshan blocked the only exit, leaving everyone to scramble around like headless flies. Xu Yinghong couldn't stand it anymore. Just one ability user had them scurrying like rats. It was far too cowardly. And it made him lose face. Quiet, all of you. Xu Yinghong bellowed, silencing the crowd before turning his gaze to Guanshan. I wonder how I should address you, brother? What brings you here? Guanshan ignored him completely. He walked behind the man who had taken off his pants, and amid his terrified expression, grabbed him by the neck. The next moment, Guanshan turned around to face Xu Yinghong and the group of terrified thugs. With a sudden burst of strength in his arm, he swung the struggling man like a sandbag and slammed him violently against a load-bearing pillar. Crack! A teeth-gritting sound of bones breaking rang out. The man's head tilted to one side at an eerie angle, and his body limply to the ground, falling silent forever. Such a violent scene almost scared the wits out of them. Some people trembled, unable to stop themselves from retching. Xu Yinghong's face turned livid. Guanshan's actions clearly showed he didn't take him seriously. All. You are an ability user, and I am an ability user too. How dare you look down on me like this? Xu Yinghong could no longer suppress his anger, and let out a roar. The next moment, a pair of rhinoceros horns sprouted from his head, and he charged fiercely toward Guanshan. His superpower was animal transformation, though for now, he could only transform parts of his limbs. Relying on this superpower, he was invincible, handling the collection of supplies and killing zombies with ease. Watch out! When the couple saw this, their hearts instantly leaped into their throats. In that medium-sized room, many people poked their heads out, watching the scene with eager eyes. They truly wanted to see Xu Yinghong, that devil, get defeated. Xu Yinghong's legs transformed again, becoming like those of an elephant, erupting with immense force. Every step he took on the concrete floor left behind cracks. Take this. Lowering his head, Xu Yinghong charged forward like a wild bull with unstoppable momentum. The next moment, amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Guanshan let out a cold snort and punched him in the head. A massive force poured out. The crowd only felt a gust of wind howl, gravel flew, and the surrounding windows were shattered in an instant. Guanshan's punch had almost created a tangible shockwave. Xu Yinghong let out a loud cry. The two rhinoceros horns on his head had already been broken off, and his legs' blood was seeping from his knees. They hung limply, clearly because the kneecaps had been shattered by that punch. Do you even deserve for me to give you any face? After a cold snort, he looked at the man on the ground, who resembled a dead dog, with only a sneer on his lips. In this apocalypse, where order has collapsed, power is the only pass. After some lucky individuals awakened their superpowers, they were able to quickly recognize reality and use their power to protect their own kind, like sparks in the dark night, illuminating their surroundings and providing warmth to others. But many more, like Xu Yinghong before him and Wang Yongqi, whom he had killed earlier, quick became slaves to their desires, lost themselves in their power, sank into depravity, and even lorded over others. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, don't kill me. I can pledge my loyalty to you. My superpower is very useful, I can help you clear obstacles and collect supplies." Enduring the heart-wrenching pain, Xu Yinghong used his arms to prop up his upper body. He looked up, begging with snot and tears streaming down his face, his eyes filled with the fear of death. Many people crouched at the doorway, their hearts, which had just settled, rising once again. What if this man actually accepted Xu Yinghong's proposal? One must know that the service of an ability user in this apocalyptic period was incredibly precious. No need. The number of ability users serving under me is at least 800. You trash are thinking too wishfully. After Guanshan finished speaking, the next moment, he suddenly threw a punch. The force of the punch was fierce, tearing through the air and reflecting the shadow of death in Xu Yinghong's rapidly dilating pupils. Pop! With a crisp sound, Xu Yinghong's head was directly smashed open, and his remaining body was knocked over by the force of the wind and sent flying. The scene fell into dead silence. Those who saw this looked at one another, all speechless. It was nothing else. Guanshan's method was too bloody, a method akin to something they couldn't quite say, but it felt like a terrorist organization. Is everyone safe and sound? Guan shunned his head to look at them, only to see them all looking at him with terrified eyes. He looked down and saw that the blood on his body hadn't faded yet. It was still warm. Beside him, a group of people clutching their bodies wailed and tossed about, painful gasps squeezing out from their throats. Guanshan understood their worry in an instant. Everyone, don't worry. I am not some strange person. On the contrary, I am a very friendly person. My safe zone is not far away. You can come with me to take a look, and I will escort you along the way. Adhering to the principle that even a mosquito is meat, no matter how small it is, Guanshan would rescue and bring along any survivors he encountered. In the apocalypse, there is no distinction between high and low life. Do not commit a small evil, and do not refuse a small good. Guanshan tried his best to put on a friendly smile, but with spots of blood sticking to his face, he looked even more like a psychopathic killer. On the wall behind him, a person was plastered into it, pants half down, a bloody mess. I believe you. At this moment, the woman's husband spoke up, the first to step forward. In such an apocalyptic environment, trusting someone is very difficult, especially after just being deceived. Behind a single act of trust, there is a high possibility of even greater suffering. So Guanshan could understand why these people were afraid. But what he didn't expect was that this man would be so decisive. If you were a bad person, you wouldn't have killed that Xu Yinghong. He stood up, his gaze firm. My name is Jiang Weiming, and this is my wife, Jiang Chuxin. The woman sitting on the ground nodded and also looked at Guanshan. Rest assured, your decision will not be wrong. Now I will go downstairs to find a car. You all just need to come with me. After Guanshan finished speaking, he went downstairs alone. As the footsteps faded away, the group of people looked at each other. Let's close the door. A man wearing worn-out glasses suddenly suggested, his eyes flickering. I know where they hid the supplies they collected. It's enough for us to live on for a long time. Let's fortify this place and live on our own. Wouldn't that be better? That's right, someone nodded, feeling it made a lot of sense. What if he is the same kind of trash as Xu Yinghong? We can't easily trust anyone anymore. At this moment, someone else started complaining to Jiang Weiming. Jiang Weiming, how could you agree to him so quickly? What if he really is a bad person? You were too reckless. Exactly, you can't just trust him unconditionally, because he saved you once. Shut up. Jiang Weiming forced himself to keep his breath, nearly vomiting from anger at this group of people. If he were a bad person, he would have already taken action. Would he even need to explain himself? Jackson also stood up. Although her voice wasn't loud, it was exceptionally clear. The man from just now, his methods for dealing with evildoers were ruthless, but that is not evil. Being merciful to man-eating beasts is being cruel to ourselves. Although his actions were somewhat rough, directly crushing him to death, this behavior cannot be called evil. To deal with evildoers, one must use even more evil methods. At this moment, footsteps sounded in the stairwell again. When he stepped back onto the third floor, the original survivors seemed to have had an internal rift. Led by Jiang Huiming and his wife, about 7 or 8 people stood on the side near the stairs, their eyes filled with sadness and anticipation, while the other dozen or so people gathered deep in the room, their eyes shifty, filled with vigilance, suspicion, and even a hint of imperceptible hostility. Tan Hua even doubted his own ears, as he found it hard to imagine what kind of scene that might be. Wen Yating looked at the group, seemingly quite satisfied with their shock, and continued. Besides that, there was an advanced zombie inside a white ape. The ice mist in there was its ability. It's just a pity that it managed to escape in the end. What? The silence was almost absolute. 20+ mutant zombies, plus a white tiger, was already netherlevel difficulty. And yet, there was also an advanced zombie white ape inside. And judging by Wen Yating's tone, she actually seemed to have some regrets. In such a situation, just being able to escape would be an incredible feat. Any ability user organization that heard of this would immediately prioritize them for cultivation. And hearing them talk, it seemed as if they felt they hadn't killed to their heart's content. Xiongyan could only shake his head, feeling that comparisons between people only lead to frustration. Recalling the white mist he had felt in his breath earlier, Tan Hua felt a jolt of horror. If that white ape were to unleash its ability, not many people present would be able to defeat it. Almost 10 hours had passed, and the ice mist still made him feel uncomfortable. That alone was enough to imagine the environment at that time. I had anticipated that Guanshan's strength was superior to ours, but I never expected it to be this terrifying. Tan Hua pondered for a moment, then glanced at Guanshan, silently estimating the gap between them. Although he won, he must have had a rough time of it. He likely only managed a narrow victory. Guanshan sat there without saying a word, presumably still feeling shaken by the ordeal. Thinking this way, Tan Hua found it acceptable. This meant there was still hope to catch up, and he wouldn't lose his fighting spirit due to an insurmountable gap. In that case, doesn't that mean you have over 20 mutant zombie virus gels in your possession? Gao Qianhao spoke up at this moment, immediately hitting the nail on the head. Hearing this, Xiongyan and the others also reacted, immediately looking at Guanshan with burning eyes. Wang Yongqi also realized it, and observing the atmosphere, he felt he could stir things up a bit. Then, could you share some with us? After all, if our strength increases, won't things be easier for you too? Besides, those things are useless to you anyway. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yongqi felt Guanshan's murderous gaze, which felt like a sharp blade ready to dismember him. Gao Tianhao and Tan Hua wore grim expressions. They both harbored murderous intent at this moment. This Wang Yongqi and could not be kept around for long. This bastard had completely lost his mind, targeting Guanshan for the sake of petty schemes and trying every possible way to sow discord. Did he really think they wouldn't dare to take action? Did he think they were all saints? Xiongyan, however, couldn't read the room and simply felt that what Wang Yongqi said made sense. He walked over, sat down next to Go Guanshan and said, "Brother Guanshan, could you share some with me? I'll work for you in the future." As soon as those words were spoken, Tan Hua and the others realized things had gone wrong. Guanshan stared at Xiongyan in silence, and just when they thought he was about to land a punch, He actually laughed. Sure. As long as you work for me, there will be rewards, but I haven't seen your results yet, Guanshan said calmly. He didn't know if Xiong Yan was just trying to get on his good side or if it was a subtle display of loyalty. But having that attitude was a good start. Besides, his safe zone needed powerful ability users like Xiong Yan. If he could really win over Xiong Yan using these virus gels that were useless to him, it wouldn't be a bad deal. Tan Hua realized things had gone south. He hadn't expected Guanshan's adaptability to be so strong, easily turning a crisis of internal team conflict into an opportunity to win over Xiong Yan. If they kept talking, wouldn't all his own people be poached? Xiong Yan was a crucial combat asset for them. Don't let that one pathetic fight against Guanshan, where he was finished off with a single punch, fool you. You have to consider who he was fighting. With that level of ability, he would be an outstanding talent anywhere. Sorry about that, Guanshan. He didn't mean it like that. He was just confused and talking nonsense. Tenhua walked up apologetically and pulled Xiong Yan away. Gao Tianhao also took the opportunity to express his apologies to Guanshan, claiming that he hadn't meant it that way. The disturbance temporarily subsided, though Wang Yongqi, hiding in the background, felt quite disappointed. During the break, Gao Qianyao and Wang Yongqi stayed in a corner, far away from Guanshan, and the two huddled together again. Aren't you afraid that Guanshan will take action against you acting like this? Gao Qianyao whispered. He didn't understand why Wang Yongqi had been so bold just now. Wang Yongqi chuckled and said confidently, "We are a group now. As long as Guanshan wants this group to remain stable, he won't lay a hand on me. Otherwise, you'd all feel that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If he can attack me today, he can attack anyone. You all understand that logic, right?" "You mean we are your insurance policy?" Gao Tianmiao narrowed his eyes, seemingly grasping the reason for Wang Yongqi's recklessness. "Exactly. You are my insurance policy." Wang Yongqi smiled. He loved that Lan Guanshan's face pleased with him, yet unable to get rid of him for various reasons. "Besides, I'm an ability user, so I'm still useful to him. As long as I have value, he won't kill me." Wang Yongqi spoke with complete confidence. He felt he had fully grasped Guanshan's psychology. From the moment he had Lu Chuan supervise him, Wang Yongqi had already formed a rough understanding of Guanshan. He was a man who valued stability above all else. As long as Wang Yongqi still had value, Guanshan would continue to exploit him, treating the safe zone as everything. He had also observed that throughout the entire safe zone, there was a sense of order unlike the chaos of the outside world, and this was something maintained by Guanshan himself. If Guanshan took action, it would shatter the very order he had established with his own hands. Therefore, even though he disliked Wang Yongqi, he could only let someone like Lu Chuan annoy him. Just as Wang Yongqi was confidently holding forth, Guanshan had already brought Wen Yating to a corner. The two hid in the shadows, making it impossible for others to see what they were doing. Wait for an opportunity later and slap Wang Yongqi to death. Don't let anyone see. Wen Yating frowned upon hearing this. "You're leaving this kind of dirty work to me. Do you have any idea how many virus gels I've given you? You said you'd work for me, does that not count anymore?" Wen Yating was instantly incensed. She rolled her eyes and said, "Who said it doesn't count? It's just some dirty work, right? Right, I'll do it." With that, she strode back, her long snow-white legs flashing as she walked. In the distance, Gao Tianmiao saw this scene and gritted his teeth in hatred, glaring viciously at Guanshan. Looks could kill. Guanshan would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces by now. On the third floor, a dozen or so people watched the retreating backs of Guanshan and his group through the window, a spark of joy welling up in their hearts. Zombies could hardly be found in this place, and the first and second floors were completely filled with supplies. Apart from them, the survivors, everyone else remaining, were remnants of Xu Yinghong's faction. They were not dead yet, but they were certainly crippled, all of them wailing aloud. Watching this group of people, they gritted their teeth in hatred. These people used to be villains. They must all be paid back. They had suffered, so they must suffer too. They treated us as free labor, as consumables for gathering supplies. Then they too shall become consumables. Get up! A man roared impatiently, kicking hard at their stomachs with one foot. Stop hitting me. I can't take it anymore. It hurts so much. The man ignored him, instead gritting his teeth even harder. How did you treat us before? Huh? Seeming to feel that it wasn't enough to vent his anger, he directly stepped on his face. The tables have turned. Did you never think that this day would come? I was wrong. I'm sorry. Spare me. It really hurts so much. The man clutched his stomach, struggling incessantly. You treat us like this now. Have you never thought that one day, in this karmic cycle, you too will face retribution? Said a man on the ground, who was also one of Xu Yinghong's remnants. Hearing him say this, everyone's hearts shrank. But the next moment, the man became even more irritable, kicking him directly in the stomach. Immediately after, in the shocked eyes of the crowd, he hoisted the man up and threw him down. Thump! Hearing the muffled sound from downstairs, everyone fell silent. Some of them felt afraid, giving rise to feelings of regret. But others thought this wasn't bad at all. The shift in identity from victim to perpetrator fascinated them. In the small room, everyone had different thoughts difficult to put into words. You reap what you sow, a karmic cycle. Couldn't really say for sure. Downstairs, Guanshan was driving a van. After 8 people boarded the back seat one after another, Jiang Huiming and wife Jiang Chuxin squeezed in together in the passenger seat. Guanshan could clearly feel the chassis of the car lowering. A small van was actually carrying 11 people. One could only say it lived up to its reputation as a special Liangguang troop transport vehicle. The quality was reliable. It hadn't even fallen apart. Most of the people sitting in Guanshan's car were teenagers or middle-aged people. As for young adults, there were only Jiang Huiming and Jiang Chuxin. Just as Guanshan was about to start the car, he saw a person thrown from the 3rd floor, crashing to the ground with a caved-in chest. It was clear he was dead. Everyone fell silent upon seeing this scene. They all recognized this person was one of Xu Yinghong's remnants, but they hadn't expected the reckoning to start so quickly. They have changed, Jiang Huiming said quietly, not knowing what he was thinking, only hugging his wife tightly. Jiang Chuxin buried her face deep in her husband Jiang Huiming's chest, her body trembling slightly. Jiang Huiming held her tightly, his gaze looking through the stained car window at the broken walls and ruins speeding by outside, his eyes complex. The faces of his fellow travelers carried a hint of relief and worry for the future as they looked at Guanshan. The car drove out of the dilapidated urban area and turned onto a relatively intact suburban road. After traveling for about another half hour, an area enclosed by tall, rough concrete walls appeared at the end of their vision. The walls were covered with scaffolding, which was likely used to climb into the safe zone. On top of the walls were towering ramparts, likely built later, with people patrolling them. Moreover, around the safe zone, there was a huge iron golem. Jiang Huiming didn't know how to describe it. This iron golem exuded an ancient aura, its gaze indifferent, and every move radiated the aura of a powerhouse. "What is this?" someone exclaimed upon seeing the iron golem. This is an iron golem, responsible for the protection of the safe zone. It is neutral. As long as you don't attack it, it won't attack you. This was a reminder to them not to think the iron golem was easy to bully. Everyone hurriedly nodded. It was a good thing if others didn't bully them, so how could they possibly bully others? As they entered the safe zone, a brand new picture unfolded before them. In the open space, people were using simple tools to till the land and sow hardy crops, while a balding man was instructing them. Some were repairing machinery, the rhythmic hammering sounds echoing, occasionally wiping sweat with towels on their shoulders as they repeatedly adjusted them. Further away, one could even see several children running and playing in the open space, laughing and frolicking. These were all recently rescued from the Yumendong Air Defense Project. Boss, you're back? Creator, you're back! Guanshan? They recognized him this time when he returned, but why was this form of address so changeable? Nodding in response, Guanshan was really too lazy to change their wording one by one. Let them say what they wanted, as long as they were happy. Yeah, brought back some new companions. Guanshan nodded and jumped off the car. Make arrangements, take them for quarantine and cleaning first, then allocate temporary housing and food. A kind-faced middle-aged woman walked over, wearing a small wooden badge on her chest that read Logistics. New friends, don't be afraid, come with me. I'll take you to wash up first, change into clean clothes, and then have something to eat. Her voice was gentle, carrying a power that could soothe people's hearts. Jiang Huiming held his wife's hand tightly, following the group forward. They were taken to an area converted from a public bathhouse. And to their surprise, this place, which looked like it had just been renovated, was not crude at all. Moreover, the existence of this place indicated that this safe zone had mastered a clean water source. It could even supply it in large quantities. This alone was enough to shock them. Ever since the zombie outbreak, every time they drank water, they had to carefully check date. Otherwise, they would turn into zombies. After showering and changing into old but clean clothes, they were taken to a large tent serving as a cafeteria, where the air was filled with the real aroma of food. They saw the uncle in the cafeteria skillfully put instant noodle cakes into it, followed by seasoning packets, and then immediately cut open cans to add meat. He was all too familiar with this process. Now, the instant noodles and canned goods in the safe zone were practically bursting at the seams. Ever since their respected boss, Guan, said that virus gel could be exchanged, everyone's enthusiasm had been through the roof. And every time they went out, they returned fully loaded. So much so that the warehouse couldn't even hold it all. Everyone received their food. Although it was a stew of instant noodles and some canned goods, it was good enough, and the aroma of the meat whetted their appetites, causing them to immediately dig in. Jiang Huiming and Jiang Chuxin held the warm bowls, looking at the real food inside, their eyes growing a little hot. Our choice was correct, Jiang Chuxin said to her husband in a low voice, her voice carrying a hint of choking. Jiang Huiming nodded heavily. He looked around and saw other survivors, who had come with them, also holding food, eating in large mouthfuls, his heart full of relief. The original place had once again turned into a nether, and they had already escaped to safety. After the meal, that middle-aged logistics lady came again, holding a registration book in her hand. Everyone, take a break. We need to do a simple registration to facilitate work, arrangements, and resource distribution. Rest assured, we don't keep idlers here, but we also won't force anyone to do things beyond their capabilities. Everyone, regardless of their ability level, can find their place and earn food and protection through labor. She began asking them one by one for their names, ages, previous occupations, or any special talents. When it was Jiang Huiming's turn, he hesitated for a moment and said, "I am an athlete, a long jumper." The The logistics lady's eyes lit up, and she immediately made a mark in the book. An athlete, excellent physical fitness. You can join the explorer team to go out and collect resources in the future. When registering a taciturn, middle-aged farmer, he stammered, I only know how to farm. He seemed very worried about being looked down upon as useless. All he knew was farming. Old master, welcome. Our planting area is in need of experienced people like you. The logistics lady's smile became even more sincere. Udahai was exactly the person who needed such farmers. He had always said that those young people were reckless, lacked life experience, and couldn't understand what he meant. That was perfect. He could be directly assigned to farm with Udahai. Besides, I heard Udahai is planning to plant a large batch of pumpkins recently, so now he's been assigned a professional. When it was the turn of a 15 or 16-year-old boy, he hesitated a bit. He had dyed yellow hair and was a bit shy. Before the zombie outbreak, he was a spirited young man, hitting at least 20,000 steps a day and only eating one meal every 2 days. After the zombie outbreak, his young heart suffered a heavy blow, and he had become much more well-behaved. I'm really good at walking. When he said this, he even closed his eyes. That's great. The logistics lady smiled slightly, not looking down on him. She remembered Liu Qingquan's words. The trash in your eyes is just not placed in the right place. Everyone has their own shining points. In this doomsday period, having people is good enough. You can't afford to be picky. Everyone must find their shining point and then let them utilize contribute to the safe zone. You can be responsible for patrol and reconnaissance work in the future. Both of these jobs involve high-intensity walking, standing on the perimeter wall and walking around all day, which matches him perfectly. The logistics lady completed the registration efficiently. Her biased attitude and pragmatic arrangements were like a warm breeze, slightly dissipating the anxiety in the newcomers' hearts. In the safe zone, everyone needs to work, regardless of age, gender, or disability. At most, the difficulty of the work is just lowered. For example, disabled people were assigned to relatively easier clerical work. In short, everyone needs to work. Otherwise, the vast safe zone would have long since run out of supplies. Just at this moment, the heavy gate of the safe zone slowly opened. It had been newly built later, and because of the protection of the iron golem, scaffolding was no longer really needed. Earth-moving trucks lined up in a long queue as they entered the safe zone, followed immediately by several sharp-eyed and imposing ability users. After completing the zombie cleanup work at Furong Century City, they quickly threw themselves back into work. Because these people had become ability users, their physical fitness had distanced them from ordinary people, so they could work for days and nights without rest. Seeing this, Guan Shan was naturally overjoyed. Strong and sturdy workhorses were working overtime for him. Moreover, the existence of ability users could also inspire others. Let others also become strong and sturdy workhorses. Continue to work for him. Following closely behind were long, silent streams of people. They formed a queue that was not neat, but barely orderly. There were men, women, young, and old supporting each other, carrying simple bags, their faces showing the exhaustion of a long journey, and their eyes were full of vigilance toward the unknown environment. But more people were looking around blankly. Those are all ability users, right? Right, I'm so envious. I heard you can get 20 points for one escort mission. How much? 20 points. I work myself to death and can only save 2 points a day. They get as much in one go as I do in 10 days. That's why they say being an ability user is good. The speed of earning points is just fast. No! I want to become an ability user too. A group of people walked past Jiang Weiming, looking at those few ability users in front with envious eyes. Huh? Can ability users be made later on? Jiang Weiming was stunned. Isn't this ability user thing something you either have from birth or you don't? How does it sound from these people's meaning that it can be achieved through later effort? Excuse me, big brother, I want to ask what it means to become an ability user. Hearing this, Jiang Weiming felt as if his heart and liver were being scratched by a cat's claws. It was intensely itchy, and he asked somewhat urgently, after all, who wouldn't want to become an ability user? Before this, he could be considered one of the best among humans, with outstanding athletic nerves and a robust physique. Every time he took off his clothes and looked in the mirror, it made him feel satisfied inside. But after he saw the ability users, that power, which was like a miracle, instantly destroyed his inner self and his mental world. He had asked himself more than once, why wasn't he an ability user? Why would heaven let someone like Su Yinghong become an ability user? All this reached its peak today. If he had the strength, if he were also an ability user, wouldn't everything be different? That's why he was desperate, to the point of being reckless, even having a somewhat attitude. The man was slightly surprised and said, our safe zone is a points-based system. Everyone earns points through work. Of course, you can also take bounty missions, but they are all very dangerous. He pointed to a place where the tasks were extremely difficult. So far, the only mission completed was the exploration of the Yumendong safe zone. This was also the first mission to result in casualties. The virus gel in the safe zone can help people awaken superpowers, but it costs 100 points. There are also higher-level virus gels, but that is not something we dare to think about. The man said this with a self-deprecating smile. He currently only had 32 points in his hand and was extremely frugal with food and drink, just holding onto a drive to become an ability user. Are those people all ability users who became such by eating virus gel? Jiang Weiming's breathing became increasingly heavy. He didn't expect that this safe zone would actually have such an opportunity. In an instant, a huge surprise exploded in his heart, nourishing his lungs and viscera. A sun-called hope rose uncontrollably. Of course, let me tell you, the virus gel was all brought by the builder of our safe zone. His name is Guanshan. He is very strong. When this person spoke of Guanshan, his eyes showed admiration. After all, almost everything in the safe zone was brought by this man. A stable environment, clean water sources, and sufficient food, as well as shelter from the wind and rain. Originally, these things were already precious enough in the doomsday. What they didn't expect was that Guanshan actually made the virus gel available. This thing was undoubtedly a huge bomb, leaving everyone dizzy. During this time, everyone in the safe zone was plunged into a frenzy, especially when they saw that some people had really succeeded, and the success rate was very high after Guanshan arrived at the safe zone. He headed straight for the boiler room. Stepping into the workshop, a massive wave of heat surged up, as if the place had been transformed into the center of the earth. The walls were packed tightly with furnaces. The first batch of 64 furnaces had already stopped smelting and were cooling down, while the second, third, and even fourth batches were still burning. In the distance lay countless iron materials. Most were salvaged from scrap cars, while a small portion had been brought in from unknown nooks and crannies. After all, these could be counted as contribution points, so everyone was tireless in their efforts. As the population grew in the future, the iron materials here would only increase. It seems the furnaces here might not be enough. I'll have to build more. Inside the boiler room, People's faces lit up with eagerness when they saw Guanshan. When they first arrived, they had their doubts. No one imagined that these furnaces, barely a meter in size, could actually smelt pure iron with 100% purity. Even though it was Guanshan, the things created by that creator felt a bit like a fairy tale to them. But facts proved that Guanshan was always right. He had created another miracle. These iron ingots could be used not only to build iron golems, but also as construction materials. You've all worked hard. The people in the boiler room were dripping with sweat, their faces flushed red from the heat, but their eyes were full of enthusiasm. The working conditions in the boiler room were extremely favorable. There was no need to risk one's life outside. One only needed some professional knowledge to hold a position here. It's not hard at all. The workers shouted in unison, their voices making the workshop buzz and vibrate. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Guanshan collected the iron ingots from the first batch of 64 furnaces. Each furnace contained 64 iron ingots, meaning the batch alone provided him with 4,096 iron ingots. And 4,096 iron ingots could be crafted into a full 105 iron blocks, with 1 ingot left over. 1 iron golem required 4 iron blocks and 1 pumpkin head. Setting aside the pumpkin heads for a moment, this batch of iron ingots could create 113 iron golems for the safe zone. There would even be 3 iron blocks left over. Furthermore, the second, third, and fourth batches were already smelting. And this was the output from just 700 people in the safe zone. If the population reached 10,000, there would be another massive leap. However, his burning excitement was immediately doused by a bucket of cold water. As mentioned, an iron golem requires 4 iron blocks and a pumpkin head. Having iron blocks without a pumpkin head was absolutely useless. No matter how much iron he had, it wouldn't matter. And he only had a mere handful of pumpkin heads. Pumpkin cultivation must be put on the agenda. I wonder if there are any plantations or similar places nearby. There were currently 2 main ways to obtain pumpkins. One was internal cultivation for self-sufficiency, but the current production capacity couldn't keep up. The second was to source them locally. Before the zombie outbreak, many people must have grown pumpkins. He could choose to look in vegetable markets, farmers' markets, or large supermarkets, or even search in the farmlands. It seems I must take a 2-pronged approach, otherwise it'll be disastrous if the iron golem production can't keep up. The more he fought the zombies, the more Guanshan could feel the severity of situation. Zombies were definitely not a scattered, an unorganized group. They had a strict organizational and behavioral structure. In fact, they had planned this long ago. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the water source issue, and even now, the water had not turned clear. Besides food, the primary element for human survival was water. Since they couldn't start with the food, they targeted the water source. The speed of transmission, the vast range, and the rapid effect caught human society completely off guard, to the point that the great human civilization was in peril overnight. Guanshan would never believe it wasn't planned in advance. And their actions didn't stop there. They cut off the power grids so humans couldn't produce, stripping them of their industrial capabilities. They also destroyed signal towers, leaving humans unable to communicate with each other, forced to separate into small groups that found it difficult to gather together. One could say this was a series of coordinated strikes. And the most critical factor among them was the existence of the broodmothers. That's right. Those broodmothers could continuously produce zombies, and 8-tier zombies. This was a massive troop-churning machine. They intended to use this method to wear down humanity and exhaust the ability users. In the long run, extinction was the only path left for humanity. An invisible dark hand was quietly enveloping the world. Guanshan didn't know what its thoughts were, nor did he know what goal it wanted to achieve. Right now, he only wanted to provide protection for this safe zone, save as many people as possible, and perhaps even restore this city. He went into the warehouse and took out the pumpkin heads stored there. Only 7 pumpkin heads, which means only 7 iron golems. Guanshan calculated silently, stored the vast majority of the extra iron blocks inside, and carried 10 iron blocks on him for emergencies. After a series of placements, 7 iron golems were instantly born, scanning their surroundings with curious eyes. There were no wheat fields here, nor any villagers. There was only the Creator standing before them. Soon heavy footsteps echoed from nearby as if some giant beast were approaching. The iron golems turned to look, only to see one of their own kind, another iron golem, slowly walking toward them. "It's Unit 1. Let him explain things to you. You must protect this place from now on." As Guanshan spoke, he left the space to Unit 1. Unit 2 was looking off into the distance, though it was unclear what he was watching. Looking in that direction, he saw a patch of farmland where Udahai was gesturing wildly, looking quite anxious. There were some young people inside, covered in mud and looking completely confused, as if the two sides weren't speaking the same language and couldn't communicate. This situation was alleviated by the arrival of a middle-aged man. This man walked over, his hands and feet moving with practiced skill. Without needing Udahai's guidance, he finished the task in just a few moves. His movements were perfectly natural, as if he had practiced them countless times. Seeing this, Udahai trembled with excitement. This was exactly the kind of talent he needed. Guanshan walked over and patted Udahai's shoulder. "The safe zone will need a lot of pumpkins in the future. Grow more of them? Pumpkins? What do we need those for?" Udahai scratched his head. The value of pumpkins among plants was really not that high. It would be better to spend that effort growing more potatoes and corn. Potatoes had high yields and many ways to be prepared. They were delicious no matter how you eat them. Corn was very filling and also had high yields, and any surplus corn could be used to make corn syrup. A certain country across the Pacific consumed a massive amount of corn syrup, but they ate so much of it that many obese people appeared who were beyond human imagination. Compared to them, Liangzi could only be considered a novice beginner. They're used to make iron golems. The creation of an iron golem requires a pumpkin, and there's no substitute for it. Guanshan explained. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't bother explaining. He would simply have them do it without telling them why the pumpkin head was necessary. But Udahai was someone he could trust. Or rather, Guanshan felt very at ease with researchers. "I see, I understand now." After understanding the role of the pumpkin head, Udahai nodded. He hadn't expected that the iron golems, who were like gods of war, were actually made with pumpkin heads. Looking at the tall stature of the iron golems, Udahai was still a bit puzzled. How exactly did he create living beings out of inanimate objects? After leaving Udahai, Guanshan went to find Liu Qingquan. After all matters of the safe zone passed through his hands. If one wanted to understand the safe zone's development, he was the most suitable person to ask. Entering his office, he saw Liu Qingquan holding onto a slightly cramped-looking young man, talking incessantly about his own ideas. "You remember this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network. All the books you could want. I want you to help me create a style app. It should have a real name section and an anonymous section. Everyone can share resources and intelligence in different sections, or even trade items. In the future, the acceptance and verification missions can all be completed through this app. Zhao. Ming just nodded dully, thought for a moment, and then said, I might not be able to finish it alone. I need other programmers. Sure. No problem. Liu Qingquan slapped the table and immediately agreed. Among the 10,000 people in Yumendong, there were many programmers who were skilled in software development and coding. Liu Qingquan planned to integrate these people. It just so happened that the safe zone now had a sufficient and stable power supply, finally allowing it to step toward modernization. To be honest, during the period when the power was paralyzed, Liu Qingquan felt miserable. Although he wasn't young anymore, he still wasn't used to losing his phone and computer. Okay, I'll start right away. Xiao Ming nodded, and just as he was about to leave, he saw a man standing at the door. Guanshan, you're here. Liu Qingquan was overjoyed and hurried to Guanshan, inviting him in. No need. Guanshan waved his hand with a smile. I just want to check on the recent situation of the safe zone. Seeing you guys like this, I know everything is developing in a good direction. They even had the spare energy to build an app. If that wasn't developing well, what was? However, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Liu Qingquan immediately perked up his ears to listen. This must be a major instruction. I think points are a bit too monotonous. It would be better to change them to copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 1 point is equivalent to 1 copper coin, 100 copper coins are equivalent to 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins are equivalent to 1 gold coin. In the future, as the population of the safe zone increases, the points system will become somewhat inadequate. It would be better to convert them into copper, silver, and gold coins, which are also simple and easy to remember. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingquan immediately knew it was to lay the foundation for the safe zone's future development. In fact, he had also had this idea but hadn't thought it through yet. Hearing Guanshan's words now, he realized he had been overthinking it. The simpler the better. Got it, I've noted it. Then I have nothing else. I'll be going now. Guanshan smiled slightly and then walked out of the safe zone. Behind him, in a bright office, Wen Wan, wearing an apricot coat and 8-centimeter black patent leather high heels, watched Guanshan like an awaiting husband stone. However, as Wen Wan's gaze shifted, she saw Wen Yating. She saw that this woman was just like her. What exactly was her relationship with Guanshan? Wen Wan was somewhat confused. Although she trusted Guanshan, Wen Yating still made her feel uneasy. Moreover, the other woman was a year or two younger than her. Taking that into account, she had a bit of an advantage. Thinking of this, Wen Wan clenched her small fists tightly. She maintained herself well and practiced yoga every day to keep her figure. She had never experienced this kind of anxiety before, but now that there was someone she cared about, her original shortcomings were infinitely magnified, and she worried whether Guanshan would look down on her. Although Guanshan had never cared, maybe he was just being considerate of her feelings and hiding it in his heart. Once such a thought sprouted, it could not be suppressed, especially when she saw Wen Yating, who was younger than her. The safe zone was as busy as ever, bustling with noise. People were coming in one after another, carrying bag supplies, and some even drove in, though it was unknown where they got the cars. Every single one of them was going to submit missions, all to save up 100 points as soon as possible. I'm going to explore the civil defense shelter at the Wangxiang Center and get intelligence from it. Jiang Huiming moved through the crowd, and after inquiring for a long time, he finally determined his goal. Wangxiang Center was an extremely prosperous area with many skyscrapers, and the financial center was not far from it. He had once trained at a gymnasium near Wangxiang Center, and during his breaks, he had also gone there to wander around. Naturally, He was incredibly clear about the location of the civil defense shelter. His choice of this mission was also the result of careful consideration. If he wanted to obtain virus gel, this was the fastest and most suitable mission for him. He didn't know much about Luerjiang. The only thing he knew was that the housing prices there were very expensive. His wife, Jiang Shuxin, looked worried, not knowing what to say to her husband. In her view, life was stable now, and there was no need to push himself so hard. He could just save up slowly. It wasn't just them. Many people felt the same way, just take it slow. Since food and drink weren't an issue now. So what was the rush? But Jiang Huiming felt that before there was no opportunity. But now that there was, he naturally had to strive for it. He hated his current state of being powerless and longed for an immediate change. Every survivor who explored the Yumendong Air Defense Project could awaken a superpower. If it didn't succeed once, they would keep trying until it did. Upon this news, Jiang Huiming was naturally shocked beyond measure. He hadn't expected Guanshan to have audacity. He became even more firm in his belief that hard work here would definitely be rewarded. They could bring back intelligence, and so could he. Jiang Chuxin silently made her own efforts, telling him the news she had heard. I heard that several newly ascended ability users are also going. Perhaps you can go with them. Really? Jiang Huiming was a bit surprised. Did ability users also need to take on this kind of work? He had thought ability users just lived well and only needed to fight zombies. He hadn't expected them to take missions too. However, if there were ability users on this trip, it would undoubtedly be much safer. Of course it's true. Jiang Chuxin had pleaded for a long time, and finally, a woman named Wen Yating helped her. She heard that the woman was also an ability user and very powerful, just looking a bit cold, but Jiang Chuxin felt she was actually quite easy to talk to. After a while, someone approached from a distance. "You're the person traveling with us, right?" Lu Chuan said. Standing beside him was Bai Feng. After the four of them discussed it, they finally selected 2 people. Lu Chuan had been pre-selected long ago as he had the most points, while Bai Feng was chosen because he was daring and hardworking. After exchanging for the virus gel, the 2 of them consumed it immediately. That night they developed high fevers, but fortunately, it was a false alarm, and both successfully awakened. Lu Chuan's superpower was bone manipulation. He could manipulate an entire skeleton, making it a skeleton soldier, or manipulate individual bones, like throwing a section of a hand bone directly. He didn't know why he had awakened such a macabre superpower, but he couldn't regret it now, and having one was better than none. What if it became very powerful later? Boss Guanshan said that a superpower is a manifestation of a person's spiritual world. Could it be that his spiritual world was macabre? Bai Feng's was more conventional. He could control iron objects, including knives and such. Since awakening this superpower, he was covered in knives to have them ready at any time. Actually, Yang Haosheng was more daring in combat, but he was a bit lacking in the brains department. They now needed to work hard to repay their debts and help their other 2 brothers. Su Wenhao and Yang Haosheng awaken. They were currently short by a total of 150 points. Outside Chen family ancestral hall, Chen Nianghua waited until the last person had walked far away before standing and clutching belongings. A coffin and a photograph. He slowly walked back to his home. His massive body appeared in the mountain forest like a pine tree, startling a large flock of birds into flight. I can finally go back. I never want to meet that man again. Recalling that man, Chen Nianhua still felt a lingering fear. His temper wasn't exactly good. In his youth, he had a fierce streak. If you wanted to fight, he'd fight. But when facing Guanshan, he really couldn't win. Firstly, the man was strong enough. Secondly, he saw that Guanshan was definitely someone who followed through on his words. People like that are usually terrifying, as long as they weigh the situation slightly and feel it can be done. They will do it. In their hearts, there is no should or shouldn't, only can or can't. Ken Nianghua had traveled far and wide in his youth and had seen this trait in many big figures. Therefore, he backed down quite decisively. Facing such a truthless person, there was no need to fight. Just as he was complaining, a voice came from the woods at the right time. "I don't want to see that man either." Zhang Li jumped down from a tree, stretching his somewhat numb limbs. Chen Nianhua's words just now had struck a chord with him. "Who are you? What are you doing here, acting all sneaky?" Chen Nianhui frowned, looking at the little shrimp before him. Zhang Li's height only reached Chen Nianhua's calves, so he had to look up at him, making his neck feel a bit sore. "I want to invite you to join us." "Us?" "Yes, we are a very large organization. We can guarantee your safety." "Not interested." Chen Nianghua didn't care about any organization. He just wanted to return to the Chen family ancestral hall. "We can help you defeat that man." Zhang Li grew anxious. This old man wouldn't listen to reason. He rushed forward and said, "You were just kicked out of your home by him. Aren't you angry? Don't you want revenge?" Hearing this, Chen Nianghua stopped and sized up Zhang Li. "I see. Someone from your group was killed by him, and you want to recruit me." Chen Nianghua chuckled and advised, "I suggest you don't cross him. That man isn't someone you can handle." After saying this, Chen Nianghua intended to leave, but Zhang Li still blocked him. His mission wasn't finished yet, and he wanted to try one more time, mainly because the organization paid well and the salary met his expectations. He decided to put in a little more effort. "You still dare to block my path?" Seeing that Zhang Li wouldn't give up, Chen Nianghua lost his temper. He exhaled a cloud of black gas, and the surrounding environment rapidly aged. The once lush trees became withered and decayed. The bark began to age at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding stones shrank rapidly, as if weathered by time, turning into dust and dissipating. "Oh no!" Zhang Li was shocked. He hadn't expected this old man to be so powerful and immediately wanted to flee. In the next moment, Chen Nianghua bent down and snatched Zhang Li up in his palm like a chick. "Have more sense in your next life." Chen Nianghua said coldly, opening his large mouth, intending to stuff him inside. General attacks can't kill zombies. Their limbs can regenerate. Only attacking the back of the head can kill them. But besides that, there was another way Chen Nianghua had figured out himself. That was the stomach, using the stomach to digest them. Seeing the giant mouth so close, Zhang Li was scared out of his wits and desperately activated his ability. His skin turned red rapidly, and his veins and blood vessels looked as if magma were flowing through them, clearly visible through his skin. Steam began to rise from where their skin touched. In the next moment, he slipped right out. Chen Nianghua frowned at his palm, only to find that a hole had been melted into it. The blood had solidified due to the high temperature, forming a black scab. Impressive ability. He gently flicked away the scab, and the original skin tissue regenerated rapidly, becoming exactly as it was before. Turning his head, he saw Zhang Li running for his life with everything he had. "I finally try to work hard for once, and you make me lose so completely." He had always slacked off when he was human, and he slacked off even more after becoming a zombie. Today, he just thought about putting in a bit of effort, and he almost died. He would never work hard again. He must stick to the philosophy of slacking off. Zhang Li's legs were like electric motors. He vanished in a puff of smoke. Chen Nianghua was left somewhat speechless. He runs quite fast. It had only been 3 seconds at most, yet Zhang Li's speed had reached such a level. He was faster than the black sprinters on TV. Unbelievable, such a shameless person exists. Chen Nianhua muttered and walked back. Zhang Li, on the other hand, sprinted all the way, not resting no matter what he encountered. After running for over 30 kilometers, he finally returned to his base, Fenglin Real Estate. On Jiang Huiming's side, Lu Chuan and Bai Feng set out together with Chen Ji and Jiang Huiming. "This is a headset, keep it safe," Bai Feng said as he handed the headset. Jiang Huiming, "This is our channel. Don't switch it randomly. Other channels are occupied. Everyone has their assigned spot, no wandering off." Jiang Huiming nodded, took it and put it on his ear. Chen Ji was dressed as usual, fully armed to the teeth almost. "This is Ken Jai. His strength is quite good. He has already completed 16 missions." Bai Feng gave a brief introduction. Chen Ji's personal strength was excellent, and he was smart, so he had already accumulated 86 points, only 14 away from being able to redeem them. In fact, thanks to his excellent mission completion rate, he had accumulated 86 precious points in his personal account, only 14 points away from redeeming the virus gel that could change his fate. Logically, he didn't need to participate in such a recognized high-risk mission. These missions were usually gambles chosen by those who were far from their point goals and desperate to turn things around. But Chen Jai felt that 100 points still wasn't safe enough. What if one virus gel wasn't enough? He knew that many people had failed their awakening, so he had to be prepared. Although he had confidence, who could say for sure when it came to probability? So when he saw Lu Chuan and the others looking for teammates, he joined without a second thought. "This is Jiang Huiming. Since he's familiar with the terrain, I let him join." Bai Feng introduced him to Chen Jie. He was mainly afraid Chen Ji would overthink and feel that a newcomer was unreliable. After a brief introduction, the group set off. More and more people were teaming up to explore now. It could be described as too many monks and too little gruel. Especially with the gradual integration of the tens of thousands of survivors from the Yumendong Air Defense Project, the safe zone was filled with a sense of urgency. Among these people, there was no shortage of elites from various industries before the zombie outbreak. They also set their sights on becoming ability users as the fastest path to promotion. Countless teams like theirs, driven by survival or ambition, were springing up like mushrooms, heading toward this ruined world full of danger and opportunity. The setting sun was like blood casting long and distorted silhouettes across the abandoned city. The gymnasium next to the Wangxiang Center stood solitary in the twilight, like a massive white tomb. Near the gymnasium, a car screeched to a halt, and 4 men immediately stepped out. "This is the place, right?" Jiang Huiming looked up, confirmed it was indeed the spot, and immediately took the lead. He was wrapped in several layers of clothing. If it were just a zombie bite, they definitely wouldn't be able to bite through. The zombie outbreak was only formidable for a time. Once humans truly reacted, there were countless ways to deal with them. Adding more clothes was just the simplest method. The reason this zombie crisis could push human civilization to the brink of collapse was the tactic of polluting water sources. Most crucially, the mother nest. Water sources continuously compressed human living space. People had to risk collecting water and face zombies in fear every day. The emergence of the mother nest compensated for the lack of zombie density. As long as humans went out to search for supplies, they would encounter zombies from the mother nest. In this ebb and flow, humanity was perishing at an alarming rate. Originally, the city was the same script, the same fate. No one expected to meet someone like Guanshan. "You try it," Lu Chuan said, activating his ability on that zombie. His face turned bright red, and after some effort, the zombie's lower leg bone trembled violently. This was a clever use he had developed. but he still couldn't directly extract bones. If he could directly extract someone's bones, wouldn't he be invincible if he just pulled out their skull? At the time, he thought he was a genius, but later experiments revealed the difficulty was too high. The higher the level of the organism, the higher the difficulty, let alone humans. As for ability users, it was simply impossible to even think about. Therefore, he could only barely apply it to unconscious creatures like zombies and animals. Its primary function was to restrain them. "All right, I'll try," Jiang nodded, summoning his courage to step forward. He swung the steel pipe in his hand, and the next moment, he directly smashed the zombie's head, scattering foul-smelling rotten flesh everywhere. So it's that simple. Jiang Weiming still found it hard to believe. The zombies he once viewed as a terrifying force were actually dealt with so cleanly and efficiently. He looked back at Chen Jai, an ordinary person like himself, whose actions were much more agile than his own. The steel pipe in Chen Ji's hand whistled through the air. He had no problem fighting 2 or 3 zombies alone. When facing a zombie, he would first feign a retreat to let it pounce, then sidestep to trip it, and smash its head with a blow from the pipe. The entire movement was smooth and fluid, as if it had been practiced thousands of times and etched into his DNA. Thinking of his own performance, Jiang Weiming felt he needed to hurry up and improve. He had to adjust his mindset immediately. He gripped the steel pipe tightly again, nodded slightly, and looked at Lu Chuan with gratitude. This person was only about high school age, while he was already in his 20s. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit ashamed. But this insignificant shame was soon overshadowed by his desire and ambition. If he could also obtain virus gel, he might also become an ability user. "Thank you, Lu Chuan." "No problem," Lu Chuan waved his hand, steadying his breath a bit. When he first became an ability user, he was quite excited, thinking he could be like Tanhua and Xiongyan. As for Guanshan, he didn't have those thoughts yet. He knew he couldn't compare. But he had still been a bit overconfident. However, that feeling dissipated as he used his ability. It was practically a form of torture, requiring constant concentration, and each use was a huge drain on his energy and spirit. Moreover, he had to practice every day. Use it or lose it. Skipping even one day wasn't an option. Fang Gang and Chen Jai were clearing out the surrounding zombies. A thin, sharpness small knife controlled by his mind was like a living silver fish, tracing eerie arcs in the air, accurately piercing the zombies' eye sockets or temples before passing through, leaving a trail of foul blood. "All right, that's about it. Let's go." Bai Feng nodded to Jiang Weiming, who immediately understood the meaning. He wasn't an ability user, nor was he as experienced as Ken Ji. His only advantage was his familiarity with the terrain. He immediately took the lead, cautiously walking forward. The civil defense shelter had several entrances. There was a path through the equipment room at the very bottom of the gymnasium, another through the underground parking lot of a large shopping mall nearby, and there was the plaza in front of Wangxiang Center. On an uphill slope of the plaza, there was a side path. The road to the civil defense shelter was over there. There were only 3 paths in total, and Jiang Weiming knew 2 of them. The main gates of the gymnasium could no longer be opened. It seemed someone had fled inside and blocked them. Having no other choice, the group tried to climb in through a window. They walked to the window and tried pushing it, only to find that even the window was locked. It seems someone really is inside. Let's just break the window. After saying that, Chen Jai smashed the glass and climbed in. Jiang Weiming was the last to step into the hall. Beneath his feet was the familiar wooden floor, now covered in a thick layer of dust. A smell mixed with mold, dust, and a faint stench of rot filled his nose. Arriving at the familiar place, Jiang Weiming first felt a bit sentimental, remembering his training days. Back then he found them dull and boring, but now he could never go back. Which way? Lu Chuan looked around cautiously, still feeling a bit afraid. Although he had become an ability user because his superpower was weak, he really couldn't act tough. If the location were changed, it would be fine, like a mass grave or something. When the four of them walked into an indoor basketball court, they were startled by the scene inside. On the empty basketball court, dried blood stains that had turned dark brown were everywhere, and dragging marks crisscrossed the floor, extending all the way to the distant exit door. That metal door was covered in deep, desperate scratches. They could all imagine what had happened here. In the center of the court, several human skeletons that had been gnawed beyond recognition were scattered, their white bone fragments glaringly exposed to the air. A few fat flies buzzed around the skeletons, making the scene appear incredibly eerie and miserable. Near the stands, some supply crates that had been opened and rummaged through were piled up, with some remaining supplies inside. It looks like they're all dead. Chen Ji's gaze fell on the nearby empty supplies, which showed signs of being opened. Based on the scene, it was likely that someone had accidentally drunk unclean water and turned into a zombie. How pitiful, Lu Chuan said, looking at the scene with sadness. If he hadn't met Guanshan, would he have died long ago? He knew he didn't have any survival skills for the apocalypse. Being able to live until now was purely because Guanshan's safe zone was powerful enough. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan's admiration for Guanshan grew even more. Jiang Weiming felt the same. While feeling sad, he also felt a sense of joy at having escaped death. After witnessing the fate of these people and thinking of himself, he couldn't help but feel that he was still fortunate. The four of them remained silent as they walked toward the passage to the civil defense shelter. "This is it," Jiang Weiming said, and then he jumped straight down. The passage leading to the civil defense shelter was incredibly deep and dark. The moment the group entered, they felt a bone-chilling cold. It was a sensation that seemed to freeze them to the core. Entering this place felt like stepping into a no-man's land, realm of dead silence where not a single sound could be heard. Their footsteps echoed through the space, and everyone strained their ears. They were certain there were no zombies here. If there were, the sound of their footsteps would have sent them charging like mad dogs long ago. The only thing left to find was humans. "Is anyone there?" Lu Chuan tried calling out. His voice echoed repeatedly, but there was no response. The group moved in a single file line, staying alert as they walked. At a fork in the path, Jiang Weiming suddenly heard the sound of breathing. "There's someone here." It was near a ventilation duct. Why would someone be hiding there? Could it be that they couldn't get into the civil defense shelter because they arrived late and were locked out? It wasn't just Jiang Weiming. Everyone heard the breathing now. In the pin-drop silence, it was incredibly clear. The group immediately changed direction. After all, they wanted to save whoever they could. "Are you all right?" Jiang Weiming called out to the figure in the distance. At the end of the path, by the ventilation grate, a blurry figure was panting heavily and slowly lifting its head. Chen Ji shone his flashlight over. What they next made everyone's breath hitch, their limbs go numb, and their adrenaline spike. Under the beam of the flashlight, a humanoid zombie appeared. It was gasping for air, a thick look of mockery on its face. Its pale body looked sickly as it crouched and curled inside the duct. He was sitting atop a pile of bones. Beside him were 3 skulls with bits of meat still clinging to them. Some were even shattered. "Oh no! It's a mutant zombie, ghost level." Chen Ji reacted the fastest. With a loud shout, he pulled a steel pipe from his pocket. However, in the next second, he was pounced upon by the zombie. Just as it was about to bite him, a hard object appeared in its mouth. Pinned down, Chen Ji shoved the steel pipe into the creature's mouth, the veins on his face bulging beneath his windproof mask. A clanging sound rang out in the duct. From beneath Bai Feng's coat, countless iron objects flew out in response. What are you waiting for? Get him. Fuck! Bai Feng was so anxious he started cursing, while Lu Chuan and Jiang Huiming were still frozen in place. Oh right, Lu Chuan snapped out of it, sweating profusely from anxiety. He didn't have any bones on hand right now. How was he supposed to use his power? In his desperation, he could only pull out the leftover pork ribs from his lunch. Go! Lu Chuan shouted. The ribs in his hand shot toward the zombie like steel ball bearings. Hearing the sound, the zombie looked up. A rib struck it right in the chest, embedding itself deep into the flesh. It let go of Chen Ji and jumped back to create distance. It dug the rib out of its chest and stuffed it into its mouth, actually eating it. How can there be such a hilarious superpower? It looks like you had pork ribs for lunch, it laughed. Lu Chuan's face turned beet red with rage. He had worked so hard to awaken a superpower. Who was this zombie to mock him? Shut up! At least I have one, unlike you. In a fit of pique, he pulled out more ribs from his pocket and fired them in a rapid barrage, the impacts rattling against the ventilation duct. Can't even take a joke? You're killing me. The zombie laughed even harder at the sight. With a quick dodge, it dashed out through the ventilation opening and scrambled outside in a swift movements. The opening led to a sewer pipe. When Bai Feng chased after it, the creature had already vanished into the darkness. That scared the life out of me. Chen Ji pushed himself up, still reeling from the encounter. Jiang Huiming's reaction was even worse. Seeing a ghost-level zombie for the first time left him completely shaken. He hadn't expected a zombie to be able to speak, let alone display human-like intelligence. Just as they thought this was merely a brief interlude and prepared to continue, a rumbling sound came from above, as if some massive creature was walking by. Car alarms on the street began to wail. The group looked up through the drainage grates in the road. Beyond the crisscrossing iron mesh, a gargantuan creature stood on the street. Its feet were exaggeratedly large, the size of trucks. When its broad soles stepped on the pavement, the ground vibrated like a drum, emitting a dull, heavy thud. They couldn't see its full form, only a section of its calf, but even that was enough to leave them in awe. What on earth is that? Bai Feng's eyes were wide with shock. He couldn't fathom what kind of zombie this was. The sheer scale of its body sent shivers down his spine. Lu Chuan was dumbfounded. They looked at each other in silence, but the shock was evident in everyone's eyes. Jiang Huiming slumped directly to the ground. In a very short span of time, he had received too many shocks. First a talking zombie, and now this. If even ability users were this stunned, it was even more overwhelming for him. But he quickly stood up and composed himself. The more he witnessed things, the more he felt his own weakness and the more he craved power. He had to become stronger. It didn't notice us. Let's keep going, Jiang Huiming said. Chen Ji nodded. Since they hadn't been spotted, they would proceed as planned. They had come too far to turn back now. As for the giant zombie, they would just tell Guanshan about it when they returned. After all, the tall ones should be the ones to handle it when the sky falls. With uneasy hearts, the group continued forward. They walked through the dark, deep tunnel for an unknown amount of time until they finally reached the end. The end of the tunnel opened into a wide space with a ladder leading down to a room of about 10 square meters. Bai Feng used his flashlight to inspect the area and touched the ladder. He found that there wasn't much dust on it. There are people inside. They haven't been here long. It had been less than a month since the zombie outbreak began, so the timing made sense. The group climbed down the ladder, which was only about 3 or 4 meters high. Once they reached the floor, They only had to turn around to see a heavy iron door. "Is anyone there?" Lu Chuan knocked on the door, but the heavy iron gave him no response. They tried to turn the large wheel on the iron door, but it was jammed tight. Something seemed to be blocking it from the inside. The people inside must have locked it. "Someone definitely went in?" Chen Jai said, pressing his ear against the iron door to try and hear anything. "But they aren't answering us. What if the people inside turned into zombies?" Everyone knew that if even one person turned, everyone inside was at risk of infection. In that case, opening the door might reveal a tomb. Their mission was to confirm if there were survivors and then bring the news back. While they were discussing, a tapping sound actually came from behind the iron door. Knock, knock. 3 longs and 1 short. There really is someone inside. Jiang Huiming was ecstatic and began tapping back on the iron door. It seemed the message was received. After a long silence, the sound of gears turning echoed through the air. With a series of clacks, the heavy iron door was slowly pushed open. "Are you here to save us? How is it outside?" Inside the iron door, a small old man looked at them and spoke nervously. "There really are people." The few of them were incredibly excited, especially Jiang Huiming, whose whole body was trembling. Every civil defense shelter is a massive treasure trove. As long as they brought back information from one, they could obtain virus gel and become an ability user. This was a rule established by the creators of the safe zone. "What's wrong with you all?" The little old man was startled. Jiang Huiming lunged forward and tightly gripped the little old man's hand. In his excitement, his face flushed red as if he were seeing his long-lost father. "Don't be afraid, old sir. We're all good people." Right after, Chen Jai squeezed in as well, carrying a steel rod and wearing a helmet, with bloodstains still visible on the rod. "That's right, old sir." Lu Chuan and Bai Feng both put on friendly smiles before stepping into the civil defense shelter together. This. The little old man was dumbfounded. He didn't think these people looked like good people at all. Just as he was at a loss, a voice rang out. "Grandpa, who are you talking to now?" The speaker was an extremely robust man with a buzz cut and a resolute face, though wariness was hidden in his eyes. It had been a month since the zombie outbreak began, yet they had consistently failed to receive any information from the outside world. There were 2 possibilities. First, the communication equipment was damaged and beyond repair. Second, everyone was dead, so naturally, there was no reply. Zhao Jianguo was feeling irritable, and just as he was about to talk to the little old man, he heard an unusual sound. "Who are you?" Seeing the 4 people who had suddenly appeared, Zhao Jianguo was utterly shocked. "We came from the outside. We're here to save you." "You? Outside?" Zhao Jianguo was stunned at first, then overcome with joy. "Are you the vanguard? Has the military arrived?" He was a veteran himself, possessing deep affection